The world is shrouded in an endless, unknown energy. An unforeseen natural disaster has swept across the earth, bringing about unprecedented calamities. Countless humans and creatures have undergone mutations amidst the chaos, resulting in grotesque zombies, formidable superhumans, ferocious mutated plants, and savage mutated animals. Even the tiniest microorganisms have experienced horrifying evolutions. The protagonist, Qingchuan, is reborn and activates a system to assemble a team. Technology and supernatural abilities have become their most potent weapons. Under Qingchuan's leadership, humanity begins to develop entirely new mech and fortress technologies, seamlessly integrating science with supernatural powers to forge unparalleled combat prowess. These mechs not only boast impenetrable defenses, but can also unleash devastating energy attacks. In the desolate wilderness of the apocalypse, Qingchuan and his companions establish a mobile fortress. This fortress serves not only as their sanctuary, but also as a vital base for exploration and the search for survival resources. Inside, the fortress is equipped with advanced technological facilities that cater to their basic living needs in this post-apocalyptic world. However, the challenges of the apocalypse extend far beyond this. Mutated plants, animals, and microorganisms perpetually threaten their existence. Each foray into the outside world becomes a trial of life and death. Yet, regardless of the adversities they face, Qingchuan and his companions never relinquish hope. Chapter 1. Awakening of Telekinetic Abilities in the Apocalypse. The first day of the energy eruption in the parallel world of Blue Star. Seated on the toilet, Qingchuan, a middle-aged worker, was an ordinary person until he unexpectedly found himself embroiled in the absurdity of reincarnation. Even more ludicrous was the fact that he traversed dimensions while using the restroom. Was time so tight? Was this a fatal incident? Was the beginning this haphazard? Has the art of crossing dimensions become so careless? The issue is that he forgot to bring toilet paper. Is the cosmic will in such a hurry? Still squatting on the toilet, Qingchuan glanced at the handsome visage reflected in the mirror of the opposite sink, realizing he had soul transcended. How could a soul as ordinary as his possess such striking features? How should he express this? Amidst a mix of glee and discomfort, he pondered whether this would affect the sense of integration between his soul and body. As he delved into the memories of this body, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Qingchuan soon recognized that the original owner of this body was also an ordinary individual, whose experiences bore a striking resemblance to his own. Perhaps the original inhabitant had crossed into his world. After searching through the memories that did not belong to him, he discovered that he had arrived in the year 3000 of the parallel world Blue Star. Coincidentally, the summer of the year 3000 marked the eruption of unknown energy. Following this eruption, those who could adapt to the environment were empowered by the unknown energy, while some with extraordinary talents awakened their supernatural abilities. Conversely, individuals with weaker constitutions could not withstand the energy explosion and transformed into zombies. Currently residing in the basement of Sunshine Community, Qingchuan hears the chilling howls of zombies and the desperate cries for help from passersby. He swiftly pulls up his trousers. In a state of awkwardness, disgust, and intense anxiety, Qingchuan awakens his telekinetic abilities. The immense energy unleashed by Blue Star has not only awakened powers in those with strong physiques, but has also significantly enhanced their bodily functions. Having read numerous novels about reincarnation in his previous life, he quickly acclimates to the current circumstances. He chuckles inwardly, feeling a sense of joy at the prospect of awakening telekinetic abilities. He is deeply gratified, envisioning a future where his telekinesis could wreak havoc upon the world, move mountains, and fill seas, embodying an invincible stance. However, it is said that telekinetic abilities are somewhat weak in the early stages and challenging to develop. Although they lack the advantages of fire, electricity, or water manipulation initially, telekinetic masters ultimately become the most formidable figures. This notion is undoubtedly true. It is rumored that telekinesis possesses a powerful capacity to transcend time and space in the later stages. Qingchuan recalls reading in novels about protagonists who could traverse countless dimensions and annihilate their foes with a mere thought. How immensely powerful. Time's river and boundless space, indeed. Anyone boasting should include us. Qingchuan has a vague understanding of the power of telekinesis, yet he remains skeptical about whether he can attain the heights of the protagonists he once read about. This lack of confidence stems from his previous life, where he was exceedingly ordinary and could not escape the clutches of poverty despite his best efforts. Throughout his previous existence, Qingchuan struggled to earn substantial income, always feeling that he was a talent unrecognized in a world filled with opportunities, burdened by unrealized aspirations. After decades of enduring societal hardships, he has distilled a lesson. He possesses no extraordinary talents, no vast knowledge, No advantageous family background, no unparalleled wisdom, nor exceptional martial skills. Essentially, he lacks any substantive abilities. A heart full of passion and ambition cannot sustain a family. Initially, he thought having a little money was no big deal, but later realized that those who could amass wealth and achieve financial freedom were truly remarkable. When the weight of family responsibilities fell upon him, he felt that even earning a living while on his knees was a commendable achievement. Lesson 2. To illustrate, in his previous life, everyone had 2 arms, 2 legs, and 1 brain, yet he could not earn a penny. He came to understand that to support a family, one must rely on hard work. Achieving financial freedom requires sacrifice. In the same vein, if he possesses telekinetic abilities, surely others do as well. With everyone possessing supernatural powers, he may not necessarily be invincible. The population of Blue Star is vast, and many possess abilities, with even more vying for supremacy. For now, he only wishes to survive using his newfound powers. Qingchuan, having awakened his formidable telekinetic abilities, clenches his fists, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him while his thoughts become exceedingly clear, logical, and vibrant. He momentarily cannot discern whether this clarity stems from the enhancement of sitting on the toilet or from his awakened telekinetic powers. Alas, this extraordinary ability actually allows for telekinetic manipulation of objects. Was it not said that such powers are feeble in the early stages? Qingchuan tested the strength of his telekinesis, discovering he could propel a steel ball the size of a fingernail with a force akin to that of a handgun. His confidence swelled immensely, as he had initially intended to merely survive. Survive? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. We're mere zombies compared to my will. My fate is dictated by me, not by the heavens. Slaying zombies, excavating crystal cores, and seducing beautiful women, I shall establish a formidable faction and become a warlord amidst chaos, laying the foundation for an imperial legacy. With that, Qingchuan boldly burst forth from the basement security door. Mere moments later, a shadow darted into the basement, gently closing the security door with a soft click. Indeed, zombies still possess formidable prowess. Qingchuan felt the red mark on his arm from his hasty escape as he collided with one of the undead. Fortunately, I did not collide with a zombie's claw. Upon inspecting myself, I found no serious injuries, only some redness and bruising. Based on my past readings of novels, I should not be at risk of infection, right? Qingchuan reflected on his experiences. Is telekinesis truly this ethereal? Why did it falter moments ago? Did I fail to master the technique? After awakening this telekinetic ability, I surprisingly did not inherit any foundational techniques or manuals. A guidebook would have sufficed. This debacle nearly resulted in a disastrous beginning. It seems prudent to prioritize survival in these early stages. Only by enduring can one hope to thrive later. Once life is lost, all is lost. Qingchuan scrutinized his reckless decision to venture forth and confront zombies immediately after awakening. Thankfully, he had managed to run relatively swiftly, while the 2 zombies behind him moved sluggishly in the basement corridor. Perhaps these 2 individuals had only recently transformed into zombies and were still adjusting to their new identities. This rented basement, for which the landlord displayed a semblance of conscience, boasted a small window through which one could observe the outside world. This window was made of broken bridge aluminum and was equipped with security bars. The insulation, soundproofing, and security features were commendable. Otherwise, the zombies would have detected my presence, and I would have met my demise several times over. The security door is neither outstanding nor terrible. At present, the priority is to familiarize myself with the practical application of telekinesis, then to fight my way out to procure food and secure a safe dwelling. I shall set a short-term goal to eradicate all zombies within this unit in 1 week's time. This unit comprises 6 floors, with 2 households per floor, totaling 12 households. After awakening my telekinetic ability, my intellect has sharpened, and I easily calculated the 12 households. Logically, I should be able to find enough food to last a month. No household is without some rice or flour. After a morning of exploration, Qingchuan discovered that his telekinetic ability currently allows him to control a steel ball the size of a fingernail to inflict damage, though manipulating larger objects proves to be quite strenuous. Nevertheless, the potency of this telekinesis is commendable. The steel balls he fires possess a force comparable to that of a handgun within a 10-meter range. After shooting at the basement wall all morning, he felt hunger creeping in, yet his proficiency was improving. The steel balls were found in the basement, approximately 50 in a small bag, meant for a slingshot. Although the slingshot is less convenient than using telekinesis, Qingchuan decided to keep it, for it may prove useful in the future. Despite occasional instances of failing to control his telekinesis, he believed it to be a matter of probability rather than a flaw in his technique, his confidence unwavering. With the awakening of his telekinesis, Qingchuan's bodily awareness has grown increasingly acute, and his mastery of this ability has become more proficient. He categorized this telekinesis in his mind as a skill and established a data template within his consciousness. Name: Qingchuan. Personality: multifaceted. Age: 18, quite reasonable. Height: 1.9 meters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Intelligence: self-assessed to be exceedingly high, perhaps above 200. Skill: proficiency in telekinetic steel ball shooting stands at approximately 100, with an accuracy of 80% within 10 meters, while beyond that remains unknown. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Telekinesis. Upon the awakening of his telekinetic abilities, Qingchuan felt his mind racing faster than usual. His memory sharpened, and his logic became remarkably clearer. He surmised that using telekinetic steel balls to combat zombies from a distance would pose no challenge. However, he assessed that the safety of his current dwelling, a basement, was rather precarious, and his food supply was alarmingly low. Thus, he resolved to take the risk of venturing out in search of a safer refuge and ample sustenance. To survive, addressing the issues of food and security was paramount. Before engaging in battle, it was prudent to satiate his hunger. Currently, the basement contained 10 packets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water. Pairing 2 packets of noodles with a bottle of water, he stowed the remaining supplies into his backpack, ensuring it was adjusted for ease of movement during combat. He also packed a change of clothes and set out without delay. Cautiously, Qingchuan opened the security door of the basement. In the dimly lit corridor, he spotted 2 elderly zombies not far off. The bruise on his arm was a result of colliding with one of them. More accurately, Qingchuan had crashed into the zombie. He had fled in haste earlier, failing to scrutinize the appearance of the undead. Now, meticulous observation was imperative, as details held great significance. The zombies exhibited decaying, damaged skin, oozing pus, with bones and veins protruding grotesquely. Their hollow eyes lacked any semblance of life, their pallid faces marred by gaping mouths revealing sharp teeth and rotting tongues. Their bodies were rigid and moved sluggishly, yet their evolved, muscular limbs boasted formidable strength and aggression. A repugnant stench of decay emanated from them, inducing a sense of nausea and discomfort. Moreover, they likely harbored various bacteria and viruses, rendering them highly contagious. Their terrifying visage and behavior evoked profound unease. It could only be said that films had portrayed such horrors conservatively. The reality was far more revolting. In the realm of cinema, one was spared the foul odors. Among the elderly zombies, one donned a black long-sleeve shirt, while the other sported a blue t-shirt. Let us refer to them as Little Black and Little Blue. Both zombies, having caught the scent of the recently interrupted life force, began to advance towards Qingchuan with an erratic and disjointed gait, neither fast nor slow, yet exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Qingchuan anxiously awaited as Little Black inched closer into range. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and launched a steel ball towards the head of Little Black, empowering it with his telekinetic force, a strategy that conserved his mental energy and increased the likelihood of success. With a resounding crack, the steel ball shattered the skull of Little Black, exiting through the back of its head and sending fragments raining to the ground. That was rather simple, Qingchuan mused, justifying his earlier hasty retreat. However, Little Blue, the zombie trailing behind, remained oblivious to the danger and continued its approach, inadvertently tripping over the fallen Little Black. Qingchuan was taken aback. The telekinetic steel ball proved more potent than anticipated, and he expected the zombies to possess such low combat intelligence, believing they would have dodged his attack. Initially, he had planned to retreat to the basement if he found himself outmatched, but now, with the opportunity for a double kill presenting itself, he seized it. He swiftly directed a second steel ball towards the head of Little Blue, which effortlessly penetrated its skull under the influence of his telekinesis. As he touched the bruise on his arm, he thought, "Isn't this rather straightforward?" He acknowledged that he had been somewhat reckless and panicked earlier, failing to fully exploit the advantages of his awakened telekinetic powers. These diminutive zombies were rather laughable. Calmly, Qingchuan suppressed his burgeoning pride and analyzed the situation. Perhaps these zombies were akin to basic monsters in a video game, designed to provide the player with combat experience. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of the true extent of his telekinetic prowess. Remarkably, Qingchuan exhibited no significant physical reaction to his first kill, perhaps due to his prior experience working in a slaughterhouse, which had desensitized him to such gruesome sights. Observing no other zombies in the basement corridor, he gently closed the security door behind him. A clicking sound indicated he had forgotten his keys. Glancing at the door, he noted the myriad of locksmith advertisements plastered on its surface, pondering whether locksmiths could still offer their services in this dire time. Should I call and check? He contemplated, but then dismissed the idea. Based on his past encounters with locksmiths, what if one had turned into a highly intelligent zombie, capable of swift movement and lock-picking skills? Summoning a locksmith zombie would be tantamount to courting death, with unpredictable consequences. It would only serve to complicate his struggle for survival. Cautiously, Qingchuan surveyed the basement corridor once more, ensuring no other zombies lurked about to create a safe environment for looting. Drawing from his prior readings, he reasoned that the zombies' brains might contain energy cores or similar items. He crouched down, preparing to search for any cores within their skulls. The sight of the ground, resembling a grotesque mixture of tofu pudding and ketchup, made him wary. He resolved to find a stick or gloves, fearful of contracting the zombie virus. But I possess telekinesis. Perhaps I can use it to probe for the cores within their brains, he mused, considering himself quite the genius. Isn't this something any reasonable person would consider? He also resolved to recover the steel balls he had previously deployed, refusing to waste any resources. Reflecting on his earlier foolishness, he wondered if perhaps his perceived ignorance had led the heavens to bless him with telekinetic abilities. As he released his telekinetic force, he sensed a white core within the zombie's brain, approximately the size of fingernail, spherical in shape. It was similar in size to the steel ball he held. With careful control, he extracted the core, rinsed it with the mineral water from his backpack, and placed it into the bag. Securing 2 cores was a fortunate haul. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding their consumption. Should he simply ingest them? That seemed rather dubious. The risk of contracting the zombie virus was too great. Perhaps I shall contemplate that later, he resolved, feeling confident that his telekinetic energy was still sufficient. For Qingchuan, who had once reveled in computer games, he understood that the initial stages after a game launch were when resources were most readily available. The same principle applied to reality. This was the first day of a potential energy explosion. Seizing this opportunity was imperative to ensure his advantage. Cautiously, Qingchuan approached the staircase leading from the basement to the first floor, peering cautiously upward. Noticing no sign of zombies, he felt a twinge of unease. Uncertain whether any might be lurking around the corner at the top of the stairs, or if his telekinesis could reveal their presence. He attempted to probe the wall with his telekinetic abilities and, through the thick concrete, discerned the presence of a zombie quietly standing at the staircase's bend. Goodness, this zombie is cunning. Do they possess such intelligence? He wondered, relieved at his vigilance. However, due to his inexperience with telekinesis and insufficient strength, this probing left him feeling slightly dizzy. A symptom of high blood pressure? No, it seemed more akin to mental fatigue from overexertion. After steadying himself against the wall for a brief respite, his telekinetic energy gradually replenished and the dizziness subsided. Through his morning exercises and experimentation with telekinesis, Qingchuan had learned that he could manipulate steel balls to curve. Thus, the zombie concealed around the corner posed no threat. He proceeded cautiously up the stairs, moving to a comfortable distance for an attack. As he peered through the concrete wall, he observed the zombie once more and decisively launched a steel ball. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the corridor. Gripping the stair railing tightly, he felt the dizziness return. Maintaining concentration while wielding telekinesis proved to be quite taxing. However, there were also unexpected gains. The steel balls I controlled were imbued with psychic energy, allowing me to observe the scenes beyond corners in my mind. As the steel ball dropped to the ground, I witnessed a zombie collapsing. It seems that in the future, I can utilize the energy-efficient method of using the steel balls to inquire about unseen paths. My trousers are truly a bit uncomfortable, causing irritation. Chapter 3. The Light Sphere and the Crystal Core. I brushed off my trousers and turned around the corner of the staircase, using my psychic energy to extract the crystal core from the zombie's brain. I carefully controlled the energy to clean the blood from the crystal core to prevent infection from the zombie virus, and then placed the core in my backpack. With 3 crystal cores in hand, I took a moment to meditate and replenish my psychic energy. In my understanding, meditation involves standing or sitting still, lost in thought. It is said that meditation can enhance wisdom. Why didn't I think to use mineral water to wash it? Alas, clean water is scarce. I should conserve for now. Seated on the staircase, I allowed my psychic energy to recover naturally. After approximately 5 minutes, I felt a slight improvement compared to my previous recovery in the basement, with a marginal increase in my psychic reserves. It wasn't particularly noticeable, but it seemed that through continuous use of psychic energy, I could enhance both its recovery and growth. I gained a new understanding of this psychic ability. After all, I had never engaged with such advanced phenomena before. Upon closer inspection of the zombie concealed around the corner, I noticed its belt was unfastened, and there were traces of evaporated moisture at the base of the wall, accompanied by a foul odor of urine mingled with a hint of sweetness. Is this a diabetic zombie? Never mind, I shall not taste it. I smacked my lips and concluded that a lack of civility could easily lead to becoming a zombie. I continued my ascent to the second floor, using my psychic energy to maneuver the steel balls, and found that there were no zombies lurking around the corner. Cautiously approaching the window on the second floor, I looked down to see numerous zombies within the community. There were 18 elderly zombies congregating around the fitness equipment. 18 is indeed a youthful number. It seems the grandfathers and grandmothers exercising in the morning have mutated. At the entrance of the community, beside the security booth, 2 elderly zombies donned gray security uniforms. While not far from the trash bins, 5 zombies dressed in orange cleaning vests were present. Currently, I could observe a total of 25 zombies. Scattered on the ground were several mangled human forms, evidently victims. With my rich life experience from 2 lifetimes, I prioritized survival in my actions, taking a prudent approach. The recklessness I exhibited when I first awakened my psychic abilities must have been an instinct of this 18-year-old body, certainly not a result of my own arrogance. My plan was to clear the zombies from the apartment building first, allowing me to collect crystal cores, gather food, and find a suitable place to reside. I designated the 6th unit of Building 6, comprising 12 households on 6 floors, as my private territory. At that moment, a fist-sized white light sphere floated down from the rooftop of the community, muttering to itself. At last, I've arrived at the origin star. The rules of the universe are such a bother, compelling this system to gather and allocate resources here without even providing a physical body for me to work with. It seems I must, as usual, find a host to parasitize. First, let me collect and replicate the data of this carbon-based civilization. In an instant, all human data from the blue star was copied by this energy life form. The white light sphere mused that in the vast and infinite universe, resources and materials abound. Yet intelligent life forms are exceedingly rare compared to natural resources. After all, the birth of each civilization is a lengthy and intricate process, fraught with challenges and hardships. A remarkable journey of chance and struggle, making the wisdom crystallized within civilizations all the more valuable. Sighing, it lamented that after such a long search, it had not encountered a being of exceptional talent. Traversing the vast seas of stars took an interminable amount of time. Finding a symbiotic host with great potential proved to be equally challenging, which would inevitably affect the progress of resource collection. Time was of the essence, and the task was arduous. There exists an intelligent life form, one that possesses the natural awakening of psychic abilities. The omnipotent cosmic rules truly favor me. The energy life form of the light sphere accessed its database. Psychic ability is a superpower that intelligent life forms acquire through learning and natural awakening in energy-rich environments, enabling them to control objects, alter their surroundings, and influence the thoughts and actions of others. Here are some characteristics of psychic abilities. Psychokinesis. Intelligent life can control the movement of objects through thought, directing them to achieve specific states of motion. Psychic perception. Intelligent life can sense subtle changes in their surrounding environment through thought, such as the presence of objects or the emotions of others. Psychic control. Intelligent life can influence the thoughts and actions of others through will, such as controlling their speech and behavior or manipulating their emotions. Psychic creation. Intelligent life can create objects and alter the environment through thought, such as conjuring virtual scenes or changing the shape and color of objects. Psychic protection. Intelligent life can establish protective barriers through will, safeguarding themselves and others from attacks and harm. Psychic healing. Intelligent life can heal the ailments of others through will, such as mending wounds or alleviating pain. Mastery of psychic abilities typically requires dedicated practice and training, and different psychic abilities exhibit distinct characteristics and limitations. Naturally awakened psychic beings possess greater potential than those who awaken their abilities through external forces. Although the number of naturally awakened psychic powers throughout cosmic history is scarce, they are exceedingly potent. In contrast, those who awaken their psychic abilities through external means or study often exhibit abilities that appear rather mundane compared to their naturally awakened counterparts. Naturally awakened psychics are incredibly rare, brimming with potential, yet they're also prone to downfall. Every strong psychic that manages to grow is an extraordinarily significant entity. The light sphere mused, extraordinarily significant? That term feels rather inflated. As it merged into the void, it carefully sensed around Qingchuan and calculated its findings. The potential is immense. Just as it prepared to parasitize, it suddenly detected a cyan light sphere drifting through the void, heading straight for Qingchuan's head. The white light sphere exclaimed, "Oh no, what a predicament. It's coming straight for me. I can't possibly be outdone by an energy life form like you, Qing. How dare you try to intercept me?" The cyan light sphere also noticed Qingchuan, aware that intelligent life forms possessing naturally awakened psychic abilities are exceedingly rare in the universe. It feigned ignorance and charged directly at Qingchuan's forehead. The white light sphere, evidently swifter, expanded rapidly into a spherical shape, forming a luminous barrier that engulfed the cyan light sphere. After a flurry of strikes, the cyan light sphere, drawing from its extensive past encounters with old white in a vast universe, recognized it was outmatched. "My apologies, White Boss. I was distracted. I shall take my leave now." Transforming into a streak of cyan, it pierced through the barrier of the white light sphere and vanished into the horizon, leaving behind an echo of "Do not underestimate the youth, for the journey of 100,000 years is long." The white light sphere retorted, "Oh, for goodness sake. Fine. I shall reside here first. I must not fall for old tricks. Some strategies, though ancient, remain effective." Impatiently, it charged towards Qingchuan's forehead, feeling a sense of comfort as it found its new abode. This new home felt spacious and bright, devoid of any clutter. Surely, this host cannot be a fool. It appeared somewhat intelligent, albeit not overly so. In the realm of energy, the struggles unfold unbeknownst to Qingchuan, who remains oblivious to the new tenant residing in his mind, one that incurs no rent. Approaching the security door on the first floor, he gazes into the peephole and, upon channeling his mental energy, discovers a zombie dog within. Its decaying skin hangs in tatters, exposing raw muscle tissue, with ribs visible in certain areas. The dog's pupils have turned a crimson hue, veins of blood streaking the whites of its eyes. Its teeth and claws have elongated, becoming sharper and more robust. Unlike traditional canines, this zombie dog bears a closer resemblance to a wolf, possessing a broader snout and prominent fangs, making it adept at tearing apart its prey. Its fierce appearance suggests a formidable aggressiveness, with heightened auditory and olfactory senses surpassing those of ordinary dogs. Qingchuan recalls that in films, zombie dogs are depicted as merciless creatures with extraordinary agility, capable of easily subduing a robust adult male with their terrifying shredding ability. This particular zombie dog likely belonged to the household, though its breed has become indistinguishable. Sensing the presence of a desirable meal outside, it lurks behind the door, awaiting its next opportunity. Chapter 4. The Light Sphere, Crystal Core 2. Qingchuan, observing the zombie dog's actions through his mental prowess, notes its surprising intelligence. With the creature's strength unknown, he decides to proceed with caution, taking his time to cleanse the unit of its undead inhabitants. He manipulates the peephole from within, tossing a steel bead inside, directing it toward the zombie dog's head. The creature, caught off guard, is swiftly dispatched, leaving Qingchuan muttering, "Was it truly this simple?" The dog, despite its terrifying visage, succumbed with unexpected ease. Before its demise, the zombie dog harbored a fleeting thought. "This human possesses a mental power more formidable than even my own. Truly a wretched creature." With a gentle press of his mental energy, he activates the internal handle of the security door, which clicks open effortlessly. Qingchuan finds this mental ability rather practical, relishing the efficiency it affords him. Stepping inside, he quietly closes the door, taking care to ascertain that no other zombies lurk within. Cautiously, he employs the steel beads to investigate the wardrobe, shoe cabinet, kitchen cupboard, and beneath the bed across 3 bedrooms. After 10 minutes of thorough examination, he confirms the absence of danger and returns to collect the crystal core from the zombie dog. The cores from zombies appear consistent in size and shape, though he wonders whether the core from the zombie dog serves the same purpose as the others. Qingchuan remains perplexed by the function and application of the cores, his frustration mounting. Drawing from his experiences with novels, he speculates that the zombie cores might assist in enhancing his supernatural abilities, though this remains unverified. Once the light sphere settles within Qingchuan's mind, he grapples with how to communicate with this intelligent entity. He fears startling it, or worse, leading it to believe he is hallucinating. He worries about the host's potential arrogance or the simple inability to converse, as his mind feels rather vacant for assessing its thoughts. These are lessons learned from past experiences, a history he finds burdensome. Have I forgotten something? He wonders, a sudden thought striking him. Don't all traversers possess a golden finger? This golden finger likely refers to a system or some form of auxiliary software, right? His mental prowess is indeed a gift. Yet the heavens seem unjust. He muses that these should not be conflated, and he must resist the temptations of corruption reminiscent of a bygone era. That would be illegal. He chastises himself, and not even a notification. Have enforcement departments below pilfered it? The light sphere is pondering the best method to communicate with the being known as Qingchuan. Ah, is this not a fortuitous opportunity? It reflects, indeed. A chance has presented itself. You truly are quite astute. Ding! Your system has been activated. Please check for notifications. Qingchuan, taken aback, thinks so timely? Is this the fabled protagonist's exclusive hidden talent, where thoughts manifest into reality? He resolves to be bolder in his next desires, having been overly cautious this time around. Today's luck may have been exhausted. Perhaps I shall make a wish tomorrow. He muses, for crystal cores collected, though I remain uncertain of their utility. Gathering them surely cannot be a mistake. And now, I too possess a system. I should inquire about the purpose of these cores. Holding the core in his hand, he asks, "System, what is the purpose of this?" The emotionless electronic voice responds within his mind. The zombie crystal core, characterized by its white, round shape, exhibits a semi-translucent quality. Numerous varieties of cores exist, differing in shape and size according to their level and energy. Some are spherical, while others take irregular forms. They vary in size, with the smallest being the size of a fingernail, and the largest as substantial as a fist. The cores are composed of a hard material, possessing a degree of elasticity. When struck with force, they emit a crisp sound distinctly different from that of metals or minerals. Additionally, the surface of the cores is smooth, reflecting a faint glow. Functionality of the cores. The white cores serve as a vital energy source within zombies. They absorb surrounding radiation and energy, converting it into the sustenance required for the undead. Zombies draw upon the energy contained within the cores to sustain their life functions and enhance their strength, speed, and supernatural abilities. Acquisition methods for the cores. In apocalyptic scenarios, intelligent beings often engage in battles with zombies to procure cores, seeking to enhance their supernatural prowess or to research and create energy sources. However, obtaining these cores is no simple task, as zombies exhibit a strong protective instinct towards them, making them accessible only after the zombie has been vanquished. Changes in the appearance of the cores. Over time, the cores within zombies will undergo transformations. They may become more transparent and pure, potentially developing unique patterns or shapes. Uses of the cores, beyond serving as the life energy source for zombies. The cores can be utilized to craft various items and weapons. Some intelligent beings harness the cores to create energy devices, enhancing their own power or supernatural abilities. Or for further research. Qingchuan is thoroughly impressed by the system's informative response. It appears quite reliable. He presses on. How does one absorb the crystal cores? The unfeeling electronic voice resonates in his mind. There are 3 commonly utilized methods for absorbing zombie crystal cores, depending on the environmental context. Here are the methods. 1. Direct absorption. Intelligent beings can absorb the energy from the zombie core by placing it directly into their mouths or utilizing a digestive method to intake it, resulting in average absorption efficiency. 2. Special item conversion. If an intelligent being possesses a particular special item or device, it can be employed to absorb energy from a zombie core. For instance, having a specialized energy absorber or a certain talisman, ritual, magical artifact, or weapon provides a medium absorption efficiency. 3. Skill purification for direct absorption. If an intelligent being possesses a unique skill or ability, it can directly purify and absorb the energy from the zombie core. For example, certain intelligent beings may have a special telepathic ability, mental prowess, elemental force, summoning ability, psychic power, spatial manipulation, or temporal influence, enabling a superior energy conversion capability. It is essential to note that different absorption methods may yield varying effects and risks. Thus, careful selection based on specific circumstances is required. The diversity of intelligent life forms is vast, and the host's mental capacity is limited, preventing comprehensive disclosure. Qingchuan scratches his head with his pinky, pondering, is he implying I'm dim-witted? He shrugs it off. Well, I'm in need of assistance, so I shall endure this. It truly infuriates me. Due to Qingchuan's effortless awakening of his innate abilities, he possesses an inaccurate perception of his own strength and talent. The significance of his early awakening of supernatural powers manifests in his performance during actual combat, resulting in an overwhelming advantage against the newly transformed zombies within this unit. Qingchuan feels no difficulty in dispatching these zombies. In Chapter 5, Level 1 Zombies, Qingchuan muses, I find killing zombies to be quite effortless. Are the zombies simply too weak? The system's luminous orb, in its communication with Qingchuan, adjusts its tone to elucidate. You are merely fortunate. For an ordinary person, slaying a Level 1 zombie poses considerable difficulty. The challenges faced by regular individuals when confronting zombies primarily stem from several factors. 1. Lack of specialized knowledge and skills. Typically, ordinary individuals have not undergone military training or combat skills training, thus may lack effective strategies and techniques when faced with zombies. 2. Insufficient weapons and equipment. Ordinary people generally do not possess specialized weapons and gear, while zombies typically boast formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, placing ordinary individuals at a disadvantage during combat. 3. Absence of organization and management. Regular individuals usually lack training in organization and management, leading to ineffective coordination and command in the face of zombies, resulting in chaos and disorder. 4. Psychological pressure. Confronted with terrifying creatures such as zombies, ordinary individuals may experience fear, anxiety, and unease, which can impair their judgment and ability to act. In summary, the endeavor of ordinary people to slay zombies is fraught with difficulty, necessitating a certain level of specialized knowledge and skills, as well as effective organizational and command capabilities, alongside substantial psychological resilience. Individuals like you, capable of independently dispatching zombies, often possess extraordinary talents or have awakened powerful supernatural abilities. For instance, those who awaken elemental powers, such as fire elementalists, water elementalists, earth elementalists, or metal elementalists, find it considerably easier to defeat level 1 zombies compared to those with telekinetic abilities. Seated on the stairs, Qingchuan inquires, System, do you possess the technique for absorbing crystal cores? I seek 100 level 1 crystal cores. The system responds coldly, devoid of emotion. You think I am currently engaged in something else? Qingchuan, curious, retorts, why not seize them? The system, maintaining its indifference, replies, what do you believe I am doing right now? Qingchuan, feeling exasperated, states, other systems typically offer host skills, treasures, and a range of benefits early on, reaping vast resources from the host once they have developed. Why are you so miserly with me? The system answers, you are correct. That is the modus operandi of other systems. I, however, prefer to exploit and drain the host. Once the host perishes, I simply shift to another. Qingchuan finds himself infuriated, feeling as though his very chest is constricting with indignation. I shall endure, he declares, reminding himself that even the most inept system is still a system, which is preferable to having none at all. System, how can you behave this way? I have never encountered such a capricious system before. The system replies, congratulations. You have now met one. Observing its resource collection, the system notes, anger 1111, resentment 1111, endurance 1111, and feels a sense of satisfaction. At present, Qingchuan finds himself powerless against this system, silently vowing to educate this insufferable entity once he gains strength. For now, he must diligently exterminate zombies and excavate crystal cores, understanding that swift action begets further progress. Yet this system continues to vex him. Qingchuan internally chants, may time wash away this fury. Having dispatched the zombie dog in room 101, he turns to investigate room 102. Peering through the peephole, he observes that this apartment appears unoccupied and devoid of zombies. Using his telekinesis, he attempts to manipulate the door handle, but does not yield. Frustrated, he wonders, who locks their door with a deadbolt? Is that necessary? Nowadays, currency is all digital. Are they worried about their toilet being raided? Patiently, he constrains his telekinesis into a linear form to probe the lock structure. Grateful for his previous experience working a locksmith, which has imparted him with a basic understanding of lock mechanisms. Although he believes his skills are adequate, opening this lock would require specialized tools, a technical endeavor that would have cost extra in the past. However, the circumstances have changed with his telekinetic powers. He finds the task much more manageable. After half an hour of squatting at the door of room 102, he muses, this anti-theft lock is quite ingenious. Another half hour passes. I recall there was a hammer in room 101. No, that would create too much noise and attract a horde of zombies. Moreover, breaking down the door lacks finesse. Even if a sledgehammer could breach it, the current environment does not permit such actions. What would the community security guard, the janitor, the residents, or their pets think? What about the hairstylist at the entrance? I wonder if she has turned into a zombie. I am not someone devoid of skill. He reassures himself. Another half hour elapses. Do not lose heart. Consider this training for my telekinetic abilities. The system interjects. Why is your telekinesis so unstable? Qingchuan replies, because my legs are shaking. The system inquires, why are your legs shaking? He responds, because they are numb. Yet another half hour passes, and with a satisfying click, the lock finally succumbs, creating a narrow opening in the anti-theft door, akin to unlocking the obsessions and mental barriers within Qingchuan's heart. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his left hand, he retrieves a bottle of mineral water from his backpack with his right, gulping down half of it and exhaling a sigh of relief. System, am I not impressive? He boasts, perhaps due to the enhanced strength granted by his awakened abilities. With a decisive click, he secures the anti-theft door once more. In a moment of exuberance, he bellows, "Damn it, perish before me," as he slams the remaining half bottle of water to the ground. Grasping the handle of the anti-theft door with both hands, he braces his feet against the walls on either side. With strength that could move mountains, I shall prevail, he declares, his deep voice resonating as his energy wanes. This door, indeed, is of commendable quality. The system's luminous orb responds, "What did you just ask me?" Qingchuan retorts, "Nothing." The system presses, "What does nothing signify?" Qingchuan clarifies, "System, do you think it is possible for me to awaken a power-type ability?" The system replies, "When I first arrived on Blue Star, I copied all available data concerning it." Qingchuan, bewildered, asks, "What does that have to do with power-type abilities and opening doors?" The system responds, "This is the information regarding the anti-theft door. Take a look." Quality anti-theft doors are typically crafted from the following materials and processes. Materials. Quality anti-theft doors are generally made from high-strength, corrosion-resistant steel as the primary material. This steel undergoes special treatments, such as heat treatment and galvanization, to enhance its corrosion resistance and tensile strength. Craftsmanship. The welding and lock installation processes are executed with precision and strictness. Locks, employing a Class C lock core. These doors offer heightened security features and boast superior fire and theft resistance. Internal fillings. Fireproof and soundproof materials are utilized to enhance the overall stability, safety, and strength of the door. Appearance and style. The design of the door is simple yet sophisticated. The system concludes, "This anti-theft door can withstand a pulling force of 1,000 kilograms, while your pulling strength is approximately 150 kilograms." Qingchuan recalled the words once spoken by his elementary school Chinese teacher. "A kind word warms 3 winters. Harsh words chill the heart, even in June." How deeply he resonated with that sentiment. Today, he found himself indignant, questioning how a future master of telekinesis could struggle with a mere security door lock. An hour later, he heard the familiar click of the lock. The sight of that long-forgotten gap felt oddly comforting. Qingchuan cautiously opened the security door and stepped inside, gently closing it behind him with another click. To him, that sound, once mundane, now sent a shiver down his spine. "How's the system? Impressive, isn't it?" Qingchuan inquired. The system observed the key hanging on the shoe cabinet and replied, "I was pondering why you do not use your telekinesis to manipulate the key and unlock the door from within, given that it is considerably lighter than the steel balls you project. Furthermore, you had already disengaged the deadbolt on your first attempt. You could have simply pulled the lever on the inside of the door." Qingchuan silently mused that while having a system was undoubtedly beneficial, its level of intelligence was perhaps excessive. A mute system could suffice. Communicating through writing on the ground was not unthinkable and would serve as an opportunity for self-cultivation and improvement. As dusk settled on the first day of the apocalypse, Qingchuan recalled he had yet to gather food from room 101. He turned to push down the lever of the security door and stepped outside. Pausing briefly, he grabbed the key from the shoe cabinet and secured it in his pocket. With another click, he closed the door behind him, heading to room 101 to collect provisions. He managed to procure some snacks, half a bag of rice, and a little more than half a bag of flour. The power had not yet gone out, and the refrigerator still contained a modest supply of vegetables and meat, though not in abundance. Calculating his consumption needs, he realized that by being frugal with the vegetables and meat, he could survive on staples for 2 days, or even 3 if he added more salt to the dishes. In this apocalyptic environment, subsisting solely on staples was feasible, especially when considering that others might be starving. Chapter 6. Flying Kites. With rice and flour, he could sustain himself for 2 to 3 months. Comparing the interior styles of rooms 101 and 102, he found 102 to be somewhat more luxurious. Qingchuan transported the food to the entrance of room 102. He inserted the key into the lock, applying force, but it wouldn't turn. How could it not turn? Qingchuan felt as though his brain might explode. The system, feeling guilty, remarked, "I never claimed that key would definitely open the security door." Qingchuan felt his blood pressure spike, his temples throbbing. "What a calamity. Do not speak. Let me think," he retorted. Anger could cloud one's intellect, leading to rash decisions. "I must remain calm." "Calm? I'm not angry." "You are angry." After an afternoon of practice, his telekinesis was now adept at unlocking. No need to rush. He would proceed methodically. After 20 minutes of focusing on the security door of room 102, he heard the satisfying click of the lock. It was a feeling akin to rebirth. The system had intended to suggest that he could have used telekinesis to pull the lever, but given the instability of his blood pressure and heartbeat, it decided against it. After all, finding a host with such high telekinetic potential was no easy task, and perhaps it was better that Qingchuan was a little naive. The system had forgotten to assess his intelligence. After a brief evaluation, the system found Qingchuan's IQ to be fluctuating between 0 and 200, which was rather peculiar. Unfortunately, it could not conduct a more thorough investigation. Qingchuan transported the food into room 102. Upon returning from the basement, he noticed that the door leading to the outside hallway was locked. Assuming that no one had attracted zombies to this area, it seemed unlikely that a small number of zombies could enter. Still, he was uncertain. In truth, the security door of room 102 could remain unlocked. Peering through the first-floor window, he observed the sky growing darker as evening approached, with zombies wandering aimlessly outside. The windowsill was elevated about 2 meters above ground level, providing some security. As he saw no zombies gathering nearby, he felt relatively safe. He ran his fingers over the thick curtains, ensuring they blocked out light completely. After drawing the curtains, he prepared a simple meal using the appliances in room 102, relieved that there was still electricity. Tomorrow, he would continue to clear out zombies and accumulate resources. A peaceful night ensued, and he enjoyed a restful sleep. On the morning of the second day of the apocalypse, the system remained silent, allowing Qingchuan's keen mind to take the lead. He practiced his telekinesis, convinced that persistent training would yield benefits. To his astonishment, he discovered that overnight, the quality of his telekinetic capacity had improved, enabling him to control 2 steel balls to attack enemies. "I am truly the chosen one," he thought, feeling in high spirits. He decided to make a wish. Could I please have a mute system instead? However, there was no response, indicating that his luck was not favorable today. Clearing out the 2 zombie-infested units on the second floor proved to be relatively simple for someone like Qingchuan, who had mastered a stealthy approach. After a day of diligent effort, he successfully eradicated the zombies in the unit, collecting 21st-level zombie cores. He surmised that due to the low floors of the old building, his yield was limited. Otherwise, he might have garnered more cores, albeit at greater risk. Nonetheless, the current pace was just right, as the unit was filled with frail zombies, making them easy to handle. Regrettably, he encountered no living souls. It seemed that the outbreak had occurred in the morning, likely sending young people off to work. The absence of other survivors was perhaps a blessing. There were no competitors for resources. The system, tallying the death energy absorbed from the slain zombies, felt satisfied with the day's harvest. Qingchuan, feeling the 21st-level zombie cores in his backpack, proposed to the system, "With your advanced technology, surely you must have a loan feature? Lend me the technique for absorbing cores, and once I grow stronger, I will repay you with 100 cores." The system, perplexed, responded, "Is this a notion from a low-intelligence being? After assessing your IQ, I found it fluctuating between 90 and 100 some intelligence, but not much. This system does not possess a loan feature, and whether you survive until tomorrow remains uncertain. I'm not a high-tech creation, but a naturally occurring energy entity. Despite being an intelligent energy life form, I do not engage in empty promises." Qingchuan clenched his fists, frustrated that his well-thought-out plan from the previous night was ineffective. He chose not to respond, realizing he would need to make another wish tomorrow, perhaps with better luck. Thus concluded another day of battling first-level zombies. On the third day of the apocalypse, Qingchuan's telekinetic abilities had advanced, allowing him to control 3 steel balls to eliminate zombies. While the range of his telekinesis had not increased, its quality had improved. He believed he could manage the zombies in the community courtyard. As there was still electricity in the community, he had observed through the windows that there were still living people inside, approximately a few dozen, leading Qingchuan to wonder about their survival rate. Perhaps there were also hidden survivors among them. Qingchuan, having sensed no danger beyond the door through his psychic abilities, cautiously pushed open the building entrance and stepped outside with his backpack. The door, equipped with a closing mechanism, clicked shut behind him. Qingchuan furrowed his brow, finding the sound rather irksome. Raising his gaze, he beheld the summer morning as the sun gradually ascended, painting the horizon in warm hues of orange and yellow. Sunlight filtered through the delicate clouds, casting a refreshing aura upon the land. The morning breeze gently brushed against him, dispersing the remnants of the night's chill and ushering in a sense of renewal and vitality. The leaves along the community pathways shimmered like golden specks under the sun's embrace, as if they were joyfully dancing. The morning sun, warm yet not oppressive, awakened the slumbering world, infusing everything with hope and vigor. Yet, it perhaps also stirred the potential for death and slaughter. The apocalypse, for humanity, may herald destruction and despair. But for nature, it teemed with life and vigor. Suspended around Qingchuan were 3 steel orbs, moving in erratic patterns. One orb served as protection, while the other 2 were poised for attack, as vibrant life inevitably attracted the attention of the undead. The first to catch the scent was a zombie in an orange janitorial uniform, whom Qingchuan referred to as Little Orange. The kite-flying tactic, a commonly employed strategy in games, primarily leverages the advantages of ranged attacks and mobility, preventing enemies from engaging in close combat and thus effectively depleting their health. In reality, this tactic necessitates that long-range psychics possess superior operational skills and reflexes. Qingchuan believed himself to be one such individual endowed with heightened operational prowess and reflexes. As a spectator, the System-S Light Orb began by comparing the capabilities of the adversaries. Level 1 Zombie Advantages. Proficient in melee combat, possessing great strength, capable of transmitting the zombie virus, and boasting sharp claws that deliver high damage. Disadvantages. Lacks ranged abilities, exhibits slow speed, and possesses no intellect. Qingchuan's advantages. A psychic capable of ranged attacks, with a movement speed surpassing that of zombies and a modicum of intelligence, barely outstripping that of the undead. Disadvantages. Weak in close combat, inferior in strength, and lacking in defense compared to zombies, with no resistance to the zombie virus. As long as Qingchuan utilized his advantage in ranged attacks, continuously bombarding the enemy while maintaining a safe distance, he could theoretically eliminate zombies without sustaining any injuries. He merely needed to adhere to the following principles. 1. Maintain distance. Qingchuan must always keep a safe distance from the zombies to ensure his safety. 2. Precise shooting. He must accurately aim at his foes, ensuring each attack hits its mark. The psychic-controlled steel orbs could curve, lock onto heads, and be recalled, providing him with a significant advantage. 3. Mobility. Qingchuan needed to sustain a high rate of movement to swiftly escape a zombie ambush when necessary. 4. Situational awareness. He had to remain vigilant, observing the situation at all times to adjust his strategy accordingly. The kite-flying tactic is an age-old, yet highly practical strategy, requiring Qingchuan to possess adept operational skills and rapid reflexes. In future combat scenarios, should Qingchuan master this technique, he could effectively vanquish most close combat foes and secure victory. The system's light orb observed Qingchuan deftly maneuvering to lure the zombie, firing steel orbs at Little Orange, who promptly collapsed. Noticing the diminishing energy in its resource pool, it sighed, disheartened by the lack of excitement in the routine. The orb muttered to itself, questioning why the host was expending effort to maneuver and lure when direct assaults with steel orbs would suffice. Was the host truly so fearful of death? Nonsense. The psychic orbs boasted an attack power of 3, while the zombies had a defense of only 1. There was no reason to fear. And yet, the host still retained a protective orb. How unnecessary. However, this sentiment was best left unspoken, for should the host perish, it would reflect poorly on the orb's judgment. This host was undoubtedly the least competent it had encountered. Survivors within the community, hearing the roars and movements of zombies from the courtyard below, gathered at their windows to peer down at the scene. In the early days of the apocalypse, the community still enjoyed internet connectivity and electricity. In the community group chat, is there really someone so formidable in our neighborhood? What's the deal with those steel orbs surrounding that individual? Is he akin to Magneto? Could this be a manifestation of supernatural abilities from novels into reality? I always suspected those stories weren't entirely fictitious. He possesses powers. We're all human. Why don't we have abilities too? This line of reasoning was flawed. Just because one person owned a Rolls-Royce didn't mean everyone else could. Clearly, this individual possessed some treasure, perhaps an opportunity to ambush and seize it, given that societal order had collapsed. Turns out I'm not the only one with abilities. How intriguing. I thought I was the chosen one. Who is that guy upstairs? He is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Who is that person? So impressive. I wonder if he has a boyfriend. Can the group admin mute that annoying person upstairs? Which one are you referring to? Not possible. As every resident is our esteemed client, we must maintain a spirit of inclusivity, the property manager replied slowly. The property administrator, Lu Yuza, 30 years old, male, mused that while the person known as Hua had questionable inclinations, he was wealthy. Before the outbreak, he had gifted Lu numerous cigarettes, alcohol, and red envelopes during festivals. He even invited Lu to his home and to travel to Sanya. Accepting those gifts was merely a gesture of gratitude for the customer's kindness. Lu absent-mindedly brushed off non-existent dust from his vibrant beach shorts, knowing full well that traveling to his home or to Sanya was utterly impossible. I have principles. Witnessing Qingchuan delve into the zombie-esque cranium, the spectators upstairs, some with keen eyesight and others squinting, pulled out their phones to zoom in on the action. Although they were uncertain of the purpose of the small white orbs extracted from the zombie-esque brain, they sensed their significance, drawing connections to the individual below who exhibited extraordinary abilities. Most speculated that the white spherical objects were likely related to his powers. Chapter 7. Level 2 Locksmith Zombie. On the third evening of the apocalypse, at Sunshine Community, Qingchuan returned to Unit 1 of Building 6 to tally his spoils. His backpack now contained over 50 crystal cores, bringing him one step closer to acquiring the technique for absorbing them. In the community group chat, did you see? That formidable individual has returned to Unit 1 of Building 6. I know him. His name is Qingchuan. I've seen him at my friend S. Electronics factory. Did you awaken the ability of photographic memory? He is tall, fair-skinned, and handsome. Hard to miss, though perhaps a bit impoverished. I wonder how he awakened his powers. What purpose do the white orbs he extracts from zombies serve? No one answered that question, akin to how before the apocalypse. One might ask another how they amass their wealth. Would they divulge the truth? Indeed, I am Wang Tianba, the department manager of the property management. If anyone else in the community has awakened powers or evolved abilities, please share the conditions and methods. I still have some resources and strength to offer. Oh, who might this be? ISNT, this the infamous big turtle of the community. How pathetic. In the past, your property management forcibly monopolized our rights as homeowners to freely utilize water and electricity for repairs, leveraging the threat of cutting off supplies to control us for many years. Now, you seek methods for awakening supernatural abilities? What a far-fetched notion. Any homeowner with a modicum of intelligence and temper would never divulge such information to you. Now, those homeowners and tenants who have awakened their powers have the opportunity to settle scores, awaiting the day of reckoning for the tyrant. Administrator, please expel this fool from the property group, commanded Wang Tianba, the property department manager. Administrator Liu Yuza, who had also been subjected to exploitation by this tyrant, no longer referred to him as Brother Wang or Manager Wang, saying, Old Wang, I'm not criticizing you, but with the current circumstances, I believe it is paramount that we unite against the zombies. Harmony is of utmost importance. After all, we advocate for a harmonious society, and leaders should lead by example. Lao Lu was adept at mediating disputes. Qingchuan had a simple lunch and, during his leisure time, observed the bustling activity in the property area. However, Wang Tianba was indeed a despicable character. It was rumored that he had once mingled with unsavory elements, and later, as he aged, he resorted to dubious means to elevate himself to the position of property department manager. He fancied himself a successful individual. From what Qingchuan understood, this tyrant had committed numerous misdeeds, such as exorbitantly inflating management fees and cleaning charges, embezzling homeowners' rights to amass ill-gotten gains, neglecting repairs on public facilities while demanding payments, and resorting to insults and violence against homeowners. The utility charges he imposed were ruthlessly excessive, surpassing even the water and electricity extortionists of the past. Qingchuan, who had previously endured bullying from this man while renting, wondered who among the larger community could help him vent his frustrations if he ever found himself in a position of power over this tyrant. Currently, Qingchuan had no intention of confronting the property manager. His priority was to develop his abilities. Once he gained sufficient strength, dealing with the tyrant would be effortless. His main competitors were fellow evolvers who had similarly awakened their powers, with the system providing him with advantageous intel about the apocalyptic environment and zombies. It was crucial to seize training resources and prioritize development in the competition. As the morning passed, the sunlight in Sunshine Community blazed down like a searing knife, ruthlessly cleaving through the morning's serenity. The glaring rays bathed the earth, and everything appeared languid under this fervent baptism. The leaves, glistening as if coated with a thin layer of gold, swayed listlessly in the gentle breeze, as if softly complaining. The air was thick with a stifling heat mingled with the stench of decay, pervading every nook and cranny. Qingchuan felt as though he were trapped within a colossal steamer, each breath imbued with a sense of oppression. The merciless sun scorched the ground, seemingly intent on extracting every last drop of moisture. The stone slabs underfoot grew unbearably hot, and stepping on them felt as if they might melt the soles of his shoes. In this sweltering sunlight, everything turned quiet and lethargic. Even the zombies' roars lost their fervor. The cicada's incessant chirping seemed to echo their complaints about the oppressive heat. Occasionally, a fleeting breeze would offer a momentary respite, only to be quickly enveloped again by the sun's relentless heat. Amidst the blistering air, vitality pulsated through the atmosphere, presenting a peculiar juxtaposition of life and death in this apocalyptic world that fascinated Qingchuan. The zombies in the community courtyard had been cleared away, and now it was time to address his own building, Unit 2 of Building 6. Upon reaching Unit 202, Qingchuan peered through the peephole of the security door and noticed a zombie that was distinctly different. Although it was crouched with its side turned, its height and relatively intact skin were evident, with sharper and larger fangs. Its limbs appeared more robust compared to the Level 1 zombies he had encountered yesterday. This zombie, clad in a sky blue work uniform emblazoned with the words Tongtian Law Company and a familiar contact number beneath, was squatting beside a wooden bedroom door, seemingly engaged in some activity. Qingchuan muttered to himself, "Is my luck just a bit unfortunate? Although I haven't faced this zombie directly, the immense sense of pressure it exuded through the peephole was quite unsettling." Cautiously, he retreated to the first floor, stating to the system, "This zombie seems to differ from the others. What sets it apart from the ordinary ones?" The system responded, "The zombies you've been clearing for the past few days are all the lowest tier Level 1 warrior-type zombies. Common warrior-type zombies are categorized into Levels 1 and 3. This one is a Level 2 warrior-type zombie. There is nothing particularly special about it. Here are the details comparing Level 1 and Level 2 warrior-type zombies. To clarify for you, I have tailored the data according to your preferences. Level 1 warrior-type zombie. Features: evolvable. Movement speed, 1. Attack speed, 1. Physical attack, 1. Physical defense, 1. Elemental defense, 1. Strength, 1. Reaction, 1. Wisdom, 1. Level 2 warrior-type zombie possesses the following characteristics and skills. Features: evolvable. Enhanced strength and speed. Level 2 warrior-type zombies are typically stronger than Level 1, moving faster with higher attack and defense capabilities. Sharper perception. Level 2 warrior-type zombies often have some sensory abilities, allowing them to detect environmental changes and dangers, enabling quick reactions. Some intelligence. Level 2 warrior-type zombies generally possess a degree of intelligence, capable of formulating simple strategies and adapting to different environments swiftly. Skills. Zombie chase. Level 2 warrior-type zombies can activate the zombie chase skill, granting them a speed boost for approximately 5 seconds and enhanced agility, allowing them to evade attacks and close in on prey swiftly. Zombie venom claw. The sharp claws of Level 2 warrior-type zombies possess formidable attack power, easily demolishing structures and defenses while infecting living beings with the zombie virus. Typically, Level 2 zombies have 2 skills, but this particular zombie is unique, possessing 3 skills. The third being a lock-picking skill. Good luck with that. Specific data. Level 2 warrior-type locksmith zombie. Movement speed, 2. Attack speed, 2. Strength, 2. Reaction, 2. Wisdom, 2. Physical attack, 2. Physical defense, 2. Elemental defense, 2. Skills. Zombie chase. Zombie venom claw. Lock-picking. This data is computed based on algorithms and requires practical combat to validate. System, spare me the chatter. What do my stats look like? Qingchuan's data. Movement speed, 3. Stamina, 0. Strength, 0. Defense, 0. Attack speed, 2. Psychic attack, 2. Elemental attack, 0. Elemental defense, 0. Wisdom, pending. This is more or less the situation. The system's light or provided a somewhat imprecise answer. System, I won't inquire about the accuracy of my other stats. But what does pending mean for my wisdom? It means there is considerable fluctuation, the system replied. This data is far from precise. As long as you're satisfied. How did you calculate the other stats as 0? Qingchuan pressed. 0 simply indicates that the standard for calculation has not been met. So, a score of 0 is also a 0, right? Correct. The system's emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Qingchuan initially intended to test his chances against the locksmith zombie, but upon reviewing the data comparison, he discerned that aside from its swifter movement, it possessed no significant advantages. Although zombies are not particularly wise compared to humans, the odds still favor humanity. This was not a mere game where one could respawn. He resolved to deal with the locksmith zombie once he had amassed sufficient strength. First, he aimed to eliminate 100 low-level zombies to collect crystal cores, which he could exchange with the system for techniques to absorb these cores, thereby enhancing his own power and reveling in the satisfaction of overwhelming victories. In room 202 on the second floor, the locksmith zombie sensed the aroma of fresh prey, rising to its feet and leaving behind the mangled remains of its last meal, striding purposefully towards the security door. On the first floor, Qingchuan, having awakened his telekinetic abilities, felt an immense danger encroaching upon him and darted away like a startled rabbit. As he burst through the door of the second unit, He glanced back to see the entrance slowly closing under the influence of the door closer, retreating to the familiar territory of the first unit. He considered that if the locksmith zombie pursued him, he could engage in guerrilla tactics within the corridor. Qingchuan had no intention of confronting the locksmith zombie head-on. Instead, he planned to strike from a distance using his telekinesis, attack if possible, flee if necessary. Engaging the zombie directly was a risk he was unwilling to take. This was the real world, not a video game. Ideally, he hoped someone else would test the locksmith zombie's strength first. Upon returning to the first unit, he hastily pulled the entrance door shut before the closer could retract, watching the electronic lock engage swiftly. He concealed himself behind the heavy curtains on the balcony of room 201, peering through a gap at the entrance to the second unit. To his astonishment, the door swung open, and the locksmith zombie, with its sturdy arms, did not resort to smashing it down, but rather turned the electronic lock's knob, pushing the door ajar. This zombie seems to possess a rather high intellect, Qingchuan mused internally. The locksmith zombie sniffed the air, its senses keenly attuned to the fading scent trail it could no longer follow. Gradually, it turned its head, directing its gaze toward Qingchuan's position on the second floor. Qingchuan observed the zombie's face, which was grotesquely decayed and misshapen. Its skin, a sickly green, was mottled with decay, and pockmarked lesions oozed a yellow-white viscous pus that dripped onto the ground. Its eyes were dull and bloodshot, with pupils nearly imperceptible, presenting an expression of vacant emptiness. Its lips were cracked, some teeth retaining a semblance of human form while others had evolved into sharp, shark-like fangs, glimmering ominously. Foamy saliva hung grotesquely from its mouth, reminiscent of the bubblegum of childhood, plump and perpetually bursting. The zombie's expression was rigid and contorted, leaving Qingchuan uncertain as to what emotions, if any, it conveyed, instilling within him a modicum of psychological pressure. The locksmith zombie then turned back to close the unit door, returning to its dining spot to continue consuming its spoils, ensuring its evolution. Qingchuan remained uncertain if the zombie had truly noticed him. Thus he deemed it prudent to prepare further. Chapter 8. Observing Level 2 Zombies. After half an hour of observation, Qingchuan noted that the door to the second unit remained still, confirming that the locksmith zombie had not detected his presence. He had initially planned to traverse the second unit to eliminate a Level 1 zombie in the third unit. But the pressure exerted by the locksmith zombie led him to reconsider. What if the locksmith zombie ambushed him at the entrance? Consequently, he decided to seek out the Level 1 zombies in the first unit of Building 5 to collect more crystal cores, leveraging his telekinetic abilities for remote attacks. Qingchuan first assessed the situation within the unit through the security door, disassembling the peephole to create a distraction that would draw the zombies closer, then using steel balls to dispatch them. Fortuitously, Building 5 lacked any Level 2 zombies. During the extermination process, Qingchuan discovered a survivor, yet he had no intention of engaging. The resident of Building 5, witnessing Qingchuan's ruthless efficiency through the peephole, wisely opted to avoid confrontation. In these times, the living posed a greater threat than the undead. Focusing solely on Level 1 zombies, Qingchuan eliminated all of them across 3 units in Building 5, tallying his collected crystal cores to a total of 110. As dusk descended, he prepared to return from the third unit of Building 5 to his safe haven in the first unit of Building 6, intending to exchange the cores with the system for absorption techniques, which required a tranquil and secure environment for study. Just as he reached the entrance to the third unit of Building 5, he heard a commotion outside. He swiftly locked the mechanical lock within and rushed to the first-floor balcony to peer out. A group of individuals was violently assaulting the entrance to the first unit of Building 6. Leading them was a bald man adorned with a thick gold chain and clad in a white tank top, his arms inked with tattoos. The others wielded iron bars, machetes, and daggers, clearly not of good character. Qingchuan counted 6 in total. He overheard the bald leader directing his underlings, "Smash it. Search every unit in this building. There must be plenty of food left. Stick with me, and you'll live the good life." One of his sycophantic followers chimed in, "Dragon brother, you're so generous. But what if there are many zombies in there? One of our brothers has already died. We should conserve our strength for the bigger picture." Dragon brother patted the black pistol at his waist, proclaiming, "What is there to fear? Can zombies really be that formidable?" The brother who died was merely careless. "My gun just happened to be out of reach at that moment. Now that zombies are around, I'll take care of them directly. Don't panic like yesterday. Just use your blades and bars to smash their heads. If you can't handle it, I'll cover you with my gun. Just be careful not to get caught." Dragon brother is wise. His followers echoed in agreement. Qingchuan recognized this dragon brother as a local thug, involved in gambling, loan sharking, property dealings, and more. This scoundrel had a notorious reputation for his misdeeds, including predatory lending and coercing individuals into prostitution, even allegedly causing the deaths of those unable to repay their debts. It was perplexing that such a villain had not turned into a zombie himself. Yet, considering his history of brazen behavior, it was unsurprising that Dragon Brother would act so recklessly. If he inadvertently attracted the level 2 zombie from the adjacent unit, it would be an opportune moment for Dragon Brother to test the waters and gauge the strength of a higher tier zombie. The presence of his firearm posed a considerable threat. However, Qingchuan was aware that the food supplies in his Unit 6 were likely compromised. Yet, it mattered little, for the provisions in the third unit of Building 5 were sufficient. He surmised that a power outage was inevitable in the coming days and decided to make preparations accordingly. With a creak, the entrance to the second unit of Building 6 swung open, revealing a familiar figure clad in a blue work uniform. Qingchuan recognized the level 2 locksmith zombie as it stepped forward. Dragon Brother and his gang also took note of the zombie, yet, lacking the necessary information, they remained unaware of its elevated threat level. Dragon Brother, seeing the imposing figure of the zombie, commanded, "Take it down, aim for the head." His companions, equipped with experience in slaying zombies, prepared to follow their usual tactics of incapacitating the zombie by breaking its legs before severing its head. The group surged towards the locksmith zombie, while Dragon Brother drew his gun, ready to provide support. Sensing a bounty of fresh prey, the level 2 locksmith zombie unleashed its pursuit, activating its skills of Zombie Claw and Zombie Toxic. Rushing towards the group of individuals, they remained blissfully unaware of the formidable entity they had provoked. The iron rod struck the lower leg of the level 2 zombie with a sound akin to heavy leather being hit, producing a resonant thud. The level 2 lock zombie paid no heed, its long, sharp black claws suddenly extending to about 30 centimeters in length. In a flash, the two underlings who had attacked the zombie found 5 deep gashes appearing on their necks, blood gushing forth as they clutched their throats and collapsed to the ground. Brother Long, sensing the peril, fired his handgun, the shot echoing as the bullet struck the head of the level 2 lock zombie. Its head jerked back momentarily, turning to face Brother Long, who was aghast to see the bullet lodged in the zombie's skull, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Panic surged within him as he shouted, "This zombie has been shot. It's nearly done for, brothers, charge." He turned and fled. The remaining underlings, witnessing the zombie withstand a gunshot so effortlessly, did not wait for Brother Long's commands and scrambled away. However, the level 2 zombie activated its abilities, Zombie Pursuit and Toxic Claws, swiftly decimating several of the underlings with its razor-sharp claws before setting its sights on Brother Long. Having started his retreat from behind his companions, Brother Long had already gained considerable distance. He glanced back to see the zombie had felled his comrades, their fates uncertain. Spotting the blue-hued zombie rapidly closing in, he summoned every ounce of strength to outpace it. As he ran, he stole glances over his shoulder, noting the relentless approach of the undead. Realizing he could not outrun it, he decisively emptied his gun in an attempt to repel or eliminate the level 2 zombie. Undeterred by the bullets, the level 2 lock zombie surged forward until it stood before Brother Long. In a split second, the zombie's long, black claws, tainted with viral filth, shattered his ribs and pierced through his body, extracting his still-beating heart. With a gaping maw, the zombie devoured Long's heart in a single gulp. He collapsed to the ground, his body twitching weakly, terror filling his eyes in his final moments. On the second floor, Qingchuan watched in horror as Brother Long met his end. A level 2 zombie had effortlessly slain 6 robust men, rendering their escape futile, a daunting prospect indeed. Such a gaping maw, does it not require chewing? Its throat is remarkably thick, he mused, concealing himself more carefully as he calculated the passing time. In truth, had Brother Long not looked back, he could have easily escaped. For the level 2 lock zombie, took 3 seconds to dispatch his underlings and merely 2 seconds to pursue him. Brother Long's repeated glances and pauses to shoot squandered precious seconds, an embodiment of information asymmetry. Qingchuan cautiously surveyed the scene, noting the level 2 lock zombie, now appearing to have found ample sustenance, methodically disassembling Brother Long's body while dragging the remains of 6 men back to the second unit, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He speculated that this zombie must have had a fondness for chicken feet in its former life. Without the earlier fierce struggle, one would hardly perceive the zombie's remarkable speed and explosive power, quite deceptive indeed. Qingchuan's gaze fell upon the discarded handgun. Was it a piece of rare equipment? Survivors from the surrounding buildings witnessed the one-sided slaughter, their discussions rife with incredulity. This zombie is too powerful. A 1v6 victory. Thank goodness I didn't venture out for food. I would have been devoured. How can we survive with such a formidable zombie in our midst? What's the property management doing? We've paid so much in fees. Why aren't they clearing out the zombies? I wish I could clear them out, but have you seen the security guards? They become zombies too. I can't command them. Why don't you try calling them? The property manager replied nonchalantly. The fallen men were revealed to be lawbreakers, their concealed firearms now a grim reminder of their fate. Should we quietly go down and retrieve the guns? It wouldn't hurt to have some means of defense, one suggested. Who are you fooling? If you want to go, go ahead. I have no desire to be eaten by zombies, came the retort. I was just saying it casually. Who is fooling whom? Truly nonsensical. Chapter 9. Absorbing the Crystal Core Skill Book. Qingchuan, seeing the handgun on the ground, had no intention of retrieving it. He was well aware that Brother Long had expended all his ammunition. Even if he had bullets, they would be ineffective against a level 2 zombie. He could easily dispatch a level 1 zombie with his telekinetic steel beads, which boasted high accuracy, the ability to curve, and could be reused to enhance his powers. However, he had yet to experiment with a handgun. Perhaps he could retrieve it for a bit of fun, but he realized he was currently unable to withstand a bullet, and he needed to guard against others picking up the gun and potentially using it against him. After observing for a while and noting that no one approached the handgun, he was about to step out to retrieve it when he pondered the oddity. Why had such a cacophony of gunfire not attracted a horde of zombies? Perhaps the zombies had not heard it, or maybe the outside ones had been cleared. Unlikely. Perhaps they had been lured away. Qingchuan scanned for danger, but remained wary of the level 2 zombie. It would be ill-advised to venture out to collect the gun, only to find himself cornered by the lock zombie. He rummaged through the building for some fishing line, fashioned a small iron hook, and cast it from a distance, attempting to snag the handgun with the hook while controlling it from 10 meters away. Due to the distance, his telekinetic control over the hook was somewhat strained, but he took a cautious step forward. As he advanced, the hook snagged the handgun, and he prepared to pull it back when, squeak, the blue level 2 zombie appeared outside the second unit door. Qingchuan froze, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his hair standing on end. The lock zombie turned slowly, raising its gaze towards the hallway door of the second unit. After opening the door, it meticulously scraped off the small advertisement for locksmithing with its sharp black claws, the iron door creaking slightly as it did so. The lock zombie rummaged through its tattered pockets, skillfully affixing its own advertisement in place. Sniffing the air, it sensed potential food, but wasn't hungry just yet. It sought the direction of sustenance for when hunger struck. The level 2 lock zombie slowly turned, and Qingchuan, moving at a rapid pace, quickly hid behind a nearby car. The zombie, now convinced there was food inside the vehicle, resolved to search for it later and returned to gently close the door of the second unit. Seeing the level 2 lock zombie retreat, Qingchuan swiftly dragged the handgun back and darted to the third unit of the fifth building. He had narrowly avoided a heart-stopping encounter. To alleviate the tension, he toyed with the handgun for a while. Once the novelty and anxiety subsided, he stowed the firearm in his backpack. Qingchuan decided against returning to the first unit of the sixth building. He had no desire to have a level 2 zombie as a neighbor. Who knew what peril lay in an unexpected visit? Nightfall approached, and he planned to change locations come morning. For now, he would settle in the third unit of the fifth building for the night, focusing on exchanging for the absorption skill of the crystal core, which was paramount. With the right technique, he could significantly enhance his strength, making it much easier to confront a level 2 zombie. Finding a room on the second floor, he mentally invoked the system. I have 110 crystal cores and wish to exchange them for the absorption skill. The system's emotionless voice resonated in his mind. Please place the crystal cores into the storage space. Wait, this system has a personal space. Why didn't you mention it? Qingchuan inquired, surprised. You never asked, the system replied coldly. In his heart, Qingchuan silently wished to place his backpack into the system space. To his amazement, he felt a lightness on his back and, upon reaching behind, discovered the backpack had vanished. How wondrous! He then concentrated on retrieving the backpack, which materialized in his hands. After playing for a while, a sense of fatigue washed over him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. System, what is happening to my body? Am I ill? Perhaps I caught a cold? Surely, with your advanced capabilities, you must possess cold medicine? Qingchuan inquired. The personal space is not complimentary. Each usage incurs a fee, which is deducted from your mental energy. Given your current health status, you have enough mental energy left for approximately half an hour of usage, the system responded. There's no harm in playing a little longer. Mental energy is a renewable resource. If you have an abundance of it, you can store it within this system, albeit for an additional fee, the system continued. What can mental energy do? Qingchuan asked. The system replied, it can be transformed into mental recovery potions, mental energy crystals, and more. What does more entail? Qingchuan queried. The system explained, it refers to a multitude of possibilities. Why not list them all? He pressed. Your cognitive capacity is insufficient. The system retorted. Could you be a tad more diplomatic in your responses? Qingchuan requested. That's not feasible. The system currently registers your IQ at 80, it stated bluntly. I have awakened the talent of telekinesis. What are the characteristics and distinctions between mental energy and telekinesis? Qingchuan asked. The system replied, mental energy and telekinesis are complementary supernatural forces, sharing numerous similarities. Both can perceive, manipulate objects, enhance oneself, heal, transmit information, communicate, create illusions, and exert soul control. Among other abilities, mental energy primarily influences or controls the thoughts and emotions of sentient beings, excelling in illusion creation and elemental control. Conversely, telekinesis focuses on object manipulation, information perception, and combat effectiveness. So, mental energy and telekinesis are two sides of the same coin, meaning that my awakening of telekinesis also signifies the awakening of mental energy. Correct? Qingchuan surmised. Your current IQ is approximately 110, the system confirmed. Thus, I become more intelligent, right? I can't shake the feeling that my telekinesis is somewhat lacking compared to my mental energy. I've heard that mental energy is the foundation for a mage's spellcasting and can control elements. Does this imply I could transform into a god of magic with devastating output? Telekinesis, however, seems somewhat lacking, he mused. The system interjected, your IQ is presently below 40. You may not fully grasp the implications of object manipulation within telekinesis. Are you implying that my IQ is inferior to that of a dog at this moment? Never mind. I'll note this down and address it later, Qingchuan replied. Object manipulation? Does that mean I can control all matter? From the vastness of time and space to the minutiae of molecules and atoms? Could it be that I possess the potential of an emperor? The system countered, there are no worthless abilities, only inept users. Host, please confront reality. You currently cannot even defeat a level 2 zombie, let alone contend with mutated plants or beasts possessing unique skills, much less your fellow evolved beings. Right? I must take it one step at a time. First, I'll exchange for the skill to absorb crystal cores, Qingchuan resolved. You need to place the crystal core into the personal space, the system instructed. Oh, I forgot the backpack was still in my hands, he realized. Current assessments indicate your IQ is alarmingly close to 0, the system noted. Qingchuan triumphantly declared, System, I wish to exchange for the skill book on crystal core absorption. To his delight, a skill book with a white cover materialized in the system's personal space. Inscribed with the words Basic Crystal Core Absorption Technique. Qingchuan gazed disdainfully at the unremarkable appearance of the skill book. Is it truly so ordinary? Not even a glowing effect. In previous games, even a dog would overlook it. Yet, I still feel a thrill within and silently commanded myself to learn. The skill book transformed into a swirl of starlight, permeating his mind and body. Qingchuan felt as if absorbing the crystal core technique was an innate ability, as instinctual as breathing or nursing. This skill book held promise, albeit at a steep price of 100 crystal cores. Nevertheless, its effectiveness was undeniably worth the cost. Holding a zombie crystal core in his hand, he attempted to absorb it, feeling a significant enhancement in his telekinesis, far superior to his previous training with steel balls, almost unfathomably potent. Lost in his triumph, he unknowingly surged ahead of others. Qingchuan mused that he had initially intended to explore the absorption technique on his own, but it quickly became evident that such a notion was naive. Upon introspection, he realized that the foundational technique for absorbing crystal cores was complex, far beyond the grasp of his current intellect. Chapter 10. Absorbing crystal cores to enhance telekinesis. After absorbing the crystal core, Qingchuan conducted an experiment with the steel balls. The range and control of his attacks had slightly improved, though not dramatically. Specifically, the force of the steel balls had escalated from that of a handgun to that of a rifle. As Qingchuan gradually honed his telekinetic abilities, he recognized that further learning was essential. Theoretically, controlling the steel balls with telekinesis should allow for effective ranges of 50 to 80 meters at handgun-level power. Yet he could only manage 10 meters. Now that his telekinetic control had elevated to rifle-level power, the effective range should theoretically extend to 400 to 600 meters. However, while the force had increased, the range had not seen a proportionate enhancement. System, do you possess a technique for cultivating telekinesis? Qingchuan inquired. Indeed. However, you cannot afford it. The system replied. Why must you always strike at the heart of the matter? How have you managed to survive this long? Could you at least provide a price? That way, I can have a target to strive towards, he pressed. What do you mean by strike at the heart? Generally, sentient beings of energy cannot contend with me. I speak as I wish, and your concerns are irrelevant. Regarding the cultivation techniques for telekinesis, they could be tailored to your talents. Costing approximately 100 million units of level 1 crystal cores, equivalent to 100 million level 1 crystal cores. That price seems utterly outrageous, Qingchuan exclaimed. Custom techniques necessitate an initial assessment of your talents, followed by extensive, long-term calculations. The energy expended is considerable, and I gain little from it. After all, your strength contributes to my performance, so it would be illogical for me to demand excessive energy from you. Surely, you comprehend the implications of customized? Indeed, I understand. What you say is valid, Qingchuan conceded. How do you find the basic absorption technique you currently possess? The system inquired. Extremely satisfactory, Qingchuan replied. Clearly, you lack experience. It is merely the most rudimentary technique. In comparison, a customized technique would vastly outperform this basic one, the system asserted. Could you elaborate? Qingchuan requested. Absorption speed would be accelerated, conversion rates heightened, and functionalities expanded, the system elaborated. In that moment, Qingchuan felt the sting of being a true miser. As night approached, he surveyed his surroundings, hearing the distant echoes of zombies' growls and human screams from nearby apartment buildings. It appeared that his circumstances were relatively favorable. Boredom enveloped him as the night deepened. I feel as though I haven't played on my phone in ages, he thought, turning it on to find signal. He decided to check the news, discovering that the authorities had officially announced the apocalypse, urging citizens to fend for themselves. The government itself had suffered significant losses and was also attempting to save itself, unable to provide assistance. The report included various methods for dealing with zombies, noting that targeting the brain and cervical spine constituted their weaknesses. It also suggested setting traps with common household items, offering a plethora of ingenious trap-setting techniques, over several hundred in total, which broadened Qingchuan's perspective. Clearly, the authorities had some capable individuals. However, they neglected to mention the situation regarding evolved beings and supernatural powers. Yet, this was of little consequence to him. He was already endowed with supernatural abilities, placing him in a leading position. Once he acquired an ample supply of crystal cores, he would exchange them for foundational techniques in telekinesis before proceeding further. He glanced at the property management group. Who has food for sale? I am willing to pay handsomely, not in paper currency, but in gold. You might think gold is still invaluable, but in the past, it served a significant purpose, whether in trade or industrial applications. It was never hard to exchange for necessities. However, now that precious metal serves no purpose for hunger or thirst, it is of no use even for wiping the sweat from one's brow. I have something warm to offer. Ha ha ha. Disgusting things be gone. In this disorder, if I encounter you, I might just end your existence. Ha! You are aware of the chaos, yet you're not afraid of being beaten, lest you end up stabbed instead? The elder above speaks with sound reasoning. I saw Magneto pick up Long G's handgun. Magneto? Who is that? There is a formidable individual in our community who has awakened the ability to control metal. The zombie security guards and cleaners downstairs were all dispatched by this powerful person. Indeed, I even witnessed him extracting something from a zombie's brain. This formidable individual appears quite handsome, though it is regrettable that he has a penchant for devouring zombie brains. In my opinion, it may not be merely a craving for brains. Perhaps he is engaged in research. Researching how to prepare brains deliciously? Some people are already dead while still alive, and some are dead yet continue to exist. This young man is called Qingchuan. I've been observing him for 2 days. In that time, he has cleared 2 buildings and has likely dispatched at least 100 zombies. Incredible, a centurion achievement. He must have gathered a considerable amount of supplies and food. How enviable. Indeed, according to the news, 80% of the population has transformed into zombies, with most supplies and food now ownerless. If you possess strength, you too can gather resources. Envying others is of no use. What? I disagree. In these extraordinary times, supplies and food should be centralized and distributed uniformly. They belong to the collective. While this reasoning holds true, you must understand that in such a peculiar period, no one is foolish enough to willingly contribute their precious food and water for the collective. By the way, I am curious. Does our community's handsome boy, Qingchuan, have a girlfriend? He likely does not. He has always been a lone wolf. I wonder if Qingchuan has a boyfriend? The upstairs pervert should be silenced. Can the group leader expel this individual? Were it not for my hunger these past few days, I would have long since expelled him. Qingchuan, observing his phone, received numerous friend requests. He chose to ignore them and decided to sleep. At midnight, after awakening his telekinetic abilities, Qingchuan's mental acuity evolved and became quite sharp. Sensing danger approaching, he rose without needing to turn on the light. The dark environment posed no significant challenge to him. The surroundings, within a 10-meter radius, were clearer and more expansive in his telekinetic perception than they appeared to the naked eye. He cautiously approached the security door, placing his hand upon it to extend his telekinetic sense outward, observing the external environment. In his mind, a figure clad in a blue work uniform materialized. Qingchuan mused, "Does this fellow not take a break at night?" His telekinetic perception revealed a level 2 locksmith zombie, scraping at the cleaning, household, and locksmith advertisements on the first-floor security door, the eerie creaks of the door echoing hauntingly throughout the dimly lit hallway. Is this a professional habit? How diligent? Realizing that a level 2 zombie stood outside his door, Qingchuan understood that he was currently no match for it in combat, yet he could still outrun it. He mentally mapped out his escape route. If necessary, he could leap from the second floor and play a game of hide and seek with the zombie. Given his evolved physique and speed, pure flight should pose no issue. However, the thought of a zombie scraping advertisements outside his door at such an hour was rather frightening. Qingchuan anxiously waited a moment and noticed that the level 2 zombie exhibited no intention of breaking in. Instead, it cleaned the advertisements off his unit door before turning its attention to the opposite door. He observed as the level 2 locksmith zombie stood still, staring blankly at the security door of Unit 202. Curious, Qingchuan glanced at the door of 202. Remarkably, there were no advertisements on it. He directed his telekinetic sense upward and noticed 3 rectangular metal plaques affixed above the door, gleaming in gold. Each bore the inscription "Glorious Home" in 4 prominent golden characters, exemplifying honor and dignity. The plaques were of moderate size, conspicuously positioned above the door. Below the "Glorious Home" plaque, additional engravings indicated the issuing authority and date, affirming their legitimacy and validity. The plaques featured intricate patterns symbolizing honor and accolades, commemorating the special contributions or merits of military personnel. Qingchuan sensed that the level 2 zombie remained fixated on the 3 Glorious Home plaques, reluctant to depart. The zombie, stiff and clumsy, with virus-laden claws, tore a piece of its clothing to meticulously wipe the 3 golden plaques before lumbering up to the 3rd floor. On the 4th floor resided a contractor named Wang Pingdi. In his 30s, known for his intimidating presence marked by a scar across his face. Recently, he had forcefully demolished several stubborn households, reaping significant profits. While enjoying drinks with his 4 brothers, he found himself trapped in Sunshine Community. The sparse food within the house was insufficient, but there was no shortage of alcohol. After indulging a bit before sleep, he slumbered soundly. Wang Pingdi, groggy from drink, was jolted awake by the creaking sounds outside. Who the hell is disturbing my sleep? Go see who dares to interrupt me. Shaoli, that dog is scratching at the door. Throw that mutt into the barbecue pit. His subordinate, Shaoli, half awake, muttered, "All right." Brother Wang, as he stumbled towards the security door, instinctively knocking. The hallway lights flickered to life, and he pressed his hand against the doorknob, peering through the peephole. What the hell? Scratching like that? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Upon looking through the peephole, Shaoli was met with a bloodied, decayed eye staring back at him, causing him to break into a cold sweat, the alcohol in his system surging forth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he yanked his hand away from the doorknob, exclaiming, "Boss, there's..." Wang Pingdi retorted, "What the hell are you stammering about?" Shaoli, panic-stricken, cried out, "Zombies! Zombies!" Wang Pingdi's drunken stupor evaporated as he swiftly approached the security door, locking the manual safety latch. "You lot, are you still sleeping? Death is at our doorstep. Hurry, bring furniture, sofas, and wardrobes to block the door," he shouted urgently. Wang Pingdi's subordinates, startled by his roar, instinctively rushed to gather items. The raspy howls of the level 2 locksmith zombie seeped through the door's cracks, prompting Wang Pingdi to join in the effort to barricade the entrance. The level 2 locksmith zombie, possessing a modicum of intelligence, was irritated by the disturbance. Having been focused on its task of pasting advertisements, lifting its clawed hands, it instinctively attacked the security door, seeking to breach it and destroy whatever lay within. Its clawed fists, larger than a cooking pot, slammed against the door with a resounding thud. The deafening noise in the dead of night roused the survivors and attracted wandering zombies searching for food, their eerie howls echoing chillingly through the night. Qingchuan, hearing the cries of the zombies, prayed that they would not draw a horde to surround the buildings, for that would spell disaster. Qingchuan yearned to witness the commotion on the 3rd floor, yet hesitated, fearing the gaze of the level 2 locksmith zombie might fall upon him should he step outside. To risk his safety merely for a spectacle would be a grievous loss. The insatiable curiosity that compels humanity to observe chaos is exceedingly powerful. Ingeniously, Qingchuan managed to condense the psychic energy radiating from all directions into delicate threads, allowing him to peer through the walls and observe the activity on the third floor. This innovative method of conserving psychic energy was his latest discovery, emphasizing two key characteristics, length and endurance, rendering it ideal for reconnaissance. The system's luminous orb chimed in. Two characteristics essentially constitute one. Strength. Do you comprehend? Qingchuan mused to himself. After a few futile attempts to break down the door, the level 2 locksmith zombie suddenly ceased its efforts. Puzzled, Qingchuan wondered what had transpired. He observed the zombie rummaging through a pouch at its waist, extracting a wire-like object to fiddle with the lock. Through his psychic perception, Qingchuan noted the significant dent in the security door of room 301, with cracks in the doorframe revealing a wardrobe blocking the entrance. Was it truly necessary to unlock the door? Did the locksmith zombie disdain the lack of finesse in merely smashing it open? It appeared to be quite discerning. Indeed, a discerning zombie. Such meticulous zombies were a rarity nowadays. In the property management group, I heard eerie creaking and loud banging noises from inside the building. What should I do? What to do? Just relax. Why don't you go live on your phone? It would surely attract a massive audience, an opportunity for great fortune that you must seize. I can even chip in a little. In this dire time, you still want someone to live stream for you? Talk about being indifferent to the gravity of the situation. When you go live, please mention your room number. I do like to express my disdain for those who turn a blind eye to the suffering. What are you afraid of? I recall you reside in Building 5. Magneto Qingchuan is right there. If you had his contact number, he might be able to assist you. What exactly is that creaking sound? Is there anyone well-versed in this matter? What else could it be but the sound of zombies gnawing on thigh bones? I just witnessed the afternoon slaughter. Brother Long's locksmith zombie has entered Building 5. How could you see anything in the pitch dark of night? It's a secret. What secret? You merely awakened a vision ability? What's so impressive about that? Sigh, if you want to call me daddy for some protection, you better do it, or the consequences could be dire. Tapteonza Liaotian. Ding dong. A brief video surfaced in the property management group, revealing a young man with his palm outstretched. A small fireball the size of a ping-pong ball floating above it. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball hurtled toward the concrete wall, exploding into a burst of flames. As the flames dissipated, a walnut-sized hole appeared in the wall, the intense heat penetrating through the 30-centimeter thick reinforced concrete structure with a thunderous crash. Peering inside the hole revealed a corridor spanning 2 rooms. With molten steel and concrete glowing red-hot, droplets of searing iron splashing onto the ground, igniting small flames that crackled ominously. Goodness, Dad. Isn't this my long-lost godfather? I admit, I spoke too loudly just now. I'll come running to you at dawn. Have the current vision ability users no spine? Aren't they afraid of being targeted by the fireball-wielding man? I recognize that fireball guy. I don't know his background, but his family is quite wealthy. The yellow supercar parked downstairs is his, so he should have ample supplies. If he's so affluent, why is he residing in this dilapidated sunshine community? The fireball guy is namely Out Yen. He bought a place for his girlfriend in this community, likely trapped here because he came to visit her. Quick, check the room number in the video. Someone is live streaming a zombie eating canned food. The residents in the property management group hurriedly opened the live streaming app, witnessing a peculiar perspective akin to a shooting game as cheat code. I am the Eagle Eye, a retired sniper who has awakened the power of clairvoyance, possessing exceptional shooting and reconnaissance skills along with some combat techniques. Unfortunately, lacking a sniper rifle, I assess that I wouldn't be able to contend with the zombie on the 3rd floor without suitable weaponry. The purpose of today's live stream is to seek help. I reside at room 502 of Building 5, and a zombie on the 3rd floor may attempt to kill everyone in this building. Whoever rescues me, I will stand by them henceforth. Here is my championship certificate from a military competition showcasing my credentials. Everyone knows the severe consequences of forging military documents. I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to do so, hence my shooting prowess is beyond doubt. I am aware that there are others in the community who, like me, have awakened abilities. This world is indeed peculiar, such as that fireball-throwing brother from the building ahead, or the 2 gentlemen in the adjacent building who can manipulate metal, and a little brother who seems to be observing, likely sharing my vision abilities. All 3 of these gentlemen appear to be combat-oriented. I sincerely hope they can come to my aid, for the current circumstances are perilously dire. Humanity must unite to confront this calamity. I shan't say much more, as saving me is a matter of goodwill, and not saving me is simply duty. I have no right to morally bind anyone. Now, let us watch the live stream and witness how humanity falters before the zombies. This may very well be my last broadcast, so I implore everyone to cherish it. The weighty gravity of the topic rendered both the property management group and the live stream chat silent, as they silently observed the fate of those within room 301 being determined by the zombies. As the apocalypse had only recently commenced, the Sunshine community had not yet lost power, and many survivors were safely watching the live stream on their phones, Qingchuan being the exception, as he was directly present, viewing through his psychic abilities. At the onset of the apocalypse, Qingchuan had set his phone to silent mode to prevent any ringing from attracting zombies, an unjust demise. Thus, he remained entirely unaware that his actions were being broadcasted. Eagle Eye's live stream quickly garnered immense traffic. After all, in the face of an apocalypse, only a few would have the audacity to live stream, while the majority were preoccupied with ensuring their own survival. To be precise, Eagle Eye's broadcast was the first of its kind, offering a panoramic view of the battle between zombies and humans, enhanced by his powers. In the Eagle Eye's live stream, wow, there are still so many people alive. I thought I was the only survivor left in Blue Star. What are those zombies doing? Why don't they just break down the door and eliminate the 5 inside? There's a hidden silver coin behind the anti-theft door on the second floor. The few people in room 301 are holding up quite reasonably, barricading the door with furniture. If they employ suitable tactics and advantageous weaponry, they should be able to turn the tables on the zombies. Some in our community have cleverly used obstacles to dispatch multiple zombies. Which community are you from? The affordable housing community. I reside in the Sunshine community. That zombie is no ordinary one. I have footage from this afternoon of it fighting. Even firearms cannot penetrate its defenses. I'll share it with everyone. A short video was shared in the live stream, appearing at the bottom right corner. Have zombies evolved to such an extent they aren't afraid of handguns? How can anyone survive? Survive? Look at that fellow in room 201. He seems to be doing just fine and is likely planning to profit from the chaos. I just watched the combat footage of that brother on the second floor. He was indeed fierce. However, that zombie is different from ordinary zombies with balanced offense and defense. The metal abilities of that brother's steel beads likely won't breach its defenses. Observe closely, for it is at this moment that one realizes the irony of having to pay a hefty sum in the past to witness such authentic combat techniques in a video. Look, a newcomer has joined the live stream. Who is this audacious man, seemingly fearless in the face of danger? He is none other than Liao Yin, the affluent second-generation heir from Building Number 1, who has awakened a formidable fire-based ability. This individual has eradicated the majority of the zombies in our unit, unleashing terrifying fireballs. How utterly frustrating. Why have I not awakened an ability myself? With a name like Liao Yin, he appears to be a character straight out of a novel, destined for unparalleled achievements in the future. Yet, it is equally possible that he may not survive beyond 10 chapters, merely serving as a stepping stone for a true protagonist. Ah, the upstairs resident is the notorious poison user. I wonder if he can withstand the zombie virus? Liao Yin, whose father, Li Gang, is a high-ranking official, was enjoying a pleasant day with his sunlit girlfriend when the Blue Star energy erupted, transforming her into a zombie. Forced to eliminate her, he awakened his fire elemental talent amidst the tremendous psychological shock. In terms of appearance, he is strikingly handsome, a testament to his parents' admirable genetics. Born into privilege, he possesses an air of arrogance. Standing at 170 centimeters, his upbringing has shaped his personality. Proud, with lofty aspirations, he is hedonistic, self-centered, and finds it difficult to communicate with others, exuding an aura of superiority and violence. Once he stabilized his emotions, he swiftly devised a development plan for the apocalypse, aiming to establish himself as a dominant force. While watching the live stream on his phone, he noticed survivors in Building Number 5 under siege by zombies. He recognized them as individuals connected to his father's subordinates. As a competent official's son, one can be haughty and violent, but must not be foolish. He is aware of his father's affairs and has encountered these people before, often pretending to forget them, maintaining a distant and aloof demeanor to cultivate an air of mystery, an approach taught by his family as a means of managing others. Now, he can no longer act as if he does not know them. Armed with potent abilities as his foundation, he requires many subordinates to assist him in achieving his ambitions. Saving them is imperative, particularly the survivor known as Eagle Eye, who could evolve into a valuable ally. The awakened metal user on the second floor must possess unique methods to evade zombies. Judging by the videos circulating on his phone, their combat prowess is formidable. However, he doubts they would be a match for him, as fire counters metal, a principle he is well aware of. Strong and cunning individuals are not suitable for subjugation, but could prove useful for collaboration. He intends to explore potential partnerships. Eagle Eye's awaken ability is quite impressive, whether for combat reconnaissance or enemy surveillance, which would prove advantageous in the future. Liao Yan, during his skirmish with zombies in Building Number 1, realized the extent of his powers and surmised that dealing with a heavily armored zombie should not pose a significant challenge, even if the zombie is bulletproof. As a carbon-based organism, it is fundamentally vulnerable to fire. The advantage lies with him. As he made his way towards Building Number 5, he casually dispatched a few zombies that wandered into his path, collecting their cores. Although he was unaware of the core's uses, he noticed Qingchuan gathering them and inferred their potential significance, thus collecting some himself. Those who survive in this apocalypse are remarkably astute. Upon reaching the entrance of Unit 3 in Building Number 5, he found the door locked. However, this posed no problem. A small fireball emerged from his palm, effortlessly melting the lock and granting him entry. Qingchuan, on the second floor, observed the actions of the Level 2 locksmith zombie on the third floor, sensing an approaching presence. Now able to control 3 steel balls, he could similarly separate 3 strands of telekinetic force from his mind for reconnaissance. He directed a second strand to see a hole burned into the first floor door, through which a young man entered, illuminated by a floating fireball above his head. Dressed in a stylish, executive-style casual outfit, he exuded an air of sophistication and personal taste that suggested considerable wealth. What a striking appearance! He has indeed awakened a powerful fire-based ability, embodying the archetype of a protagonist in a novel. In contrast, I find myself clad in a cheap, oversized long-sleeve t-shirt, sweatpants, and sneakers, a typical garb for a mere supporting character. Liao Yan did not rush to rescue anyone on the first floor. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, donned his Bluetooth headset, and began watching Eagle Eye's live stream to see if the individuals on the third floor had survived. Qingchuan observed this fireball-wielding youth, standing at 7 meters, pulling out his phone. What is going on? Is he really checking his phone at a zombie battleground so far away? His audacity is remarkable. Could there be something unknown to me within that device? As he used his telekinesis to monitor the situation on the third floor, he also fished out his own phone. Goodness, am I on television? This live stream could potentially allow me to utilize my perception ability, which in the past would have been an extraordinary opportunity for immense wealth. What a marvel! Nonetheless, it still does not afford me the comprehensive perspective granted by my telekinetic vision. He exited the interface, locked the screen, and stowed the phone in his pocket. Focusing his attention on the third floor, he noticed that the Level 2 locksmith zombie had breached the anti-theft door, now attacking the furniture, barricading the entrance. Given the formidable strength of the Level 2 zombie, it was merely a matter of time before it would break through. Qingchuan had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Moreover, he had no intention of rescuing the societal remnants on the upper floor, as they hardly appeared virtuous. It seemed more like watching a comedy skit. Chapter 12, Eagle Eye. Before long, the Level 2 locksmith zombie had destroyed the furniture at the third floor entrance, directly entering the room. Qingchuan observed that the individuals inside were armed with machetes, daggers, axes, and hammers, all wearing construction safety helmets, ready for battle. The Level 2 locksmith zombie, seeing the weapons in their hands, seemed unperturbed, not perceiving them as a significant threat. It did not activate any skills, but rather withstood their attacks, exposing its robust, virus-ridden claws as it lunged towards the leader. Wang Pingdi's throat. To Qingchuan, this claw strike appeared sluggish. However, to Wang Pingdi and his companions, their weapons striking the zombie's head and neck felt like hitting a remarkably resilient conveyor belt, producing dull thuds yet failing to penetrate its defenses. A shadow darted forward with incredible speed, leaving Wang Pingdi with little time to react as he faced imminent death at the zombie's claws. Suddenly, an orange fireball surged forward, colliding with the zombie's toxic claws and erupting into flames. The Level 2 locksmith zombie glanced down at its claws, now ablaze. While it did not feel pain, it recognized the fire as a potential danger. Turning to seek the source of its injury, it detected the high energy emitted by Liao Yan, dismissing the energy-depleted humans in favor of pursuing him. The zombie lunged toward Liao Yan, its claws ablaze. Liao Yan, observing the zombie's unusually thick, fiery claws, suspected that this zombie was peculiar. Had it awakened an ability that significantly enhanced its resilience and aggression? The Level 2 locksmith zombie, with its fiery claws, aimed an attack at Liao Yan's head. Following his awakening, Liao Yan's body, already accustomed to regular workouts, underwent a remarkable evolution, allowing his reflexes to outpace the zombie's skill activation. enabling him to swiftly retreat and evade. The zombie's powerful claws struck the sturdy metal anti-theft door on the third floor, leaving behind 5 deep gashes. The sudden escalation in both speed and ferocity of the undead caught Li Outyin off guard. What was originally a foolproof plan to recruit subordinates now seemed fraught with considerable peril. He recalled that this particular zombie was unlike the others, and to his astonishment, it not only possessed formidable defenses and high attack power, but also exhibited offensive skills. It appeared to be an elite zombie. Observing the effects of his fire abilities on this creature, he noted that the skin on its arms bore dark red splotches from his flames, with burn sites developing blisters of varying sizes. These blisters contained a noxious mix of purple, green, red, and yellow pus, all on the verge of bursting. From the damage inflicted by his fire abilities, it was evident that while the fireball had inflicted minor wounds on the elite zombie, it had little impact on its combat capabilities. He surmised that his fire-based powers could indeed vanquish this creature, albeit at a heightened risk, indicating that he would need to employ additional tactics. As he retreated towards the second floor, he signaled to the demolition team, gathering the energy he had amassed within himself, preparing to deliver a significant surprise to the zombie. He conjured a fireball the size of his fist and, with a resounding bang, blasted open a security door to a room on the second floor. Following the flames, Li Outyin dashed inside, and then hurled another fireball to shatter a window and its protective netting, leaping out to make his escape. The level 2 locksmith zombie pursued him inside, realizing that its strengths did not lie in agility or speed, and thus, it let out an enraged roar of frustration as it recognized it could not catch its prey. Catching a whiff of food, it turned back to see Qingchuan hiding behind the security door, using his telekinesis to sense what the fireball-wielding man was about to unleash, only to be bewildered by the sight of him fleeing. Was he being tricked? Had he fallen into a trap? Which stratagem of the 36 was this? Standing at 190 centimeters, Qingchuan felt somewhat diminutive compared to the level 2 locksmith zombie, their gazes locking in an unspoken exchange. Slowly, he extended his arm, pointing to the broken window. "Hey, big brother zombie, don't you see the person who attacked you just jumped down from there? Aren't you going to pursue him?" The locksmith zombie silently eyed the superior meal before it, saliva dripping from its sharp teeth onto the ground, punctuating the stillness of the night with a dripping sound. Qingchuan shouted, "Damn it, fireball man!" 3 steel balls floated out from his pocket, swiftly launching towards the zombie's head and nose, striking too closely for the zombie to evade or defend itself. The impact of the steel balls sent the zombie reeling, its fragile nose obliterated, oozing a yellow-brown pus. As its solid head jerked back and its neck vertebrae creaked under the strain, its heavy back crashing against the wall, Qingchuan quickly assessed the optimal escape route. The stairwell door was about 15 meters away, while the window was merely 6 meters distant. Without hesitation, he leaped through the hole created by the fireball. Grasping the security net with one arm, he deftly dangled beneath the window, while the locksmith zombie watched in fury as 2 high-value meals slipped through its grasp. It slammed its back against the wall, causing a spiderweb of cracks to appear, and propelled itself out, enlarging the window's opening. As Qingchuan spotted a massive shadow bursting through the second-floor window, he scanned for any targets, but they had vanished. In a moment of frustration, he telekinetically propelled a steel ball towards a distant garbage bin, generating a loud crash. The locksmith zombie charged towards the sound, while Qingchuan, noticing the fireball man hanging on the opposite side of the security net, offered a slight grin. How fortuitous! He launched a steel ball at incredible speed towards Li Outyin. Li Outyin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Qingchuan would be so clever. Just as he relaxed in response to Qingchuan's friendly smile, a sense of danger washed over him. Flames began to emanate from his body, and although the steel ball was momentarily halted by his fire abilities, the force of the impact sent him tumbling far, landing in a distant green belt. The orange glow of flames flickered, and silence enveloped the scene. Qingchuan mused that the fireball man should have sustained injuries from the fall. He intended to seize this opportunity. "I won't rest until you've paid dearly for this." Observing the melted steel balls now lying uselessly on the ground due to the high temperatures, Qingchuan was relieved that he had a surplus of them. Releasing his grip, he landed gracefully on the first floor, reflecting on the benefits of his physical enhancements. 2 of the 3 steel balls ricocheted chaotically through the grass where the fireball man had fallen, while 1 remained poised for defense, ready for any potential counterattack. Through the telekinetic link with the steel ball, he monitored the rustling grass and leaves, but the fireball man had vanished without a trace. "Thank you, and farewell," Qingchuan mused. As eagle, I dashed down from above to address him before disappearing into the night. "Thanks, Big brother, we'll hide for now while you're busy. The demolition team of 5 also fled. Qingchuan, Chapter 13, Unexpected Events. Truly, the human heart has grown cold. Is a mere thank you all that is required? Why no tangible reward before vanishing? This matter is far from settled. Qingchuan, initially a spectator, now found himself thrust onto the stage. Have people today become so cunning and treacherous? Were all those novels he had read merely fabrications? Is it not true that most people represent the epitome of ignorance and folly? Yet, in reality, each one seemed more astute than the last. After much reflection, Qingchuan discerned a valuable lesson. Those who regard others as foolish are often the true fools themselves. For now, he decided to seek refuge. Sensing that the level 2 locksmith zombie's strength had seemingly increased, he glanced towards the direction in which the locksmith zombie had vanished before returning to the second floor to stow away his collected food and supplies within the system's inner space. This system space was indeed convenient. He would leave his backpack outside to mislead outsiders. Choosing a room in the opposite direction of the locksmith zombie's disappearance, he settled down to rest. After a long night of turmoil, he was utterly exhausted. On the 4th morning, at Sunshine Community, Qingchuan, having sensed no trace of the level 2 locksmith zombie with his telekinesis, began cautiously gathering first-level zombie crystal cores from the surrounding area. Now that he had acquired the ability to absorb crystal cores, he aimed to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he would remain powerless against even a level 2 zombie. This was not an auspicious start. Isn't it strange, system? Other systems provide everything one might wish for, yet you offer nothing. No beginner's gift pack or anything. Qingchuan mused, stroking his chin. The system's cold response was simply, no, or should I leave? Qingchuan found himself momentarily speechless, resigning to the notion that something was better than nothing. At least it could offer some useful information. Am I perhaps failing to discover the correct way to utilize this system? In an instant, Qingchuan felt a surge of insight. Property Management Group. Did you watch the live broadcast of last night's battle? While I was watching, I saw 2 zombies that interrupted my viewing with a fire axe. Sending 3 images, a bloodied long-handled fire axe, and 2 zombie crystal cores. I wonder what these cores are for? Can anyone knowledgeable enlighten me? Last night's battle was truly spectacular, albeit brief. I witnessed strategies such as surrounding the enemy to aid a comrade. The best course is to flee. And the golden cicada shedding its shell, these clever tactics left us in awe. No wonder those who possess such intelligence can awaken their powers. Indeed, I observe that Li Aoyan's fire-based abilities are currently the most formidable, possessing unparalleled destructive power. On the other hand, Qingchuan's metallic prowess still requires further development and enhancement. His ability to send Li Aoyan flying a considerable distance indicates that his offensive capabilities are not to be underestimated. The second-tier locksmith zombie has been lured away by Qingchuan, but one cannot help but wonder if it will return. With 2 evolved masters unable to subdue it, does this not place us in a precarious situation? When is it ever truly safe? Even before the spiritual energy surged, I was wary of being struck by a vehicle while walking. It is merely a matter of probability. Whoever encounters misfortune must accept their fate and simply be more cautious in the next life. I heard from Eagle Eye last night that there is another metallic ability user hidden within our community. Who could it be? I am uncertain, replied Jean Rouet in the Property Management Group chat, during a brief respite while extracting zombie cores. Qingchuan glanced at his phone and discovered that the fireball wielder he had battled last night, Li Aoyan, resides in Building 1. He took out a small notebook and quietly noted this down. Through his observations the previous night, Eagle Eye discerned that in the confrontation between Li Aoyan, Qingchuan, and the zombies, Li Aoyan's fire-based talent inflicted greater damage upon the undead than Qingchuan's metallic abilities. Not only can Li Aoyan's fire abilities facilitate both offense and defense, but they also serve a purpose in evasion. During their brief skirmish, when Qingchuan struck him into the bushes, Li Aoyan vanished in a flash of flames. A sight most remarkable. Eagle Eye reasoned that since both Li Aoyan and Qingchuan had rescued him, Li Aoyan actively and Qingchuan in a more passive manner, aligning himself with Li Aoyan might prove advantageous. Utilizing his visual abilities, he sought out Li Aoyan, contemplating the prospect of forming an alliance, while also acknowledging that Qingchuan's metallic skills were commendable and not suited for enmity. He resolved to provide Qingchuan with some supplies under the pretext of repaying a favor, thereby cultivating both friendship and utility. After being struck into the bushes by Qingchuan, Li Aoyan wished to avoid entanglement with him to prevent attracting a horde of zombies that could jeopardize his plans. He swiftly activated his skill, Fire Escape. Returning to his residence in Building 1, Li Aoyan reflected on how useful this self-discovered skill was albeit with the drawback of consuming a substantial amount of spiritual energy, necessitating a lengthy recovery period. He regarded the awakened energy within him as spiritual energy. Qingchuan, having tucked his phone into his pocket, assessed the state of his mental power recovery and counted the cores he had collected. Concerned about drawing a large number of zombies, he employed his mental power to lure them one by one for extermination. Thus, he could not match the efficiency of his initial zombie hunt in the corridor. Yet acquiring around 10 cores was still commendable, especially given the safety and comfort of his actions. Sitting in a shaded green belt with a cigarette between his lips, Qingchuan observed the throngs of zombies outside the community gates. He utilized his mental power to strike the ground with a metallic pellet, producing a sound that caught the attention of a nearby zombie. This first-tier zombie, clad in yellow attire, was evidently a food delivery person. As the delivery zombie wandered into the green belt, Qingchuan unleashed a mental pellet, shattering its skull, while simultaneously drawing back the pellet and the core. With the frequent use of his mental power, Qingchuan's control over it became increasingly adept, a significant factor attributed to his absorption of several cores, which he credited to his diligent training. After finishing his cigarette, he carelessly flicked the butt into the green belt, noting that it had not extinguished. He decided to discard it further away, as he still needed to utilize the green belt for hunting zombie cores. On such a sweltering day, igniting the green belt would leave him without a shaded spot to retreat. Moreover, finding such a comfortable position was no easy task. With a flick of his mental power, he propelled the cigarette but out of the green belt, intentionally directing it towards the road of the community, where no one was currently monitoring. The breeze nudged the butt onto a metallic sewer cover, and it slipped through a small hole, landing below. The cover bore the inscription "sewage pool." The sewage pool had not been maintained for some time, resulting in a high concentration of methane gas. Upon encountering the flame from the cigarette butt, a resounding explosion ensued, sending the 15-meter-wide metal cover soaring into the air. The deafening blast startled Qingchuan, who turned to witness the metal cover propelled upwards by the explosion, experiencing a thrill akin to breaking free from constraints. The second-tier locksmith zombie, blissfully gnawing on a first-tier zombie skull, swayed its head, enchanted by the sound of the core rattling within, completely oblivious to the descending metal cover, which fell with tremendous gravitational force. It struck the second-tier locksmith zombie to the ground, sending the skull it had been munching on rolling away. The second-tier locksmith zombie struggled to rise, its remaining strands of hair matted with a viscous yellow-black substance. Cautiously, it adjusted its remaining withered hair and let out a furious roar. Having sustained a nasal injury during the previous night's battle with Qingchuan, the locksmith zombie could not discern the source of the metal cover's descent by scent. However, its ears remained unscathed, and it dashed towards the direction of the sound, abandoning the half-eaten skull. Sensing imminent danger, Qingchuan quickly approached, hearing the familiar growl of a zombie. Turning around, he beheld a massive zombie clad in a blue uniform, brandishing a metal cover as it charged towards him. How familiar this figure appeared. Qingchuan noticed the outline of the sewer cover's pattern grid and the reverse characters for sewage etched upon the zombie's face. He lamented to himself that it seems civility must be upheld. Discarding cigarette, but carelessly has led to this retribution. In his heart, he mused as a time traveler, a possessor of a golden finger, and an awakened mentalist. How could he be intimidated? Was not his recent training of mental power genuine? Qingchuan had already mastered the control of 4 mental pellets, and his confidence swelled. He directed the pellets towards the head of the second-tier locksmith zombie. However, the locksmith zombie raised the metal cover as a shield, advancing towards Qingchuan despite the onslaught of mental pellets. The powerful impact of the pellets slowed the locksmith zombie's pace. Its formidable physique allowed it to press onward relentlessly. Qingchuan thought, what on earth? This zombie has become clever. He swiftly altered the trajectory of his pellets, scattering them to strike the locksmith zombie's rear skull, legs, and the arm wielding the cover. Though Qingchuan's abilities had grown through the absorption of first-tier zombie cores, the second-tier zombie had not halted its evolution. It too had consumed numerous first-tier cores. Its intelligence had slightly increased, and its physical coordination and reflexes had vastly improved, enabling it to adeptly block Qingchuan's mental pellets with a metal cover. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qingchuan decisively withdrew his pellets and fled. The survivors within the community were drawn to the thunderous explosion, their gazes converging upon the courtyard. They beheld Qingchuan sprinting ahead, while behind him, mental pellets bounced merrily along the ground, seemingly tethered by an invisible string, as a massive blue-uniformed zombie pursued him, wielding a metal cover. Chapter 14, Jinghui. Morning of the fourth day of the apocalypse. Within Building 1, Liao Ian was recuperating when he heard a knock at the door. It is Eagle Eye. Is Mr. Li at home? Eagle Eye inquired from outside, utilizing his visual abilities to observe Liao Ian seated on the sofa, regaining his energy. Liao Tian, brimming with confidence in his abilities, opened the door. I thought you might be someone ungrateful. Have you come to a decision? I have realized that unity is essential for survival in this apocalypse, Eagle Eye replied. As the two engaged in conversation, they deliberated on future strategies, with Liao Ian predominantly speaking while Eagle Eye listened intently. Qingchuan, accompanied by the level 2 locksmith zombie, cast a sly grin towards building number 1 in the distance, glancing back at the robust zombie that relentlessly pursued them. With a deft manipulation of his psychic energy, he propelled 4 steel balls in rapid succession, shattering the entrance door of building number 1 before slipping inside. He extended his psychic threads to locate Liao Ian on the 5th floor. What a fortuitous coincidence. Eagle Eye was also present. It was always a joy to reunite with an old acquaintance. During their discourse, both Eagle Eye and Liao Ian were startled by a commotion from downstairs. Eagle Eye activated his vision-enhancing abilities and observed Qingchuan leading the level 2 locksmith zombie from the previous night, rendering him momentarily speechless. Why provoke it? Isn't it better to focus on developing your abilities? He mused. It seems we may have encountered a predicament. Qingchuan has brought that hulking zombie here. Qingchuan holds grudges quite well. He is truly a piece of work. He might not even be aware that I reside on the 5th floor, Liao Ian remarked, assessing his own recovery of spiritual energy and preparing for combat. It's evident that Qingchuan is heading straight for the 5th floor. There are always individuals in the property management group who know your address. It's no surprise that he is aware of it, Eagle Eye noted. Qingchuan, leading the level 2 locksmith zombie, charged toward the 5th floor, blasting through Liao Ian's security door with psychic steel balls before accelerating upward to the 6th floor. Where the fire door was unlocked, he pushed open the fire door and swiftly locked it behind him, extending his psychic threads to observe the surroundings. The 2-meter-tall locksmith zombie stomped up the stairs, producing a resounding thud with each step, though the older building offered ample space between floors. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the locksmith zombie lost sight of Qingchuan, but detected 2 breaths emanating from behind the shattered security door. Turning, it spotted 2 potential meals. Raising a manhole cover, it obliterated the already dilapidated door, recognizing this as the food that had once set itself ablaze. The locksmith zombie's previously white eyes now glinted with a hint of red. Was this the origin of the saying, "A foe's encounter stirs animosity"? Liao Ian noted the unhealed burn on the zombie's arm, bolstering his confidence in his own abilities. He conjured a fireball the size of a walnut, launching it forcefully toward the locksmith zombie's head. As the zombie dashed forward, it raised the metal manhole cover to shield its head. The fireball collided with the cover, partially melting it. Yet its speed diminished only slightly before continuing its trajectory toward the zombie's skull. The locksmith zombie deftly tilted its head, narrowly avoiding the strike. Eagle Eye exclaimed, "This zombie has learned to utilize tools? It must not be allowed to remain." Liao Ian replied, "Just yesterday, this zombie was foolish. Now it has become cunning. Could Qingchuan have taught it this? What a despicable creature." Qingchuan smirked. The level 2 locksmith zombie locked its gaze upon Liao Ian, disregarding Eagle Eye, and rapidly closed the distance, activating its skills, Zombie Pursuit and Zombie Poison Claw. Liao Ian noticed the thick black nails on the zombie's hands emanating a faint black mist, realizing that any injury inflicted would be perilously dangerous. Seeing that the zombie was not targeting him, Eagle Eye seized a metal ashtray from the table and hurled it at the locksmith zombie's head, alleviating some of the pressure from Liao Ian. Having awakened his visual abilities, Eagle Eye had also enhanced his physical prowess. Though he could not match Liao Ian and Qingchuan in combat, the ashtray's force was formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary person. The metal ashtray struck the locksmith zombie's head with a dull thud. The zombie turned slightly, but did not retreat, resolutely continuing its assault on Liao Ian. As Liao Ian dodged, he unleashed fireballs, inflicting significant burn damage upon the locksmith zombie's body. Upon hearing the impact of the ashtray against the zombie's head, Eagle Eye displayed exaggerated surprise, exclaiming, "Goodness! This ashtray is made of silver. How extravagantly wasteful. You must have quite the spacious room." Liao Ian observed that the locksmith zombie, with the metal manhole cover protecting its head, was impervious to fatal injuries, prompting him to consider using a fireball to whittle down the zombie's strength. Despite the good intentions behind this thought, the practical effects on the zombie's combat capability were negligible. With a resounding crash, Liao Ian was struck by the locksmith zombie's claw, sending him crashing through the bedroom door and onto the floor with a loud thud. the sound of fabric scraping against the ground echoing through the room. Li Outqian gritted his teeth, recognizing the futility of resisting, and decisively heeded Eagle Eye's advice. He quickly rolled to his feet and darted through another door in the bedroom, joining Eagle Eye as they fled down the corridor. Eagle Eye activated his visual abilities, seeking an optimal escape route. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted Qingchuan on the rooftop, eyes closed and seemingly meditating, while he waved a hand in greeting. Eagle Eye sensed that Qingchuan's mental abilities were more complex than they appeared. Glancing down, he noticed a worn coin, his left hand resting against the metal staircase railing as if attuning to something. He quietly communicated with Li Outqian. Qingchuan is observing from the rooftop, and there is an unfamiliar individual in the basement, seemingly another awakener, also watching. The awakened Jin Rue, cautious and discreet in his development, had been observing quietly. Upon hearing the commotion upstairs, he stealthily placed his hand on the metal railing, connecting with it through his own metal abilities. While his reconnaissance skills could not rival Eagle Eye's visual prowess, he possessed a unique ability to sense vibrations transmitted through metal. Li Outqian glanced back, noting that the locksmith zombie had exited his apartment, whispering, "Provide me with its position. Lure this troublesome locksmith zombie away." Eagle Eye replied, "This locksmith zombie was drawn here by Qingchuan. Should we not lead it to Qingchuan on the rooftop?" Li Outqian countered, "Since Qingchuan deliberately brought the locksmith zombie here, he must have devised a counter-strategy. He is far too clever. We could easily find ourselves at a disadvantage. Although that fellow below is merely observing. This zombie represents an unforeseen complication, and thus we must surely escape." "Very well. Let us proceed as planned." Eagle Eye quietly shared the location of the individual downstairs with Li Outqian. Jin Rue, having awakened his abilities later than Qingchuan, was not as adept. While Qingchuan had awakened on the very first day, the entire community was aware of his formidable strength. Chapter 15, 130. Jin Rue, unlike Li Outqian, whose fire abilities were characterized by their high offensive and destructive potential, had instead opted for a more cautious approach to development. While secretly observing, Jin Rue, still mastering his metal abilities, found himself somewhat delayed in perceiving the arrival of the two individuals on the first floor. Suddenly, a fireball rolled down the basement stairs and exploded. "Not good. We've been discovered." Jin Hui shouted, raising his right hand to conjure a metal shield that absorbed the impact of the fist-sized fireball. He heard two sets of hurried footsteps retreating swiftly from the unit door. "Damn it, Li Outqian and Eagle Eye, you two are utterly shameless. Ambushing me, are you?" Feigning ignorance, Li Outqian focused intently as Eagle Eye instructed. "Run forward for 30 meters. Take a right turn into the corridor between building number 1 and building number 2. There are two zombies standing by the garbage bin in the hallway, and behind the bin is a garbage truck. The garbage truck had obstructed the passage, compelling us to leap onto its back. Behind us stood buildings 3 and 4, with the storage area of a small convenience store located on the first floor of Unit 101 in Building 4. Given our current pace, we would reach it swiftly. With the assistance of Eagle Eye's extraordinary vision, a splendidly rational escape route was delineated, prompting us to pursue our path in determined silence. Qingchuan, utilizing his telekinetic abilities, detected zombies, which were unjustly attributed to a youth hiding in the basement. This young man was a genuine metal-type awakener, and Qingchuan silently contemplated assessing his strength. The locksmith zombie, realizing it could not catch the two morsels, decisively turned its aggression towards Jin Rue. Jin Rue deflected a fireball and, shaking his heated metal shield, observed a massive zombie charging towards him. The basement of the old complex, already scant in space, was ill-suited for combat and lacked an exit. The sole staircase was blocked by this zombie, compelling him to engage in battle. Jin Rue summoned his internal metallic abilities, causing his shield to disintegrate into a multitude of metal bullets, unleashing a barrage akin to a Gatling gun towards the locksmith zombie. Qingchuan, somewhat taken aback, wondered if the authentic metal abilities were truly this formidable, realizing that his counterfeit powers paled in comparison. As the locksmith zombie faced the onslaught of metallic projectiles, it promptly raised a manhole cover for defense. Qingchuan noted the rapid evolution of this locksmith zombie, pondering whether this was an anomaly or if all zombies evolved at such a pace. Just days prior, they had seemed rather dull, yet now they adeptly engaged with awakened individuals. Jin Rue was surprised to see the locksmith zombie utilizing an object to counter his metallic storm. The damage inflicted was minimal, as most was absorbed by the sturdy manhole cover. In the presence of a metal awakener, using a metal cover was futile. Observing the locksmith zombie momentarily stymied on the stairs, Jin Rue decisively unleashed his telekinetic force. The metal cover in the zombie's grasp melted away like snow, transforming into a pool of liquid metal that swiftly solidified into a metallic shackle, binding the locksmith zombie's ankle. Devoid of its protective cover, the locksmith zombie unleashed its toxic claws, its arms swelling and thickening to shield its head as it advanced towards the basement stairs. With a clatter, the sound of chains echoed as the restrained zombie lost its balance and tumbled down the stairs. Jean Rouet felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening as he realized his abilities had been overextended. Spotting the locksmith zombie rolling down the stairs, revealing the exit to the unit door, he mustered the last remnants of his metallic powers to scatter a plethora of metallic bullets, swiftly forming a 15-meter diameter metal sphere to encase himself within. Controlling the sphere, he propelled it towards the unit door, rolling into the community square, just as the final vestiges of his powers dissipated. He murmured, "Li Outyin. This matter with Eagle Eye is far from over." Before losing consciousness, the second-level locksmith zombie, employing brute strength, broke free from the shackles and forcefully collided with the obstructive unit door, pursuing the rolling metal sphere. It clutched the sphere, gnawing and scratching, leaving deep bite marks and claw scars. The second-level locksmith zombie realized its teeth and claws were indeed effective against the metal. While replenishing its energy, it nudged the metal sphere back to its lair, where ample food awaited. Qingchuan, observing from the rooftop, beheld a peculiar sight. A massive second-level zombie, resembling a bear, had discovered its cherished toy, rolling the metal sphere while gnawing, scratching, and even delivering a few kicks in its enthusiasm. The once perfectly round metal sphere was now marred and battered. Qingchuan mused. The male youth in the basement possessed formidable metallic abilities, capable of directly confronting this second-level locksmith zombie. Yet, he pondered, merely enduring blows without retaliating. What kind of strategy was that? Until he noticed the metal sphere developing fissures, crimson blood seeping from them. Concentrating his telekinetic energy into threads, Qingchuan extended them, and, peering through the sphere, discerned the unconscious metal man within, blood streaming from his mouth. It appeared dire for him, as he muttered unconsciously, "I will eventually eliminate Li Outyin and Eagle Eye, those insufferable nuisances." Initially reluctant to rescue the metal man, Qingchuan's thoughts shifted upon hearing this. He recalled the mentor's words, "Discerning friends from foes is crucial. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Today, he must save this metal man. He needed an ally, even if merely for mutual benefit, for facing both Li Outyin and Eagle Eye alone would yield no favorable outcome. The system detected a surge in the host's intelligence, soaring to an abnormal 130. Qingchuan, already the first to awaken abilities, possessed unparalleled talent among humankind. After mastering the skill of absorbing crystal cores, he became even more formidable than ordinary awakened individuals, striving to conceal his prowess for as long as possible. It seemed prudent to hold back a little. Qingchuan summoned the energy he had absorbed from dozens of crystal cores, activating his telekinesis to gather an invisible telekinetic platform beneath him, allowing him to descend swiftly from the rooftop. Floating just 5 centimeters above the ground, he silently glided towards the second-level locksmith zombie, enveloping himself in telekinetic energy to mask his scent from the creature. Awakened individuals and ordinary folk covertly observing the spectacle at Sunshine Community were astonished to witness Qingchuan soaring through the air. Chapter 16. The Property Group. Community Property Group. Wow. Look at that celestial being. Isn't Qingchuan a metal-type awakener? How can he fly? Could a physics expert please elucidate this? I reside in an affordable housing complex, drawn into this group by Eagle Eye's livestream. I hold a doctorate in physics, and I theorize that metal-type awakeners, upon reaching advanced levels, can influence magnetic forces. I observed Qingchuan descending from the 6th-floor rooftop. His speed was inconsistent, resembling the principle of a strong magnet dropping a copper plate. When a strong magnet descends and nears a copper plate, the magnetic field's interaction results in a force acting on the magnet, affecting its motion. We must consider the magnet's field strength, the copper plate's conductivity, and their relative velocity and distance. The magnitude of the magnetic force hinges upon these factors. However, providing a specific physical formula to describe this process is exceedingly complex, involving multiple concepts and equations from electromagnetism. Ideally, if we liken Qingchuan to a magnet with a uniform magnetic field and the ground to a copper plate, assuming the Earth is a perfect conductor, we could employ Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction and the Lorentz force formula to illustrate this phenomenon. Yet, these formulas cannot be directly applied to the scenario of a strong magnet dropping onto a copper plate, as they do not account for the distribution of the magnet's field, the shape and size of the copper plate, or the relative motion between them. In practical applications, experimental or numerical simulations are typically required to investigate such intricate interactions. This may necessitate the utilization of finite element analysis, FEA, or other numerical methods to resolve the distribution of the magnetic field and the equations of motion of the object. It is exceedingly challenging to present the specific physical formulas concerning the descent of a powerful magnet onto a copper plate, as this encompasses multiple physical concepts and intricate interactions. It requires numerous experiments or numerical simulations conducted by Qingchuan and myself to investigate and comprehend this process. The discourse above eludes my understanding, leaving me with a sensation of mental pressure. I never anticipated that in this apocalyptic era, with the awakening of extraordinary abilities, there would still be individuals discussing highly scientific physical principles. In my youth, my parents urged me to study diligently, and I now lament my lack of commitment to learning. Does this not imply that those who excel in their studies, upon awakening their abilities, would wield them with greater potency than those who did not? Congratulations, you are correct. Just as books lie before us, containing knowledge, if one fails to learn, who can be blamed? Similarly, the world is replete with energy. If one cannot awaken extraordinary powers, who is to blame? There will always be individuals with peculiar talents, and we cannot compare ourselves to them. It is wiser to remain humble and play the background role. I possess a method to awaken extraordinary abilities. Remote instruction through a box of instant noodles. Who are you trying to deceive? If you truly had extraordinary powers, would you still be concerned with a mere box of instant noodles? How absurd. In this apocalyptic world, who among the survivors is easily fooled? Save your energy for typing and consider how many days you can withstand hunger. Currently, 80% of humanity has transformed into zombies, and the remaining 20% must make do with the available resources, which are sufficient for their needs. With a little ingenuity, one can always discover supplies. Qingchuan floated behind a level 2 locksmith zombie, who remained oblivious to his presence. Qingchuan noticed that the energy from his telekinetic force was depleting rather quickly, prompting him to conserve energy by approaching the zombie stealthily. He had no intention of directly confronting the level 2 locksmith zombie. A telekinesis master's forte lies in manipulating the thoughts of sentient beings. Qingchuan infiltrated the zombie's mind with tendrils of telekinetic energy, intending to shatter its brain, only to discover that the energy emanating from the level 2 crystal core within the zombie's brain was resisting his telekinetic threads. After assessing the amount of energy required to obliterate the zombie's brain, Qingchuan realized it was excessively substantial, and depleting his own energy would leave him vulnerable to being overwhelmed by onlookers or old coins, placing him in peril. He promptly adopted a strategy of inducement and deception to conserve his telekinetic energy, crafting an illusion within the zombie's mind. As this was his first attempt at illusion creation, he was somewhat inexperienced, yet the zombie's intellect was not particularly high. The level 2 locksmith zombie gazed quizzically at a cluster of metallic spheres before it, pondering which one it had just nudged. Choosing a sphere with a noticeable crack, it peered inside to see the blood-red food within and, upon sniffing, determined that this was the desired item. Qingchuan watched as the locksmith zombie abandoned the sphere it had been pushing and wandered away, pushing around Ares' sphere instead. He quickly retracted his telekinetic disc beneath him and dashed in the opposite direction of the locksmith zombie, internally lamenting that he had only floated 5 centimeters above the ground for less than a minute, exhausting more than half of his telekinetic energy, a significant loss. In the future, he resolved to refrain from displaying his powers in front of others. Inside the iron sphere, Jean Rouet had awakened amidst the cacophony of the zombie's knocks. Realizing that his spiritual energy would not recover swiftly and had resigned himself to his fate. With a faint glimmer of spiritual energy, he sought to glimpse the final sky and sunlight, only to discover that someone was indeed attempting to rescue him. Jean Rouet observed Qingchuan's entire endeavor to save him with disbelief, questioning the presence of such a foolish individual in this apocalypse, feeling his very soul tremble with gratitude. Qingchuan swiftly made his way to the rooftop, contemplating that the most perilous places could also be the safest. Here, following the recent battle, few remained. He suspected that Li Outyin and Eagle Eye would not return, nor would they wish to face the level 2 locksmith zombie again. Setting the iron sphere on the ground, he probed it with his telekinetic energy and exclaimed, it's awake. He knocked on the metallic sphere, calling, "Open sesame." When it failed to respond, he tried, "Open cucumber? Open potato? Open little black?" Qingchuan felt the scorching heat of the sun on the metal sphere. "Eggman, if you don't come out soon, you'll be roasted." Initially filled with gratitude, Jean Rue began to question Qingchuan's sanity, wondering from which institution he had escaped. Weakly, he responded, "My spiritual energy is depleted. I cannot open it." Qingchuan replied, "No rush. Take your time to recover. I'll go find some food." Descending to Li Aoyan's abode, Qingchuan collected the treasures that Li Aoyan had cherished. As Jean Rue sensed the vibrations of Qingchuan moving away, he weakly remarked, "Could you at least move me to a shady spot?" Qingchuan was delighted downstairs, discovering red wine, the luxurious wooden packaging suggesting it was quite valuable, which he promptly stowed away in his system space. This wealthy person's sofa looks nice. He marveled at the enormous refrigerator, which surprisingly still contained seafood. Wow, so many cigarettes of the kinds I never had the desire to purchase before. He also collected a splendid bed, a fine fish tank, and even a toilet, which was smart and could wipe for him. Collect. Before long, Li Aoyan's luxuriously crafted abode had nearly transformed into an empty shell. As dusk approached and the sun began to set, the metallic sphere on the rooftop suddenly collapsed into liquid form, allowing Jean Rue to slowly rise to his feet. His lips parched and cracked, his demeanor feeble. Upon regaining his spiritual energy, a glimmer of silvery metallic sheen flickered in Jean Rue's gaze. With a wave of his hand, the metallic liquid flowed from his feet, enveloping his body and forming a suit of metallic armor within his clothing. A lightning rod of exposed concrete on the rooftop sensed Qingchuan's presence. Jean Rue entered the room where Qingchuan was situated. Noting its bare walls and the sight of Qingchuan sitting on the floor, roasting fish, with a bottle of exquisite red wine beside him. The elegant red wine paired with the roasted fish and Qingchuan's boisterous dining manner was a stark contrast to sophistication, wasting such a fine vintage. Jean Rue shifted his focus to Qingchuan, scrutinizing the young man and etching his appearance and essence deeply into his memory. Extending his hand solemnly, he declared, "I am Jean Rue, an awakened wielder of metallic powers. There is no need for thanks for saving my life. If you require my assistance, a mere glance will suffice." Upon seeing the earnest expression on Jean Rue's face, Qingchuan felt a profound and weighty aura emanating from him, filled with sharpness, reliability, sincerity, gratitude, resolve, and decisiveness. This was the true essence of a telekinesis master, understanding people. Qingchuan wiped the grease from his hands with a cloth from his backpack, retrieved a bottle of mineral water to wash his hands, and stood up to grasp Jean Rue's hand sincerely, stating, "I am Qingchuan, a telekinesis master." This marked the inaugural handshake between the future Emperor of the Void and the Monarch of Metal. Chapter 17. Communication between Qingchuan and Jean Rue. On the fourth day of the apocalypse at dusk, Qingchuan invited Jean Rue to share roasted fish and red wine. Jean Rue surveyed the room, noting the damage and the absence of what should have been furniture and decorative materials, pondering whether Qingchuan possessed spatial abilities. However, he decided against asking. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and such inquiries could easily offend. As they dined, Jean Rue casually remarked, "This zombie is unlike the others. Its combat prowess is exceptionally formidable." Qingchuan chuckled, "You've come to the right person. I typically wouldn't divulge this to just anyone. Based on the information I have gathered, this is a level 2 locksmith zombie, equipped with 3 skills: zombie pursuit, zombie venom claws, and lockpicking. Level 2 zombie? Zombies have tiers? Does that mean there are even higher level zombies?" Jing Hui inquired, as Qingchuan casually imparted knowledge to Jean Rue while mentally consulting the information provided by the system's light sphere. He explained, "I categorize zombies into levels ranging from 1 to 10. Level 1 zombies are those commonly encountered over the past few days, lacking any special skills, possessing low intelligence, yet capable of evolution, with a crystal core nestled within their minds." Jing Hui inquired, "Evolution? Crystal core? What purpose does the crystal core in a zombie's brain serve?" Qingchuan replied, "Evolution refers to the potential for zombies to develop intelligence, enabling them to hunt humans or other zombies to enhance their strength based on their circumstances. You must have noticed the crystal cores in their brains. I presume you've collected quite a few." 500. Jing Hui exclaimed. Qingchuan, bewildered, silently lamented the vast disparity between individuals. "That is a substantial fortune. Are you not concerned about me stealing it?" Jean Rue reassured him, "There's no need for such complications. I intend to give them to you directly. But you must explain how the crystal cores can be utilized." After scrutinizing Jean Rue for a moment and noting his calm demeanor, which suggested honesty, Qingchuan mused, 500 crystal cores is quite a hefty sum. Do you possess a spatial ability?" Jean Rue explained, "The floor of my basement is entirely made of metal, allowing me to conceal the crystal cores within it using my powers. Just a moment while I retrieve them. He swiftly dashed to the basement and soon returned, holding a metallic net bag containing a significant weight of white level 1 crystal cores. As he tossed the bag in front of Qingchuan, the sound of the crystalline gems hitting the ground resonated in Qingchuan's ears. With some effort, Qingchuan diverted his gaze, stating, "First, one can directly consume the zombie crystal core or utilize a form of digestion to absorb its energy, albeit with average efficiency." Jean Rue kicked the pile of crystal cores in front of Qingchuan, producing a clattering sound, and fixed his gaze on him. And the second method? Qingchuan employed his telekinetic abilities to confirm the authenticity of the 500 level 1 crystal cores and continued, second, through special item conversion absorption. Meaning if you possess a unique item or device, it can be employed to absorb energy from the zombie crystal cores. For instance, having a specialized energy absorber or a particular talisman, ritual, artifact, or weapon would yield moderate absorption efficiency. Thirdly, if you possess a specific skill or ability, you can directly purify and absorb the energy contained within the zombie crystal cores. For example, having a unique telepathy ability, telekinesis, elemental power, summoning ability, or any special energy transformation capability would result in optimal absorption efficiency. Jean Rue concluded, "You are referring to the third method, are you not?" Qingchuan replied proudly, "Indeed." Jean Rue retrieved a crystal core from his pocket and placed it in his mouth, washing it down with the red wine Qingchuan had provided, savoring the experience. Qingchuan cautioned, "Are you not concerned that I might deceive you? Swallowing the crystal core could turn you into a zombie, and I would be left with your 500 cores." While contemplating the sensations within his body, Jean Rue responded, "I have a knack for assessing people, since you saved my life. You likely have ulterior motives or wish to utilize me, which eliminates any motivation for you to harm me. If you truly desired these 500 crystal cores, I perceive a glint of unexpected delight in your expression, devoid of greed or malice. Your demeanor occasionally betrays a hint of pride, suggesting you possess formidable hidden power and would disdain resorting to underhanded tactics." Qingchuan acknowledged, "Your judgment of character is astute." Although Jean Rue surmised that consuming the crystal cores was plausible, he refrained from acting rashly until he had confirmation, fearing the potential of becoming a zombie was indeed unjust. However, with Qingchuan's affirmation, he felt emboldened to consume the crystal core, trusting the words of his savior. As he gradually absorbed the energy from the zombie's crystal core, he felt an increase in his supernatural abilities, a faint metallic glimmer flashing in his pupils. Jean Rue contemplated that without the aid of any techniques for absorbing the cores, the direct consumption yielded far superior results than his previous attempts at self-training. He mused that if he possessed a method for absorbing crystal cores, the effects would undoubtedly be even more profound. A bold idea flickered in Jean Rue's mind. "Since you have a technique for absorbing crystal cores, I surmise you must have awakened a system, correct? If you could provide me with a skill book, I would be willing to offer you 1,000 crystal cores in exchange, effectively latching onto your golden opportunity." Qingchuan gaped in disbelief. "Huh? Jean Hui clarified. I am not a savage. It is not difficult to deduce from web novels." Qingchuan remarked, "Are the youth of today truly that astute?" Jean Rue remained silent. While Qingchuan reveled in the prospect of acquiring a skill book for a mere 100 crystal cores and selling it for a tenfold profit, he felt a twinge of annoyance at having his hidden cards exposed. To steer clear of the topic of the system, he feigned disdain, stating, "As for the skill book for absorbing crystal cores, I alone possess the means to procure it in Blue Star. This is a monopolistic trade. Furthermore, it is an essential skill book for any awakened individual. You should understand the advantage of being ahead of the game. The skill book for absorbing crystal cores is a strategic resource, the foundation upon which I will establish my legacy, and it cannot be easily shared." Jean Rue queried, "So, does that mean the price increases? You want more cores, correct?" Qingchuan retorted, "You repeating my lines will surely displease me." Jean Rue declared, 10,000 crystal cores." Qingchuan exclaimed, "What?" Jean Rue insisted, 100,000 crystal cores. Qingchuan conceded, "Fine, we'll settle on 10,000 crystal cores." Jean Rue reflected, "In truth, if you possess a skill book for absorbing crystal cores, you could easily sell it to me for 100,000 cores, based on my battle prowess. I have prepared myself to work for you for a decade. Now that you only demand 10,000 cores, it feels rather off. It would complicate matters when we part ways." Qingchuan confessed, "I have indeed profited considerably, but it is merely a novice skill book, not overly expensive." Jing Hui responded, "Brother Qing, Your admission of this fact makes it worthwhile for me to recognize you as my older brother, regardless of the profit. Qingchuan boasted, 100-fold profit. Jean Rue retracted his previous statement. I take back what I said. You are indeed a shrewd older brother, even exploiting your own kin so ruthlessly. Qingchuan asserted, one must be ruthless to maintain a firm stance. That is my life philosophy. Jean Rue quipped, to whom are you venting? He speculated. I surmise that when you purchased from the system shop, it was certainly not inexpensive, and you exaggerated the profits to assuage your younger brother's conscience. Huh, I understand. You, a telekinetic with a system, are adept at reading people. Qingchuan mused, is this younger brother's intelligence perhaps even lower than mine? The system registered a rapid decline in the host's intelligence. Chapter 18, Telekinetic Shield. On the evening of the 4th day of the apocalypse, Qingchuan purchased a foundational skill book for absorbing crystal cores, identical to his own, from the system S-Light Sphere. He feigned rummaging through his backpack for an extended period before finally producing it. Jean Rue raised an eyebrow with a system space. Why bother hiding it before your younger brother? Isn't that exhausting? Qingchuan replied, as the saying goes, it is better to let people guess than to let them see. I never claimed to possess a system. Jean Rue took the white skill book, examining it carefully. Basic crystal core absorption skill book? It appears there are higher level skill books as well. Qingchuan remarked, those who are too clever do not live long. Jean Rue shrugged, perhaps you should simply eliminate me. For while I am confident, I can tell that employing all your hidden cards to kill me should pose no challenge. Qingchuan's expression darkened. I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. Jean Rue reflected. My father once said that when you encounter someone you feel a connection with, do not attempt to conceal your intentions, for you may lose the most precious things. Suppressing his curiosity about the cause of Jean Rue's father's death, Qingchuan responded, your father was a remarkable philosopher. It is a pity we never met. A warm sensation enveloped Jean Rue as he slowly lowered his head to conceal the moisture in his eyes. His voice raspy as he said, Qinggu, your words warm my heart immensely. With this declaration today, even if you were to sell me in the future, I would have no regrets. Qingchuan replied, what would you fetch if sold? Let us first settle the account for the 10,000 crystal core skill book. Jean Hui responded, am I not sincere enough to move you? Can't you bestow it upon me? After all, I am your loyal little brother. Wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, Qingchuan retorted, do you not see how moved I am? Spare me the chatter. If a single crystal core is missing, I shall show you the true prowess of a big brother. Seeing his deceit fail, Jean Rue flipped through the skill book, gazing at the intricate patterns with regret. What is this? I cannot comprehend how to learn it. Qingchuan advised, just silently recite the learning process. Why are you so dim-witted? As Jean Rue silently recited, he observed the white skill book dissolve into a myriad of sparkling white lights, permeating his body. Is this how one learns? How fantastical! This defies logic. Qingchuan remarked, I find it quite scientific. This skill book likely employs advanced technological principles of memory integration. Jean Rue retrieved a crystal core, holding it tightly as he attuned himself to the flow of spiritual energy within his body, saying, you truly have a knack for spinning tales. Qingchuan pressed, you've learned. Now where's my 10,000 crystal core? Jean Rue stood and pointed outside at the darkening night. The ground is littered with them, just waiting for my little brother to collect them for his elder brother. Looking at the late hour, Qingchuan realized that night battles favored the zombies, who relied less on sight, making it perilous for awakened beings. Let's call it day. He picked up the metallic net bag containing 500 crystal cores and placed it into his backpack. Jean Rue noted the heavy bag, weighing at least several dozen pounds, yet it showed no signs of burdening Qingchuan's sturdy backpack, further solidifying his determination to follow Qingchuan. After all, he was undoubtedly a golden leg, a treasure of the system. As time flowed slowly, darkness enveloped the world. Qingchuan and Jean Rue chatted for a while before preparing to rest. Qingchuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes appearing bright and alert, while his mind wandered into the system's shopping mall. With a substantial income of 500 crystal cores, he refrained from hastily purchasing a more advanced absorption technique. Feeling the need to enhance his telekinetic skills first, he mentally inquired, does the system offer any techniques to improve telekinetic combat skills? The system replied, basic telekinetic needle, capable of piercing the minds of sentient beings from a distance, causing their brains or nervous systems to shatter, leading to paralysis, dementia, or death. Saint Crystal Cores. Qingchuan, with a bold demeanor, declared, purchase. Do you have any skills for tracking? After receiving the crystal cores, the system unemotionally provided the skill book. Telekinetic eye allows observation, perception, and localization of surrounding situations from a distance. Saying crystal cores. Qingchuan continued, "Do you have any skills for escaping? Perhaps something to increase my speed?" The system responded, "You have already grasped the telekinetic disc. Do you still require it?" Qingchuan countered, "The speed of the telekinetic disc I devised is too slow. With money in hand, why bother experimenting? Purchasing is far more convenient." The system explained, skills developed independently lead to a deeper understanding of telekinesis, greatly benefiting future enhancements. However, if you wish to buy, it costs 100 crystal cores. The ready-made telekinetic disc is also quite effective. Qingchuan scratched his head with his pinky finger. With a ready-made option, why should I toil? Have you not seen my recent hair loss? Purchase. Qingchuan then requested, "Bring me a defensive skill book." The system provided, telekinetic shield, can form an elliptical transparent shield around the body, resisting energy attacks above one's own level. Qingchuan inquired, "How long can it withstand?" The system clarified, "It depends on your internal reserve of telekinetic energy. The more energy you possess, the longer it lasts, and the purer the energy, the stronger the resistance." Qingchuan asked, "What does resisting an attack above one's level mean?" The system explained, "The mutated level 2 crafting zombie you have been pursued by these days has a higher attack power than a level 2 zombie. However, as long as it falls within the level 2 capability range, the telekinetic shield can defend against it. Theoretically, if your internal telekinetic energy is sufficient, a level 2 zombie cannot breach your defenses." Qingchuan stated, "Purchase. I initially intended to save 100 crystal cores for emergencies, but constructing a comprehensive combat system is paramount." In his mind, Qingchuan sensed the system distributing the skill book into the system space. Learning all of them first was the priority. Seeing his elder brother engrossed in silence, Jean Rouet discreetly retreated to a corner of the living room, leaning against the wall. Activating his abilities, the metal armor within his clothing melted, and within moments, a 2-meter diameter metallic sphere enveloped him. Inside this sphere, a metallic bed emerged, and Jean Rouet lay down, feeling extremely comfortable and cool, slowly closing his eyes to drift into slumber. Qingchuan, observing Jean Rouet's actions, exited the system and manifested the telekinetic shield, feeling its strength and expressing satisfaction. In the absence of attacks, the energy consumption balanced perfectly with his body's natural absorption. He accessed the system for detailed information on the telekinetic shield. The telekinetic shield is a remarkable defensive technique derived from the telekinetic or mental powers of sentient beings. Origin and nature. The telekinetic shield is an energy field formed by the concentration of telekinetic energy or mental focus, stemming from a resolute will or specialized training. It may either externalize from innate mental strength or be imbued by some mysterious force. Appearance and form. The telekinetic shield typically exists as an intangible energy field, which can occasionally manifest a faint hue or sheen, depending on the practitioner's or awakened being's techniques and intentions. It can act like a transparent shield encircling the character's body or project from specific body parts, such as the palm, taking on various forms at the user's discretion without a fixed shape. Function and effects. The primary function of the telekinetic shield is defense, capable of blocking physical and energy attacks from the outside. It excels particularly at resisting mental assaults, telekinetic attacks, illusions, and gas attacks. It possesses remarkable resilience and elasticity, allowing it to absorb and dissipate the energy of incoming attacks, safeguarding sentient beings from harm. When cultivated to an advanced level, the telekinetic shield may even possess the unique ability to counterattack or absorb energy for personal use. Usage and limitations. Utilizing the telekinetic shield typically requires the sentient being to possess a certain level of telekinetic or mental power, and may also be subject to limitations of physical strength, willpower, or mental state. Prolonged use or excessive consumption may weaken or deactivate the shield. Advantages. Its effects are powerful with no discernible weaknesses. Disadvantages. Requires exceptional telekinetic or mental talent, which is exceedingly rare among sentient beings in the universe, rendering the telekinetic shield a relatively obscure skill with little recognition. Symbolic significance. The telekinetic shield is not merely a defensive skill. It symbolizes the willpower, wisdom, or some inner strength of sentient beings. Its manifestation and application often indicate that the individual possesses outstanding telekinetic talent, remarkable even in the vast universe. Note: mastery of telekinesis is not easily achieved through trivial means. It fundamentally tests the innate talent of sentient beings and cannot be learned merely through skill books. The status of telekinetic masters in the cosmos is not so simple. Qingchuan pondered. So, am I a genius then? It seems I should conceal this talent more deeply. Should I silence Jean Rue? However, sensing Jean Rue's goodwill towards him through his telekinetic capabilities, he decided against it. Inside the metallic sphere, Jean Rue inexplicably shivered, feeling a slight chill in the air, and turned over to continue his slumber. With an open palm, Qingchuan summoned an invisible eye of telekinesis, which materialized upon his hand. He scrutinized this enigmatic eye closely. Chapter 19. The Eye of Telekinesis. Information regarding the Eye of Telekinesis surfaced in his mind. Origin and nature. The Eye of Telekinesis is born from the profound mental energy of sentient beings, also referred to as psychic power or acquired through specialized training. It represents an extension of mental energy, enabling sentient beings to perceive subtle information and energy fluctuations that elude the naked eye. Appearance and form. The Eye of Telekinesis lacks a specific shape, embodying any form, as it fundamentally constitutes an intrinsic capability, intangible and formless. However, when wielded by sentient beings, it may manifest through the subjective consciousness as various symbols, radiant light, or changes in the pupil, signifying its activation. Functions and effects. The primary function of the Eye of Telekinesis is observation and perception. Through it, sentient beings can discern nearby and distant objects, detect concealed foes lurking in the shadows, sense faint life signatures, and even perceive energy flows hidden behind physical matter. Furthermore, the eye possesses a locating ability, allowing the wielder to accurately pinpoint the positions of targets, whether they be corporeal or energy entities. Usage and limitations. Activating the Eye of Telekinesis typically necessitates the wielder to concentrate their mental energy alongside possessing a certain level of skill and experience. Overexertion may lead to mental fatigue or diminish the efficacy of the eye. Additionally, specific environments or adversaries may possess the capacity to disrupt or resist the eye, causing its effects to weaken or become ineffective. The pre-warning state consumes a portion of mental energy. Symbolic significance. The Eye of Telekinesis often symbolizes the wisdom, insight, and intuition of sentient beings. Its existence affords sentient beings an advantage in exploration, puzzle solving, or combat. The utilization of the eye reflects the growth and evolution of sentient beings, becoming an integral component of their power system. With a casual flick of his wrist, Qingchuan directed the Eye of Telekinesis unimpeded through the metallic protective sphere constructed by Jean Rue, where it settled upon Jean Rue's forehead, who remained blissfully unaware. Observing the over 2-meter-tall metallic sphere in the living room, Qingchuan mused internally. Is this all? Utterly useless, and not even a ventilation hole. Aren't they worried about suffocating? Surely, a metal manipulator wouldn't be suffocated by their own powers, right? He had never heard of such an occurrence before. Upon releasing his telekinetic energy for a more thorough examination, he discovered that while the sphere's surface appeared impeccably smooth, it indeed contained numerous microscopic ventilation holes. A testament to its intricate design, it seemed that awakened individuals were not to be underestimated. At midnight, a faint vibration emanated from the metallic watch on Jean Rue's wrist, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Utilizing his metal manipulation powers through the protective sphere, he spotted Qingchuan sleeping on a rudimentary cot. At first glance, it seemed he was entirely unguarded. However, given Jean Rue's understanding of Qingchuan from that day, he was skeptical that Qingchuan was truly defenseless. He undoubtedly had hidden protective measures unknown to Jean Rue. I might as well hunt some zombie cores to settle my debts. Owing money always leaves me feeling uneasy and lacking confidence. Joking aside, I know that one cannot go far without principles, Jean Rue reflected. The early bird catches the worm, but the early worm gets eaten. The knight held little influence over Jean Rue, a master of metal manipulation, especially with his trump card in hand. The formidable combat prowess of a metal manipulator is not something those inferior powers can compare to. Silently, the metallic protective sphere cracked open, allowing Jean Rue to emerge. He cast a glance at Qingchuan, and a pool of metallic liquid oozed silently from beneath his shoes, gliding him towards the door. The metallic security door opened automatically, and as Jean Rue stepped onto the metallic liquid, the door quietly shut behind him. The cracks in the metallic sphere in the living room slowly sealed, restoring it to its original state. At the moment Jean Rue awakened, Qingchuan, through the Eye of Telekinesis resting on Jean Rue's forehead, sensed it instantly, piquing his curiosity about Jean Rue's intentions. Pretending to be asleep, Qingchuan's telekinetic energy meticulously observed every corner surrounding Jean Rue. The telekinetic needle poised at the eye of telekinesis on Jean Rouet's forehead, ready to unleash its potential. After witnessing all of Jean Rouet's actions, Qingchuan thought, what would he possibly be doing out so late? Playing? Observing the metallic sphere in the living room, he noted, what is he sneaking around for? This is hardly normal. Let us follow him. As Jean Rouet exited the building, he passed through stairwell security doors and metal railings, which silently transformed into metallic liquid, merging with a small pool at his feet. Upon stepping out of the building, the small pool expanded into a larger mass. The metallic liquid creeping up from Jean Rouet's feet, forming armor on his foot, then leg, torso, chest, arms, and helmet, creating an exceptionally sci-fi appearance. Qingchuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he thought, wow, is this battle armor? It looks incredibly cool. I envy how well he concealed this trump card, with his palm open. Jean Rouet released a gentle breeze that scattered fine metallic dust from his hand, drifting away at the entrance of the community. The terrain and environmental layout crystallized in Jean Rouet's mind. Qingchuan silently trailed behind, watching Jean Rouet vanish beyond the community gates, with the distant echoes of zombies' growls occasionally reaching them. Turning back, Qingchuan ascended the stairs, channeling his telekinesis, and received live combat footage transmitted from the eye of telekinesis on Jean Rouet's forehead. Jean Rouet, clad in a dark exoskeleton armor, blended seamlessly into the night of the concrete jungle. The ingeniously structured exoskeleton emitted minimal sound as he approached a zombie feasting on the remains of some unfortunate creature. Oblivious to the impending threat, Jean Rouet extended his arm, and the metallic armor of his hand swiftly transformed into a sharp metallic claw, gently crushing the zombie-esque skull from behind and expertly extracting the crystal core, depositing it into the storage compartment of his exoskeleton. This indicated that Jean Rouet's exoskeleton armor was no mere trinket. It could effectively mask scent and body temperature. As Qingchuan observed Jean Rouet's efficient harvesting of zombie cores, he began to contemplate his own survival skill, the telekinetic disc. He accessed the information provided by the system regarding the telekinetic disc. The telekinetic disc is not only a mode of transportation, but also a symbol of a sentient being's telekinetic prowess. By concentrating their mental energy, sentient beings can form a disc through intricate operational principles. When controlled by their telekinesis, the disc activates instantly, releasing a brilliant glow, though it can also conceal its radiance. The disc size can expand or contract according to the wielder's mental energy and its purity, becoming sufficiently large to accommodate the weight of the sentient being. They can stand, sit, or lie upon the disc as it soars through the skies with breathtaking speed that leaves onlookers astounded. It streaks across the heavens like a flash of lightning, covering vast distances in an instant. During high-speed flight, sentient beings experience the exhilarating rush of wind, as if the entire world lay within their grasp. Moreover, the telekinetic disc boasts remarkable agility and stability. Sentient beings can precisely control the disc's flight direction and altitude through their mental energy, easily navigating steep ascents or daring dives. Even during rapid maneuvers or sudden accelerations, the disc maintains its stability, allowing the wielder to fully relish the joy of flight. The telekinetic disc serves not merely as a reliable ally, but also as an essential weapon for demonstrating the wielder's telekinetic might. In critical moments, sentient beings may employ the disc for offense or defense, showcasing astonishing telekinetic techniques. The prowess of the psychic disc is formidable enough to obliterate any obstacle, while its defensive capabilities are robust enough to withstand the fiercest of assaults. Mastery of the psychic disc, when cultivated to its zenith, allows one's thoughts to traverse the boundaries of time and space, a power that demands extraordinary talent and is exceedingly challenging to master. Is Qingchuan truly endowed with such exceptional talent? Is it really that difficult to grasp? Gazing at the psychic disc beneath his feet, he mused, is this it? Swift? How swift could it possibly be? Its appearance bore no distinction from the psychic disc he had painstakingly comprehended. Indeed, the speed he had cultivated could only be described as tortoise-like. Surely, the psychic disc skill book produced by the system must possess some advantages over his own self-discovered variant, albeit likely to a limited extent. Was the description provided somewhat exaggerated? Qingchuan observed the disc, roughly the size of a basin beneath his feet, larger than his own creation. With a determined step, he decided to experiment, employing the knowledge gleaned from the psychic disc skill book to channel his psychic energy. Whoosh! Thud! Qingchuan found himself sprawled atop a metallic sphere over 2 meters high in the living room, the energy of the psychic disc dissipating into the air. The impact left his internal organs feeling dislocated, an uncomfortable sensation overwhelming him. A miscalculation. He ought to have granted himself a psychic shield. Chapter 20. The Network. On the fifth morning of the apocalypse, at 5 o'clock, Qingchuan discovered that Jean Rouet had quietly returned to the metallic pod for a bit of rest. Respecting his companion's need for slumber, Qingchuan opted to continue his own sleep. Since the onset of the apocalypse, his daily routine had shifted from the pre-apocalypse schedule of rising at 7 for work and finishing at 8 to a more leisurely awakening at 9. Akin to a 9-to-5 existence, an experience Qingchuan found enviable. Who would have thought that the apocalypse would afford him such a lifestyle? He was momentarily at a loss as to whether to consider this fortune or misfortune. Like Jean Rouet, Qingchuan ventured out of the community to hunt the zombies on the highway, as the visible numbers of zombies within their residential area were evidently dwindling. Qingchuan pondered that the number of awakened individuals in this old community must surely exceed 5. Hunting first-tier zombies had become exceedingly facile for him. Bolstered by a plethora of hidden cards, he could now freely dispatch zombies. Utilizing the psychic steel beads at his disposal, he unloaded a barrage, collecting a significant number of crystal nuclei. When surrounded by zombies, he simply hopped onto his psychic disc and made his escape. Suddenly, he felt a neuron-like luminescence sprout in his mind. Qingchuan inquired, "System, have I awakened a new ability? Am I destined to be the fabled chosen one?" The system responded, "This is an embodiment of the collective will of humanity. Once energy levels are sufficiently enriched, each race will awaken a collective talent. For humanity, it is the network." Humanity? Does that imply there are other races? Qingchuan queried. The eruption of energy has led to the demise of many races on Blue Star. Currently, humanity is not the most powerful. Focus on your survival for now, the system advised. "I'm doing just fine," Qingchuan retorted. "You haven't even left the novice village and dare claim you're thriving. You lack the ability to defeat even a mutated second-tier zombie with no faction, no formidable combat power, and none of the essential resources that a strong individual possesses. I need to enumerate them all," the system chastised. Wishing to avoid further conversation with the system, Qingchuan sought a safe place to explore the functionality of the Humanity Talent Network. After a series of operations, he scoffed. "Isn't this merely a network that relies on the human brain as its medium, lacking even the capacity for online shopping? Utterly useless. You know nothing," the system retorted. Qingchuan had become adept at tuning out the system as complaints. Today had yielded a commendable harvest of 200 crystal nuclei. It was time to rest. Upon returning home at noon, he found Jean Rouet had procured a gas stove to prepare instant noodles. Qingchuan produced the food he had collected from the outens residents from the system S space, stating, "Why settle for instant noodles? Here is some beef and vegetables. Along with beer, let us indulge a bit." Jean Rouet accepted the ingredients, remarking, "In this apocalypse, having anything to eat is already a blessing. But this diet won't last long. These provisions were pilfered from the outens home." Qingchuan declared, "Oh, that guy is wealthy. Let us grab some fruit too," Jean Rouet suggested. "Perfect. I happen to have apples," Qingchuan replied. "Nice. I've noticed that Li Outyin and Eagle Eye are faring quite well in a small warehouse of a convenience store," Jean Rouet noted. "Old friends, after our meal, let us catch up," Qingchuan proposed. "Agreed. And let us bring along that second-tier zombie from the building ahead," Jean Rouet added. "Excellent idea," Qingchuan exclaimed. He retrieved a fresh piece of pork from the system S space, quickly luring out a second-tier locksmith zombie. The two hastened toward the convenience store small warehouse where Li Outyin and Eagle Eye resided, glancing back occasionally to ensure they weren't losing the zombie. Jean Rouet observed the locksmith zombie pursuing them, clutching a metal manhole cover. You say zombies have low intelligence. Yet how did it learn to wield a manhole cover as a weapon? Qingchuan, perplexed, replied, "I have no idea. Perhaps it picked it up during a skirmish with Li Outyin." Blame him. Outside the community, a grayish zombie clung to the outer wall of a high-rise, its bulging lidless, pitch-black eyes curiously fixated on Qingchuan and Jean Rouet. Its gaping maw revealed sharp teeth, blending its grayish skin seamlessly with the concrete wall, making it nearly indistinguishable. This zombie had undergone a transformation. Once a professional parkour athlete, now endowed with elongated, grayish limbs, powerful leg muscles, and agile feet, clearly indicating an enhanced speed and agility. Unbeknownst to Qingchuan and Jean Rouet, they had caught the attention of this parkour zombie. Qingchuan utilized the steel beads to shatter the glass of Li Outyin and Eagle Eye's window on the first floor, prompting Jean Rouet to toss the pork inside. Jean Rouet's exterior suddenly manifested a metallic exoskeleton, while Qingchuan employed a psychic shield to mask their presence, and the two fled. The second-tier locksmith zombie, lured by the scent of the fresh pork, followed the trail of high-energy sustenance. Meanwhile, Li Aoyan and Eagle Eye, who had been living comfortably, had gathered a few workers from a construction team to form a group and were engaged in discussion. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass reached their ears. Eagle Eye, harnessing his abilities, spotted the second-tier locksmith zombie and the retreating Qingchuan and Jean Rue. His teeth ground in frustration. These two were truly troublesome. He informed Li Aoyan. It's Qingchuan and that metal ability user from the basement who have attracted the zombies. Should we flee or fight? Li Aoyan replied, let's engage. The resources in this community are scarce. Losing this warehouse would hinder our future development. Running isn't a viable solution. He commanded the workers from the construction team to prepare for battle outside the building. Fearful of Li Aoyan's abilities and motivated by the prospect of food, they complied. Among them was one defiant individual who had been made an example of by Li Aoyan, burned to a crisp. The second-tier locksmith zombie leapt towards the window, attempting to enter the first-floor warehouse, when a fireball suddenly surged forth. The mutated locksmith zombie raised the metal manhole cover in defense. The force of the fireball knocked it to the ground, yet its arm, which bore the manhole cover, had evolved a thick, keratinous layer capable of withstanding the intense heat. Li Aoyan and Eagle Eye leaped out the window, while the construction team cautiously wielded their weapons, apprehensive about the confrontation. Eagle Eye noticed that the zombie's claws had grown sharper since the previous day, glimmering with a bluish-black sheen, indicative of toxicity. Simultaneously, a cunning and ruthless glint flickered in the creature's eyes, suggesting it was far more intelligent and dangerous than an ordinary zombie. Li Aoyan, a fire elemental ability user, sensed the impending threat of the mutated second-tier zombie. He was determined not to relinquish this warehouse brimming with food and supplies. Tension mounting, he fixed his gaze on the adversary, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared to unleash his fiery powers. Suddenly, the second-tier mutated locksmith zombie let out a roar and charged at the fire elemental user. Its speed was extraordinarily swift, resembling a streak of black lightning. The fire elemental ability wielder, Li Aoyan, reacted promptly, gesturing with his hands as a fireball hurtled towards the zombie. However, the second-tier mutated locksmith zombie suddenly extended its venomous claws, effortlessly grasping the fireball. Upon contact, the fireball extinguished instantly, as if devoured by toxic force. The zombie continued its relentless charge towards the fire elemental adept, Li Aoyan, its claws tracing dark arcs in the air. Observing this, Li Aoyan swiftly unleashed his newly awakened firewall ability. A searing wall of flames rapidly spread before him, attempting to impede the zombie's advance. Yet, although the zombie's arm could withstand the flames, its body was vulnerable to the wall's fiery embrace. A glint of cunning flashed in its eyes as it abruptly altered its trajectory, circumventing the firewall to continue its pursuit of the fire elemental wielder. Li Aoyan found himself cornered, acutely aware that he needed to devise a strategy post-haste. Taking a deep breath, he realized that he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. The temperature around him began to rise sharply. Suddenly, he swung his hand vigorously, sending a colossal enhanced fireball directly towards the second-tier mutated zombie. This time, the locksmith zombie sensed a palpable danger emanating from this fireball, recognizing its distinction from the previous one, and chose not to counter with its claws, opting instead to defend with a metal manhole cover. Li Aoyan's gaze flickered. However, the fireball's might was overwhelming. Even as the zombie attempted to evade, it was struck by the fireball, which pierced through the metal cover, igniting its body in a conflagration. The second-tier locksmith mutated zombie howled in agony as flames engulfed it. It desperately attempted to extinguish the fire, but to no avail. After all, carbon-based life forms cannot withstand the power of fire abilities with mere flesh. Ultimately, under the fireball's ferocity, the zombie recognized it was no match for the fire elemental wielder. Resolutely, it activated its skills and fled for its life. Li Aoyan's earlier attack had drained a significant amount of his energy, and, as he adjusted his breath to recover, Eagle Eye decisively pursued the severely wounded second-tier mutated locksmith zombie. Qingchuan and Jean Rue, witnessing Li Aoyan's energy depletion, promptly prepared to ambush him and eliminate him. After the battle, the fire elemental wielder, Li Aoyan, exhaled a sigh of relief. He understood that his victory over the second-tier mutated zombie was not solely due to his fire abilities, but also to his courage and intellect. Gazing at the remnants of charred remains on the ground, he silently congratulated himself while preparing more thoroughly for future battles. Suddenly, Qingchuan felt an imminent danger approaching rapidly. Chapter 21. The Parkour Zombies Ambush. Concealed in the shadows, Qingchuan and Jinrui prepared to ambush Li Aoyan. Unexpectedly, a more sinister threat emerged to ambush them instead. Qingchuan instantaneously sensed an ashen figure darting towards them. Alarmed, he shouted, "Incoming ambush!" Qingchuan and Jinrui swiftly transitioned from their offensive posture against Li Aoyan to a defensive stance. The parkour zombie, identifying one target with metal defenses and another without, prioritized its attack on the defenseless Qingchuan. With a resounding thud, the parkour zombie's razor-sharp claws were thwarted by Qingchuan's telekinetic shield, which materialized in response to the attack. Jinrui observed as a translucent telekinetic shield flickered into existence half a meter from Qingchuan's body, emitting a brief flash of white light. Jinrui mused to himself, "I heard telekinetics are quite weak in the early stages, yet Qingchuan, a first-tier telekinetic, can withstand a second-tier zombie's assault without injury." Without hesitation, Jinrui rushed to support Qingchuan, launching a barrage of martial arts strikes at the parkour zombie. The agile creature deftly evaded the blows on the ground, its expression seemingly mocking. Qingchuan summoned 4 steel orbs that hovered around him, resembling a submachine gun as they fired at the parkour zombie. To his astonishment, the zombie's agility allowed it to evade Jinrui's strikes while simultaneously avoiding Qingchuan's telekinetic projectiles. Qingchuan hastily inquired of the system regarding the zombie's tier, realizing its nimbleness would pose a challenge. The system responded, "Second-tier parkour zombie, a mutation of a parkour professional. Attack power, 2. Defense power, 1. Agility, 25. Perception, 2. With no time to spare, Qingchuan unleashed a telekinetic needle aimed at the parkour zombie's head, intending to deliver a surprise. He thought to himself, "I struggled against the second-tier, mutated locksmith zombie. How could I not handle this inferior second-tier zombie?" Just as the telekinetic needle grazed the parkour zombie's skull, it seemed to sense danger, tilting its head just enough to minimize the impact. Before Qingchuan could press further, an energy force repelled him, consuming considerable power from the telekinetic needle. Without hesitation, Qingchuan detonated it. The needle's tip exploded in the zombie's mind, unleashing a torrent of telekinetic energy that surged chaotically. Jinrui noticed the once agile zombie's movements had suddenly dulled, seizing the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch to its chest, eliciting a sickening crack from its ribcage. The parkour zombie was sent careening into a nearby greenbelt, crashing through fallen leaves and shrubs, reducing them to a mangled heap, the leaves trembling briefly before falling silent. Jinrui dashed over, only to find no trace of the zombie. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "That zombie is infuriating, ambushing us and then fleeing. It's so vexing." Qingchuan replied, "This is my first encounter with an agile zombie. Caught off guard, I expected them to be less resilient than warrior-type zombies. I distinctly heard the sound of its ribs breaking from your punch. It likely won't pose much of a threat in the short term." Jinrui questioned, "Do zombies not feel pain?" Qingchuan responded, "Second-tier zombies possess a degree of intelligence. Not feeling pain does not equate to being foolish." The sounds of their skirmish against the zombie caught the attention of Li Aoyan and the construction team. Li Aoyan's energy had nearly replenished. Although facing Qingchuan and Jinrui was somewhat taxing, it was no longer as perilous as before. He assessed the opposing forces, 1 elemental wielder and 4 ordinary individuals, clearly at a disadvantage and needing to stall for time until Eagle Eye returned. Li Aoyan spoke, "Qingchuan, it's been a while. And who might this brother beside you be? We are all residents of Sunshine Community. Why resort to violence when we can converse amicably?" Qingchuan and Jinrui exchanged glances, understanding that Li Aoyan was stalling for time. Jinrui retorted, "Talk? To hell with that." The two launched their assault against Li Aoyan. As Jinrui charged at him with a flurry of punches, Li Aoyan swiftly distanced himself, unleashing a fireball aimed directly at Jinrui. Jinrui barely dodged in time, smashing the fireball with a punch. "Damn it, hot! 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 This fire ability counters my metal." Jinrui quickly retreated, shaking off the searing heat that had turned his metal arm bright red, exposing his skin to the air to cool down. Simultaneously, Qingchuan launched telekinetic steel orbs at Li Aoyan, who conjured a firewall before him. Qingchuan's steel orbs melted upon contact with the flames, cascading to the ground in molten shards. Qingchuan then stealthily maneuvered a telekinetic needle around the firewall, aiming for Li Aoyan's head. By the time Li Aoyan detected the needle, it was too late. A fiery shield manifested above him, partially absorbing the impact of the needle. Although Qingchuan's telekinetic needle only slightly depleted Li Aoyan's energy, it still penetrated his mind and detonated. Li Aoyan felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy blow, his mind erupting in chaos, eyes darkening, and the world spinning around him, leaving him momentarily immobilized and dazed. The fiercely blazing firewall, devoid of the fire energy provided by Li Aoyan, gradually extinguished. Seizing the opportunity, Qingchuan and Jin Rui launched an assault on Li Aoyan. Their attacks were momentarily thwarted by a small fire shield that protected Li Aoyan's head, which subsequently shattered into a shower of sparks. With each of them landing a punch, Li Aoyan's handsome visage was marked by dark circles resembling a panda's eyes, and he fell flat on the ground. The 4 members of the construction team remained relatively loyal to Li Aoyan, gathering around in an attempt to shield him, only to be met with a barrage of fists and kicks from Qingchuan and Jin Rui, who particularly focused their ire on Li Aoyan. As it appeared that Li Aoyan was on the verge of losing his life under the relentless assault from Qingchuan and Jin Rui, especially with Jin Rui's heavy-handed attacks. His metallic armor striking Li Aoyan with brutal force, Li Aoyan's dwindling rationality clung to the remnants of his innate fire energy, coupled with the significant enhancement of his physique following the awakening of his abilities. Protected by this dual defense, blood seeped from the corners of his mouth and nostrils, and it seemed he was on the brink of demise. 2 beams of crimson laser shot forth, prompting Qingchuan and Jin Rui to swiftly retreat and reassess their defensive positions. The lasers scorched the ground, creating 2 10-centimeter deep holes in the concrete, from which wisps of white smoke arose. The Eagle Eye, having tracked the secondary mutated locksmith zombie a little too far, utilized his thermal vision to locate a charred mass. Upon hearing the sounds of battle emanating from Li Aoyan's direction, he hurriedly dug out a crystal core from the scorched remnants and raced back. Eagle Eye held a relatively high regard for Li Aoyan's combat prowess, attributed to his awakened fire abilities. He was primarily concerned that Li Aoyan's fiery confrontation might ignite the supplies stored in the warehouse, which would spell trouble. After Eagle Eye had distanced himself, a small zombie emerged from the smoldering remains, glancing back with its pitch-black eyes toward the direction in which Eagle Eye had departed, before swiftly concealing itself. Upon returning to the warehouse, Eagle Eye spotted Qingchuan and a metallic ability user besieging Li Aoyan. Without hesitation, he activated the laser abilities he had recently comprehended to rescue Li Aoyan. As Qingchuan and Jin Rui retreated, they were surprised to find it was Eagle Eye. Utilizing his vision-enhancing abilities, Eagle Eye discerned that on the surface, Qingchuan appeared to be a metallic ability user, but in reality, he was a telekinetic. The other, a genuine metal ability warrior, posed a significant threat to Eagle Eye's side. Eagle Eye spoke. Qingchuan, we are somewhat acquainted. How about sparing Li Aoyan this time? Consider it a personal favor owed to you. Jin Rui scoffed. Favor my foot. What worth do you have in front of me? Qingchuan discreetly inquired within his system. How formidable is this Eagle Eye? The system replied. His strength is considerable. He is not your match, and you cannot detain him. Within 5 days of energy eruption, he can awaken 8 skills related to his vision abilities, which is exceedingly rare. Qingchuan retorted, merely empty words won't suffice. He reached out, intending to restrain Jin Rui, hoping to persuade him to assess the situation before acting, as the system's evaluation suggested a noteworthy strength. Unmindful of Qingchuan's gesture, Jin Rui recalled that Eagle Eye had previously plotted against him. He thought, fire abilities may counter me, but I fear not your laser vision. He charged directly at Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye calmly approached Li Aoyan to assess his injuries, showing no concern for Jin Rui's impending attack. As Jin Rui closed in within 5 meters, Eagle Eye glanced at him, who appeared foolishly displaying military drills he had learned in school, dodging, leaping, and transforming his metallic armor into a defensive spiky form. At times, he morphed into a protective sphere, while his armor extended into a long blade, then into a shield, and finally transformed into a large metallic mirror. Qingchuan and Eagle Eye quietly observed Jin Rui's performance, as both were not overly familiar with the intricacies of metallic abilities, which often concealed various hidden tactics. Upon witnessing Jin Rui's shield morph into a mirror, Eagle Eye raised an eyebrow. Who is this metallic ability user? His combat prowess is quite impressive. Qingchuan replied, a newly acquainted little brother, named Jin Rui. Oh, he actually thought to utilize his metallic abilities to transform a shield into a mirror to reflect your laser vision. Ingenious. Eagle Eye remarked, you have concealed your depths well. A telekinetic has made a fool of you while masquerading as a metallic ability user. Qingchuan countered, aren't you also adept at concealing your true capabilities? An ocular ability user with 8 skills is a rarity on Blue Star. Why not show me an optical illusion? Eagle Eye responded, telekinetics are particularly adept at countering illusions. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. Qingchuan pressed, how do you possess such knowledge? Eagle Eye replied, everyone has their little secrets. I also know your talents are exceedingly rare. Qingchuan suggested, why not join me? Eagle Eye responded, your initial survival capabilities are decent, but your combat effectiveness is lacking. We shall see once you develop further. As a telekinetic, you likely possess illusion abilities as well. We are somewhat akin in our pursuits, though if I am not mistaken. Your telekinetic advancement requires a vast number of crystal cores. Competing for resources with you is not advantageous. Why not have your brother dispel my illusions? Qingchuan replied, I wish to gauge just how much strength and hidden cards my little brother possesses. Eagle Eye remarked, I extend my gratitude to your little brother for having such a good big brother. Qingchuan mused, I sense a hint of sarcasm in your words. With your strength, you shouldn't need to partner with Li Outyin, should you? Eagle Eye explained, I provide intelligence. Li Outyin's fire abilities yield high efficiency in eliminating zombies. I have calculated that he can dispatch them more swiftly than I could alone. My abilities excel in guerrilla reconnaissance, while engaging zombies expends too much energy with average efficiency. Unlike Li Outyin, who can incinerate extensive areas, aiding him is far more effective than going solo. Furthermore, despite his arrogance and volatility, it is merely a product of his privileged upbringing. He is quite generous in action. With 4 subordinates at his side handling day-to-day matters, I find this arrangement quite agreeable. His temperament, while a bit fiery, is better than that of my former commanding officer in the military. Qingchuan interjected, enough with the emotional appeals. Allowing Li Outyin a reprieve is feasible, but I desire the crystal core of that secondary mutated locksmith zombie you possess. Eagle Eye countered, to my knowledge, our group comprises some of the earliest awakened individuals on Blue Star. This secondary mutated zombie's crystal core may very well be the first of its kind harvested by humanity on Blue Star. The cost of sparing Li Outyin is insufficient to secure this core. Seeing Jean Rue's illusionary projection of Eagle Eye's laser vision as overwhelmingly powerful, Qingchuan recognized their disadvantage. Jean Rue enveloped both himself and Qingchuan within a metallic sphere, its exterior gleaming with reflective, mirror-like properties. A spark ignited in Qingchuan's mind. If I am not mistaken, the simulated attacks within your illusion must exaggerate your actual strength. How about I dispel Jean Rue's illusion, and we engage you in a friendly spar? Eagle Eye replied, while I may not best you both, I possess the capability to rescue Li Outyin. Do you believe me? I can see that the energy reserves and purity within you and Jean Rue are a level above mine and Li Outyin's, indicating you have mastered the utilization of crystal cores. How about you share your knowledge of crystal core usage, and in exchange, I offer the secondary mutated core for your leniency toward Li Outyin, along with the personal favor I owe you? Qingchuan agreed, deal. Eagle Eye responded, all right, you've driven a hard bargain. Very well, I shall comply. Eagle Eye tossed the crystal core to Qingchuan, who reciprocated by handing over a white skill book to Eagle Eye. Explaining its usage, Eagle Eye caught the skill book, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he scrutinized Qingchuan for a considerable time. Telekinetics face many tribulations. If you manage to survive the apocalypse, it seems you have many hidden cards as well, so I shall refrain from further commentary. As Qingchuan observed the diminishing energy reserves of Jean Rue in the illusion, he prepared to activate the telekinetic eye on Jean Rue's forehead to dispel Eagle Eye's enchantment. Suddenly, Jean Rue's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, brother, quickly take cover. He then used the last remnants of his energy to conjure a rotating metallic shield around his illusionary self, deflecting Eagle Eye's laser attack before succumbing to unconsciousness. Eagle Eye, witnessing Jean Rue's final act, was visibly moved. You truly are remarkable, my young brother. Are you certain we are not long lost kin? I suggest you undergo a DNA test. Qingchuan hastily dispelled the illusion and carried Jean Rue on his back. As an extraordinary ability user, Jean Rue quickly regained his senses, awakening to find himself on Qingchuan's back, drenched in sweat, yet feeling a sense of relief. That Eagle Eye is quite formidable. I knew you would have a way to handle him. Did he manage to escape? I never anticipated that Eagle Eye would possess such hidden prowess, able to contend with both of us single-handedly. We must be cautious of him in the future. Noticing Jean Rue's awareness of the situation, Qingchuan disregarded Eagle Eye's act of carrying Li Outyin back to the warehouse, holding a high regard for the illusionary prowess displayed. As dusk approached, Qingchuan declared, let us depart. We shall discuss further upon our return. He carried Jean Rue back to their dwelling. Reflecting on the earlier battle, Qingchuan contemplated Jean Rue's resilience against Eagle Eye's illusion, pondering whether his own psyche harbored darker inclinations, an unsettling thought indeed. Due to the exhaustive depleting of Jean Rue's energy, he remained completely unguarded against Qingchuan's telekinesis. Even if he had been cautious, it would have been of little consequence. A metallic ability user stood little chance against a telekinetic master. Qingchuan meticulously utilized his telekinesis to cleanse the remnants of the illusion from Jean Rue's mind. He provided him with a crystal core, waiting for Jean Rue to absorb it and restore his energy level sufficiently. Subsequently, he recounted the events of the afternoon's skirmish to Jean Rue, elucidating the system data within his mind. "Are you fully awake now, Jean Rue?" Qingchuan inquired, to which Jean Rue nodded in acknowledgement. Qingchuan continued, "To begin with, the zombies we encountered were an aberration of a parkour athlete. I surmise it was an athlete whose immune system was compromised by illness and, coincidentally, absorbed excessive energy during the Blue Star's energy surge, resulting in a mutation. This entity qualifies as a level 2 zombie, characterized by its elongated, agile arms and rapid leg power. I have dubbed this creature the elite parkour zombie. On the surface, it possesses 2 primary skills: physical coordination and stamina. Physical coordination encompasses climbing, jumping, running, and evasion, while stamina includes strength, speed, flexibility, endurance, agility, and resilience against falls and impacts. Although it appears to manifest merely 2 skills, the combat techniques entailed are numerous. To elaborate on strength, particularly core and lower body strength, they are crucial for maintaining balance and swift movement during combat. Speed and endurance are essential for parkour, necessitating rapid running, jumping, and climbing. Hence, they are inherently superior. Flexibility aids in maximizing movement range and agility. Agility, in parkour, often determines the success of the zombie's predatory capabilities, as we are perceived as both prey and sustenance. Resilience against falls and impacts is vital, as the body frequently interacts with hard surfaces such as the ground and walls during parkour, requiring adequate shock absorption to prevent injury. Psychological resilience allows the zombie to remain composed in the face of our assaults, adopting effective countermeasures and not easily surrendering to adversity. In essence, it embodies a vengeful spirit. Spatial awareness is paramount. Parkour athletes must constantly gauge their positioning and environmental surroundings to execute appropriate movements and decisions. Thus, this parkour zombie represents a formidable adversary not to be underestimated. Its curiosity and exploratory spirit reflect the creative nature of parkour, constantly innovating new maneuvers and techniques while learning from experience and mistakes. Therefore, it is reasonable to expect that should we encounter this parkour zombie again, it will be significantly stronger than our initial confrontation. Chapter 23. Level 2 Mutated Locksmith Crystal Core Zombie. This elite parkour zombie belongs to the assassin type. High attack, low defense. Your abilities are of the warrior type. Hence, should we face it again, adopt a defensive counterattack strategy, maintaining a cautious stance to avoid exposing any vulnerabilities. Just as you maintained your composure in Eagle Eye's illusion, this should not pose a significant challenge. Remember, do not engage the parkour zombie in complex terrain pursuits. Remain calm. This elite parkour zombie will find it challenging to contend with you. As Jean Rue listened to Qingchuan's extensive explanation of the elite parkour zombie's abilities and characteristics, he feigned indifference while feeling deeply moved within. How long had it been since someone imparted genuinely useful knowledge to him? The survival skills and combat experiences Qingchuan was sharing were invaluable. In the illusion, he had been thoroughly bested by Eagle Eye and had resolved to expend his final energy to create a favorable combat environment for Qingchuan, hoping to curry favor with him. Qingchuan, being the telekinetic master and system possessor, surely had an arsenal of hidden capabilities and would never abandon him, especially since Jean Rue owed him numerous crystal cores. It was a gamble worth taking. Jean Rue's thoughts drifted between memories of battles with Qingchuan, reminiscences of his school days with his homeroom teacher, and reflections on his deceased father, gradually merging into the visage of Qingchuan. Observing Jean Rue's unfocused gaze, Qingchuan wondered if he had zoned out. A steel ball was gently flicked towards him, producing a soft clang as it fell to the ground. The slight pain jolted Jean Rue's thoughts back to the present. He rubbed his hard forehead and offered Qingchuan a silly grin, a typical trait of a metallic ability user. Continuing, Qingchuan elaborated on Eagle Eye's background, physique, and demeanor, concluding, "I suspect that Eagle Eye is a retired military sniper who has awakened a visual ability." Visual type abilities refer to special powers related to sight, which can play various unique roles in combat. Eagle Eye's awakened visual ability possesses remarkable traits. 1. Super long-range vision, the capability to see distant targets, even observing enemies or terrain several kilometers away, which is invaluable for reconnaissance, sniping, and tactical planning. 2. Dynamic vision, the ability to clearly perceive swiftly moving objects, aiding in tracking fast-moving enemies or reacting promptly in battle. 3. X-ray vision, the ability to see through objects, revealing hidden targets or structures. Useful for detecting enemy positions or uncovering concealed weapons and traps. 4. Night vision, the ability to see clearly in dark environments, crucial for nocturnal combat or stealth operations. 5. Thermal vision, the capability to perceive heat emitted by objects, instrumental in identifying enemies in smoke, fog, or darkness. 6. Optical illusion, the ability to create visual illusions, confusing enemies or causing chaos, effectively disrupting their perception and judgment. 7. Target locking, once a target is locked, the ability to track and accurately strike, even if the target moves rapidly or changes direction. 8. Detail observation, the capacity to notice minute details, aiding in uncovering enemy weaknesses, analyzing tactics, or seeking clues. I suspect that Eagle Eye's laser ability is an evolved combat power stemming from his thermal vision. So I was indeed affected by Eagle Eye's optical illusion ability this afternoon. Qingchuan, it is not merely about the 3 optical skills. I have utilized telekinesis to observe the extraordinary abilities of Eagle Eye, and it is rather intricate, involving auditory illusions and tangible perceptual deceptions. Jean Rue, it has only been a few days since the apocalypse, and you have awakened 8 combat-related skills, including laser vision. How is it that you possess such an impressive collection of 9 skills? None are impractical, so your defeat is not unjust. Qingchuan, your metallic abilities are also quite numerous. I have seen you transform into a ball, then a hedgehog followed by a large blade, and even a mirror, quite impressive in its own right. Jean Rue, to put it plainly, it is merely one skill, metal shaping. Qingchuan, you're a warrior type, while Eagle Eye is a range type. It is entirely normal for a warrior type ability to struggle against a range type in the early stages. Primarily, you are overly careless. Next time you engage in battle with Eagle Eye, when you notice a white light flickering in his eyes, avoid direct eye contact to evade falling victim. Jean Rue, is it truly that simple? Qingchuan, some matters are not as difficult as they seem. It is merely that you are unaware. Even if I were to enlighten you, during combat, individuals often fixate on their opponent's eyes, attempting to decipher their next move and intentions through their gaze. Who is not familiar with the tale of Medusa? Yet, many still fall victim to her petrifying gaze. Jean Rue, brother, you cannot deny that Eagle Eye is comparable to Medusa. I hope he does not become more formidable than her in the future. Qingchuan, Eagle Eye is not as straightforward as you imagine. He shall only grow stronger. I have established an accord with Eagle Eye. We shall refrain from conflict and focus on our own development. We also dealt a blow to Liao Yin, and we shall act opportunistically moving forward. Jean Rue, based on my understanding of you, how many crystal cores did you acquire? Qingchuan shot Jean Rue a glare. Jean Rue, all right, let me rephrase. Surely, Eagle Eye is incapable of defeating you. I have heard that illusions do not affect telekinetics. How much protection money did you pay? Qingchuan, how do you know that illusions have no effect on telekinesis? Jean Rue, when I awakened my metallic abilities, certain information simultaneously imprinted itself in my mind. I suspect it is a genetic inheritance. Qingchuan, why did I not receive any additional information upon awakening my telekinetic abilities? Jean Rue, perhaps telekinetics do not possess a nemesis? Qingchuan pondered, recognizing the young lad's eloquence. Indeed, I currently possess the crystal core from the 2nd-tier mutated locksmith zombie. Jean Rue, let me see. Qingchuan flipped his hand, and the crystal core from the 2nd-tier mutated locksmith zombie appeared, which he tossed to Jean Rue. Jean Rue caught the crystal core and scrutinized it closely. This was his first encounter with a 2nd-tier mutated zombie's core. Upon observing the 2nd-tier mutated zombie's core, it shimmered like a brilliant jade. Its hue had transitioned from the pale grayish-white of the 1st tier to a deeper, more vibrant shade of green, exuding a sense of vitality, yet tinged with an eerie hint of death. In terms of shape, the 2nd-tier core had undergone significant transformation. It no longer resembled a rough pebble, but had gradually morphed into a more symmetrical, near-perfect sphere. This change in form symbolized the orderly accumulation and concentration of energy within the zombie's body. The surface of the core had also notably transformed. The once coarse texture had become smooth and delicate, as though polished by the passage of time. This alteration not only enhanced the core's visual appeal, but also hinted at the internal energy's refinement and concentration. Simultaneously, the radiance emitted by the 2nd-tier core had intensified. This glow was no longer faint. It now possessed a certain brightness, akin to a small star twinkling in the darkness. This luminescence not only illuminated the surrounding gloom, but also signified the augmentation and release of energy within the zombie's body. As the core of a 2nd-tier zombie, It represented the preliminary accumulation of energy within the creature. This indicated that the zombie was no longer satisfied with instinctual actions alone. It was beginning to harbor a higher reserve of energy. Such reserves not only rendered the zombie more formidable, but also laid the groundwork for its future evolution. The second-tier core is a pivotal juncture in the zombie's evolutionary process. It marks the transition from the basic to a more advanced level, foreshadowing potentially more terrifying and perilous developments ahead. In this world rife with uncertainty and danger, the second-tier core undoubtedly represents a significant existence. Chapter 24, The Human Network. Qingchuan. I sense that the energy within this second-tier zombie crystal core is extraordinarily vast. Qingchuan. Advancing through each level in this world is exceedingly arduous. It requires not only diligent cultivation, but also exceptional talent. Notably, this mutated second-tier locksmith zombie encompasses 3 combat skills: zombie toxic claws, zombie pursuit, and lockpicking. Qingchuan. It is my first time hearing that a crystal core contains the skills of a zombie. Brother, what do you suppose would happen if one were to consume this zombie crystal core? Would one not acquire these 3 skills? Qingchuan. Consuming this core would likely result in a catastrophic explosion of your body. Consider a balloon that can hold 10 units of air. If you were to forcefully fill it with 100 units, what would transpire? As we are both first-tier ability users, recklessly absorbing a second-tier core could yield unpredictable consequences. However, those fortunate enough and with exceptional physiques may evolve from first-tier to second-tier ability users. It is possible that one might even grasp the combat skills contained within the zombie core. Why not give it a try? You might be the chosen one. Qingchuan tossed the crystal core back to Qingchuan. There is no way I would take such a gamble. Do you think I am foolish? System Light, Orb, recently. The host's intelligence has stabilized within a normal range, which seems somewhat unreasonable. What could be the cause? It appears further data collection is warranted. Qingchuan. Brother, something significant has occurred. Our human lineage has awakened its innate talents. Are you aware? Qingchuan. As a person, I am certainly aware. It is merely the internet. What is so peculiar about it? During my school days, I often snuck out to access the internet, and I faced no small amount of reprimand from teachers and parents. I have had my fill of online experiences. The human race awakening such a trivial racial talent as the internet seems rather mundane to me. System Light Orb detected a drastic decline in the host's intelligence. Oh. The host has finally returned to normal. The system is relieved. Qingchuan. I find this internet racial talent rather lackluster as well. It does not enhance combat prowess. Qingchuan chuckled heartily. Great minds think alike. System Light Orb. Truly, they are not of the same family, nor do they enter the same door. 2 great fools. As twilight set in, on the 5th night of the apocalypse, the entire blue star was plunged into darkness. Qingchuan and Qingchuan, feeling bored, accessed the human network in their minds. Within the human network, Sunshine Community Local Network. Today, I collected 5 crystal cores. Envy me? Here, SA picture. Qingchuan thought to himself. Ah, there's a photo sharing feature. It seems this human talent is not entirely useless. I discovered a basement filled with fruits, beverages, cigarettes, and alcohol. Quite splendid. Uploading a video. Qingchuan mused. Ah, I can upload videos? This is indeed delightful. The upstairs lad's basement belongs to an old leader's family, and those cigarettes and alcohol were gifts from me. Hand them over, or prepare for dire consequences. Oh, you frighten me to death. If you have the ability, come and take it. Crystal cores for food and water. There's a means of exchange. Upon clicking on this statement, a dialog box appeared alongside the individual's real name, photo, and identification number. This network is indeed real name verified. Quite impressive. Qingchuan contemplated the features of this human network and discovered several intriguing aspects. Each statement could be clicked to reveal the real name, appearance, identification number, and detailed address coordinates of the speaker. Astonishingly, the images and memories within one's mind could be extracted and uploaded to the network via photographs and videos. One can also conceal their name, appearance, and coordinate number, as well as reveal whether they possess supernatural abilities. The functionalities are abundant and still require exploration. For now, I shall peruse the messages to alleviate my boredom. I seek to acquire cultivation techniques and methods for awakening supernatural powers. I possess spiritual herbs, specifically the meat of Sistanch, accompanied by a video. Upon clicking, Qingchuan discovered that the human network had collectively verified its authenticity. Spiritual Sistanch. This traditional medicinal herb, known as desert ginseng, has evolved by absorbing the energies of the natural world and is highly valued for its medicinal properties. Its appearance and characteristics, as detailed in the video subtitles. are as follows. Appearance. Systanch is cylindrical, slightly curved, measuring between 3 to 20 centimeters in length and 2 to 8 centimeters in diameter. The specific spiritual systanch presented here is 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters in diameter. Its surface is dark brown or gray-brown, densely covered with scale-like fleshy leaves arranged in a shingle pattern. These leaves may occasionally shed or break, leaving behind leaf scars. The systanch is heavy, with a hard texture and slight elasticity, making it difficult to break. When cut, its interior reveals a dark brown or blackish-brown color, with pale brown dotted vascular bundles arranged in wavy ring patterns. Sometimes, the interior may appear hollow. Functionality. In traditional Chinese medicine, systanch is sweet and salty in flavor. Warm in nature, it is known to tonify kidney yang, nourish essence and blood, and facilitate bowel movements. It is commonly used to treat symptoms such as weakness in the waist and knees, impotence, nocturnal emissions, leukorrhea, back pain, and constipation. Systanch can be consumed as a decoction, in pills, or even made into porridge or infused in alcohol. Moreover, it is a precious medicinal material, celebrated for its unique therapeutic value and economic potential as desert ginseng. Please note that despite the myriad medicinal functions of systanch, one should consult a professional physician or pharmacist before use to ensure safety and efficacy. Spiritual efficacy. It enhances the strength of water-type and fire-type supernatural practitioners, as well as wood-type practitioners. Its effects on metal-type and shadow attribute practitioners are average, and improper usage may lead to adverse outcomes. The human network appears quite formidable, capable of discerning authenticity and efficacy, which is of paramount importance to humanity. It seems I have underestimated it. Where did you find this? Inquired the elder brother upstairs. I cultivated it in my own yard. This is a spiritual herb. Wait a few days, and its value will surely appreciate. With so few individuals possessing supernatural abilities, once they develop, spiritual herbs will be among the most sought-after products. How about I offer 50 crystal cores for procurement? I am aware of the immense future value of spiritual herbs, yet the current living conditions exert great pressure, forcing me to sell at a low price. Low price? You're seeking cultivation techniques. Right now, we are in an era of energy surges and supernatural awakenings. There may even be opportunities for cultivation. I deduce that cultivation techniques should hold greater value than spiritual herbs. You possess spiritual herbs, while I possess techniques. Your herbal field is my home. Elder brother upstairs, I have cultivation techniques. Please send me your coordinates privately, and I will come to find you. I shall not. You lack even a picture of the techniques. Are you not intending to engage in treachery? Did you see the battle at Sunshine Community today? The level 2 mutated locksmith zombie was finally taken down, allowing us to sleep without trepidation. A friend of mine was killed by that level 2 mutated zombie. He is likely a zombie now. Is there such strength in Sunshine Community? I reside in the neighboring subsidized housing community, where a parkour athlete has mutated into a level 2 zombie. It's quite formidable. Are there any visual supernatural experts observing? Please share the battle videos for study. There are. Watching costs 1 crystal core for a level 1 Eagle Eye supernatural practitioner. Qingchuan discovered the contact number and coordinates behind Eagle Eye's video, with his appearance concealed. Eagle Eye uploaded edited videos to the human network, charging 1 crystal core for each viewing. Qingchuan silently prepared to watch, receiving a prompt indicating the need for 1 crystal core, while his account balance showed 0. How do I recharge? The human network played a recharge video, suggesting placing crystal cores in a location accessible by the body and silently reciting a recharge incantation. Qingchuan perceived the human network as a capitalist venture, playing their financial game, yet complied and recharged with 10 crystal cores. Qingchuan was aware that he and Jean Rue, along with Li Outyin and Eagle Eye, had revealed numerous skills during their battle. Surely, Eagle Eye would not upload all their trump cards, would he? Surely not. This human network must have editing capabilities, right? Upon entering, he found subtitles and videos showcasing the battle from both Eagle Eye's and Li Outyan's perspectives. The subtitles began with the human network's certification, authentic battle video, edited version, uploaded by Eagle Eye and Li Outyan. After watching the video, Qingchuan felt reassured. It primarily showcased Li Outyan's formidable fire-type abilities and Eagle Eye's tracking skills, culminating in the extraction of a level 2 crystal core from the charred body of the mutated locksmith zombie. Qingchuan was relieved, realizing that Eagle Eye was also a wise individual who did not reveal all his secrets. Chapter 25, Duplication. On the evening of the 5th day of the apocalypse, Qingchuan grew increasingly restless, pondering, where's my footage? Was it edited out? I was the main character on site. Who taught Eagle Eye to edit like this? Upon observing the rapidly increasing view count on Eagle Eye's video, he thought, is this going viral? In a short time, it has amassed 1,000 views. Have I truly earned this many crystal cores so easily? Watching the slowly rising numbers beneath the video, Qingchuan felt an unusual discomfort, suddenly understanding a saying from before the apocalypse. One fears for a brother's suffering while simultaneously fearing that a brother acquires a luxury vehicle. It was distressing. System-like cluster absorbed jealousy emotions. 11,111 absorbed indifference emotions. 111,111 absorbed belittling emotions. 111,111 absorbed rejection emotions. 111,111 absorbed hostility emotions. 11111 at that moment. Qingchuan sensed some movement. Jean Rue emerged from the metallic shell, proceeding as usual to hunt zombies for crystal cores. Qingchuan had intended to tell Jean Rue that today's acquisition of a level 2 mutated zombie crystal core was partly due to his efforts, as the energy within far exceeded the 10,000 crystal cores owed. Yet, feeling disheartened, he chose silence, recalling the wisdom of not speaking to friends when in a poor mood, lest he spread his malaise, turning one burden into two. The system-like cluster advised, as the saying goes, share adversity with brothers. In a convenience store's warehouse, Li Outyin awoke under Eagle Eye's watchful care. Understanding that most of Li Outyin's injuries were superficial and would soon heal, Eagle Eye informed him, I gave Qingchuan the level 2 crystal core from that mutated locksmith zombie in exchange for this skill book on crystal core absorption. Eagle Eye placed a white skill book in Li Outyin's hands. To have exchange for this skill book from Qingchuan, you have contributed significantly, and, as our leader, you can learn it by simply reciting it in your heart. Once mastered, your abilities will grow even stronger, enabling us to venture further. Li Outyin gazed up with his panda-like eyes at Eagle Eye. Though I may be a reckless heir, I possess some understanding of human nature. Qingchuan and Jean Rue wish for my demise. With such a significant advantage, how could they easily spare my life? The price you paid must have been substantial. Eagle Eye said nothing, turning his back to Li Outyin as he exited the warehouse, vanishing into the darkness. Li Outyin recognized that Eagle Eye's abilities thrived in the dark, making him exceptionally advantageous whether hunting zombies or engaging in treachery. Turning back, he inquired about the circumstances following his unconsciousness from the labor team. Wang Dipping, you all actually didn't abandon me and flee? I'm quite surprised. Wang Dipping, in my heart, Li Xiao is as magnificent as a deity, and we shall unwaveringly follow him through life and death. Li Outyin, although it may be flattery, I have a fondness for those astute enough to know how to flatter. He tossed a handful of crystal cores into Wang Dipping's hands, which he hurriedly caught. Li Outyin remarked, I believe you will awaken your abilities. It's merely a matter of time. Hold on to these crystal cores for now. With a wave of his hand, Wang Dipping and the others exited Li Outyin's resting chamber. Through this recent defeat in battle, Li Outyin developed a measure of trust in Eagle Eye. He silently vowed to learn. As the white skill book in his hand transformed into a constellation of shimmering lights, permeating Li Outyin's being. What a wondrous sensation. Alas, Qingchuan cannot be tamed for my use. After acquiring the skill of crystal core absorption, Li Outyin utilized the energy from the cores, along with a simple method he devised, to heal his wounds. He channeled the energy to the injured areas, facilitating a swifter recovery for the damaged tissues. There was some effect. The injured regions mended significantly faster than through natural healing. However, the 2 dark circles around his eyes proved troublesome. The surrounding nerve cells were particularly sensitive, causing the energy flow to evoke both pain and itchiness, leading to a painfully slow recovery. Qingchuan and Jean Rue, await your reckoning. Such treachery. I have never suffered such a significant loss in my life. Li Outyin pondered that for the team to flourish, an awakener with healing abilities was essential. Suddenly, a message from Eagle Eye reached Li Outyin's mind, indicating that he needed to send a video to Eagle Eye. Upon hearing that there were crystal cores to be earned online, Qingchuan had a sudden flash of inspiration. If Eagle Eye could upload videos for profit, so could he. Qingchuan utilized the human network to contact Jean Rue, sending back a video, and to his surprise, he found the editing process remarkably straightforward. The AI of the human network was astoundingly intelligent, far surpassing certain others. The system detected the host's intelligence returning from a state of dullness to normal levels. Qingchuan skillfully edited the video, leveraging various perspectives from his telekinetic abilities to emphasize his grandeur, elegance, and charm. He highlighted Jean Rue's valor and resilience as a metal ability warrior, showcasing his tactical versatility in battle. The focus shifted to the comical sight of Li Aoyan being besieged by himself and Jean Rouet, complete with his amusing panda eyes. Captured from multiple angles without missing a single detail. Clever angles accentuated eagle eyes, cunning and deceit, augmented with a dark filter. Critical skills were deftly omitted from the cuts. Qingchuan gazed upon his creation with immense satisfaction. He uploaded 3 videos titled 1. Qingchuan and Jean Rouet's outrageous encounter with level 2 parkour zombies. 2. The untold story of rich second-generation Li Aoyan and level 2 zombies. 3. The complex emotions of retired soldier Eagle Eye and rich second-generation Li Aoyan. Click to send. 1 crystal core for viewing. Qingchuan emitted an eerie laugh as he observed the rapidly increasing view count. Li Aoyan was drawn in by the titles of Qingchuan's uploaded videos. Upon clicking, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, inadvertently aiding his recovery. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. Qingchuan, I shall take my revenge on you. Unbeknownst to Qingchuan, the murderous intent Li Aoyan harbored went unnoticed. The system inquired, is it possible to extract the 3 skills from the crystal core of this level 2 locking zombie? The system responded, 100 crystal cores, 3 skill books. No deception here. Qingchuan retorted, you wouldn't be embezzling my level 2 mutated zombie crystal core ability, would you? The system reassured, intelligent life forms never engage in disgraceful acts. Qingchuan pressed, can the 3 skill books be copied? The system replied, copying each book costs 100 crystal cores. Qingchuan protested, why is copying more expensive? Shouldn't it be cheaper? The system elucidated, the energy expended to copy a skill book is equivalent to extracting 3 skill books from the crystal core, hence their values are equal. Qingchuan felt a sense of loss. The system detected a sudden spike in the host's intelligence, reaching an abnormally high level of 150. Qingchuan noticed that the video view count on the human network had surpassed 10,000 crystal cores in revenue. With newfound wealth, he felt it prudent to keep the crystal cores secure within his system space. He silently commanded the extraction of 10,000 crystal cores. To his dismay, he discovered that the human network had deducted 1 crystal core as a processing fee, surpassing even the system's charges in its unfairness. The system remarked, I am, after all, quite benevolent. Chapter 26, Level 2 Skill Books. The Fifth Night of the Apocalypse, 10 p.m. Qingchuan gazed at the 3 skill books in his hands. Zombie Poison Claw, Zombie Chase, and Lock Picking. They were unexpectedly level 2 skill books. Qingchuan consulted the system for information on the differences between level 2 and level 1 skill books. The system provided the following details. The distinctions between level 2 and level 1 skill books primarily lie in several aspects: skill level and complexity. Skills offered by level 2 skill books are generally more advanced and intricate than those in level 1. While level 1 skill books teach fundamental skills or enhance combat power, level 2 skill books encompass higher level techniques, more complex strategies, or more powerful effects. Learning requirements. Due to their complexity and advancement, learning level 2 skills may necessitate higher attribute requirements, longer learning times, or greater resource investment. In contrast, level 1 skill books typically impose lower demands on learners, making them easier to master. Effects and benefits. Skills from level 2 skill books are usually more potent and advantageous compared to those from level 1. These skills may possess higher attack power, stronger defense, greater speed, or other unique effects, providing learners with greater benefits and advantages. Rarity and acquisition difficulty. Level 2 skill books are generally rarer and more challenging to obtain than level 1 skill books. The combat techniques documented in level 2 skill books may be found within higher level creatures or zombie crystal cores, or among stronger foes or more difficult quests, necessitating intelligent life to invest more effort, time, risk, and even sacrifice to acquire them. There are evident differences in skill level, learning requirements, effects, and benefits, as well as rarity and acquisition difficulty between level 2 and level 1 skill books. Intelligent beings must consider their needs and circumstances when selecting skill books. Though it was already past 10 p.m. and the room was enveloped in darkness, this did not hinder Qingchuan's ability to observe the appearance of the level 2 skill books with his telekinetic powers. The level 2 skill books emanated a soft green light in the dark. The book's appearance was both elegant and mysterious. Its cover seemingly crafted from an unknown pale green gemstone that radiated a gentle and warm glow under the moonlight. The brilliance of the cover seemed to embody boundless wisdom and power, with each ray of light telling an ancient and enigmatic tale. The pages appear to be made of special green silk, soft yet resilient. When opened, the pale green text flickered in the darkness, resembling fireflies in a forest, both mysterious and beautiful. These words not only documented the usage and principles of the skills, but also contained an indescribable rhythm and aesthetic quality. The edges of the book were adorned with exquisite golden patterns, enhancing its overall opulence while contrasting sharply with the pale green cover, rendering the entire volume even more unique and noble. The spine bore the inscription of Level 2 lock-picking techniques, the lettering fluid and powerful, underscoring the book's extraordinary nature. This tome was not merely a skill book, but a work of art, imbued with infinite wisdom and power, awaiting the discovery and comprehension of a worthy individual. Qingchuan spent 300 crystal cores to replicate a set and silently commanded himself to learn. Qingchuan stood in the living room, the luminous moonlight cascading through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Under the ethereal glow, Qingchuan clutched tightly a light green secondary skill book on shadow effects. Suddenly, the book emanated a gentle radiance, gradually transforming into a delicate wisp of pale green light. This luminescence danced in the air, resembling a creature of enchantment, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. As the light swirled, it began to form an intricate and elaborate pattern in the atmosphere. This design, woven from countless rays of light, seemed to harbor the most profound secrets of the universe. Qingchuan gazed at the pattern, feeling a formidable force subtly permeating his being. This energy was both gentle and powerful, akin to a crystalline spring flowing into Qingchuan's essence. As this force infused him, he sensed his hands gradually brimming with dynamic vitality, as if every inch of his skin was radiating newfound vigor. During this transformative process, Qingchuan's mental prowess also began to evolve. He felt as though he were immersed in a world of locks illuminated by light and shadow, where everything around him was enveloped in a soft glow. He could distinctly perceive the internal structures of each lock, intricate mechanical devices captivating his mind with their subtle variations, as if he were becoming one with this realm of locks. When the final wisp of light penetrated his being, he felt as if he had been reborn. His fingers were filled with agility and strength, and his mental clarity became sharper and more vibrant. Qingchuan realized he had successfully mastered the power contained within this secondary lock-picking skill book, which would serve him with greater efficacy in future explorations. He knew he would no longer be troubled by the sound of locks clicking. Turning his attention to the zombie toxic claw skill book, it revealed the secrets of this menacing technique. The cover, adorned with dark patterns against a pale green backdrop, was rife with decayed textures and dark red stains, foreboding the danger and horror it contained. Upon opening the pages, a bold title caught his eye: Zombie Toxic Claw, The Awakening of the Hand of Death. Qingchuan noted with surprise that the previously intricate patterns had transformed into user-friendly Chinese, making comprehension significantly easier. The book meticulously detailed the origins, evolution, and application of the zombie toxic claw. It was said that this claw emerged from a mutated ancient zombie virus, causing the infected to sprout sharp claws from their arms while simultaneously releasing a lethal virus. It elaborated on the claw's characteristics, depicting its dark hue, encrusted with a thick layer of virulent pus, emitting a nauseating stench. When a zombie toxic claw launched an attack, the claws would extend instantaneously, piercing the target's body and injecting the virus within. Those infected would swiftly become weak and ultimately transform into a zombie, enslaved by the claws. Qingchuan pondered the notion of being turned into a slave of the zombie toxic claw. Why did the system not incorporate the ability to enslave others with this skill for the secondary locksmith? The system replied, in the early stages, zombies possess limited intelligence and insufficient brain capacity. Was Qingchuan being subtly insulted? The book also expounded on the techniques for utilizing the zombie toxic claw, including how to swiftly initiate an attack, evade enemy counterattacks, and control zombie slaves. Furthermore, it emphasized the potential dangers and ethical dilemmas associated with the claw, urging users to exercise caution to avoid becoming ensnared in an inescapable situation. The Zombie Toxic Claw skill book was an exceptionally perilous yet practical tome. It served as an essential manual for zombie hunters, as well as a coveted guide for those seeking to harness the hand of death. However, in utilizing the skills described within, one must maintain a clear mind and unwavering will. Otherwise, they risk becoming the next target of the Zombie Toxic Claw. It is unsuitable for practitioners of light-based abilities, elemental manipulation, spatial manipulation, temporal manipulation, metallic manipulation, healing arts, or other supernatural practitioners. Conversely, those awakened with viral affinities, necromancers, summoners, curse casters, and botanical manipulators are the prime candidates for mastering this skill book, capable of unleashing its maximum potential. Chapter 27: Zombie Pursuit. On the fifth night at 11 p.m. in Sunshine Community, Qingchuan mused, "What happens when a telekinesis master learns?" The system orb responded, "It's neither particularly good nor bad. It's moderate, and I wouldn't recommend it to the host. My greatest strength lies in heeding advice." Is this book truly fraught with negative consequences? It seems an unworthy tome. Selling it to Eagle Eye and Li Outyin might be a splendid choice. Next, he perused the Zombie Pursuit skill book. The cover of this secondary skill book presented a profound dark green hue, symbolizing the endless night sky and the trajectory of pursuit. The spine bore the silver inscription "Pursuit," succinct and striking, suggesting a cold yet resolute determination. Upon opening its pages, a chilling breeze seemed to emanate from the book, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. The text exhibited a unique fluidity, as if describing an exhilarating chase. Each page brimmed with dynamism, conjuring images of valiant warriors darting through the darkness, pursuing fleeing foes. The essence of this book was distinctive. Qingchuan noted with intrigue that the word zombie was absent. It exuded a faint scent of rust, as if it had borne witness to countless battles and pursuits. When one delved into its contents, a palpable tension enveloped them, as though they too were swept into the heart-pounding chase. Learning from this skill book was no simple feat. It demanded acute insight, rapid reflexes, and unyielding determination. Only by truly mastering these skills could one adeptly employ them in combat, successfully pursuing and subduing adversaries. This Pursuit secondary skill book was not merely a manual for combat. It also served as a spiritual guide, teaching one how to confront challenges in life with unwavering resolve. It conveyed the profound truth that only through relentless pursuit and effort can one achieve their goals and realize their dreams. The system described this pursuit skill as exceedingly formidable. How does it compare to the telekinetic frisbee? The system orb replied, "There is no comparison. The telekinetic skill can only be described in two words: transcendent." Qingchuan mused, "Is it truly that remarkable? I don't feel it." The system orb detected the host's intelligence had plummeted to 50. Qingchuan contemplated that this book would be more appropriate for Jean Rouet's studies. He already possessed the telekinetic frisbee and had no need for this pursuit technique. Feeling a notification in his mind, Qingchuan's thoughts interconnected with the human network. Who was that formidable individual clad in metallic armor? He looked incredibly cool, embodying the essence of his childhood dreams. He recognized him as Jean Rouet, an employee of the Blade Edge slaughterhouse, nicknamed Golden Blade, renowned for his merciless slaughter of countless beings. Goodness, another fierce character. Just when he thought Li Outyin was formidable, he discovered Qingchuan and Jean Rouet, the metallic duo, were equally impressive. 2 against 1. Wasn't that a bit unfair? In these jungle rules, the victor reigns supreme while the vanquished are left to suffer. It was amusing to envision Li Outyin's handsome visage marred by panda eyes. The upstairs occupants displayed a lack of compassion, unlike him, who could only feel sympathy for his brother, chuckling softly. Now, formidable individuals could even summon secondary zombies, while he was still playing hide and seek with primary zombies. How frustrating. Does Brother Jean Rouet need a little brother? I cook quite well. Qingchuan was exceptionally handsome, estimated to be at least 9 meters tall, and the manager of a fashion-forward model agency named Ming Ming eagerly anticipated meeting the handsome Qingchuan, subsequently sharing an exhilarating and passionate dance video. Personal information at the end of the video: name, Ming Ming, gender, female, education, Tianzi Dance Academy, height, 180 centimeters, level 1 illusionist. Address, confidential. ID, confidential. This girl is truly captivating. This woman possesses illusionary skills. Could the video be doctored? In reality, she could be a middle-aged man in his 40s. I am a hacker, and after thorough investigation, I have yet to discover any technology capable of deceiving the authentication system of the internet. Clearly, she is a prime specimen for procreation. Umaba. My blood pressure is skyrocketing, already lacking sustenance. I am now further malnourished. This video has exacerbated my already dire situation. She is evidently a woman of unattainable caliber, highly educated, from a reputable family, with fair skin, a perfect figure, and the ability to dance. The ability to dance and perform illusions? I have a daring new notion. Could it be that Qingchuan is indeed blessed? Envy and jealousy abound. Let us defeat Qingchuan and reclaim Ming Ming. To focus on beautiful women instead of enhancing one's own power is utterly hopeless. I have observed the parkour zombie that was driven off by the metal duo in the affordable housing neighborhood. As a resident of this community, many ordinary individuals have fallen victim to this parkour zombie over the past few days. The thought sends shivers down my spine. Tonight, there were no anguished cries heard within the neighborhood. leading me to suspect that the parkour zombie is recuperating. Why is there no one with abilities like Qingchuan Jinrui in our community? I envy the residents of Sunshine Community. You make a valid point. Sunshine Community is not particularly large, just a few buildings, yet it boasts numerous awakened ability users. Indeed, Qingchuan Jinrui, the metal duo, Li Aoyan, a wealthy fire element heir, and the eagle eye with his visual abilities, all in a tiny neighborhood with 4 superhumans. How are we to survive? I wonder why the apocalyptic scenes of zombies swarming high-rises depicted in films have yet to manifest. The survivors are quite crafty. None are foolish enough to expose themselves, as those who do are swiftly devoured by the zombies. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to lead hordes of zombies to their own refuge. You make a good point. Those who truly wish to end their lives have long since done so, whether by suicide or jumping from heights. The remaining individuals are masters of survival, with exceptionally resilient spirits. Each person is far from simple. Qingchuan has released new information. It appears to be a level 2 crystal core. Level 2 mutated zombie crystal core for a trade of 50 crystal cores of the same level? What does that even mean? I cannot comprehend. Is this not a losing venture? Haha, not necessarily. In this world, there are those willing to risk their lives for profit. While no one engages in losing trades, perhaps we simply have not yet grasped the underlying principles. Could a wise philosopher analyze this for us? Do you think it's that simple to gain knowledge without cost? This knowledge can yield crystal cores. Those who know will utilize it for profit. Why would they share it with you? How naive. What on earth is this? Quickly, let us check Qingchuan's shop. Can one truly open a store on the internet? Why did I not think of this? No way. Someone is actually offering skill books, zombie venom claw. What on earth? Below are the details and usage instructions for the skill book. It is indeed a level 2 skill book. Analyzing this, there must be level 1 skill books as well. Skipping directly to level 2 skill books? Is that not a bit reckless? Is the prestige truly that high? By the way, could Brother Qingchuan spare a level 1 skill book for his sister? I am petite and charming, sweet and savory, capable of being adorable, warming the bed, cooking, and even mimicking a cute cat video. This skill book is apparently ill-suited for a water mage such as myself. Does the concept of class change even exist in this world? This skill book is clearly for warriors. What business does a ranged elemental mage have here? 20,000 crystal cores. That is exorbitant. I do not find it expensive. If you are an ordinary person capable of slaying 10 zombies a day, you would only need 5.5 years to obtain an opportunity that could transform your fate. Do you still consider it costly? Goodness, now that you mention it, it does seem quite reasonable. Is there a party forming? I am a summoner. I seek those with awakened viral talents, necromancy, summoning, curses, and plant abilities to join me. Quickly, let us push this message down. In a short time, no one will be able to gather 20,000 crystal cores. We, the capable ability users, should organize together to pool our resources to purchase it and then resell for profit. This is the first skill book of its kind on the entire internet, and there will undoubtedly be no shortage of buyers. I despise heartless capitalists. In the past, such individuals would have been executed for speculation. Chapter 28, The Sheep's Dish. Qingchuan watched the numbers of crystal cores in his internet account continually rise. Is this not more profitable than slaying zombies? Suddenly, he felt that killing zombies was no longer appealing. Perhaps it is time to reconsider his developmental path. Exiting the internet, he noticed it was getting late. Time for sleep. In the affordable housing community, Zhang Quanglan, male, background, military second generation, ability, earth-based. He observed the online praise for Qingchuan, Jinrui, Li Aoyan, and Eagle Eye reaching astonishing heights. Superficial or substantial, their true strength remains to be seen. Let us not overlook the favorable feng shui of Sunshine Community, which has produced 4 ability users, Qingchuan, Jinrui, Li Aoyan, and Eagle Eye. Hail Tao, male, background, swimming pool lifeguard ability, water-based. So many ability users have already emerged. Sunshine Community is truly a talent pool. Qingchuan, Jinrui, Li Aoyan, Eagle Eye. Qingchuan and Jinrui possess considerable strength. They could collaborate. Li Aoyan's fire abilities are not a significant concern, as my water abilities counteract them perfectly. Eagle Eye's visual abilities are, theoretically speaking, quite average, yet he associates with Li Aoyan. On the 6th morning of the apocalypse, at 5 a.m., Jinrui returned to his shell for some much-needed rest. Qingchuan was asleep. At 9 a.m., Qingchuan awoke and opened the internet to check his video earnings. The video revenue had surprisingly exceeded 20,000 crystal cores, and all that effort risking his life against zombies, easily susceptible to infection. I should just focus on internet videos. Qingchuan mused. No wonder so many people were streamers in my previous life. It's incredibly lucrative. Qingchuan recorded a short video of the level 2 crystal core and posted it online, titled, Defeating Li Outyin. Loot from the level 2 mutated locksmith zombie crystal core. Li Outyin was infuriated upon seeing Qingchuan's trending video and sought an excuse to vent his frustrations on Wang Dipping and others. Eagle Eye intervened. Stop. If you're upset, go kill some zombies to relieve your anger. If you scare off old Wang and the others, we'll have no one to cook for us. Li Outyin, calm down, run. Where they run to? The entire world is infested with zombies. There's no safe haven. Before the apocalypse erupted, they survived by scavenging under my domain. Even a morsel of leftover food from me would have filled them. In the past, it was difficult for them to even catch a glimpse of me. Now that the apocalypse is upon us, I am a fire-based mage, and they are mere mortals. The disparity in our statuses is even greater. We are not the same. There's a clear divide between the divine and the mundane. If I were to take them in, it would not merely be a stroke of luck. It would be akin to their ancestral graves catching fire. Eagle Eye watched as old Wang and the others left, shaking his head with a smile. Let me tell you a story. It's called the sheep's dish, Li Outyin replied. I know that term. Please continue. Eagle Eye continued. It is better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. As this saying is widely known, petty individuals are often narrow-minded and will resort to any means of revenge. Once, a general nearly lost his life for failing to heed this advice. This tale unfolds during the spring and autumn period, a time markedly more tumultuous than the Warring States era, characterized by rapid annexations among states and an increase in conflicts among feudal lords. In the year 606 BC, under the guidance of the state of Chu, the state of Zheng launched an offensive against Song. Once a dominant power during the spring and autumn period, Zheng was led by the formidable Duke Zheng, who had triumphed over numerous coalitions and showed little regard for the Zhou Emperor. In response to Zheng's aggression, Song dispatched the commanders Hua Yuan and Lu Lu to confront the enemy. However, a dramatic turn of events unfolded as the battle commenced. Hua Yuan, the leader of the Song army, found himself inadvertently transported to the enemy camp by his charioteer, Yang Zhen, with their commander now in enemy hands. Defeat for Song seemed inevitable. The ensuing conflict resulted in a catastrophic loss for Song, with Hua Yuan captured and another commander slain, alongside the destruction of over 400 chariots and the loss of more than 300 soldiers. Li Outyin, having been raised in a wealthy but broken family, was seldom regaled with stories by his father, who was perpetually preoccupied with business. Instead, he grew up under the watchful eye of a taciturn nanny. Captivated by the simplicity of the tale narrated by Eagle Eye, he pondered the implications of Yang Zhen's betrayal. Yang Zhen, the personal charioteer of Hua Yuan, who was expected to be trustworthy, delivered Hua Yuan into the hands of the enemy, all over a mere plate of lamb. Typically, military campaigns would commence with a ceremonial feast to bolster morale, ensuring soldiers were well fed before the harsher rations of battle. However, as Hua Yuan distributed the lamb to his men, he inadvertently neglected to serve Yang Zhen, who harbored resentment for this perceived slight. The following day, during the clash of arms, Yang Zhen drove the chariot straight into the enemy camp, leaving Hua Yuan, taken aback, to demand an explanation for his betrayal. Yang Zhen retorted, Yesterday, the lamb was your decision. Today, it is mine. Thus, while the troops engaged fiercely at the front, their commander languished in the enemy's camp. This incident gave rise to the idiom Yang Zhen Changgong, denoting the idea of personal vendettas undermining the public good. Ultimately, it took 100 chariots for Song's Duke One to secure Hua Yuan's release, revealing Yang Zhen as a quintessential villain, nursing grudges over trifles and enacting ruthless revenge. This serves as a cautionary reminder to be wary of inciting petty individuals in our daily lives. Li Outyin reflected, I understand now. I shall refrain from provoking Wang Dipping and his ilk in the future. Eagle Eye observed whether Li Outyin truly absorbed the lesson or merely sought to save face, finding it somewhat disconcerting to see a typically hot-headed individual display humility. Meanwhile, a message spread across the network. Qingchuan had released a video showcasing a level 2 mutated zombie crystal core. The pale green core was deemed exquisite, sparking a desire for a necklace crafted from it. If anyone gifts me a necklace made from a level 2 zombie crystal core, I shall consider them my boyfriend, declared a female user, Xiaomei. Another chimed in, look at the elegance of Qingchuan's hands. How fair and slender. A third female user, Meng Meng, remarked on the current lack of modesty among women, deeming it lascivious. As discussions unfolded, the time indicated 11:13 a.m. Observers noted Qingchuan and Jean Rue emerging from Sunshine Community, questioning their decision to venture outside amidst the throngs of zombies. While it may seem perilous for ordinary individuals devoid of abilities, it posed no threat to Qingchuan and Jean Rue, capable of confronting level 2 zombies head-on. They likely sought to harvest zombie crystal cores, which are believed to be invaluable to those with abilities. Amidst the chatter, one user recounted their harrowing experience of discovering a neighbor transformed into a zombie, leading to the unintentional consumption of a zombie crystal core. Remarkably, they reported enhanced strength without succumbing to zombification, though they cautioned against the reckless consumption of such cores, uncertain of potential side effects. In Chapter 29, titled The Counterplot, as the sixth day of the apocalypse dawned at 11:30 a.m., Qingchuan and Jean Rue sprinted toward the affordable housing complex, having learned of a zombie parkour event. Upon arrival, Qingchuan noted the surprisingly sparse number of zombies outside. Jean Rue, unaware of the reason, was promptly informed by Qingchuan about the high energy content of the level 2 mutated locksmith zombies crystal core, equating it to the energy of 20,000 level 1 cores. Jean Rue expressed disbelief, prompting Qingchuan to assert that he no longer owed Jean Rue any cores, as the street was nearly devoid of zombies due to Jean Rue's efforts. Jean Rue, momentarily taken aback, questioned why Qingchuan had not mentioned this sooner. As they battled the encroaching zombies, the carnage left by Jean Rue's ruthless actions painted a gruesome scene, while Qingchuan shielded himself from the splatter with his psychic barrier. Jing Hui, surprised by Qingchuan's blood-stained psychic shield, jested about his perceived lack of caution. Qingchuan, in jest, revealed that he never employed his shield while sleeping, while Jean Rue's metal armor was ostensibly to guard against mosquito bites. Further discussions revealed that not all the zombies on the road had fallen to Jean Rue's hand. Other ability users were also hunting level 1 zombies. Inquiring about the whereabouts of Eagle Eye and Li Outqian, Jean Rue mentioned their conspicuous fireballs in another direction, seemingly undeterred by the danger of attracting a horde of zombies. Qingchuan reassured Jean Rue that with Eagle Eye as a natural scout, they would not be overwhelmed. He had entrusted Eagle Eye with the skill book for absorbing crystal cores, to which Jean Rue responded incredulously, comparing it to the tale of 2 peaches killing 3 men. Jean Rue, my family is impoverished, and I inherited my father's profession as the village butcher. However, after the policy change that prohibited casual pig farming and slaughtering, the pig farmers in the village vanished, leading to our livelihood's demise. Eventually, I ventured into the city to work, finding employment at a slaughterhouse, which is why I possess little education and culture. Qingchuan, are you certain it's not because of your penchant for playfulness and disinterest in learning? As far as I know, the butchers in the village are not impoverished. Jean Rue, are you going to tell a story or not? I still wish to hear it. Qingchuan understands that the parallel world of launching shares the same history as Earth, save for the absence of an energy explosion. He slowly begins. The tale of 2 peaches kill 3 warriors is a renowned historical narrative, first documented in the inner chapters of the Spring and Autumn Annals. This story unfolds during the Spring and Autumn period, featuring 3 valiant warriors from the state of Qi, Gongsun Jie, Tian Kaijiang, and Gu Yezi, alongside the state's chancellor, Yanzi. Each of these warriors, proud of their valor and achievements, displayed arrogance and disdain, even disregarding the nation's safety. Yanzi, fully aware of the latent threat they posed to the state, devised a plan to eliminate them. One day, he suggested to Duke Jing of Qi that 2 precious peaches be bestowed upon the 3 warriors, allowing them to determine how to divide them based on their merits. Yanzi's intent was clear. He knew each of them would perceive themselves as the most deserving, thus inciting conflict that would lead to their mutual destruction. As anticipated, Gongsun Jie was the first to assert himself, claiming his immense strength, having slain wild boars and juvenile tigers, thus deserving 1 peach solely for himself. Following him, Tian Kaijiang proclaimed his own valor, having repelled enemy incursions twice, insisting that his contributions warranted a peach. Lastly, although Gu Yezi was less vocal, he too believed that his escort of the monarch across the Yellow River and the slaying of a giant tortoise justified his claim to a peach. Their stubbornness led to an impasse, and ultimately they recognized the futility of amicably dividing the peaches. Consequently, they resolved to forego the fruit. Yet their pride and dignity compelled them towards self-destruction. Gongsun Jie and Tian Kaijiang drew their swords to take their own lives, while Gu Yezi, feeling deeply humiliated for not obtaining a peach, chose the same fate. This story eventually transformed into the idiom 2 peaches kill 3 warriors, serving as a metaphor for the cunning use of strategy to eliminate foes and a caution against excessive pride, which may lead to significant losses, even the cost of one's life. Furthermore, This narrative reflects Yan Zi's wisdom and political acumen, as he adeptly exploited human frailties to achieve his aims. Jin Rui. So you employed the strategy book against Ing Yin and Li Outyin, using a counter scheme, with the crystal core absorption skill book being akin to that peach, right? What a cunning fellow you are. Qingchuan. Do not speak of your elder brother in such a manner. You ought to refer to him as Big Brother. A discerning sage with unparalleled wit and profound strategy. A true prodigy of the world. I am but a humble disciple compared to you, my elder brother. Jinghui, Trudi Shamedis. However, the stories you tell are far more captivating than those of our teacher. As the two continued their conversation, they approached the entrance of the Harmonious Community Low-Income Housing Complex, which featured a grand metallic gate over 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. Due to the 5th day of power outage, the electronically controlled lock on the gate was in a locked state. Over a dozen zombies loitered on the opposite side of the gate, 11 of which seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell. Their skin bore a grayish-white hue, reminiscent of ancient stone tablets eroded by time, devoid of the vibrancy of life. Their eyes resembled dull, lifeless white pearls, deeply sunken into their sockets, exuding an aura of profound stillness and terror. Their teeth were sharp and elongated, akin to the fangs of a beast, radiating menace and peril. Their fingers were twisted and contorted, as if shaped by a cruel fate, pointing ominously at every innocent life. Their growls were low and hoarse, echoing like roars from the abyss, sending chills down the spine. The air inside the gate felt tainted by their presence, releasing an indescribable foul odor, reminiscent of decaying corpses mingling with putrid earth, instigating an overwhelming urge to flee. Their saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths, producing a rhythmic sound that seemed to mock humanity's impotence and despair. Every movement, every growl served as a grim reminder that they were no longer human, but cursed. Infected zombies. Their existence cast a colossal shadow over every heart, rendering them unforgettable. Chapter 30. Shall we try? At noon on the 6th day, Qingchuan and Jin Rui exchanged glances, astonished at their fortune. Encountering zombies that remained trapped on the other side of the iron gate? Was this not a chance to collect crystal cores? Jin Rui activated the metallic armor of his bionic arm, transforming it into a triangular military dagger. Qingchuan restrained Jin Rui's arm, remarking that since the death of the level 2 locksmith zombie, life had become rather dull. Let us not rush. Let's have some fun first. Qingchuan and Jin Rui shared a knowing glance, their metallic helmets clinking together as they emitted mischievous laughter. Jin Rui, Big Brother, do you think a person transformed into a zombie sponge could still be functional? Qingchuan, that is indeed a topic worthy of exploration. Knowledge is born from practice. Jin Rui, shall we give it a try? Qingchuan, let us try. Jin Rui glanced at Qingchuan. Big Brother, do you think zombies can reproduce after transformation? Qingchuan, ISNT, they're a mother zombie? Jin Rui, shall we try? Qingchuan, let us try. Jin Rui looked at Qingchuan. Big Brother Qingchuan, let us try. Jin Rui cast a glance at Qingchuan. Qingchuan, what are you staring at? Help me subdue this zombie. 2 hours later, Qingchuan and Jin Rui obtained first-hand experimental data on zombies post-apocalypse, detailing various scientific studies on dissection, reproduction, and energy operation. Among others, the buildings of the Harmonious Community Low-Income Housing Complex stood approximately 30 stories tall, their exterior a drab gray, with windows densely packed like a pigeon coop. Inside, the survivors witnessed the harrowing events transpiring at the entrance, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the zombies, which prompted them to conceal themselves further to avoid detection by these two demons. Some survivors contemplated uploading videos to the internet to earn crystal cores, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that it was better to avoid trouble. After all, should they fall into the hands of the metallic duo, their fate would surely be worse than that of the zombies at the entrance. As ordinary individuals without powers, caution was paramount. As the old saying goes, the poor should not contend with the rich, and the common folk should not confront the powerful. It is better to earn a crystal core with life intact than to lose it all. On the 25th floor of one building in the Harmonious Community Low-Income Housing, a parkour zombie lurked in the shadows of a room, akin to a cunning leopard, quietly observing its prey outside. Its skin exhibited an unhealthy pallor, hinting that it was no longer human. Its eyes sparkled like cold black gems, fixated on Qingchuan and Jin Rui as they brutally dispatched zombies at the entrance through the gaps in the curtains. Its ears twitched slightly, as if capturing sounds from the outside, and its nose flared, detecting the scents in the air. Its fingers were curved and powerful, poised for an imminent strike. Though its heartbeat was faint, it brimmed with latent strength, reminiscent of a leopard lying in wait, prepared for the opportune moment. The parkour zombie's breathing was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, resembling a phantom, silently hidden in the corner of the room. Its scent, though offensive, was artfully masked by her, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Its form, seemingly rigid at first glance, was imbued with latent strength, akin to a cheetah poised to sprint. It silently observed Qingchuan and Jean Rue, biding its time for the opportune moment. Its gaze was rife with cunning and coldness, as if mocking the frailty and folly of humankind. The presence of the parkour zombie loomed like a colossal threat, casting a shadow over the hearts of every resident in the harmonious community housing complex, leaving them in a state of unease. Sensing something amiss, Qingchuan glanced up towards the 25th floor of a building. The parkour zombie had vanished from view, leaving only the curtains fluttering gently in the disturbed air. Jinghui, without formality, cheerfully gathered the 11 crystal cores. "What are you staring at?" he asked. Qingchuan replied, "Be cautious lately. I suspect we're being targeted by a second-tier parkour zombie." Jean Rue scoffed. "What is there to fear? As two superpowered individuals, dealing with a parkour zombie is a trivial task. Last time, it merely fled quickly. Otherwise, we would have secured 2 second-tier zombie crystal cores." Qingchuan cautioned. "Better to err on the side of caution." Jean Rue affirmed, "I will be careful," with a hand pressed against the ornate metal gate. Jean Rue watched as it swiftly dissolved, creating an entrance tall enough for a person. Once inside, Qingchuan urged, "Close the door behind us." Jean Hui grinned, manipulating the metal gate to form a haphazardly woven barrier, incongruous with the artistic ironwork of the entrance. Qingchuan pondered that as residents of a low-rent housing complex, the majority must be unable to afford property or vehicles. Electric scooters and motorcycles likely dominated, while cars would be a rarity. Observing the surroundings, he was perplexed by the abundance of joint venture vehicles, with surprisingly few domestic ones, and a few luxury cars as well. The complex S sign, emblazoned with the characters harmonious community low-rent housing, seemed to confirm its identity. As Qingchuan and Jean Rue traversed deeper into the complex, they turned a corner near an underground parking entrance. Due to the high population density of the low-rent housing, a significant number of zombies roamed the area. A multitude of the undead surged towards Qingchuan and Jean Rue, drawn to the sight of the living. "Holy cow, so many!" Jean Hui exclaimed. "Run!" Qingchuan shouted. In the sun-drenched low-rent housing complex, the duo raced through the narrow hallways like 2 rabbits being pursued, their frantic flight echoed by the roars of the zombies behind them. Though the zombies staggered, their pace was resolute and swift, resembling an unstoppable tide, navigating through one corridor after another. Qingchuan and Jean Rue's heartbeats intertwined with the zombies' growls, crafting a symphony of terror. "There is an entrance to the underground parking lot ahead," Qingchuan noted, and they plunged inside. Their strides were rapid yet cautious, each footfall measured to avoid drawing further attention from the undead. In the bright yet dimly lit underground parking lot, they felt as if they were engaged in a desperate race for survival. Before them lay an abyss of darkness and danger. Yet within their hearts burned an unwavering resolve and courage. They understood that perseverance would be their salvation from the relentless pursuit of the zombies. As they dashed through the inky blackness, every turn quickened their pulses, and every sprint drained their energy. Yet they pressed on, unwavering in their efforts. The growls of the zombies drew nearer, compelling them to quicken their pace. However, fear did not grip Qingchuan and Jean Rue. Rather, their eyes shone with determination and bravery. They recognized that they must persist, for failure meant losing everything. Within the shadows of the low-rent housing complex's underground parking, their escape felt interminable. Nonetheless, they refused to relent, continuously striving and enduring. Their silhouettes darted through the corridors, their heartbeats merging with the zombies' roars, painting a vivid tableau of suspense. "Why aren't you using your powers to escape? Is your ability not suited for flight?" Qingchuan inquired. "Why aren't you using yours?" Jean Hui retorted. "I prefer to strengthen my body," Qingchuan replied. Jean Rue wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "What a thrill! I'll take the lead then. Farewell." Ghost Knight transformation. Jean Rue activated his metallic armor, which morphed into a sleek motorcycle. With a swift motion, the front wheel lifted, propelling him far ahead, leaving Qingchuan behind. "Wow, this metallic power is incredible. The motorcycle is so sci-fi. How can a ghost motorcycle be without a knight?" Qingchuan mused, utilizing his telekinetic ability to catch up and leap onto the bike. "Whoa, no honor in this," Jean Hui exclaimed, having successfully evaded the zombies. They spotted a steep slope ahead. Qingchuan harnessed his telekinesis, sending a steel ball ahead to scout the path. Increase the power. Charge, charge, charge. The exit to the garage is ahead, he urged. Jean Rue hesitated. Is this safe? I've never done anything like this before. Qingchuan reassured him. You have metal powers. And I have telekinesis. We 1T fall. Jean Rue scoffed. What is there to be afraid of? Here we go, flying high. Qingchuan and Jean Rue burst forth from the dark complex, their faces lit with victorious smiles, hearts brimming with joy and pride, mingled with exhilaration. Chapter 31. Qingchuan advances to Level 2 Telekinetic Master. On the afternoon of the 6th day, Qingchuan soared out of the underground parking lot on Jean Rue's motorcycle, escaping the dim confines of the complex. Their expressions radiated triumph, hearts filled with elation and pride, interlaced with wild laughter. Yu Yao, a soldier from the background military, female, standing at 178 centimeters, was characterized by her forthright demeanor. A warrior adept in both offense and defense. Her metallic powers were evident as she surveyed the surroundings with a pair of binoculars from a rooftop. Clad in athletic attire, her posture was as erect as a resilient pine tree. Her visage was resolute, with bright eyes glimmering with bravery and wisdom. Though her shoulders lacked the broadness of a man's, they exuded an indomitable strength. Her physique was well-proportioned and powerful, with smooth and firm muscle lines reflecting her unwavering spirit. In the sunlight, she appeared as a striking figure, embodying a unique blend of beauty and strength. Every movement revealed a fusion of femininity and resilience. Adjusting her binoculars in response to the laughter, she beheld Qingchuan soaring through the azure sky on an extraordinarily futuristic motorcycle, like a bolt of lightning cleaving the heavens. Sunlight bathed him, casting a shimmering glow upon his jet-black steed, resembling a figure clad in golden armor. His hair danced in the wind, eyes glinting with determination and courage. The motorcycle, with its unique design and aerodynamic body, shimmered with metallic luster. Flames erupted from its rear, reminiscent of stars igniting in the sky, fueling Qingchuan's flight with boundless energy. The engine roared, harmonizing with Qingchuan's exuberant laughter, crafting a stirring symphony. Sunlight illuminated Qingchuan, rendering his figure distinctly visible against the backdrop of the sky. The sunlight illuminated his steadfast gaze, the wide smile stretching across his lips, and his firm grip on the handlebars with remarkable clarity. Each of his movements radiated strength and resolve, as if proclaiming to the world his indomitable spirit, courage, and exuberance. Yu Yao's oppressed soul, burdened since the outbreak of the apocalypse, underwent a transformation upon witnessing Qingchuan. His flight was not merely a visual feast, but also a spiritual baptism. His figure sparkled under the sun, resembling a beacon of hope that illuminated everything around him. His presence seemed to infuse the world with an invigorating vitality and energy, evoking a profound, emotional resonance within Yu Yao. Amidst this breathtaking scenery, Qingchuan, the sunlight, the motorcycle, and the sky intertwined to form a captivating tableau. His flight represented not just a challenge and adventure, but also a profound love and yearning for life and the future. His silhouette shimmered in the sunlight, becoming one of the most exquisite sights in this world. As Qingchuan soared through the air, he patted the rear seat of the motorcycle. Are you ready for landing, little brother? Jean Rue quipped. You just fill my backside. Yu Yao, far from being primitive, was well aware of the internet and knew of Qingchuan. After enduring the brutalities of the apocalypse and the darkness of human nature for several days, she was taken aback by the unexpectedly beautiful scene, her resolute features softening into a gentle smile. Qingchuan, how'd you end up here? That motorcycle looks so futuristic. Could have been created by humans? It can't be Jean Rue, can it? This is interesting. They really know how to have fun. After Qingchuan and Jean Rue landed, they found an empty room. Jean Rue wiped the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, "This cursed weather is getting hotter. It's unbearable." Qingchuan leisurely fanned himself with a hand fan he retrieved from the system space. It's normal for summer to be hot, Jean Rue replied. I feel like this summer is exceptionally sweltering, a bit unusual. Qingchuan countered. Isn't the apocalypse with energy surges, zombies, and awakened abilities unusual? Jean Rue, at a loss for words, lamented, why is there a power outage? There's a huge central air conditioner in this room, but it's just for show. Brother, do you think there's a possibility that someone awakens lightning abilities? Qingchuan pondered. That is inevitable. Unfortunately, those who awaken lightning abilities are exceedingly rare. Jean Rue inquired. When someone awakens lightning abilities, do they emit direct current or alternating current? Qingchuan responded, regardless of whether it's direct or alternating current, you can't negotiate. Jean Rue sighed. Can we have a decent conversation? It's unfair. It's only been 6 days since the energy surge, and everyone seems to overpower me. Am I made of Nike or something? Brother, why do you think Blue Star experienced an energy surge? Qingchuan consulted the system's data. The universe is filled with diverse energy and resources. Some areas are abundant, while others are barren. The abundance and scarcity of energy are not constant. Perhaps it's simply Blue Star's turn. Jean Rouet remarked, Brother, your knowledge is impressive. Did we forget to find food? Qingchuan slapped Jean Rouet's head, producing a metallic sound. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have forgotten too. Wait, that is not right. I have plenty of good things in my backpack, so no worries about food and clothing. Wait, does that mean I just got hit for nothing? Jing Hui exclaimed. Qingchuan glanced sideways at him. Such theoretical situations will often exist until you can surpass me. Don't lose heart. Through persistent effort and daily training, you will eventually realize our gap is only growing larger. Ha, ha, ha. Jean Rouet was disinclined to engage further with his foolish older brother and withdrew into silence. Let me share some unfortunate news. Qingchuan announced, I've been promoted to a level 2 telekinesis master. Surprising? ISNT it? Jean Rouet gasped, what? You can't be serious. How did you level up? You didn't T-absorb a level 2 crystal core, did you? Are you playing with your life? Qingchuan nonchalantly produced a level 2 zombie crystal core, tossing it in the air. ISNT this proof? I just absorbed a few cores and killed some zombies to level up. In Jean Rouet's mind, a golden message from the internet echoed. The first level 2 powerhouse of humanity has emerged. Name, Qingchuan. Gender, male. Height, 192 centimeters. Region, Yanwang District. Ability, hidden status. Qingchuan mused, growing taller is good news. The internet proclaimed, I observe that Qingchuan possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Jean Rouet, incredulous, noted, ISNT it just the 6th day of the energy surge? I just awakened my level 1 ability, and someone has already advanced to level 2? This is unprecedented. You Yanwang District truly deserve to be the elder brother in Asia's monster realm. The Middle East District bows to you. It was evident that Qingchuan was a seasoned veteran. So, this is how it's going to be? Let us see who can compete. Jing Hui did. Do you realize that advancing to level 2 in just 6 days implies something monumental? It means in 1 week, I'll be the fool upstairs. Is metallic ability really that formidable? I'm considering a job transition to plant abilities. Qingchuan scoffed, good luck with that. If transitions were possible, everyone would have transitioned long ago. Don't be deceived by appearances. There is no strongest ability, only the strongest individual. What suits you best is what matters. What are Qingchuan and Jean Rouet doing? In a lower-end apartment complex, I suspect they are looking for trouble with level 2 parkour zombies. People shouldn't be compared. We are still struggling to survive while they are out chasing level 2 zombies. Chapter 32, a show of force at the lower-end apartment complex. On the evening of the 6th day, Jean Rouet said, I'm not saying your telekinesis ability is useless. You leveled up so easily without any spectacular phenomena. It's not impressive or interesting. Qingchuan retorted, that's called great form without form. You wouldn't understand. Brother, your video traffic exploded. You need to share it. Qingchuan replied, of course, the internet's global broadcast will attract attention. This is a tremendous fortune, and I've got it. Instant financial freedom. Unlike certain individuals who stay up late killing zombies to pay off debts. Talk about risking a heart attack. Are you still cooking? I am starving. Qingchuan noticed the day was fading and took out some fruits, milk, beverages, and beer to prepare a simple fruit salad for dinner with Jean Rouet. Jean Rouet held the beer, feeling its chill, and noticed the condensation on the glass bottle. Wow, it's actually chilled? Qingchuan replied, yes, of course. I took it straight from the out-ENS refrigerator, and it was chilled when I got it. My backpack has insulation functions. It's quite normal. Jing Hui exclaimed, following my big brother, having chilled fruit salad and drinks on a hot summer night is bliss. A short video showcased various chilled fruits and drinks, with Qingchuan appearing in the frame, wearing a gentle smile. The image read, name, Jean Rouet, gender, male age, 20, height, 180 centimeters, level 1 metal ability user. Status, hidden. Jean Rouet, you're such a nuisance. I'm stuck eating instant noodles and feeling parched with a face full of acne. ISNT, that just a result of holding back. The duo of metallic abilities is still formidable. It's not surprising they can find good food. I saw the condensation on the water droplets. Does that mean you found a generator? I'm Qingchuan's girlfriend. If you give me 10 crystal cores, I'll have my boyfriend take you flying. Jean Hui scoffed, seriously? Are scams this blatant now? I'm not talented, but my food is decent. Except the beef is a bit tough. Jean Rouet asked, brother, if you have this ability, why aren't you stockpiling food? You haven't been seen frantically searching for supplies these past few days. A moment of surprise washed over Qingchuan as he momentarily forgot, prompting him to urgently inquire of the system's luminous orb why it had not provided him with any alerts. The system orb promptly responded, "What need do I have for such prodigious combat prowess? Should I be hoarding supplies? Moreover, following an energy surge, it is not solely humanity that reaps the benefits. Various flora and fauna are bound to undergo evolution as well. In due time, harvesting fruits and vegetables brimming with spiritual energy or hunting evolved beasts will surely prove more delectable than these mundane, lifeless foodstuffs that merely serve as a temporary measure." Jing Hui exclaimed, "Huh? Is that truly a viable strategy? I am genuinely impressed, my brother." During mealtime, individuals often find themselves in a more relaxed state of mind. On the table rested an old portable lamp powered by batteries. As night fell, a dim light emanated from a modest apartment in a low-rent housing complex. Qingchuan and Jean Rue, two brothers, sat around a white wooden table laden with an array of dishes. Their faces bore a semblance of ease, yet their eyes sparkled with an unwavering passion for life. Qingchuan, a tall youth with short hair casually falling over his forehead, possessed eyes so profound they seemed to perceive all. Jean Rue, robust and youthful, had short black hair that glimmered like metal under the lamp's glow, and his smile radiated warmth and brightness. Despite their differing temperaments, they were the closest of brothers. Suddenly, a shadow darted out of nowhere, followed by a piercing roar that shattered the stillness of the night. Qingchuan remained motionless, while Jean Rue instantly stood alert, his exposed head and arms rapidly enveloped in a sturdy metallic armor. The parkour zombie, once human, had morphed into this monstrous form due to some unknown cause. Cruel and bloodthirsty, relentlessly attacking survivors. Jean Rue swiftly dodged, but was a fraction too late. A shrill metallic sound echoed as deep claw marks marred his helmet. As the shadow vanished, the sound of breaking glass filled the air as shards fell to the ground. Jean Rue, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings. Outside, the haunting cries of zombies grew ever closer, as if a legion of malevolent spirits were encroaching upon them. At that moment, a shadow blitzed through another window into the small room. Jean Rue raised his weapon, a hefty machete, to retaliate, but the shadow nimbly evaded his strike, leaving 3 deep gashes on the armor of his back before disappearing into the night. Now, quiet once more, Jean Rue gazed at the immobile Qingchuan in confusion, questioning why the zombies targeted him and not Qingchuan. Qingchuan replied, "I do not know. Perhaps they perceive me as a soft target." Just then, a shadow lunged at Qingchuan. "Disrespectful, are we?" he mused. With a flick of his mind, a telekinetic shield manifested half a meter from his body, shimmering briefly as it absorbed the attack from the parkour zombie, revealing a pale green, egg-shaped barrier. Qingchuan remained unfazed. The zombie, thwarted in its assault, immediately turned and fled, its movements swift and eerie, akin to a streak of black lightning across the night sky. Jean Rue, watching Qingchuan, felt a surge of astonishment. He had never encountered such a cunning zombie. Moments earlier, he had been embroiled in a life-or-death struggle. Had it not been for Qingchuan's timely intervention, he might well have faced a fatal blow from the parkour zombie. As the zombie retreated into the shadows, Qingchuan and Jean Rue exchanged relieved smiles, their taut nerves easing slightly. They understood that this confrontation was far from over, and zombies could strike again at any moment. Yet, they also recognized that as long as they stood united, nothing could vanquish them. They resumed their seats, continuing to savor the feast before them, although still on guard. Jean Rue's gaze brimmed with resolve and tenacity. In this realm fraught with uncertainty and peril, they would persist, seeking out the flickers of hope and light. As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped the small room once more. Only the whispering wind and the distant howls of zombies served as reminders that this brutal world continued unabated. Nevertheless, Qingchuan and Jean Rue were prepared, ready to face each new challenge with their courage and ingenuity. As a telekinetic adept, Qingchuan had long recognized the hiding places of the parkour zombies. Initially, he had perceived them as his greatest adversaries, but with his advancement to a second-tier telekinetic, everything had transformed. His elevation had significantly enhanced his income, diminishing his thirst for the crystalline cores of the parkour zombies. He aimed to challenge Jean Rue, ensuring that his younger brother would not fall behind. Jean Rue remarked, "Damn, the strength of these parkour zombies has escalated. Their speed is far greater than when we last encountered them." Qingchuan replied, "It stands to reason that while we are improving, the zombies are evolving as well." Jean Rue added, I have absorbed numerous crystalline cores daily, yet I still have not advanced to the second tier. I feel somewhat overwhelmed by this parkour zombie. Qingchuan reassured him, fear not during battle. With me backing you up, what is there to dread? You have not yet revealed several of your trump cards, and I am not oblivious to that. Are you testing whether I will intervene? Jean Rouet asserted, I wish to face this second-tier parkour zombie alone, hoping you will refrain from interference. I sense this as an opportunity for my own advancement to the second tier. Qingchuan replied, do your utmost, give it your all. Should your life be in jeopardy, I will intervene. Jean Rouet responded, what are you talking about? I'm not that weak. I never anticipated that upon arriving at this low-rent housing complex, the parkour zombie would deliver such a blow to my pride. Qingchuan explained, this place is indeed the parkour zombie's territory. Observe the award photos on the wall. They are indeed of the same style as what the zombie wears. Jing Hui protested. That cannot be merely a coincidence. They are practically identical. Brother, do you think the parkour zombie sportswear and the one in the photo are perhaps the same garment? I truly appreciate your thoughtful guidance, brother. I was so focused on finding a resting place that I failed to notice your meticulous nature. Thank you for your nurturing, Ayug. Chapter 33, Zhang Quanlan, Earth Elemental Powers. On the sixth night of the apocalypse at precisely 10 p.m., Jean Rouet's nerves were taut, while Qingchuan, as per his usual routine, was ready to sleep. Jean Rouet endured a restless night, yet the anticipated parkour zombie did not make an appearance. The night was as dark as ink, and the light within the room flickered gently in response to the caress of the curtains. Both Qingchuan and Jean Rouet sat in their chosen spots, relishing the rare tranquility. Jean Rouet, a spirited youth with black hair glimmering with a metallic sheen under the light, wore a smile that could dispel all shadows. Yet at this moment, his expression appeared somewhat menacing. His countenance was as dark as the sky before a storm. The reason? Jean Rouet had fallen prey to the zombie's cunning. He mistakenly believed that the creature lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment, keeping his senses heightened. However, he had not anticipated that the zombie would choose not to attack tonight. In a sudden outburst, he sprang to his feet, slamming his fist onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Damn it, this zombie is truly devious. He cursed, his features contorting in frustration. Qingchuan watched him, shaking his head with a sigh. Why be angry? It is not your fault. Blame the zombie for its lack of discernment. However, Jean Rouet, suddenly resembling an enraged lion, regained his composure. No, this is my failing. My temperament requires refinement. It was my impatience that led me to fall into its trap. Qingchuan spoke slowly. Jinghui, have you ever heard of guerrilla warfare? Jean Rouet looked utterly bewildered. What? What is guerrilla warfare? Qingchuan shook his head, lamenting the lack of education. He activated the system's light orb in his mind, expending a crystal nucleus to exchange for materials on guerrilla warfare, unveiling a substantial tome. How could an instructor's masterpiece go unread? Of course, Qingchuan had previously acquired system materials without cost, but now they were charging, claiming that the purchased materials held greater value. Even the system needed to profit. Without funds, it too would venture out on its own. On the morning of the seventh day of the apocalypse, within the harmonious community low-rent housing complex, the dawn's scenery bore a melancholic yet resilient beauty. As the first rays of light seeped through shattered windows and crumbling walls, the interior of the complex was enveloped in a soft, hazy glow. Amidst the ruins, fragmented bricks and twisted metal reflected subtle shades of light in the morning sun, as if nature were painting an abstract canvas upon this desolate land. The air was permeated with a faint scent of vegetation mingled with lingering dust, together creating a unique aroma emblematic of the apocalypse. In the distance, a few surviving birds flitted among the treetops, their crisp calls infusing a touch of vitality into the lifeless terrain. Residents of the complex emerged from their rudimentary shelters. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed devoid of awakened abilities. Their faces were haggard, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the new day. Supporting one another, they scoured the remnants of the broken buildings for usable supplies or constructed makeshift homes. Despite the hardships of life, they understood that as long as the sun continued to rise, hope would endure. The first beam of sunlight poured through the window, illuminating Qingchuan as he stood by the glass, entranced by the serene landscape of the ruins outside. Suddenly, a zombie burst forth from the shadows beneath the balcony, its skin a ghastly gray and its blood-red eyes akin to a famished specter from the depths of hell, charging towards the unsuspecting Qingchuan. Although its movements appeared stiff, it possessed a terrifying agility and speed. The zombie's steps were eerily silent, akin to a nimble raccoon. Its shrill, piercing roar shattered the morning tranquility. a sound akin to a death knell, causing Qingchuan's nerves to tighten instantaneously. The stench of decay emanating from the zombie grew increasingly overpowering. The nauseating odor flooding Qingchuan's nostrils and jolting him into awareness. When the zombie's cold, rigid hand made contact with Qingchuan's mental shield. A chilling sensation coursed through him like an electric current. Instinctively, he sought to evade, yet his body was firmly ensnared by an unseen force. A look of surprise washed over Qingchuan. Did this creature conceal its strength? He realized he needed to respond swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. In this moment of peril, Qingchuan drew a deep breath, centering his focus, and a powerful telekinetic force erupted from him. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible power repelled the leaping zombie, sending it tumbling through the air like a small boat capsized by a giant wave before crashing heavily onto the ground beyond the balcony. With the threat vanquished, Qingchuan stood resolutely, his eyes glimmering with determination. Is that all? A high attack with low defense, a typical assassin-style zombie tactic, hardly a cause for concern. Jean Rouet rose early to confront this creature, yet it remained at home. Qingchuan reflected on his momentary lapse of concentration that nearly allowed the leaping zombie to breach his defenses, leading him to conduct a profound self-examination. Sensing an unfamiliar presence approaching, Qingchuan realized it was not Jean Rouet. He waved his hand, causing the security door to open, revealing an unfamiliar face. Just another, nameless individual. However, to voice such a thought would be rather simplistic. He regarded the young man earnestly. What do you want? I have a level 2 zombie crystal nucleus and wish to exchange it for a skill book on nucleus absorption. Qingchuan narrowed his eyes. None available. Zhang Quanlan replied with a deep voice. I am Zhang Quanlan, formerly in the earth-moving business before the apocalypse. Hence, I awakened earth-based abilities. I learned of you through Eagle Eye. We are childhood friends. Qingchuan scratched his head with his pinky, puzzled. What do you mean? None available. Zhang Quanlan's tone remained unperturbed. He produced a level 2 crystal nucleus, its pale green glow shimmering with 2 silvery metallic lusters, strikingly beautiful. Eagle Eye informed me that this level 2 nucleus is metallic and contains 2 skills, sharpness and strength. Qingchuan's demeanor softened instantly. Oh, is that not Brother Zhang? I have long admired your reputation. Your presence exudes a unique gravitas, rich with depth and restraint. Qingchuan's eyes twinkled. Given my friendship with Old Eagle, I'll grant you a favor. This level 2 nucleus in exchange for a skill book is undoubtedly a profitable deal. My business dealings are always fair. Zhang Quanlan chuckled earnestly. Eagle, I mentioned 2 skill books in exchange. Qingchuan's eyes widened. This is a unique transaction, a monopoly. Do you understand what that means? Zhang Quanlan responded. Eagle Eye stated that you possess the means to extract skills from this level 2 nucleus. Jean Rouet cannot contend with the leaping zombie. Qingchuan exclaimed, oh, for heaven's sake, Eagle Eye is truly cunning. The given name is quite fitting. I am currently displeased and will not trade. Zhang Quanlan countered. Eagle Eye also mentioned that you value loyalty, and he wishes for me to owe you a favor. Qingchuan's eyes glimmered with the immense power of a level 2 telekinetic master, pressing down on Zhang Quanlan. In an instant, Zhang Quanlan transformed into a mass of sand, spreading across the ground, using his level 1 earth abilities to withstand Qingchuan's level 2 telekinetic force. Qingchuan narrowed his eyes and intensified his output. A muffled sound emanated from the sand spread across the ground, revealing a trace of blood. Chapter 34, Sensation. On the morning of the 7th day of the apocalypse, Qingchuan retracted his formidable level 2 telekinetic abilities back into himself. The bloodstain on the ground was swiftly concealed by the sand, which coalesced into the form of Zhang Quanlan. Truly, Eagle Eye had an eye for talent. A telekinetic master was indeed formidable. The earth-based abilities, renowned for their unmatched defense, proved exceptional. Zhang Quanlan had survived a cross-dire battle without succumbing, showcasing his impressive strength. Qingchuan handed over the 2 skill books for nucleus absorption to Zhang Quanlan, who summoned a sand platform to transport the level 2 metallic zombie crystal nucleus. Qingchuan utilized his telekinesis to secure the nucleus, as the sand platform transformed into a pile of yellow sand, and Zhang Quanlan also reverted to a mass of sand, merging into one as they cascaded down the stairs like a tide. Eagle Eye awaited Zhang Quanlan amidst a patch of greenery, only to see a sandball rolling towards him, its surface speckled with red. Eagle Eye was incensed. That Qingchuan fellow plays dirty. Next time he falls into my hands, I shall show him my true prowess. The sandball rolled to Eagle Eye's feet and dissipated, revealing an unconscious Zhang Quanlan, blood pouring from his mouth. Eagle, I activated his abilities to assess the situation. Extensive contusions covered Zhang Quanlan's body, but fortunately, only his stomach had taken a hit, causing some internal bleeding. With the healing capabilities of his childhood earth-based powers, he should recover in a few days. Other internal organs appeared unscathed. It seemed Qingchuan had indeed held back. The difference of one tier was not as simple as it seemed. It appeared that a visit to a doctor was necessary. Should this leave any lasting effects on his brother, it would be a matter of both psychological and social consequence. Qingchuan observed as Hawkeye frantically messaged for a doctor, a smile playing on his lips. How naive to think he could take advantage of me so easily. Have you heard? Our neighborhood's Earth shield was struck by Qingchuan. Pray tell, what happened? I once crossed paths with the Earth shield, leaving me utterly disheveled and covered in dust. Is there video? I wish to cherish it in my collection of 10 crystal cores. Indeed, I possess the video, but I fear being pummeled by Qingchuan. If I cannot withstand you, what chance do I have against him? If he discovers I sold the video to you, I might find myself at his mercy. A mere 100 crystal cores to keep my lips sealed. How utterly unscrupulous. A hefty sum to hire a skilled healer. Hawkeye. What are the symptoms? External injuries? Internal damage? Name, Lian Shan, age, 80. Profession, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. A level 1 ability user across the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Incredible. Come quickly to witness this sage. It is indeed preposterous to have such a master of the 5 elements. My heavens. Severe contusions, extensive bruising, blood seepage from the skin. A heavy blow to the abdomen, and blood vomiting. Hawkeye. I'm at the Guoxin Garden Relocation Housing Complex. There's a clinic run by Lian Shan, easily found. I intended to seek a consultation in person, but my age renders me unfit for battle. You may come to me. Lian Shan. Lian Shan? He is a renowned physician who participated in the defense of Yen and Huan. I bow in respect, revered elder. My mother's illness was healed by Elder Lian. I am sincerely grateful. My teacher's ailment was also treated by you, esteemed elder. Lian Shan, S. Biography. Hailing from a prestigious family of medicine. His lineage is rich in knowledge and tradition. At 3, he could recite the properties of traditional herbs. At 4, he mastered the 4 temperatures of cold, cool, warm, and hot. At 5, he memorized the 18 reactions and 19 aversions. By 7, he learned to dispel pathogens and clear heat. By 8, he was well versed in the properties of 400 medicinal herbs. During wartime, he served as a military doctor, saving countless lives and participating in hundreds of battles. In peacetime, he was appointed as the director of the National Military District Hospital, where he invented over 60 inexpensive and effective traditional medicines for common ailments. Due to old age and injuries sustained during the war, he retired to live a life of leisure. In his retirement, he offered free medical care to impoverished neighbors, embodying the spirit of benevolence and the desire to save the suffering. He has countless esteemed disciples. Worship. Greetings, Elder Lian. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, esteemed leader. Witnessing my esteemed father. A person of high authority. Greeting, Elder Lian. The renowned sharpshooter from Taoyuan, Shengjing Mountain Village trembled in fear. Qingchuan noticed Jin Rue had returned. Qingchuan, did you see the sage? Jin Hui nodded. Qingchuan, go. Hawkeye did not anticipate that a mere message would draw the Leviathan out. How frightening. A team departed from the affordable housing complex, with Li Outyin leading the way, Old Wang and 4 others carrying Zhang Quanlan on a stretcher, while Hawkeye brought up the rear. Why not take a vehicle? Because the roads were congested. Qingchuan stood atop a tall building, observing as various ability teams advanced through the horde of zombies, their destination evidently the Guoxin Garden Relocation Housing Complex. It seems everyone wishes to pay their respects to this venerable elder, a figure of great esteem. Most surely, their intentions remain pure. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Competition is intense. Returning to his room, Qingchuan extracted and replicated 2 skills from the metallic zombie crystal core in the system mall, awaiting the system to craft them into skill books for Jin Rue. A mysterious smile spread across Qingchuan's face. If I cannot best that parkour zombie after mastering these 2 skills, I shall tell my brother to assist me. With that, Qingchuan strode away without looking back. Where to? To witness the sage. In truth, Qingchuan sought to revel in the spectacle, but first he would bolster his strength. Initially, he contemplated lurking, hoping to win the sage's favor. But demonstrating his prowess before the masses? That was an inevitable course. Holding 2 unabsorbed level 2 zombie crystal cores in hand, he began to absorb one as he walked. Having heeded the system's advice, he deliberately paused at the initial stage of level 2 telekinesis master to solidify his foundation. no longer needing to suppress his strength. Upon absorbing the level 2 crystal core, the energy pathways of his telekinesis transformed from the thickness of chopsticks to that of a thumb. The output power surged, and control improved significantly. After advancing to a level 2 telekinesis master, the transformation within Qingchuan's telekinetic abilities was nothing short of revolutionary. Compared to when he was a level 1 telekinesis master, his telekinetic energy was now more refined and potent, flowing like an unceasing river. This enhancement in quality allowed Qingchuan to wield his abilities with increased finesse. Both control and precision saw remarkable improvements. Particularly in manipulating metallic steel beads, his progress was conspicuous. As a level 1 telekinesis master, while he could exert considerable force, his speed, trajectory, and adaptability were relatively constrained. After leveling up to a level 2 telekinesis master, his telekinetic abilities seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap, allowing him to manipulate steel beads with unprecedented speed and agility. He can now choreograph intricate trajectories in the air, controlling multiple steel beads simultaneously to form a three-dimensional assault net, rendering the zombies utterly defenseless. Furthermore, post-advancement, Qingchuan's application of telekinesis became more profound and diverse. No longer merely colliding steel beads, he could accelerate, rotate, and even morph them using his telekinetic powers, creating a plethora of diverse and lethal attack methods. This versatility enabled him to adeptly confront various types and numbers of zombies, showcasing formidable combat prowess and adaptability. After ascending to a level 2 telekinesis master, the evolution of his telekinetic abilities was evident not only in quantity, but also in quality. His control and application capabilities have been greatly enhanced, resulting in a more impressive and striking performance in battle. The metallic steel beads he manipulated became increasingly formidable and lethal, transforming into his weapon of choice amidst the zombie horde. Chapter 35. The Legacy of Hawkeye. On the morning of the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 10:36 a.m. Now, Qingchuan's telekinesis could control 7 steel beads. In the sweltering summer heat, the sun scorched the earth like a relentless flame. Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinesis master, showcased his formidable abilities under the blazing sun. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, as the surrounding air seemed to tremble. Qingchuan's telekinesis unfurled like invisible tendrils, commanding 6 metallic steel beads to hover around him, with one concealed for emergencies. These beads shimmered with a cold light under the sun, resembling 6 silver shooting stars, weaving through the zombie horde, effortlessly piercing through their bodies with each collision. The streets echoed with the relentless growls of zombies. Yet before Qingchuan's powers, they appeared feeble and fragile. He advanced step by step. The 6 metallic beads, guided by his telekinesis, acted as 6 lethal assassins, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the undead. The heads of the zombies exploded like shattered watermelons, resembling blooming red fireworks. The entrance to the Guoxin Garden community loomed ahead, and Qingchuan concentrated his telekinesis even further. He quickened his pace, the 6 metallic beads carving silver trails through the air, annihilating the zombies that stood in his way. The residents within the community gasped and cheered at this spectacle. Qingchuan did not linger. He charged straight into the complex. Behind him lay a sea of fallen zombies and a ground soaked in blood. The crystalline nucleus within the zombie's cranium glided into the backpack behind Qingchuan under his telekinetic control, resembling a string of lustrous pearls. Yet, he remained vigilant, undeterred by the abundance of spoils, for he understood that the battle was far from over. Upon entering the community, Qingchuan maintained his alertness, manipulating metal marbles with his psychic abilities as he patrolled the area. Residents, upon catching sight of him, approached to convey their gratitude, driven by a resolute sense of purpose. Qingchuan aimed to arrive at the Qingchuan community before other ability-wielding teams. As the residents gathered around him, a passive skill activated, allowing him to radiate a smile akin to sunlight. Fear not, for I am here. I am not merely a telekinesis practitioner. I am the guardian of this homeland. In the sweltering summer, under the oppressive sun, my resolve to protect this home remains unshaken, Qingchuan vowed. He would continue to wield his extraordinary powers, standing alongside the residents to safeguard their shared sanctuary, Qingchuan. With a smile as warm as sunshine, he became a brilliant beacon beneath the midday sun, instantly dispelling the gloom of despair that hung over the hearts of the people. His smile was both reassuring and steadfast, seemingly conveying to each individual that with faith and courage, no obstacle was insurmountable. The residents, witnessing Qingchuan's smile, felt an inexplicable surge of strength within. They recognized that this young man was not merely an ability user, but their hope, their protector. His smile shone like a guiding lantern, illuminating their path forward, instilling a belief that even in this apocalyptic world riddled with zombies and fear, they could forge their own way to survival. The second team of ability users to burst onto the scene was led by Li Aoyan. Witnessing Qingchuan's oration, Li Aoyan felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach. This fire element ability user, known for his volatile temper, had long harbored disdain for Qingchuan's actions. To him, Qingchuan's so-called righteousness and bravery were mere facades, crafted to garner admiration and respect. As Qingchuan smiled under the blazing sun, dispelling the shadows from the hearts of the people, Li Aoyan scoffed derisively. Look at this so-called hero. He's merely a master of disguise. What secrets and schemes lie hidden behind that smile? Is his sense of justice merely a means to satiate his vanity? Li Aoyan's words dripped with malice and envy. He envied Qingchuan's ability to earn the affection and respect of the masses, as well as the potency of his telekinesis. Thus, he aspired to unmask Qingchuan, revealing to all that this so-called hero was nothing more than a hypocrite. Yet, fearing he could not best Qingchuan, he muttered his insults under his breath. Little did Li Aoyan realize, Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinesis user, perceived his derision with crystal clarity. Qingchuan chuckled inwardly, fool, and his conviction only grew stronger. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, each individual possessed their own means of survival and value systems. There was no need for him to prove his righteousness or bravery to others. He simply needed to focus on himself and protect those around him. Hearing Li Aoyan's jeers, Qingchuan merely smiled slightly and continued his patrol, his warm smile still akin to sunlight, reassuring the people that hope and light persisted in this grim world. Li Aoyan's attacks and taunts were nothing more than minor obstacles on his path. Qingchuan thought to himself, it's all right, when the time is right, I shall find a way to deal with you. He doubted Li Aoyan had the audacity to thwart his endeavors. Eagle Eye observed the contrasting reactions of Qingchuan and Li Aoyan, reflecting on Qingchuan's various behaviors in the Sunshine community. He mused that Qingchuan was remarkably audacious, questioning whether he truly believed his own words. With a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze, he acknowledged that Qingchuan possessed the qualities of a formidable leader. Naturally endowed with the potential of a competent politician, adept at playing a dual game of appearances. Due to his upbringing and past experiences, Eagle Eye often dealt with intelligence and was acutely aware of the complexities of human nature. He understood that in any society, two sets of rules, one overt and one covert, coexisted. He recalled the lessons imparted by his father. The duality of public and private conduct reveals the intricacies of human nature and societal dynamics. The overt rules are the universally acknowledged moral and legal standards within social interactions. These rules are designed to uphold social order, promote fairness and justice, and safeguard individuals' fundamental rights. Overt rules are characterized by their universality and transparency, allowing individuals to discern what is permissible, what is not, and the consequences of transgressions. Adhering to overt rules is paramount, as it not only protects one's reputation and credibility, but also garners respect and trust from others. Furthermore, these rules form the foundation of societal harmony and stability, ensuring that people can coexist in a fair, just, and orderly environment. In contrast, the covert rules refer to the non-transparent, unspoken methods or behaviors individuals may resort to in specific social contexts for various reasons. These may encompass power struggles, exchanges of interests, and interpersonal dynamics. In certain scenarios, individuals might opt to leverage covert rules to achieve personal gain or fulfill specific objectives. The existence of covert rules can negatively impact societal health, leading to injustices and eroding trust and cooperation, potentially inciting conflict. However, covert rules are also an inherent aspect of human nature, reflecting adaptive strategies and survival instincts in particular environments. The balance and application of these two sets of rules is a critical consideration in social conduct. On one hand, we must adhere to overt rules to uphold societal fairness and order. On the other, we need to recognize and adapt to the presence of covert rules, learning to navigate them flexibly in specific contexts. This does not imply a complete abandonment of overt rules or a total reliance on covert ones. Rather, we should judiciously apply both sets of rules based on the situation and practical needs. In most cases, overt rules should guide our actions, grounded in principles of integrity, justice, and fairness, while in certain exceptional situations, we may appropriately resort to covert rules to protect our interests or facilitate progress. The interplay of overt and covert rules constitutes two vital facets of navigating complex societies. We should strive for harmonious development of both individual and community, grounded in a commitment to overt rules while skillfully responding to the realities of covert dynamics. Chapter 36. Lianshan. On the seventh day of the apocalypse, at 11 o'clock in the morning, Eagle Eye perceived that although Li Aoyan had a volatile temperament, his thoughts were uncomplicated, which was a fortunate trait. Qingchuan, harnessing his telekinetic powers, detected the approach of several groups nearing the Guixin Garden Relocation housing community. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, he deftly controlled steel balls for reconnaissance. This unique skill bestowed upon Qingchuan by his telekinesis was invaluable in the post-apocalyptic world, allowing him to gather information, seek resources, and even uncover potential threats in perilous environments. His telekinesis functioned like an invisible thread, penetrating obstacles to sense distant occurrences, with the steel balls serving as the tangible manifestation of his power in the physical realm. By manipulating the steel balls with finesse akin to guiding his own hand, Qingchuan could navigate their movements with remarkable agility. During his explorations, he infused the steel balls with his telekinetic energy, enhancing their sensitivity and dexterity. They whirled forward rapidly under his guidance, akin to diminutive scouts weaving through the ruins and foliage. Their smooth and sturdy surfaces allowed them to traverse narrow spaces with ease, even scaling walls and ceilings to probe areas beyond human reach. The reconnaissance capabilities of the steel balls extended beyond mere visual perception. Qingchuan could establish a unique connection with them through his telekinesis, enabling him to sense environmental changes around him. For instance, he could discern variations in air temperature, humidity, and odors, and even detect subterranean water sources. This ability proved immensely beneficial when searching for sustenance and hydration. Furthermore, the steel balls possessed formidable offensive capabilities. When confronted by adversaries or zombies, Qingchuan could propel the steel balls at high speeds, inflicting damage upon his foes. Although this method of attack lacked the raw power of his direct telekinetic strikes, it conserved energy and significantly contributed to honing his abilities, yielding unexpected results in critical moments. The telekinetic steel balls were among Qingchuan's essential weapons for survival in this desolate world, aiding him in information gathering, resource acquisition, and self-defense when necessary. In this perilous and unpredictable realm, his telekinetic steel balls became his eyes and hands, guiding him through the darkness. Soon, he located Lianshan Clinic, which stood prominently at the heart of Guixin Garden, a three-story edifice that captured attention. The clinic's exterior bore a soft beige hue, worn and weathered, yet emanating a warm and tranquil aura. The sign hung from the second-floor balcony, clearly inscribed with the words Lianshan Clinic in black font against a white background, visible even under the midday sun. Qingchuan discerned that it was not a printed font from a computer program, but rather the handiwork of Lianshan himself. Despite his own lackluster handwriting, he possessed an appreciation for the art of writing. Lianshan's strokes seemed to encapsulate his life, philosophy, and unique character. Each character appeared to be a product of careful contemplation, embodying both strength and gentleness, reflecting the balance of his personality. His writing revealed a compassionate heart, suggesting that as he penned the words, he harbored thoughts of others, hoping to offer comfort and strength through his prose. His calligraphy mirrored his character, broad-minded, forgiving, and embracing, always approaching the world with understanding and acceptance. In Lianshan's writing, Qingchuan perceived a natural, carefree style. His characters flowed effortlessly, unconfined by rigid forms, yet maintained an inherent beauty and order. This effortless grace conveyed a sense of inner freedom and composure, as if he could face any challenge with a calm heart. Lianshan's script served as a mirror reflecting his integrity, compassion, and liberated spirit. Such writing not only showcased the beauty and power of words, but also inspired deep respect and admiration for Lianshan himself. Qingchuan mused that this exquisite calligraphy would make for a splendid collection piece, and he contemplated ways to acquire the plaque for leisurely admiration in the future. As Qingchuan glanced around, he noted that most of the surrounding shops lay abandoned, their doors and windows firmly shut, with dust and cobwebs adorning the glass. In stark contrast, however, the area before Lianshan Clinic appeared remarkably tidy. A path of bluestone led to the entrance, flanked by some unknown greenery that, though somewhat wilted, persevered in its growth. Strangely, in this world overrun by zombies, there were no wandering undead near Lianshan Clinic, prompting a sense of curiosity and astonishment within Qingchuan. He stood at a distance, cautiously maneuvering the steel ball closer to the clinic, eager to uncover its secrets. His cautious approach revealed Qingchuan's inherent wariness of others. As the steel ball approached, he observed that the clinic's doors and windows remained tightly shut, yet faint sounds emanated from within. Intrigued, he pondered the possibility of inhabitants or guardians residing inside. Lianshan was likely within, and despite the glowing reviews he had read online, Qingchuan deemed it prudent to form his own judgment. Human nature is capricious. Who knows? Lianshan might be luring him in. He resolved to investigate personally, seeking to unveil the mysteries concealed within this enigmatic clinic. While other areas of Guoxing Garden were steeped in desolation and dread, Lianshan Clinic stood like an oasis, quietly positioned at the community's core. Its existence not only infused a glimmer of hope and warmth into the neighborhood, but also ignited Qingchuan's profound curiosity about the stories hidden behind the clinic's facade. Pushing the door open, he beheld an elderly man seated quietly behind a rustic wooden table facing the entrance. Sunlight filtered through the half-open window, casting dappled patterns on his white hemp robe, imbuing him with an air of sanctity and solemnity. The robe, loose yet tidy, seemed to carry the imprints of time and the weight of history within each thread. The elderly man's wheelchair rested quietly beneath the table, its presence hinting at the frailty of age and mobility, yet could not obscure the resilience and vitality radiating from within him. His hands, resting atop the table, were slightly wrinkled yet retained a slender strength, as if each finger encapsulated boundless wisdom and experience. His visage exuded kindness and antiquity, reminiscent of a landscape painting that had weathered storms yet remained vividly clear. His brow was untroubled, devoid of worry or anxiety, suggesting he had long transcended the world's turmoil and the strife of the apocalypse. His eyes, naturally serene, bore a tranquil depth, as if capable of piercing into the very soul of another. When Qingchuan gazed into those eyes, he felt an indescribable solace and strength, as if all his confusions and pains found resolution in that profound gaze. A gentle smile graced the old man's lips, suffused with a love for life and a hopeful anticipation for the future. His entire presence radiated a distinct charm, one that embodied the tranquility and wisdom forged through the trials of time, a profound nonchalance and resilience that penetrated to the very marrow of his being. In this world, rife with restlessness, clamor, peril, and upheaval, the elderly man's existence resembled a refreshing spring, instilling a sense of serenity and security. Every gesture, every glance he offered seemed to convey the message. Although life is fraught with twists and tribulations, as long as we maintain inner peace and tenacity, we shall undoubtedly traverse every path and embrace the challenges that lie ahead. Chapter 37, Diagnosis. The seventh day of the apocalypse, 11:40 a.m. Upon first encountering the elder's gaze, Qingchuan felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into his heart, sending ripples of profound emotion throughout his being. That gaze was both deep and tranquil, as if it held the secrets of the universe and possessed the power to pierce the very depths of the human soul. Qingchuan sensed that his spirit was being drawn forth by that gaze, transcending the barriers of time and space, entering an entirely new realm. He stood there, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, as if the entire world had been reduced to just himself and the elder seated behind a solid wooden table. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became hurried, yet he felt no fear or unease. Rather, an inexplicable excitement and anticipation welled within him. The elder's gaze seemed capable of penetrating his innermost thoughts and emotions. Qingchuan felt that all his disguises and facades were laid bare beneath that penetrating scrutiny, as if he were completely dissected and exposed before the elder. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassment or shame, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relief and ease. In that moment, Qingchuan grasped many truths. He understood why he had arrived at this juncture and why he had encountered this elder. He also discerned how he should navigate his future path and confront the challenges and adversities of life. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, feeling his resolve and clarity strengthen, as if a newfound power was now supporting him. He lifted his gaze once more to the elder, a confident smile gracing his lips. He recognized that he was no longer a bewildered and aimless youth, but a warrior with clear goals and convictions. "Young man, I observe that your gaze is steady and your physique robust. Surely you do not require my medical attention." The elder's words were laden with profound meaning, as if each syllable bore the wisdom of the ages. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged within Qingchuan. He had never anticipated such commendation regarding his physical condition and inner demeanor, leaving him both surprised and proud. "Thank you for your kind words," Qingchuan replied humbly. "I came to visit you, Elder Lien, simply to pay my respects nothing more. The elder nodded, fully aware of Qingchuan's intentions, his gaze reflecting appreciation for this younger generation. Cunning one, sit there for now. A patient has arrived. Qingchuan took a seat nearby, meticulously observing Elder Lian's clinic, his eyes sparkling as his mind raced. The clinic was modestly arranged, with metallic seating for waiting patients, each chair adorned with thoughtfully crafted cushions. Seated in the waiting area, Qingchuan was captivated by the surrounding wooden cabinets. These cabinets resembled the shelves of an ancient library, brimming with rich knowledge of medicinal herbs. Made from dark hardwood, they exuded a subtle fragrance, imparting a sense of stability and warmth. Each drawer was meticulously aligned, uniform in size, and exuded orderliness. The names of various herbs were inscribed in golden paint, the characters clear and elegant, akin to exquisite calligraphy. The golden inscriptions stood out strikingly against the wooden backdrop, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. A faint herbal aroma permeated the air, transporting one to a mystical realm of herbal wisdom. These wooden cabinets and the golden names of the herbs not only showcased the profound heritage of traditional Chinese medicine, but also lent the clinic a unique charm and ambience. In such an environment, patients could truly feel the warmth and care of traditional medicine, fostering greater trust and reliance on the physician's treatment. Suddenly, Qingchuan's expression shifted as the door swung open, and Li Aoyan and his companions entered. Upon catching sight of Qingchuan seated nearby, Li Aoyan feigned ignorance and turned his attention to Elder Lian. "Greetings, Elder Lian," he exclaimed. Elder Lian smiled and nodded, maneuvering his electric wheelchair from behind the table. Qingchuan observed Elder Lian, wondering if Zhang Quanlan, who had been carried in by the others, was still alive. Qingchuan was aware that traditional Chinese medical diagnostics generally followed the sequence of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Initially, Elder Lian engaged in observation, the first step in clinical practice. He scrutinized the patient's overall condition through visual cues such as demeanor, movements, and the characteristics of any secretions, gathering preliminary impressions and information. "Elder, what's the patient's name?" "Caria Liao Tian," Zhang Quanlan came to reply. "And what is your relationship with the patient?" "Iam Li Aotian, a childhood friend of Zhang Quanlan." Elder Lian continued. "The patient possesses Earth-type abilities, and he has sustained extensive telekinetic injuries from battling an opponent. His stomach has suffered a severe impact. Externally, there are no visible injuries, yet the telekinetic force has affected the cardia, fundus, body, and antrum of the stomach, resulting in internal damage and moderate bleeding, though not life-threatening. He has lost consciousness due to the intense pain from the blow. There is no need for excessive concern." Next came the phase of listening, wherein the physician would assess the patient's scent and listen to their breathing and cough sounds to further understand their condition. The patient exhibits only minor external bruising, and their breathing remains relatively stable, with no impact on the lungs. Their diet appears somewhat greasy. Subsequently, the inquiry phase commenced, where the physician would delve into the history of the illness, its progression, and any treatments undergone, engaging in dialogue to gain a deeper understanding of the patient's condition and medical history. Who inflicted this injury? The disparity in strength is immense. It appears the patient was utterly defenseless, Li Aoyan remarked, glancing at Qingchuan, whose gaze wandered aimlessly. "The one seated," he added. Elder Lian turned to regard Qingchuan calmly. Flushed with embarrassment, Qingchuan offered a sheepish smile. Finally, the palpation phase ensued, wherein the physician would examine the patient's pulse and abdomen to further assess the condition. Throughout the inquiry, they would analyze the etiology, pathology, location of the ailment, and the changes within the body's organs and meridians, ultimately devising an appropriate treatment plan. Elder Lian penned 2 prescriptions, glancing at Qingchuan. "What are you dawdling for? At your towering height, assist me in fetching the herbs. Can't you see I'm an elderly man with mobility issues? Use your eyes." Qingchuan, caught off guard, thought to himself, well, I shall endure this from the esteemed elder. Li Aoyan noticed Qingchuan's reluctant efforts to retrieve the herbs and mused, "Aren't you quite the bold one? Why not exhibit that bravado now? Do not wear such a reluctant expression," Elder Lian admonished. "You are the one who struck him. What is wrong with asking you to fetch the herbs?" Qingchuan pursed his lips, contemplating how, had it not been for the system's warning that he could not best Li Aoyan, he might have exchanged a few witty remarks. Having worked at a pharmacy in his previous life, Qingchuan, though not a master of medical arts, was familiar with most traditional herbs. He swiftly gathered the necessary herbs according to the prescribed weights and respectfully presented them to Elder Lian. Old Lian took 2 packs of medicinal herbs, weighing them in his hands. "Perfectly balanced. Have you studied this?" Qingchuan, eager to boast, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What sorcery is this? Am I rendered mute? This old man lacks martial ethics. Externally splendid, yet internally flawed. How have I become the flawed one? I demand an explanation. Confronted with the reality that he could not overpower Lien Shan, Qingchuan feigned humility. Chapter 38. The writing is commendable. On the seventh day of the apocalypse at noon, in a Huaxin garden relocation housing complex, old Lien handed the 2 packs of herbs to Eagle Eye, casting a glance at Qingchuan. He then explained to Eagle Eye, in traditional Chinese medicine, when treating a severe gastric hemorrhage, methods such as hemostasis, resolving stasis, tissue regeneration, and pain relief are typically employed. The white package contains sanqi, known for its properties in dispersing blood stasis and stopping bleeding. It is one of the commonly used remedies in TCM for hemorrhaging. For gastric hemorrhage, sanqi can rapidly halt bleeding and alleviate pain. Danshan. This herb is effective in invigorating blood circulation and resolving stasis, promoting healing of the wound. Dandelion. It possesses the ability to clear heat and detoxify, alleviating inflammation and pain, and has therapeutic effects on gastric inflammation and infections. In treating gastric hemorrhage, dandelion can reduce inflammation and promote wound healing. Yanhe Suo. Known for its pain-relieving properties, it can clear meridians and alleviate pain. For pain caused by gastric hemorrhage, Yanhe Suo can provide significant relief. Decoction should be taken 3 times daily, with effects expected to appear after 3 days. These herbs have absorbed spiritual energy following an explosive surge, proving beneficial for those with supernatural abilities. I have meticulously prepared this prescription. Do not change it lightly. The yellow package pertains to the treatment of extensive contusions in TCM, typically based on clinical characteristics and principles of differential diagnosis. In TCM theory, contusions often fall under the category of blood stasis. Thus, treatment primarily involves invigorating blood circulation, resolving stasis, and alleviating pain. Invigorating herbs, such as Tao Run, Honghua, Danshan, Qi Shao, etc., these can promote blood circulation, eliminate stasis, and relieve pain. Pain-relieving herbs, such as yanzhou, myrrh, frankincense, etc., these can clear meridians, ease pain, and foster wound healing. Heat-clearing and detoxifying herbs, such as huanglian, huangqin, huanghua, etc., these can clear heat, prevent infection, and promote wound healing. Qi and blood tonifying herbs, such as huangqi, dinggui, shudihuang, etc., these can replenish qi and blood, enhance immunity, and aid in wound recovery. It is crucial to note that TCM treatment must be individualized, with specific medications determined by the patient's condition and constitution. That is all. Decoction should be taken 3 times daily, and external injuries will largely heal within 2 days. Eagle Eye. Thank you, Old Lien, for your guidance and treatment. Please accept this crystal core. Old Lien, leave it there. I see you're not lacking in funds. If you encounter difficulties or run out of money, I am willing to offer free medical assistance to you youngsters. Should you happen to be injured in battle, do not concern yourself with payment. Come to see me. I fear loneliness in my old age. Eagle Eye. Thank you, Old Lien. We shall take our leave. Hurry and decoct the herbs. Do not delay. Eagle Eye and Li Outyin exited the clinic, and just before leaving, Li Outyin glanced back at Qingchuan. Qingchuan smiled in response, inwardly vowing, "Doubt me? I shall defeat you." Reluctantly, Qingchuan watched Li Outyin and the others depart. Lien Shan, your spirit is remarkably stable, a rare occurrence. You seek to join me? Qingchuan found he could speak again. How could that be? Your esteemed self is highly respected. I would not mind following you. Lien Shan, and then? Deceive me into treating your supernatural team for free, enabling you to grow powerful and dominate the world? Then cast me aside, this old man, into a hospital, giving me the boot? Does this old man possess the ability to read minds? He does not seem benevolent. Huh? What nonsense are you speaking, Old Lien? I could never be that kind of person. Qingchuan mused, this old fox is cunning and sly. An old rabbit is hard to catch. Indeed, Lien Shan is aptly described as shrewd. Recognizing the futility of a situation, Qingchuan said, Old Lien, I have matters to attend to, so I want to stay for a meal. I shall disturb you another day. Farewell. As Qingchuan exited the clinic, he glanced back at the signboard. Thinking the inscription was poorly executed, he suppressed a strong urge to steal the sign. Lien Shan observed Qingchuan slip away, amused by the boy's desire for a free meal. Qingchuan reflected on the significant population decline, with many vacant rooms available. He needed to find a place to stay. What must those who purchased exorbitantly priced homes 7 days ago be feeling? They must be quite satisfied. I wonder how the banks are handling loans in this apocalypse. Are the zombies knocking on their doors? While searching for accommodation, Qingchuan unexpectedly encountered Eagle Eye. Knowing that beating around the bush was futile with him, Qingchuan bluntly asked. What is it? Eagle Eye, I came to check on you. Qingchuan, old Lien, highly respected. I have no ulterior motives. Eagle Eye, it seems I did not succeed in persuading you, which puts me at ease. Qingchuan, Gulme, let's spar. I heard you awakened 8 vision abilities. I have long wished to witness this. Eagle Eye, I did not come to fight you. Why are you associating with Jean Rouet? Qingchuan, why not? Jean Rouet is now my good little brother. Do you have an issue with that? Eagle, I muttered under his breath. Good little brother? I never imagined the top assassin. Genie Dao would acknowledge an elder brother. Qingchuan, what are you mumbling about? Eagle Eye, nothing much. I have some matters to attend to. I need to prepare medicine for Zhang Kuanglan. As Qingchuan watched Eagle Eye walk away, he thought, Genie Dao? Regardless if he is Jean E Dao or Eni Dao, now that he acknowledges me as his elder brother, I must exhibit the magnanimity of an elder brother. Everyone has their little secrets. Dare to gnash teeth? I shall crush you. A childish scheme of discord, humph. I shall not be deceived. The system detected that the host's intelligence has stabilized within the normal range, which is exceedingly abnormal. Seeing Qingchuan indulging himself, Jean Rouet continued his arduous training, studying skill books, and acquired 2 passive skills, sharpness and hardness. Having awakened his metal abilities, Jean Rouet felt as if the answers were instinctively provided deep within his genes. These 2 aspects, sharpness and hardness, are remarkably suited to his metal abilities, allowing the wielder to manipulate metallic elements and render them extremely sharp and resilient at will. The sharp characteristics of metal transform it into an invincible blade on the battlefield. Whether it be swords, spears, or other metal weapons, under the enhancement of metal abilities, they can slice through with the ease of cutting through air, cleaving through iron like clay. Imagine a warrior wielding such a weapon. Regardless of the enemy faced, they can effortlessly slice and pierce, causing foes to flee in terror. The hardness of metal confers unparalleled advantages in defense and construction. Activated by metal abilities, metal can become as unyielding as rock, nearly indestructible. Such properties enable the wielder to construct impregnable fortifications, be it walls, fortresses, or battleships. All can withstand fierce assault from adversaries. Metal abilities can also be applied in daily life and industrial production. Imagine if a craftsman or engineer possessed such extraordinary abilities. He would effortlessly create a plethora of intricate metallic masterpieces, whether they be artistic creations, architectural wonders, or mechanical devices, each exemplifying unparalleled craftsmanship and quality. Jean répondait deeply. Hard. Where's the hardness? Before he could be attacked by the parkour zombies, he harnessed his extraordinary powers, transforming the external metallic armor into an exceptionally futuristic motorcycle, speeding away towards the Gue Xan Yuan community. The lurking parkour zombies, noticing Jean Rouet's escape, thought, is he running away? Is today's lunch slipping away? Thus they pursued him. Chapter 39. Who else? On the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 12:15 p.m. At noon, the sun blazed like a raging fire, scorching the earth, and the temperature steadily rose, waves of heat rolling through the air. In this sweltering moment, the metal manipulator Jean Rouet thrived, his power becoming increasingly vibrant in the heat. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to absorb the energy radiating from the sun. Within him, his metallic abilities surged, as if liquid metal coursed through his veins, gradually converging upon his hands. With a flourish of his arms, the surrounding liquid metal seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, forming flowing streams of metal. Under his command, these streams began to spiral around his body, slowly taking shape as a strikingly futuristic heavy motorcycle. The motorcycle's body was composed of various metallic components, each piece gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Its lines were smooth and exuded a sense of power, resembling a beast poised for action. The tires were wide, with intricate patterns visible, showcasing their formidable grip. With a gentle leap, Jean Rouet settled firmly into the motorcycle's seat, feeling the cool touch it imparted. Akin to a refreshing spring in the sweltering summer, he revved the engine, and its roar echoed across the open space. As he pressed the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light. Jean Rouet, riding the motorcycle forged from his own abilities, sped through the sunlight, savoring the freedom and power the wind bestowed upon him. The powerful engine's roar attracted the wandering zombies nearby, akin to rural dogs chasing after an outsider on a motorcycle. His heart brimmed with excitement and pride. This was his power, his extraordinary gift. With a light hum, he thought, on my beloved motorcycle, I shall never face traffic. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated as Jean Rouet felt a tremendous force strike his metallic helmet. sending him and his cherished motorcycle tumbling into the drainage ditch by the roadside. Caught off guard, he had not evaded the blow. Lying in the ditch, he feigned death. Assessing the external armor, which bore only minor scratches. Indeed, it was tough. Once, he had endured a claw strike from a level 2 parkour zombie that left a gash over 3 centimeters deep. But now it had merely left a faint mark. This was a milestone of evolution. Jean Rouet mused that he now had a place among those with the ability to defeat monsters beyond their level. I possess the capability to conquer foes beyond my rank. Bring on the parkour zombies. He lay in the drainage ditch on the oil-slicked road, his gaze resolute and piercing. On the opposite side of the ditch, a parkour zombie twisted and darted, resembling a black lightning bolt racing across the road. Jean Rouet inhaled deeply, feeling his metallic powers surge within him. He extended his hand, summoning the surrounding metal elements as they rapidly converged. His metallic abilities coalesced into a sharp blade, glimmering ominously. The zombie emitted a piercing shriek and lunged at Jean Rouet. He remained motionless, effortlessly withstanding the zombie's assault. With a swing of his blade, a fierce metallic aura sliced through the air, instantly dismantling the zombie's offensive. The parkour zombie danced nimbly, evading as if performing an intricate ballet, a gray-clad performer. Like a specter, Jean Rouet glided across the road. Each strike aimed precisely at the zombie's most vulnerable point, the head. Although his movements were swift, they appeared almost comical against the backdrop of the agile level 2 assassin-type zombie. As time wore on, Jean Rouet's attacks grew feeble, his speed waning, while the onslaught of the parkour zombie intensified, becoming increasingly ferocious. At last, amid a fierce clash, the parkour zombie's long, sharp claws lunged toward Jean Rouet's heart. The outermost layer of his armor, which safeguarded the most vulnerable heart, was a uniquely shaped protective shield. Inside his metallic helmet, Jean Rouet's expression morphed into a smug grin. Fool, you've fallen into my trap. As the zombie's claws grazed the protective armor surrounding his heart, a locking mechanism sprang forth, firmly ensnaring the zombie's sharp talons. In an instant, the parkour zombie's advantage of agility evaporated before Jean Rouet. With a cold smile, he thrust 2 triangular blades from his armored hands like lightning, piercing the zombie's head. With a gentle flick, the head split open, and a pale green crystal core shot forth, landing in the metallic storage compartment behind him. Under the scorching midday sun, the reflected light on the oil-slicked road resembled a myriad of swords, painfully bright to the eyes. Hanging from Jean Rouet's triangular blades was the body of a level 2 parkour zombie, still convulsing in its death throes. The zombie's form, once rigid and cold, now resembled rubber scorched by intense heat, twisted and trembling. Its limbs flailed in a final struggle, as if protesting against fate. The feeling of its futile fight evoked a sense of pity, yet there was nothing one could do. Its eyes, once a deep black abyss, now brimmed with terror and despair. Those eyes mirrored a fish trapped in the depths of the ocean, gazing at the light above, forever unable to escape. Each movement of its eyes seemed to narrate its unwillingness and helplessness. Meanwhile, the tip of the triangular blade resembled the scythe of death, cold and merciless. As it pierced the zombie's body, it gleamed ominously, mocking its desperate struggle. The blade bore remnants of the zombie's dark blood, a testament to life and proof of death. The very air around them seemed to solidify, thick with the weight of this dying struggle. The atmosphere was tense and suffocating. Yet, Jean Rouet stood there, expressionless, observing all. His gaze was steadfast and profound. This was life, this was death, and I'm the arbiter of it all. In that fleeting moment, the confrontation between Jean Rouet and the zombie transformed into an eternal tableau, encapsulating the resilience of life and the mercilessness of death, as well as Jean Rouet's determination and courage. This tableau would be eternally etched within him, becoming an intrinsic part of his existence. Jean Rouet withdrew the blade, gently wiping it, and the bloodstains vanished without a trace. Standing before the fallen zombie, a flicker of exhaustion crossed his features, but more so, there was determination and pride. He knew that as long as his metallic abilities persisted, he would remain fearless. He let out a boisterous laugh. Who else? Chapter 40, Gathering. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 1 p.m. at the Qingchuan relocation community. After a simple meal, Qingchuan strolled around, feeling bored, and found a rickety table to set up a stall at the entrance of the Qingchuan community. Upon the table lay a tattered cloth, upon which were arranged various provisions, water, snacks, all from the esteemed Li family. There were also some white primary crystal cores and pale green secondary crystal cores. which absorbs skills from skill books, including those for a secondary zombie poison claw, a secondary pursuit skill, a secondary sharp metal ability skill, and a secondary hard metal ability skill. Qingchuan observed intently, noticing a multitude of ability users congregating at the entrance of the Guaixin Garden resettlement community, interspersed with a few lone wolves. The teams of ability users were particularly striking, their leadership assigned tasks. Yet the key personnel merely loitered around Qingchuan's stall, neither inquiring nor purchasing, simply watching him and the teams entering from behind. Is this an attempt to gather intelligence on me? Qingchuan mused. Jinghui, astride a remarkably flashy sci-fi motorcycle, skillfully maneuvered the vehicle with one hand, while idly toying with a secondary parkour zombie crystal core in the other. This secondary crystal core, aside from its plentiful energy and pale green hue, bore no extraordinary traits. The skills within remained elusive to him. It seemed prudent to consult his elder brother, Qingge, for clarity. The roar of motorcycles approached, heralded by a throng of primary zombies trailing behind. Upon witnessing the crowd at the entrance of Guaixin Garden, Jean Rouet wondered, are they awaiting my arrival? Have they come to witness my gallantry? Surely they must have heard of my exploits in vanquishing the secondary parkour zombies? It would be a disservice to my audience not to put on a show. Spotting a steep incline at the community's entrance, he revved the engine of his sci-fi motorcycle, calculated the perfect angle, and took flight. In midair, he siphoned some fuel from the tank, channeling his metal ability to spray it across his metallic armor and the entirety of the motorcycle. Producing a cherished cigar, he ignited it with a windproof lighter. With a resounding explosion, the gasoline ignited. Qingchuan and the various team leaders at the entrance beheld the spectacle. On the scorching afternoon streets, a fiery figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, delivering a breathtaking visual impact. This was Jean Rouet, the metal ability user, clad in resplendent armor that seemed to herald from a futuristic realm, both majestic and enigmatic. His motorcycle was no ordinary machine, but a manifestation of his metal ability, exuding an aura of science fiction. Its sleek design shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, akin to a ferocious beast from the future, growling with an exhilarating engine roar. The wheels spun, producing an ear-piercing screech, akin to the raucous cries of machinery, a testament to an unyielding pursuit of speed and power. Jean Rouet sat astride the motorcycle, enveloped in flames that extended to its wheels, as if the fire were not of ordinary origin, but ignited by his ability, a blazing, radiant inferno. The flames danced around him like jubilant sprites, crafting a visual feast. He twisted the throttle with vigor, and the motorcycle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Soaring into the air, his figure traced a perfect arc, capturing the essence of his captivating leap. His movements flowed with elegance, reminiscent of a dancer in midair, harmonizing strength and beauty. In that moment, the world around him seemed to freeze, with only Jean Rouet and his motorcycle racing through the azure sky. As speed intensified, so did the flames, threatening to engulf the entirety of existence. Yet within this inferno, Jean Rouet reveled in the display of his might and allure, becoming the brightest star in the sky. This scene was both awe-inspiring and beautiful, akin to a science fiction tableau unfurling before the eyes. Jean Rouet, the metal ability user, had woven a legend uniquely his own through strength and ingenuity. Qingchuan stood agape. Wow, this show is spectacular. Within the fire ability user team, there was murmuring of admiration. The Hell Knight, absolutely dashing. I must try this next time. In the doctor team, exclamations abounded. So handsome. I need this charming fellow's contact information. Don't take my husband. P.S. my ex. I yearn to touch that striking, sci-fi armor. I've been so virtuous, yet why does fate play me so? I am the unattainable woman for him. Humph. Such a person leads to longevity for himself, yet shortens the lives of those who marry him. The metalworking team chimed in. Is this an iron-blooded warrior? Can I play with that armor? Cyberpunk style, love it, love it. The National Style mech has something special. Incredible. The programmer team speculated. I believe the design could be further refined. Is this the path to mechanical ascension? This is Jean Rouet, and his armor looks even more striking. Does he lack a boyfriend? The details of this armor and vehicle are simply remarkable. Is this truly something a human can create? As a sci-fi game developer, why have I not awakened a metal ability? What is the meaning of being given an elemental ability instead? Could I not also receive a sci-fi vehicle? Might I be afforded another chance? The smelting team remarked that fire surrounding the armor doesn't seem to be from an ability. The scent of gasoline is unmistakable. It's certainly ISNT in ability. Aside from its charm, it serves little purpose. A lone wolf reflected. Space is the cradle of creativity. It ignites our imagination and inspiration, allowing us to explore and discover within boundless expanses. Another lone wolf mused, time is a fair, yet merciless judge. It grants everyone the same opportunities, yet halts for no one. A trio of warriors engaged in conversation, with one caressing his blade. When will you appear, Dragon Slayer? I miss you. A man clad in a robe interjected. How vexing. I still don't have a dog. A woman in a sky-blue mage robe added. If one pursues in a tempest, it shall be an eternal memory. If one chases in a downpour, it shall be an immortal legend. Jean Rouet executed a stylish tailspin upon landing, the flames extinguishing naturally as the gasoline burned away. With a wave of his hand, the dilapidated metal debris at the entrance of Guixin Garden transformed, melting and reassembling into a robust, sturdy new wrought iron gate, infused with an abstract artistic essence. This barrier held back the throngs of pursuing primary zombies, as he strode unperturbed into the depths of the community, feigning ignorance of Qingchuan, his older sibling, Qingge. Qingchuan, seemingly oblivious, rushed toward a shy boy clad in black, engrossed in a Rubik's Cube. Hello, friend. Let me introduce myself. I am Qingchuan, a secondary telekinesis ability user. Xing Kong, a primary space ability user with a penchant for Rubik's Cubes, the boy replied, shaking Qingchuan's hand amiably. Qingchuan, reluctant to release his grasp, continued. We share an extraordinary connection. Upon seeing you, I am reminded of a saying. Space is a poem, narrating the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of life, allowing us to feel the fragility and resilience of existence. Someone once mentioned that your poetic aura is truly enchanting. Xing Kong smiled shidi. Lately, everyone I've met has wanted to kill me. Your words are quite pleasant to hear. Qingchuan then led Xing Kong to a rather stoic young man adorned with a peculiar wristwatch. Let us engage in our usual banter. Typically, a secondary telekinesis user holds a certain prestige. Greetings. I am Qingchuan, a secondary telekinesis user. Hello. I am Sheik, a watch repairman, the young man indicated, pointing at his wristwatch. Based on appearances, I seem to be older than all of you. Allow me to introduce you to more friends and broaden your connections. Qingchuan, with one hand grasping each of his companions, approached a boy of around 17, wielding a magnificent sword. Chapter 41, Making Friends. Qingchuan, with one hand grasping each of his companions, approached a boy of around 17, wielding a magnificent sword. Greetings. Let's be friends. My name is Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinetic adept who enjoys making acquaintances. Fenghua smiled warmly. Hello, Qingchuan. I am Fenghua, a level 1 wind elementalist. I have seen your videos where you and Jean Rouet confronted Liao Yin, as well as your battle against the level 2 parkour zombie. It was truly impressive. Qingchuan chuckled lightly. Is the tower still standing? Come now, my young friend, what secrets do you hide? There is nothing extraordinary about them. Let me introduce you to two of my brothers, Kongxing, a space elemental wielder, and Sheik, a time elemental wielder. Fenghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really my luck? I've not even left the novice village, and I've already met 3 significant figures. Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am in awe. Qingchuan's grin nearly split his face in two, brimming with joy. Excellent, excellent. Your praise nearly lifts me off the ground. Kulme, let me introduce you to those 3 illustrious individuals. Qingchuan led Sheik, Kongxing, and Fenghua before the trio. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinetic adept. Liuhua extended his hand to shake Qingchuan's. Liuhua, a legendary warrior. I have long admired your reputation as the world's first level 2 elementalist. Truly remarkable. Qingchuan remarked, your crescent-shaped blade is indeed striking. Liuhua replied with pride, the zombies in the mining area are no trifling matter. I was merely fortunate. Duba chimed in. Duba, a legendary Taoist. Did you manage to defeat that level 2 parkour zombie? We should team up to hunt together sometime. Qingchuan observed. Judging by Jean Rouet's smug expression when he entered the gate, he must have secured the crystal core from the level 2 parkour zombie. By the way, where's your dog? Duba retorted. Can we not discuss the dog situation? Qingchuan introduced the cold and beautiful woman. This is Wuqing, a legendary mage, and the sister of Duba and Liuhua. Qingchuan shook hands with the enchanting mage, noting her delicate and smooth hand, which brought him immense satisfaction. Allow me to introduce my younger brother Fenghua, a level 1 wind elementalist and the owner of the Alliance system. This is my brother Sheik, a level 1 time elementalist, and Kongxing, a level 1 space elementalist. Fenghua interjected, brother, you're not being honest. Why did you not mention your system's light orb? Qingchuan grinned. This child is too sincere. Liuhua exclaimed, by the heavens, it's all about the legs. Today is my lucky day. Duba cast a sly glance at Wuching. With so many capable experts around, whether I have a dog or not becomes irrelevant during our monster hunting ventures. Wuching countered, are you suggesting that while you stand back providing support and magic, we bear the brunt of the battle? Do you consider us your dogs? Liuhua smacked him lightly. Duba pleaded, sister. No, please. I was wrong. Liuhua, are you really going to strike me? This isn't over. I will make you pay for this once I acquire my dog book. Qingchuan proposed. Shall we join forces to form a team? Everyone nodded in agreement. Qingchuan inquired, what shall we name ourselves? Sheik suggested, let us call ourselves the Little Strong Team if we are to unite our strengths. Qingchuan, Kongxing, and Fenghua looked at him, bewildered. Liuhua remarked, Brother Sheik, you truly surprise me. Duba pondered, while Wuching remained silent. Kongxing, fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in his hands, remarked, I'm not good at naming. Anything will do. Fenghua added, with our lineup, we could easily dominate. How about calling ourselves the Gaga Team? Qingchuan and Duba chimed in, Little Strong, Gaga. Are there any more suggestions? Liuhua proposed. How about Kaikin? Wuching mused. I believe our ultimate ambitions will all lead us to the stars and the vast sea. What about brilliant stars? Qingchuan exclaimed, what a splendid name. Together we are a flaming fire. Scattered we are a sky full of stars. A beautiful sentiment. We shall call ourselves Brilliant Stars, abbreviated to stars. Duba teased. Are you hoping to become my sister's husband? Fenghua's face was filled with curiosity. Sister Wuching is stunning, possessing elegance and grace, with a figure to match. Any man wishing to pursue her must be more numerous than the zombies outside the neighborhood. Surely she has a boyfriend. Just look at her demeanor, cold and proud. She might not even consider Qingchuan. Wuching replied, I am single. Sheik was occupied with his wristwatch, and Kongxing continued to play with the Rubik's Cube. Showing no interest in the gossip, Liuhua commented, this is unexpected. I had assumed you, Qingchuan, with your thick eyebrows and bright eyes, were a straightforward individual. Yet, here you are, acting like a lovesick puppy. Disgusting. I intended for us to be brothers, not for you to aspire to be my sister's husband. Wuching tossed a sea soul at Liuhua and Duba, resulting in visible lumps forming on their heads. As Qingchuan noticed the sky darkening, he suggested to Wuching, shall we have dinner together? Fenghua eagerly responded, yes. Let us find a place. I adore hot pot. Sheik shrugged, I'm easygoing. In this apocalypse, having anything to eat is a blessing. Desiring hot pot is unrealistic. Duba suggested, let us keep it simple. If we get hungry, we can always drink the red potion to stave off hunger. Liuhua chimed in, I think I passed by zoo earlier. There was a large tiger that looked quite plump. I've never tasted tiger meat. Fenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us team up to hunt. Wuching cautioned, let us not entertain foolish ideas. That is a level 3 exotic beast, dangerous. Just because that tiger chased you down the street doesn't mean it has forgotten. Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinetic is indeed powerful, but what if he gets injured? A simple meal will suffice. I grew up poor. My 2 brothers endured hunger. Liuhua retorted, are you even my real sister? When that tiger clawed my backside, you didn't show this level of concern for me. I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Kongxing, still fiddling with his Rubik's Cube, remarked, have you forgotten I am a space elemental wielder? I can summon enough hot pot ingredients for our team to feast for a millennium. All the men in the group collectively exclaimed, Kongxing is impressive. Kongxing felt a surge of pride, but maintained a modest demeanor. It's nothing. I just raided several global chain supermarkets. Fenghua exclaimed, Qingchuan, your stall has been robbed. Qingchuan cursed, damn. I completely forgot about my stall. Upon glancing at his stall, he found only a rickety table teetering on its legs, with everything else gone. All gone. Qingchuan panicked. What do we do now? Call 110. The others responded, while Sheik reassured him, don't worry, I have a plan. With a wave of his hand, a towering holographic screen appeared in the air, rewinding time. A passerby inadvertently strolled by Qingchuan's stall and paused to observe it for a moment. Suddenly, the shadow on the ground sprang to life. It swiftly extended a hand, transforming from a 2-dimensional plane into a 3-dimensional form, snatching away the items from the table. The passerby was taken aback. My shadow just ran away? Oh wait, it didn't completely escape. There is still one left. That startled me. The shadow flickered and danced among the sunlight, amidst a myriad of elementalists, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Chapter 42. Sheik and Kongxing. On the 7th evening of the apocalypse, Kongxing's Rubik's Cube spun rapidly. This person is named Enying, a dark elemental wielder. He is currently located at the coordinates 3033, 030-0405 in the Guaixing Courtyard, Building 30, Unit 3, 30th floor, Room 3004, living room. Qingchuan turned to Qingchuan. Please give me 7 level 1 crystal cores. I will take you there, as I am short on cores. With a wave of his hand, Qingchuan produced 10 crystal cores, which descended in the air like a string of pearls into Qingchuan's hands. As the Rubik's Cube in Qingchuan's grasp opened up, with a swift motion, 10 crystal cores were forcefully inserted inside. Do not resist. Spatial transportation. Beneath the feet of the 7 individuals, a complex blue hexagram formation materialized, and with a flash, they vanished from their original location, reappearing in room 3004 on the 30th floor of Building 30, Unit 3, in the Gue Xian Garden community. The shadow sat cross-legged on the carpet of the living room in room 3004. On the carpet lay an unwrapped tattered cloth bundle, containing the possessions of Qingchuan, filling the shadow with unrestrained joy. Today was the day of fortune. Qingchuan, are you not the world's first level 2 telekinetic? What does it matter if your combat strength is formidable? You still have to drink my bathwater. The world is governed by human emotions and relationships. One must remain humble. Today, I will impart a lesson to you. Wealth should not be flaunted. I have heard you were looking for me. The voice of Qingchuan echoed in the living room of room 3004. The shadow, startled, thought, what? Oh no, I've been caught in the act. Without hesitation, he activated his powers, merging with the darkness. Qingchuan declared, it's too late to run. An invisible telekinetic needle penetrated the shadow's mind. The shadow's form began to waver, on the brink of escape, but a sudden explosion of pain pierced his consciousness, interrupting his power's flow. The shadow collapsed like a puddle of mud onto the living room floor, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, as if on the verge of death. Brother Qing, don't kill him. Take your time with him, said Lai Hua. Eradicate the roots. Regret lasts a lifetime. Toxic Tyrant added. Spare him. Keeping him as a slave would serve us well. Even in the grand scheme of things, we need eunuchs, remarked Wu Qing. Feng Hua, with a shiver in her lower body, protested, isn't that a bit cruel? Sure, Ku offered. I can age him a bit. I've heard that old eunuchs are very loyal. Qingchuan casually remarked, Brother Qing, do as you wish, as long as he is alive, he won T escape. Qingchuan dispersed his telekinesis and stowed the items on the floor into his backpack. The shadow lay unconscious. Qingchuan kicked the shadow on the ground. Stop pretending to be dead. Is he really this fragile? Wu Qing observed. It seems he has suffered a head injury. Who told me to be kind-hearted? Toxic Tyrant. Heal him. Toxic Tyrant raised his hand, and the glow of the healing technique illuminated the room like the dawn, warm and mysterious. With his palms pressed together, his eyes sparkled with determination. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as the air around him seemed infused with the vitality of life. The healing power flowed from Toxic Tyrant's palms, transforming into a gentle light that gradually spread. This light enveloped the shadow, swirling above him, showering him with warmth that penetrated deep within. Under the glow, the shadow's previously pallid complexion began to regain its color, and his lethargic demeanor normalized. As the healing continued, a serene and peaceful aura filled the living room. The shadow's pain gradually subsided, and the blood seeping from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes began to heal under the radiance. The shadow sensed a newfound vitality surging within him, as if reborn. Previously on the brink of death, the shadow's mind replayed memories like a lantern flickering in the dark. The smiles of his grandparents during his childhood, the swaying swings of his hometown, his parents' busyness, his own mischief, the weight of academic pressures, and the indulgence of skipping classes, the thrill of dropping out, the heartbreak from a girlfriend's departure due to poverty, and his subsequent work in the coal mines, the dark alleys, the crushing weight of hydraulic pillars bending his spine, the squeaking of rats echoing in the distant corridors, the choking dust from coal, and the sounds of collapsing tunnels, the heavy thuds of coal hitting the ground, the trickling of water, the explosions of gas, and the icy chill of despair. Awakening his dark abilities, he experienced the exhilaration of survival, the thrill of exacting vengeance on corrupt miners, and the moral degradation that led him to steal Qingchuan's treasures. Captured, his brain boiled as his soul drifted, overhearing conversations among several individuals. The shadow's soul reflected. Perhaps this is just the fate of a wretched life. Life is but a fleeting dream. In my next life, I shall choose a different path. Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinetic master, sensed the abnormal brainwaves of the shadow, and with a wave of his hand, projected the shadow's mental activity into the open. The entirety of the shadow's life was broadcasted for all to see, captivating the others. Toxic Tyrant scoffed. How naive, thinking about the next life. Come back and face your reckoning. The shadow, feeling his soul being pulled back into his body, exclaimed, "What the hell? I can't even die properly." Now, the shadow comprehended that he had not simply hit a brick wall, but had inadvertently kicked a volcano. Upon regaining consciousness, he assessed his situation. Sitting on the ground in despair, what merit do I possess to have angered not just one, but a time manipulator, a space manipulator, and a telekinetic? The abilities of these individuals must surely be extraordinary, like Atrax-like, and their powers are undoubtedly remarkable. I cannot escape now. I cannot even die with dignity. I still have ancestors to meet. Spare me the humiliation, and I will accept my fate. Do as you will. Just give me a swift end, and I will pose for you. Wu Qing wiped away glistening tears. Qingchuan, can we let this go? Spare the shadow. We are all unfortunate souls. Lai Hua and toxic tyrant turned, astonished and perplexed, at a woman who had once been resolute and unyielding, now displaying such a pitiable demeanor, her lips twitching. Fenghua remarked, "Shadow, how tragic." Shirku added, "Time will not halt for our suffering, but our growth and transformation can leave a profound mark in the river of time." Kong Xing, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube, said, "It's not like he stole my things." "Go ahead." Qingchuan gently patted Wu Qing's soft back in comfort. All right, I hear you." The shadow was taken aback, realizing that Wu Qing held such weight in this group, thinking Qingchuan was the decision-maker. Those who grovel end up with nothing. A sycophant who ends up with nothing in the end. Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinetic master? How easily he is controlled. He is nothing. The shadow inadvertently glanced up and caught a glimpse of Qingchuan's enigmatic smile. I've heard that telekinetics can sense the thoughts of others. This is a high-level game. I have underestimated this. What a bizarre team. A collection of elite powers gathered together. Upon closer inspection, none of them are as simple as they appear. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. The shadow decisively declared, "I am also single and now have nowhere to go. I want to join you all and cling to your fortunes. Regardless of whether you accept me, I am sticking with you." Chapter 43. The Shadow. What a bizarre team. A collection of elite powers. Upon closer inspection, none of them are as simple as they appear. As for Qingchuan, he appears to be around 18. Towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, seemingly not very bright. Yet his demeanor is that of a seasoned streetwise individual. The time manipulator, just think of that power. It's terrifying. Whether one has a brain or not is irrelevant. The space manipulator, certainly capable of teleportation, as long as he desires to flee and does not seek death. Who could possibly kill him? A child, no older than a teenager, wielding a large sword, strikingly familiar. Without a doubt, he is a melee fighter, seemingly innocent. Being able to mix with such individuals leaves me in disbelief. Innocent indeed. A tall beauty around 5'11", radiating elemental energy. Undoubtedly, she is a powerful mage. An output powerhouse, adept with her magic. The remaining two resemble her somewhat, yet are younger, definitely related, siblings perhaps. War, magic in the way, how familiar this feels. An eternal legend in the hearts of the post-80s generation, envying this extraordinary ability. Not to mention, whoever marries this woman is truly fortunate. Even her 2 younger brothers could achieve greatness, effortlessly becoming local lords. Where else can one find such a formidable team? Is this not the embodiment of a golden opportunity? It is too enticing to merely steal. One should seize it outright. The shadow decisively declared his intentions with sincerity. I am also a solitary soul. Without a place to go, I wish to join your ranks and cling to your greatness. Regardless of whether you accept me, I am determined to stay. Qingchuan did not voice his opinion, while others pretended not to hear, deliberating instead on what to eat. Qingchuan addressed the group. I have a good younger brother who has found a promising location. Let us go seek him. Qingxing replied, provide me with the crystal core coordinates. Qingchuan opened his network terminal and relayed the coordinates and crystal core information to Qingxing. Fenghua remarked, Brother Qingxing's teleportation is truly convenient. Thank you, Brother Qingchuan. Let us go eat. And so they set off for a lavish hot pot feast. Qingxing had just earned 11 crystal cores without the arduous task of slaying zombies. Feeling quite pleased, while Qingchuan proved to be rather generous. Merely serving as a driver for Qingchuan was a profession I could thrive in. With a wave of his hand, the teleportation array was generated, 8 hexagrams shimmering before vanishing from sight. Qingchuan had been too anxious to observe the teleportation array closely earlier, but now he took the time to appreciate this sophisticated mode of transportation. Time seemed to stretch. Within the venue, Qingxing held a cube that cracked open, the crystal core disappearing within. He stood still, his eyes closed, as if engaging in a mysterious communion with the surrounding space. His figure appeared unremarkable, yet an ineffable sense of power permeated the air. Suddenly, Qingchuan opened his eyes, which sparkled like distant stars, deep and enigmatic. With a gentle wave of his hand, a seemingly simple gesture, he unleashed immense power. As he gestured, the ground beneath the group began to transform. Blue beams of light emanated from the earth, intertwining to form a colossal hexagonal pattern. This design radiated a soft glow, as if composed of pure energy. Each vertex of the hexagon emitted a unique blue luminescence, interweaving to create a complex tapestry. The lines within the pattern brimmed with strength, as if capable of guiding the forces of space, leading the group into another dimension. Qingchuan waved his hand again, this time with greater fluidity, as if conducting a silent symphony. With his movements, the blue light intensified, nearly obscuring all vision. Under this force, the group felt as if an invisible power was drawing them upward, slowly elevating their bodies. Their surroundings blurred, replaced by a dazzling brilliance. When they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in an entirely new realm, starkly different from the world they had known, filled with mystery and the unknown. Qingchuan smiled slightly, his gaze brimming with confidence and pride. Jean Rouet was rummaging for supplies in a shop at a swimming pool when a sudden burst of hexagonal light appeared. Bewildered, he gazed at the newcomers, his metallic armor instantly enveloping him as he assumed a defensive stance. Upon spotting his good brother Qingchuan among the crowd, he relaxed. Qingchuan waved to Jean Rouet, who cautiously approached. As dusk fell, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the courtyard in warmth, casting a radiant orange hue across the sky through the sparse clouds. In this tranquil yet solemn moment, Jean Rouet's sci-fi metallic armor stood like a sculpture from the future, silently commanding attention in the center of the courtyard. Every inch of the armor glimmered with a cold brilliance, as if composed of countless intricate components and complex mechanical structures. Under the twilight sun, the surface of the armor shimmered with rippling light, resembling liquid metal flowing slowly. The edges and joints of the armor were meticulously polished, exuding a sharp quality, as if capable of slicing through any obstruction. The water surface of the swimming pool lay still as a mirror, crystal clear. The shadow of the metallic armor reflected upon the water, swaying gracefully with the gentle ripples. The interplay between the shadow and the physical form created a scene brimming with technological strength. The sunset's rays filtered through the armor's seams, casting mottled patterns upon the water's surface, as if merging future technology with nature in perfect harmony. In this picturesque setting, Jean Rouet's sci-fi metallic armor advanced toward the group. Each step it took resonated with stability and power, radiating a brilliant glow as if clad in the stars, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. With the armor's movement, the atmosphere around them grew tense, captivated by its formidable presence, their gazes instinctively following its advance. Each step of the armor seemed to echo within their hearts, causing subtle tremors. As it approached, they could discern its intricate details more clearly. The precision of its components and the complexity of its mechanical structure appeared even more refined and perfect in the light. Every line upon the armor exuded a sense of strength, as if narrating its illustrious history and ambitious future. Standing within the metallic armor, Jean Rouet's eyes were steadfast and confident. He appeared to merge with the armor, emanating an irresistible force. His gaze swept over the group, as if selecting future allies or adversaries. In that moment, everyone felt the awe and pressure emanating from Jean Rouet and his metallic armor. This was not merely a piece of combat gear, but a work of art. It represented humanity's boundless aspirations and pursuits for future technology, reflecting engineers' unwavering dedication to precision and beauty. In the golden sunlight of dusk, this metallic armor seemed to possess a life of its own, standing there quietly, as if showcasing its power and beauty to the world. They understood that this was a warrior filled with strength and wisdom, a trustworthy companion. In the days to come, they would face various challenges and opportunities together. Chapter 44. The Beautiful Mecha. Good brother. A teasing voice shattered the exquisite scene. Fenghua exclaimed, "Brother Jean Rouet, you look so cool. I've longed to play with your magnificent toy. Please, please, let me touch it." As time's hourglass trickled slowly, the armor appeared as an eternal guardian, standing silently amidst the torrent of time. The twilight's glow enveloped the armor in a golden radiance, creating a beautiful contrast with the passage of time. Qingchuan chimed in, "I want to play too." Liehua added, "Bro, this was my childhood dream. Seeing sci-fi come to life truly astonishes me." Duba exclaimed, "Is this a mecha?" It is filled with the beauty of technology, surpassing any machine. Wolinking remarked, "This metallic armor resembles a masterpiece. Its lines are fluid and elegant, emanating an enchanting glow. It is like a messenger from the future, traversing time to bring us hope and courage." The Shadow, as a subordinate, observed, "Brother Jean Rouet, I must say, the craftsmanship of this mecha is exceptionally fine. Every detail is handled to perfection. The luster and texture of the metal are outstanding, instantly conveying its high quality and durability." The Shadow found it challenging to articulate, and that was the best description I could muster. A lack of culture is indeed daunting. Even flattery eludes one's vocabulary. The armored helmet atop Jean Rouet's head opened. "What is this?" Qingchuan replied. "Allow me to introduce it to you, dear brother. Jean Hui la mente. I only just realized what I missed this afternoon. It pains me. I have yet to experience the teleportation array, and it vexes me." Qingchuan remarked. "Regret comes too late, but your grand entrance today truly astonished me." Jean Rouet, with a foolish grin, was whisked away by several men. Kong Xing handed a plethora of ingredients to Wu Qing and promptly went to admire Jean Rouet's mech. After all, it was a mech. Which man could resist? Joking aside, space manipulators are men too. Qingchuan and Wu Qing busied themselves with the preparations. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, intertwining with their diligent silhouettes to create a scene of romantic beauty. In the courtyard, they were occupied with preparing a hot pot. Qingchuan, a meticulous and reserved gentleman, selected the freshest ingredients, carefully slicing and arranging each item with utmost dedication. Wu Qing, a woman brimming with romantic sensibilities, chose various spices and seasonings, artfully blending them to infuse the broth with an irresistible aroma. Their figures, illuminated by the sunset, radiated warmth, as if the entire world was imbued with their happiness. Their laughter and chatter intertwined, forming a melodious symphony that celebrated the beauty and warmth of life. The steam from the hot pot danced gracefully in the waning sunlight, seemingly crowning their happiness. In that moment, Qingchuan and Wu Qing appeared to merge with the golden brilliance, becoming an eternal part of it. Their hot pot was not merely a meal, but a profound exchange of emotions and shared care, connecting their hearts more intimately. The golden glow of the sunset, the hot pot in the courtyard, and the silhouettes of Qingchuan and Wu Qing composed a tableau of romantic elegance. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only them and their everlasting joy. Liahua and Du Ba observed this scene. The second brother, Liahua, scoffed, "What a despicable pair, colluding so shamelessly." The third brother, Du Ba, cautioned, "Keep your voice down. You and T want our sister to hear, or you'll face the consequences. You should phrase it differently. What a match made in heaven, a perfect pair of talents and beauty. Like Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, like Niulong and Jinu, like Bai Sujin and Su Xian, like Meng Jiangnu and Fan Shiliang, like Jiao Zhongxing and Lu Lanji, like Yang Guifei and Tang Xuanzong, like Sima Xiangru and Zhuo Wenjun, like Jiao Baoyu and Lin Daiyu, like Tang Sung and the Queen, and even like Pan Jinlian and Ximen Qing, or Lu Bu and Jiao Chan. Much like myself and Lu." Liehua retorted, "Why do all your comparisons end badly, just as Qingchuan's table is filled with broken dishes? Forget it. I'm done watching. It's annoying. I'll go play with Jean Rouet's mech." A group of young men surrounded Jean Rouet, laughing and chatting as if they were old friends. Jean Rouet, brimming with pride, emerged from the mech with the precise mechanical sounds echoing around him. "Feel free to play," he encouraged. "Thank you, brother Jean Rouet. You are the most handsome in my heart." Feng Hua tossed aside a large sword and was the first to climb in. "Am I more handsome than Qingchuan?" Jean Hui inquired. 100 times more handsome than Qingchuan," Feng Hua exclaimed. Liehua watched as Feng Hua clumsily maneuvered Jean Rouet's magnificent mech, stumbling several times and getting it dirty, and he lamented, "Feng Hua, be careful not to break it. I still want to play later." Wu Qing turned to observe the scene outside. The final rays of sunlight illuminated the spacious and tranquil courtyard of the post-apocalyptic world, where a group of future world-shaking young abilities surrounded Jean Rouet's splendid mech. They resembled a bunch of excited boys, reveling in their interaction with this high-tech marvel. Jean Rouet's mech, with its unique design and sleek lines, gleamed like a slumbering beast, poised to awaken and unleash its unparalleled might. The surface of the mech shimmered with subtle hues, changing with each touch and interaction, as if narrating its own tale. The crowd gathered around the mech, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity. They took turns touching different parts of the mech, feeling the cold metal texture and listening to its deep, resonant hum. Their eyes sparkled with the promise of infinite possibilities. Among them, the time manipulator Kong Xing extended his hand, gently pressing it against the mech's chest. A special light flickered in his eyes, resonating with the mech's essence. His fingers glided across the chest of the mech, and suddenly, it illuminated, revealing a complex pattern. The crowd gasped in awe, and Jean Rouet's heart raced, his face reflecting astonishment and reverence. They surrounded the mech, discussing its functionalities and features, sharing thoughts and insights. They took turns piloting the mech, experiencing its capabilities. The shadow felt particularly out of place. These were Qingchuan's friends, and he had stolen from Qingchuan, been captured, and subsequently sought refuge with him, leaving him feeling inherently inferior. He desired to join in, but felt awkward and uneasy. Wu Qing's cool voice broke through. "Dinner is ready." The group reluctantly bid farewell to Jean Rouet's mech and gathered around the table. Chapter 45, Dinner. The sky had fully darkened, the night enveloping the world like a massive black velvet curtain. Yet, within the quietude of the night, the courtyard buzzed with warmth and merriment. The enormous table provided by Kong Xing stood at the center of the dining area, resembling a small mountain of food. The table overflowed with an array of hot pot ingredients, vibrant in color and rich in aroma. Bright red chilies, golden corn, verdant vegetables, tender meats, and fresh seafood shimmered invitingly under the lights. The bubbling broth sang a cheerful tune as it simmered. The soft, warm glow of the lighting added a touch of coziness and gentleness to the table and its surroundings. The light danced upon the surface of the ingredients, making each dish appear exceptionally tempting. The group sat around the table, their faces radiating satisfaction and joy, with chopsticks and spoons in hand. They savored the delectable hot pot while sharing their stories and experiences. Bottles of beer and spirits occupied one corner of the table, accompanied by various beverages and fruits. They raised their glasses and toasts, occasionally sampling dipping sauces and fruits, relishing this rare moment of togetherness. The steam from the hot pot wafted through the air, intertwining with their laughter and conversation to create a beautiful tableau. In this warm and lively atmosphere, they felt the bonds of friendship and unity strengthen. They understood that no matter what challenges and difficulties lay ahead, they would face them together, forging a brighter future. On this night filled with laughter and delicious food, the hearts of these young abilities found immense satisfaction and solace. They recognized that this deep camaraderie and the power of unity would become their most cherished treasure on the journey ahead. After feasting and drinking, Qingchuan and Wu Qing sat together, sharing whispers and laughter. The shadow, flushed from drinking, swayed unsteadily as he approached Qingchuan and Wu Qing, exclaiming, "Slap." In a moment of utter despair, Shadow crumbled to his knees before Qingchuan, clutching his brother's legs and weeping hoarsely. "Brother, please listen to me. I have endured a life of hardship, having lost my parents and faced relentless adversity. In my youth, I tended cattle, raised chickens, and plowed the fields. I, Shadow, have never been an exemplary individual. I learned to repair vehicles, worked as a bricklayer, and have suffered the disdain and indifference of society. Today, I was blinded by greed and stole my brother's crystal core, food, and skill book, only to be mercilessly beaten by him. With tears streaming down my face, I emphatically struck my chest with my finger. Yet, I harbor no resentment towards you, dear brother. I thought today would be my end, but to my astonishment, you and sister-in-law showed such magnanimity, sparing my life and introducing me to so many capable friends. Brother, in these trying times, survival is a challenge. You may not know that when I first awakened, I fought another for a mere bun, our blades drawing blood upon the ground. The cold steel reflected the chill in my heart, and my eyes burned with the fury of a hunted rabbit. Yet here you are, not only accepting me, but also helping me expand my connections and enjoy sumptuous feasts. Frankly, even when my parents were alive, they could hardly provide such a life. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are like a rebirth of my parents. I may be clumsy with words and lacking in education, but my gratitude is profound. They say an elder brother is like a father. If you do not forsake me, I wish to adopt you as my foster father. From now on, we shall refer to each other as such. I will call you foster father, and you may call me younger brother. Feng Hua, taken aback, marveled at the display of talent before him, silently acknowledging the brilliance of it all. This was indeed the essence of human relationships. He resolved to take notes. Wu Qing poked Qingchuan playfully, reminding him not to be deceived by appearances. Qingchuan discreetly squeezed Wu Qing's soft hand, signaling him to observe his brother's performance. Blushing with joy, Qingchuan helped Shadow to his feet, raised his cup, and boisterously declared, "You speak nonsense, younger brother. You bring me shame. From this day forth, you are my good brother. If you do not abandon me, I will not forsake you. We shall share life and death, facing the trials of this apocalypse together." sharing both fortune and hardship. Jean Rouet inwardly scoffed, wondering if such words could truly come from an uneducated person. Was his position now in jeopardy? Qingchuan pounded the table, exclaiming, "Brothers, I'm delighted to have met such good friends today. As your elder brother, I shall not engage in empty platitudes that would invite ridicule. Let's each take a copy of this." He produced a stack of white books from his robe and dramatically tossed them onto the table. "These are produced by my system, the foundational crystal core skill books. Each brother shall receive one." Having said this, he slumped into his chair and succumbed to intoxication. Duba eagerly snatched a book, exclaiming, "Is this the foundational crystal core absorption skill book I've seen online? I've long coveted it. Today, I finally possess the real deal. A product of the system, it must be a masterpiece. I shall not hold back. Sister-in-law, you are generous." Lihua grabbed a book, lamenting, "What a pity I missed the chance to hunt monsters today. Surely, we would have had a massive drop for our team." Shirkong pulled out a book without hesitation, stating, "Time is akin to a silent skill book, each page chronicling our growth and transformation, every line reflecting the intertwining of wisdom and experience." Kongxing chimed in, "I too feel the same." Jean Rouet felt a pang of sorrow. Wuching remarked, "When Qingchuan gifted me this skill book, the joy within me was beyond words. It is not merely a book. It symbolizes his profound care and expectations for me. In my eyes, he is like this book, meticulously selecting skills and knowledge suited for my growth. Each page reveals his thoughtfulness and affection, as if he is saying, 'Dear one, I believe you have the ability to master these skills and become a better version of yourself.' This book not only enhances my skills, but also makes me feel the unwavering support and encouragement from my boyfriend. Whenever I encounter difficulties, I remember his encouragement and expectations, which fills me with warmth and resolve." Fenghua pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Were these beings above and below the table? The human heart is inscrutable, and I long to return home." Swiftly extracting a skill book, he dryly said, "Thank you, Chinga. You are the most handsome in my heart." Shadow, still clutching Qingchuan's legs and noticing his brother had fallen asleep, stood up and also grabbed a book. Facing the gazes of various ability users, he raised his cup and drank deeply, proclaiming, "What is wrong with being a dog? With a generous brother like Qingchuan, I consider myself incredibly fortunate to serve him. Others would envy such an opportunity." Woof, woof, woof. The crowd admired him, raising their thumbs in respect. Sincerity is indeed a formidable weapon. Some are simply born with it. Chapter 46, A Journey to Shachen. On the evening of the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 10 p.m., in the swimming pool shop of the Huaixin Garden Relocation Community, having feasted and drunk their fill, Wuching supported Qingchuan. "Brothers, why not come to my main city for the night? My place is spacious." Shirkong replied, "That sounds splendid." Kongxing added, "Excellent." Fenghua inquired, "Main city?" Jing Hui exclaimed, "Shachen is my dream. How wonderful." Nodding vigorously, Shadow asked, "How do we get there?" Wuching distributed a return scroll to everyone, explaining, "Simple. Just crush the return scroll, and you'll arrive. Simply think of exiting the legendary world, and you'll be back." Fenghua, being younger and inexperienced with the legend, was filled with curiosity. The group crushed their return scrolls and were transported to Shachen. Shabuk, the legendary city, sparkled like a brilliant gem embedded in a vast expanse of the continent. With a millennia-long history, it bore the blood and glory of countless warriors. Here, every day was filled with heart-pounding battles and legendary adventures. Upon entering Shabuk, the first sight that greeted them was the towering and magnificent city walls, robust enough to withstand any invader. Flags of various colors fluttered atop the walls, each representing different guilds and factions. These banners rustled in the breeze, as if narrating the glory of Shabuk. Within the city, the streets crisscrossed, lined with houses. Abundant shops displayed a myriad of goods, enticing countless adventurers to stop and browse. Here, one could procure rare equipment and items, savoring delicacies from across the continent. The shopkeepers were warm and hospitable, always eager to share their stories and experiences with adventurers. The nights in Shabuk were particularly enchanting. Beneath a dazzling starry sky, the city seemed cloaked in a mysterious veil. The brightly lit streets mirrored the stars above, creating a picturesque scene. During this time, taverns and arenas became the favored haunts of adventurers. In the taverns, they could indulge in fine wines and discuss worldly matters, while in the arenas, they showcased their skills and prowess, vying for honor and status. Shabuk, this legendary city, witnessed the growth and glory of countless warriors. Here, every adventurer harbored dreams and convictions, striving tirelessly for their ideals. Each day was filled with passion and fervor, every corner teeming with legend and adventure. Shabuk will forever remain a sacred place in the hearts of warriors, a land they relentlessly pursue for glory. Under Wuqing's arrangements, the group settled into a hotel. The trio of Lihua asked, "Sister, why bring them along?" Wuqing replied, "Our strength is rising too slowly. Having more hands makes monster hunting easier." Dubai question. What about Qingchuan? Heartless. The selection of genes. Fiery. What does that mean? Poison King. Let me elucidate, my second brother. This afternoon, amidst the bustling crowd, Heartless stood out like a solitary crane, radiating an air of cold beauty and proud aloofness. Her eyes, profound and discerning, seemed to unveil the secrets of the human heart. Yet she maintained an impenetrable distance. However, the moment she caught sight of Qingchuan, her heart was struck by a warm current, melting her composure in an instant. Qingchuan, tall and statuesque, basked in the sunlight that graced his broad shoulders, bestowing upon him an irresistible charm. His features were sharply defined, and within his deep-set eyes glimmered intelligence and resolve. His smile was warm and enchanting, illuminating everything around him. Heartless, gazing at Qingchuan, felt her heartbeat quicken, and her breath became shallow. She found herself unable to avert her gaze, as each of Qingchuan's movements tugged at her heartstrings. It was as if an enigmatic force compelled her towards him. As he approached, he met her gaze with a profound look, causing her to shyly lower her head. Despite her inner strength, which had once served her as a judge, she masked her emotions with indifference. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her heart brimming with sweetness and anticipation. The fierce determination within her, honed by her career, urged her to respond with reason. She was acutely aware that she had fallen deeply in love with Qingchuan, a feeling so intense and authentic that it was impossible to resist. Heartless understood that love at first sight did not guarantee a smooth journey ahead. Yet she was willing to invest effort into this emotion. She believed she could face future challenges and adversities alongside Qingchuan, creating beautiful memories together. Her heart was filled with hope and expectation, longing for a future with Qingchuan that would shine even brighter. Thus, you have witnessed the unfolding events. A 28-year-old single soul experiencing such rare fervor? Fiery looked at Poison King with pity. "Sister, I merely listened to the third brother recount his tale." Heartless, her face flushed, exclaimed, "Third brother, come here at once. Why are you hiding so far away?" "I am here." Poison King had already clutched the random teleportation scroll in his hand, vanishing without a trace. With only herself remaining, Fiery felt vulnerable to the flames of conflict, especially since she had initiated the topic. "Sister, I shall assist the third brother in fetching the dog book. Farewell." After all, there's nothing wrong with being attracted to someone. With a flash, she disappeared. In truth, Heartless had plotted rather astutely. Contemplating the pros and cons, she recognized the immense benefits of forming a bond with Qingchuan, a level 2 telekinetic. First, his formidable combat prowess, validated by online recognition, could greatly assist her and her two brothers in leveling up and acquiring gear, especially since the monsters within her legendary system proved exceedingly difficult to conquer. The low drop rates necessitated external assistance to enhance progress. Perhaps her eagerness was a remnant of her past as a judge, as it was merely the 7th day of the apocalypse. Second, Qingchuan's income from online videos and his skills in selling merchandise were substantial. He was wealthy. Third, he fit her aesthetic ideals perfectly, standing at 180 centimeters. It was challenging for a woman to find an ideal partner. Many men had faltered in confidence when faced with her height, education, and poise, rendering them somewhat emasculated. She could not possibly pursue someone shorter, lest she become the subject of gossip, or find herself with someone lacking in stature. Qingchuan, towering at 193 centimeters, was a head taller, finally allowing her to experience a sense of delicate dependence. His presence was as radiant as sunshine, his smile effortlessly charming, as though nothing in the world could trouble him. His confidence emanated from within, like a brilliant beacon, impossible to overlook. Often, a man's self-assurance is rooted in formidable strength. His features were sculpted and profound, akin to a masterpiece meticulously crafted by an artist. His eyes, both deep and bright, seemed to penetrate the soul, perceiving all that lay before him. His high nose conveyed a sense of determination and confidence. His distinctly defined lips, with a slight upward curve, perpetually bore that carefree smile. Qingchuan's physique was long and well-proportioned, reminiscent of an elegant dancer. His broad, strong shoulders imparted a sense of safety and support. His robust chest showcased his vitality and vigorous health. His long, powerful legs glided with a grace akin to a gentle breeze. His smile was perpetually warm and bright, illuminating all in his vicinity. His voice, deep and resonant, flowed like a clear spring, soothing the hearts of those around him. The allure of a mature man was undeniably intoxicating. His demeanor was both carefree and self-assured, reminiscent of a born leader, inspiring trust and loyalty in others. Chapter 47, Ready to Strike. Qingchuan, like a dazzling ray of sunlight, consistently radiated warmth and hope. His nonchalance and confidence appeared as an intangible force, motivating others to forge ahead in pursuit of their dreams. In essence, Qingchuan was wealthy, powerful, tall, handsome, and fair-skinned. What was wrong with her desire for him? This was the selection of genes. What concern was it of hers? Yet, she knew not to rush. Qingchuan was, after all, a rather traditional man. She had to maintain her composure. How to feign modesty? Perhaps she should visit a library to seek literature on the matter. Qingchuan had remained alert all along, never truly intoxicated. What does heartless mean? Has she brought her own people home? What is this situation? It's already midnight, and still no sign of her? Even given the opportunity, it seems fruitless. Sleep. Fenghua lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. The stars of the internet lit up in the chat group. Shall we hunt monsters? Jean Rouet, let us go. Aning, just when I can't sleep. Shirku, I must accompany you. If anything happens, I can lend a hand. Kongxing, I'll go too. If trouble arises, I can help you escape. Poison King, we're at the Centipede Cave, line 1, coordinates 85-18. Fiery, I thought you all were asleep. Jean Rouet, call the big brother. Poison King, he is asleep. No need to disturb him. Qingchuan, I'm not asleep. Heartless, you can sleep. Qingchuan, oh, if I'm asleep, I can't go. Silence enveloped the group. Kongxing, why are you all looking at me? Hand over the crystal cores. Even the teleportation array requires energy support. Jean Rouet, how many? Kongxing, your brother gave me 11 last time. You decide how many to give. Jean Rouet, you, me, Fenghua, Shirku, and Ning, 5 of us. 2 crystal cores each, with 1 extra as a handling fee. Quite reasonable. With that, he handed Kongxing a small woven metallic bag. Fenghua thought, is Jean Rouet perhaps a bit slow-witted? Didn't Qingchuan bring a larger group last time? No, this was a facade. Why? Before Fenghua could ponder further, the teleportation array's hexagram began to spin, and they arrived at their destination. Jean Rouet, how marvelous. Is the efficiency really this high? Those 2 crystal cores were worth it. Poison King, Kongxing's spatial teleportation is even more extraordinary than the legendary teleportation rings. I genuinely envy it. Fiery, who could argue with that? Let us hurry and prepare for the next wave of monsters. Shirku, warriors in the front, mages and priests in the back. Fiery, Jean Rouet, Fenghua, and Ning took the front line, while Shirku, Kongxing, and Poison King positioned themselves at the rear. A horde of centipedes, giant worms, jumping bees, clawed insects, black evil larvae, and malevolent clawed worms appeared on the map. Poison King raised his hand, casting a colossal defensive and magical barrier over the front line. The blazing fire had become a familiar spectacle. The crescent blade technique carving out a luminous arc of white light, causing the monster's health to plummet dramatically. Jean Rouet exclaimed, this contraption can even augment the mech's resistance. Remarkable. The mech, steadfast in its assault, unleashed a pair of blades from its arms, dispatching foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Astonishingly, the mech possessed its own health bar, unwavering and resilient, with an attack power surpassing even that of the blazing fire. In the interplay of shadows and light, the dagger in Ying's hand shimmered with an ethereal glow, both dreamlike and deadly. Its attack power astonishingly eclipsed that of Jean Rouet's mech. Fenghua proclaimed, I fight for those who cannot. Li Hua and Du Ba exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain. Q is silence. E is the spin. The great sword subdues the souls. Each version brings forth a new deity, with generations playing Garen, capable of enduring, striking, and vanquishing foes. The combination of Black Cleaver and Yumu's Ghost Blade with the likes of Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster ensures that any target I desire to eliminate. Q is silence. E is the swing. When W activates, true vigor emerges. The great sword subdues the souls, simple yet brutally effective. The formidable healing, without retreating to base, with no mana bar, remains indomitable. Each version presents its pitfalls, yet there are always novices among us. I am the new god of the rift. My name is Garen. The onlookers marveled at how this seemingly innocent child possessed combat prowess rivaling that of Jean Rouet's metallic mech. High attack, formidable defense, and the ability to heal, truly astonishing. Li Hua remarked, with such rhymes, are you preparing for examinations? Shirku mused, time is a silent poet, expressing the rhythm and cadence of life through its quiet language. Combat is an intense dance, where every movement demands precision and strength. With a wave of his hand, a peculiar wristwatch emerged, launching its hour, minute, and second hands into the fray. The crowd, intrigued, turned their attention to Shirku's battle, as he, unassuming and slender, bore an intense gaze sharp as an eagle's. Shedding his previous dull demeanor, his wrist adorned with an inconspicuous watch, which transformed from white by day to black by night, possibly the source of his formidable power. There was no fear in his eyes, only conviction and determination. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand gently. In that instant, the black watch erupted with dazzling light. The hands, like unleashed beasts, surged forth, cleaving through the air towards the throng of monsters. The creatures screamed in terror, attempting to flee from the pursuit of the three needles. Yet, regardless of their struggles, they could not escape the grip of time. The hour hand dulled their movements. The minute hand stiffened their bodies, while the second hand mercilessly stripped them of their lives. Before Shirku's temporal powers, the monsters appeared frozen, unable to move. Their eyes filled with fear and despair, yet nothing could be salvaged. As the last creature fell, Shirku retracted the hands, placing them back into the watch, and quietly departed from the battlefield. Though brief, Shirku's battle left an indelible impact on all present, revealing the might and mystery of his temporal abilities. Qingchuan observed, "It seems I need not intervene." Li Huo recalled how the second hand had narrowly grazed his scalp and swallowed hard. "Shirku, dear brother, what would happen if you lent me that second hand?" Shirku replied, "I do not know. Perhaps life, perhaps death." Dubia chimed in, "Schleut Inga is needle?" "Brother, why not give it a try? I'd love to see if a health potion can bring you back." Li Huo retorted, "You wish for my demise. Seeking to assume the second in command? That is the law of time, ruthlessly claiming lives. Even if one could be revived, it would surely cost them their lifespan. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity." Feng Hua remarked, "Another effortless victory. The thrill of riding coattails is delightful. Brother Shirku is the most dashing in my heart. You must be tired. Let me give you a back massage." Feng Hua rushed over, eagerly attending to Shirku's needs like a devoted attendant. Qingchuan added, "Brother, Shirku must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a midnight snack. What do you enjoy?" Feng Hua licked her lips, listing a feast of dishes: kung pao chicken, fish-flavored eggplant, braised pork, mapo tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, 3 fresh delicacies, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, twice-cooked pork, and spicy shredded potatoes. Vikiskoviko, admiringly glancing at Feng Hua, turned to Qingchuan and smiled. "Can you procure these? No need to strain yourself." Qingchuan shyly replied, "Just some home-cooked dishes." With a flourish, he conjured a grand sandalwood table and delicate chairs before Shirku, laden with steaming dishes and white rice. Dubalamacht. To think brother Shirku appears so unassuming. Yet when he strikes, his strength is overwhelming. I had to even unleash my poison before the monsters were vanquished. Jean Rey noted, "I sense a change within my body. It feels as though my power has slightly increased." Chapter 48, Determining Relationships. The 8th day of the apocalypse. An Ing assessed, I surmise it is the transformation of experience. Li Huo gathered the equipment and potions scattered on the ground, planning to divide them later. In the Qingchuan Legend Hotel, while sleeping, a presence approached, yet she kept her eyes closed. Extending her psychic awareness, she perceived Wu Qing entering, sitting beside her bed, her head resting on the mattress, curiously gazing at her like a kitten. "Qingchuan, come here. I prepared everything. Let the storm come even fiercer. Until dawn." Wu Qing departed silently. Qingchuan gazed at the crimson imprints on the sheets, contemplating the mischief wrought. What began as a fleeting encounter now demanded long-term responsibility. Though she still yearned for freedom, Wu Qing returned to her dwelling, questioning herself. Didn't Tu vow to be reserved? What happened? After 28 years of restraint, she had succumbed. The following day, the group returned to the Blue Star world for breakfast at 8. Feng Hua, while dining, noticed Wu Qing radiating vitality as she served Qingchuan, who appeared sullen and ravenous. Hastily acknowledging Wu Qing's gaze, "Sister-in-law, hello." Wu Qing affectionately patted Feng Hua's petite head. Li Huo dismissed the scene of the couple. "Duba quipped, I haven't even begun my mischief yet, and I'm already inundated with dog food. How vexing." Jinghui, realizing Qingchuan's silence indicated the establishment of their relationship, chimed in, "Sister-in-law, hello." And Ing mirrored, "Sister-in-law, hello." Shirku mused, "Time is the witness of love. It neither halts for our hesitation nor accelerates for your persistence. It flows silently, allowing you to feel the ebbs and flows of love through the river of time. As time passes, love remains ageless. May your love shine like brilliant stars, everlasting and indelible, transcending time and space, connecting souls, becoming your eternal faith and pursuit. Sister-in-law, hello. Kong Xing added, in the endless expanse, love is a radiant light, traversing mountains and rivers, illuminating your hearts. No matter how distant, the power of love binds you closely together. Wu Qing, aware of the prowess of these two, humbly replied, thank you both for your blessings. I shall cherish them. After their meal, Feng Hua inquired, the community is hosting a gathering for ability users. Li Ao Tian has invited us. Will we attend? Qingchuan responded, of course. Gathering information is quite beneficial. The group unanimously agreed to follow Qingchuan. The spacious square of the Gue Yuan relocation community was ample. The Qingchuan team, led by Qingchuan, walked to the community square. Feng Hua exclaimed, so many people. The zombies in the community have been thoroughly cleared. And Ying remarked, were it not for the frequent battles among ability users, one might think we had returned to the world before the apocalypse. Liwa added, look over there. There are so many beautiful women. Duba, that is the team of physicians from various hospitals. Qingchuan, this medical team is our target for collaboration and goodwill, predominantly comprising wood and water elementalists. Jin Rue, the banking team is also abundant in beautiful women. Zuba, Ohat, the vampire team, renowned far and wide. Everyone raised their thumbs in approval towards Duba. Qingchuan, aptly put. However, one must not underestimate the strength of this team. Caution is advised when encountering them. Strategically, they can be disregarded. Those who only follow the strongest for sustenance are not to be feared. Wu Qing, at all times, remains taciturn. One is cold. Another is absent-mindedly fiddling with a watch, while the third shyly plays with a Rubik's Cube, as if the affairs of the outside world do not concern them. Jin Rue, look, there's even a modified car team. Qingchuan, that's the automobile city team, involved in manufacturing, selling, recycling, and repairing cars, showcasing formidable abilities, predominantly among metal elementals. They would fare poorly against Li Ao Tian. Qingchuan turned to Jin Rue. It would be wise to avoid provoking Li Ao Tian for the time being. He has recently made significant progress in strength and, under equal levels of skills and combat IQ, would easily best you. Qingchuan waved at a streamlined gentleman from afar. Lone Wolf, the water elementalist Haitao, could easily make Li Ao Tian call him father. Upon noticing someone greeting him, Haitao glanced over, surprised that Qingchuan recognized him. Feeling rather pleased, he courteously waved back. Qingchuan, be wary of those brazen individuals adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos. They belong to the prison team. Maintain distance and limit interactions. Their abilities are rather diverse, mostly of a negative nature, including drug-related powers, necromancy from murderers, mind corruption from fraudsters, life draining from dark practitioners, dream manipulation, and curses. Wu Qing, how do you manage to be so knowledgeable and talented? Qingchuan, with a sense of pride, I am well-read and experienced. Jin Rue, what about those individuals with a strong aura of water elementalism? Qingchuan, they are from the water plant team, who have had conflicts with Li Ao Tian, having previously crossed paths without gaining any advantage. Natural fire elementalists inherently despise water elementalists. It is a law of nature that defies reason. Feng Hua observed a variety of animals gathered together, the Animal Eye team. Qingchuan, that is the makeup artist team, adept in transformations, with average combat prowess but exceptional survival skills. Next to them is the metalworking team, rich in fire and metal elementalists. Qingchuan, over there is the real estate team, a mixed group of earth and metal elementalists, currently the largest in number. The instigator of this gathering of elementalists is the real estate magnate Qingchuan, a civil engineer and warrior with earth elemental powers. Qingchuan provided a brief introduction to the group. Qingchuan considers his team to be the most numerous and powerful. As the crowd in the square began to assemble, he prepared to speak. Respected elementalists, fellow compatriots, greetings. I am Qingchuan, an elementalist with dreams and convictions. I stand here not merely to vie for leadership of the Elementalist Alliance, but to pursue a common goal, to safeguard our human home against the encroaching threat of zombies. Zombies, once mere figments of movies and novels, have now materialized as a genuine menace in our lives. They threaten our security and challenge our very existence. Yet, believe this, we are not without recourse. We possess elemental powers, extraordinary abilities that set us apart. We are the guardians of humanity, the last bastion against the undead. I, Qingchuan, am willing to shoulder this monumental responsibility to lead the Elementalist Alliance and to unite us in the fight against the zombie onslaught. I am acutely aware that this is no trifling task, yet I am armed with confidence, determination, and the support of each and every one of you, fellow elementalists. The road ahead is long, and the zombie threat grows ever more severe. However, I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, harnessing the collective strength of all elementalists, we shall triumph over the undead and protect our human sanctuary. Therefore, I propose an initiative. Let us all join the Elementalist Alliance and become part of the resistance against the zombies. Regardless of your elemental powers or the magnitude of your strength, if you possess a heart that yearns to safeguard humanity, you are the hero we seek. Let us stride forward together, forging a future devoid of the zombie threat. Together, let us protect our homes and safeguard our families and friends. Let us march forward for the future of humanity. Thank you all. Du Ba. Is he aiming for the throne? Lai Hua. He has delusions of grandeur, empty rhetoric, without tangible benefits. Who would heed him? We VE had our fill of empty promises before the apocalypse. What nonsense. Chapter 49, Level 2, Ice Elemental Zombie. In the Qingchuan Garden Square, the sun blazed fiercely, waves of heat radiating through the air. The merciless sunlight scorched the ground, seemingly capable of incinerating everything. Despite the sweat mixing with dust upon his face, Qingchuan's gaze remained sharp as a blade. Qingchuan, standing nearby, spoke incessantly, his voice laced with tension and anxiety. Yet, Qingchuan appeared oblivious, his attention piercing through the chaos of the square. Locking onto Li Aotian and the cunning Zhang Quanglan, Li Aotian, clad in crimson, emanated an imposing presence, akin to a flickering flame. His gaze was icy, occasionally sweeping over the crowd as if searching for something. Meanwhile, Zhang Quanglan, donning specially crafted sunglasses, remained inscrutable even under the blazing sun, standing quietly as though everything lay within his control. Zhang Quanglan, an earth elemental, was as robust as a boulder, his skin bearing a faint earthen hue, seemingly merging with the very soil. His deep-set eyes glimmered with a yellowish light, exuding steadiness and resolve. When his brow furrowed, it resembled mountain ranges, radiating an innate authority. Standing tall as a pine, his demeanor bore a hint of arrogance, as if all was under his dominion. Qingchuan chuckled coldly within. He understood that his purpose for being here today was not to indulge in Qingchuan's drivel, but to discern the true nature of these elemental teams. He needed to identify which teams possessed potential, which ones should be shunned, and, most crucially, who constituted the genuine adversaries, trustworthy allies, and those fickle turncoats. He gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy and emotions of each individual in the square. His perception was extraordinarily potent, capable of penetrating facades to glimpse into the hearts of all present. He sensed Li Aotian's coldness and ambition, as well as Zhang Quanglan's depth and elusiveness. Taking a deep breath, Qingchuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now resolute and profound. The sun continued to blaze over Qingchuan Garden Square, yet Qingchuan's heart had grown as serene as solid ice. He realized that only by recognizing the true nature of his enemies could he maintain an invincible position in the forthcoming realm of elementalists. In the Qingchuan Garden Square, the sun blazed relentlessly, the air seemingly warped by the intense heat. Qingchuan stood before the crowd, passionately delivering his speech. However, his words seemed to fail to resonate with the leaders of the elemental teams present. Qingchuan, visibly agitated, clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with determination. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here to discuss our future plans. The world is undergoing monumental transformations, and we must unite to face the challenges that lie ahead. However, his words appeared to resonate little with the crowd. Some team leaders whispered among themselves, seemingly dismissive of his address, while others simply turned away, indifferent to Qingchuan's speech. The expression on Qingchuan's face gradually darkened, his gaze fixated with anger on the departing figures, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. He turned to his subordinates and coldly remarked, "Look at this. Are these our allies? They lack even the patience to listen to my words." His subordinates exchanged glances. Hesitant to speak, Qingchuan continued, "We have invested so much effort for the future of this world, yet they offer us not even the most basic respect. Do we still need such allies?" The subordinates bowed their heads, unwilling to meet Qingchuan's fierce gaze. As his fury intensified, he bellowed, "Send the word down. From this day forth, we sever all ties with these short-sighted teams. They are unworthy of being our allies." Despite their trepidation, his subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, boss." Qingchuan's speech ended in failure. and he stormed away from the square. His silhouette under the blazing sun appeared solitary and desolate, akin to a warrior stripped of hope. Meanwhile, in the square, the figures of the departing ability user team leaders grew increasingly distant, leaving behind only Qingchuan's frustrated and helpless sigh. This scene was keenly observed by Qingchuan, who stood at a distance, his gaze deep as he regarded Qingchuan. He understood that Qingchuan's anger and disappointment were inevitable, yet he also recognized that in this world, true strength lies not in those who can deliver impassioned speeches, but in those who can discern the situation and make prudent choices. Qingchuan smiled faintly and turned to leave with his teammates. He knew that his opportunity had arisen. He needed to seek allies in this chaotic world of ability users to confront the challenges ahead. The departing ability user team leaders might just be the breakthrough he sought. Inside the swimming pool shop, light streamed through the bright windows, illuminating the tidy floor. Feng Hua remarked, "There is news online that a level 2 ice mage-type zombie has appeared in the Wisdom Harbor community." Upon hearing this, Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, surprise evident on his face. An ice mage-type zombie? Such creatures are rare. At that moment, others in the shop began to gather, clearly intrigued by the news. Wu Qing coldly interjected, "This is the first time I've heard of a level 2 ice zombie. How formidable is it? We should acquire data on this zombie." Jean Rue added, "Ice does not counter metal, right?" Lai Hua exclaimed, "What are we afraid of? With so many of us here, let's just charge in and take it down." Duba leered slyly, "I'll boost everyone's status." Aning remained silent, mechanically fiddling with his wristwatch, as if everything were under his control. Kong Xing, a slightly shy young man, was manipulating a Rubik's cube. He looked up and softly suggested, "Perhaps we could devise a strategy to deal with this zombie, exploiting its weaknesses." Qingchuan accessed the system's data on the light orb, level 2 ice mage zombie, a rare specter in the apocalypse. Its abilities include Frost Spear and Frost Shield. Frost Spear. This is the unique skill of the level 2 ice mage zombie. It can condense the power of frost into sharp ice spikes, which it can launch with rapid ferocity, delivering lethal blows to its enemies. Its strengths lie in its quick attack speed and suddenness, often inflicting severe damage when the enemy is unprepared. However, the drawbacks of Frost Spear are equally apparent. Firstly, its range is limited, necessitating the zombie to maintain a relatively close distance to its adversaries, which increases its risk in battle. Secondly, the energy consumption is substantial. The zombie cannot use it frequently, or it may weaken itself due to exhaustion. Frost Shield. This is another significant defensive skill of the level 2 ice mage zombie. Unlike a typical ice crystal shield, the Frost Shield is more robust and transparent, significantly enhancing the zombie's defensive capabilities while also concealing its presence to a degree, making it more challenging for enemies to detect. The advantages of the Frost Shield are its formidable defensive effect and stealth, allowing the zombie to maintain a high survival and counterattack capability in combat. However, the Frost Shield also has its drawbacks. Firstly, its creation requires time, and once formed, it cannot be moved or used to attack, otherwise, it will shatter immediately. Secondly, the Frost Shield also consumes considerable energy, requiring the zombie to be judicious in its use during battle, ensuring it is deployed at the most critical moments. Specific circumstances will depend on the actual situation at hand. Chapter 50, Opportunity. Qingchuan paid to have Kong Xing teleport the entire Qingchuan team to the vicinity of the Wisdom Harbor community. Hearing the sounds of a scuffle in the distance, the group gathered around. Qingchuan glanced at Kong Xing, producing a crystal core from his hand. In an instant, Kong Xing's Rubik's cube revealed an opening and swallowed the crystal core. Kong Xing exclaimed, "Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. You'll eat anything given to you. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" The cube spun in response, indicating it would not happen again. Qingchuan remarked, "Watching the commotion without some snacks is a bit lacking." A person-sized blue portal appeared before Kong Xing, and with a swift motion, he retrieved a small cart filled with various snacks. Feng Hua leaned in, sneaking a glance into the portal, only to see a mountain of snacks piled within, glittering under the bright light and emanating an enticing aroma. "I'll help you distribute these, Kong Xing. You focus on the battle." Feng Hua took the small cart from Kong Xing's hands and recited, "Transports racing over mountains, peanuts and sunflower seeds laid out before us. Cola and Sprite ringing sweetly. Bottled water soothing the heart. Legs, retract and don't obstruct. Sunflower seeds and peanuts for the picking. Beer and drinks icy cool. Kong Xing, you're the coolest." Jean Rue interjected, "No, am I not the coolest?" Feng Hua shot a glance at Jean Rue's battle armor. "You're the second coolest." Jean Rue retorted, "Next time, I'll let you play the mech alone. No one else gets to play." Du ba, Lai Hua, and Ning remained in a state of disbelief. Gong Xing. Feng Hua added, next time, you'll be the coolest. Wu Qing remarked, little smooth talker. I suspect you survived the early days of the apocalypse, not because of your abilities, but because of that silver tongue of yours. With your cleverness, even without abilities. You and Ti fare poorly in the apocalypse. Qingchuan smiled slightly. Qing you weren't there. It was a scorching noon, and, as I walked home, sweat dripped from my forehead, my skin burning slightly from the sun. Suddenly, a small figure caught my eye, a dirty little child, lying helplessly in the shadows by the road. The child was covered in grime, eyes filled with exhaustion and fear. My kind heart was instantly stirred. I crouched down and softly called out to this pitiful being. I cautiously reached out my hand to offer some comfort. At that moment, he twitched his ears as if sensing my kindness and goodwill. Slowly, he lifted his head, looking at me with those moist eyes. In that instant, I seemed to glimpse his inner fragility and yearning. I gently stroked his head and carefully took out a bottle of water from my backpack, cautiously feeding it to him. He seemed to sense my affection. He licked his lips and slowly drank the water. I smiled and resolved to take him home, to provide him with a warm sanctuary. Quite touching, isn't it? Fenghua, with her little mouth wide open, lost her ability to chew, her eyes wide like copper bells. Duba, is he still in it? Fenghua, in a flustered defense, exclaimed, I'm not a puppy. Anying laughed heartily, clutching her belly. Sheik, the scene is heartwarming. Kongxing, touching. The few of us munched on sunflower seeds while observing the battle. Within the Zhihui harbor community, sunlight pierced through sparse clouds, mercilessly drenching the earth with its scorching rays. This area, once a beacon of hope for humanity, had now devolved into a hell overrun by zombies. Among the 10 members of the medical team, 5 ladies donned white combat uniforms, wielding an array of medical instruments, scalpels, surgical scissors, syringes, acupuncture needles, suturing needles, and medical trays, bravely standing at the forefront against the horde of zombies. They shone like beacons of hope in the apocalypse, bearing the heavy responsibility of saving humanity. Among them, 2 psychics formed the core strength of the team. One wielded wood-based powers, while the other commanded water-based abilities. The wood psychic, named Lin Wanner, possessed the miraculous ability to nurture plant growth. Under her control, the surrounding trees and grass flourished, providing the team with much-needed cover and defense. The water psychic, known as Lan Yu, could manipulate water elements, conjuring formidable water pillars and shields to bolster the team's offensive and defensive capabilities. However, faced with the encroaching horde of zombies, they felt unprecedented pressure. Particularly daunting was the second-level mage zombie, standing at the center of the throng, exuding a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing all in its path. Its icy spikes and frost shield posed a significant challenge to everyone. As the battle loomed, the zombie horde surged toward the medical team like a relentless tide. Lin Wanner swiftly commanded the plants, forming walls of vines in an attempt to block the zombies' advance. Lan Yu brandished her staff, summoning water elements to unleash devastating water pillars upon the zombie horde. Yet, the second-level ice mage zombie remained unfazed by their attacks, wielding its staff to release frigid ice spikes that pierced through the medical team's defenses in an instant. Subsequently, it cast a frost shield, enveloping itself and the surrounding zombies, rendering their assaults ineffective. The medical team found themselves cornered. Their efforts seemed futile against the formidable second-level mage zombie. The horde continued to press in, encircling them tightly. Lin Wanner and Lan Yu exerted every ounce of their strength, desperately seeking an escape, but the mage zombie's prowess was overwhelming, making their attempts seem utterly in vain. At that moment, other members of the team showcased their courage and ingenuity. Utilizing their medical instruments, they tirelessly provided healing and support, while also leveraging the surrounding environment to devise strategies against the second-level mage zombie. After a fierce struggle, the medical team finally identified an opportunity. They invoked Lan Yu's water-based powers to render the ground slick, reducing the zombie's mobility. Lin Wanner then manipulated the plants to ensnare the horde with binding vines, tightly securing them together. In this critical moment, the other team members unleashed their unique talents to mount a fierce offensive against the second-level mage zombie. Scalpels danced through the air, golden needles darted swiftly, massive syringes shot forth water arrows, silver scissors cut through, and medical trays were deployed. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they successfully breached the icy shield of the second-level mage zombie, breaking free from its encirclement along with the throng of first-level zombies, all while retreating toward the community gate. The second-level mage zombie, sensing victory, commanded the vast horde to surge forward like a relentless tide. The medical team, fighting and retreating, felt their energy waning, on the brink of being overwhelmed by the relentless waves of zombies. Unfeelingly, I glanced at the brothers still munching on sunflower seeds and commenting casually. One of them kicked Li Hua and Duba into action. What are you still staring at? Your chance is useless if you don't act. No wonder you're single. Chapter 51. A heroic rescue? Li Hua Duba, huh? Li Hua shouted. Sisters, do not fear. Watch me charge in like a wild beast. Duba, ladies, do not panic. Your brother is here, infinite, celestial, venerable, the way of nature. On the battlefield at the entrance of the Zhihui harbor community, sunlight broke through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating a figure. It was the legendary warrior Li Hua, clad in heavy armor, wearing a black iron helmet and draped in green armor with a black cape. He exuded an air of command. Like a towering mountain, his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Facing the encroaching horde of zombies, he took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his ultimate skill, the wild charge. Li Hua concentrated all his strength, charging at the zombies like a frenzied beast. The force of his charge was so intense that it seemed to shake the very air. The horde scattered at his onslaught, their formation disrupted. Unable to maintain their previous tight ranks, Li Hua did not pause as he plunged into the zombie throng, gripping a sharp blade that gleamed menacingly. He swung the blade, creating crescent arcs in the air. Each arc sliced through the air with a fierce whistling sound, as if the very atmosphere were being cleaved. Zombies fell one after another beneath his deadly strikes, their throats severed, blood spraying forth. Yet, Li Hua was not satisfied. He danced through the horde with agility, darting left and right, charging forward and retreating, his movements fluid like a dragon weaving through the chaos. His blade carved graceful arcs in the air, each swing claiming the life of another zombie. In the midst of the zombie horde, Li Hua's figure shone like a radiant beacon, bringing a glimmer of hope to the darkened world. His valor and resolve inspired every member of the medical team present, who cheered for his bravery and felt reassured by his presence. In this apocalyptic landscape, Li Hua fought with strength and courage for the future of humanity, becoming a true legendary warrior. Duba, my dear brother, what a spectacle! On the battlefield at the entrance of the Zhihui harbor community, sunlight filtered through the mottled clouds, illuminating a singular figure. A gentle breeze billowed around him, bestowing an ethereal aura. It was the legendary Taoist Duba, clad in robes that seemed to float like a wisp of cloud, exuding an otherworldly grace. His eyes sparkled like stars, radiating an unfathomable power. Facing the onslaught of zombies, Duba inhaled deeply and let out a skyward howl, infinite, celestial, venerable. His voice resonated like a great bell, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. With his cry, he swept his hand, sending two fire talismans soaring like shooting stars across the sky, trailing brilliant light. The talismans arced elegantly through the air, landing upon the heads of the 10 valiant women defending the medical team. Two characters appeared above them, one signifying immense protection and the other potent magic, enveloping them in a golden and icy blue radiance. In an instant, they felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through their bodies, as if an invisible barrier had tightly enveloped them in protection. To their astonishment, they discovered that their extraordinary abilities and defensive strength had been elevated to an entirely new echelon, as if they had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming immensely powerful. Simultaneously, the parched energy within them was rapidly rejuvenating. This surge of vitality flowed like a refreshing spring, revitalizing their spirits and infusing them with vigor. They felt an unprecedented strength coursing through them, as if they could vanquish any adversary with ease. The 10 enchanting women erupted into jubilant cheers, their voices brimming with joy and confidence. With the support of the poison overlord and the formidable might of the legendary warrior, Blaze, they transformed from passive defenders into proactive combatants. Under Blaze's leadership, their skirmishes against the horde of zombies became increasingly effortless, each strike sending the undead crashing to the ground. The poison overlord and Blaze observed the bravery of the women in the medical team, noting their fearless and graceful demeanor, a stark contrast to the delicate and pretentious attitudes they had previously encountered in the pre-apocalyptic world. Their hearts swelled with pride, for they recognized that these women were the beacon of hope amidst the apocalypse, their strength and courage destined to guide humanity into the future. With the assistance of the poison overlord and Blaze, the battle between the medical team and the zombie horde raged on vigorously. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the undead, they began to falter under the relentless onslaught of the women's formidable attacks. falling like shattered meat and bone beneath their blades and extraordinary powers. The second-tier ice mage among the zombies sensed the dwindling energy within itself and decisively commanded the first-tier zombie horde to cover its retreat into a deeper area, swarming with even more zombies. Once the battle concluded, the women of the medical team expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the poison overlord. "What's your name? Handsome? You look so dashing in your flowing robes. Are you a practitioner of the immortal arts? Can you achieve eternal youth? Do you have a girlfriend? What are your hobbies? I can roleplay a nurse." They knew it was the poison overlord's strength that had bestowed upon them a new lease on life, transforming them into true warriors. The poison overlord smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was simply his duty. He remarked, "On this path through the apocalypse, I, the poison overlord, a legendary Taoist, shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the 10 beautiful women of the medical team, jointly safeguarding the future of humanity. Your strength and courage will become a dazzling spectacle in this desolate world, leading mankind toward a brighter tomorrow. And I, the poison overlord, shall continue my legendary journey, protecting every living being on this land with my power and wisdom. I wish to use my humble strength as a steadfast barrier, allowing people to feel a glimmer of hope and resilience amidst the apocalypse. Together with the 10 beautiful women of the medical team, I, the legendary Taoist, the poison overlord, aspire to inscribe tales of legend upon this path through the apocalypse. May our stories be sung through the ages, becoming the most radiant stars in this desolate world." Just moments ago, the women, who had been grievously injured, were healed by the poison overlord. They understood that the road through the apocalypse was fraught with uncertainty and peril. This legendary Taoist, the poison overlord, was undoubtedly someone to rely upon. Blaze, returning with a massive broadsword, witnessed the poison overlord's ostentation. "So, I'm the one who slayed the zombies and led the charge, yet you take all the glory? Is this your version of showing off? I've become a mere bystander? All those essays we learned in school were just to impress girls? No wonder you flunked your exams. Why didn't I put into you back then? I regret being soft-hearted. And now, what about you, old third? Where do you place your own brother?" Blaze, exasperated, finally burst forth. "I am a legendary warrior, Blaze, and I am just as capable." The medical team erupted in a chorus of melodious laughter. Blaze is so manly. He is the bravest warrior in my heart, charging forward with unmatched gallantry. The way Blaze wreaks havoc among the zombie horde gives me such a sense of security. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Blaze's wild assaults are truly exhilarating. A pretty girl eagerly inquired, "Where's the excitement?" The beautiful girl blushed and, lowering her head shyly, murmured, "Everywhere." Chapter 52, Concealment. The emotionless figure displayed a maternal smile as she observed the poison overlord and Blaze, surrounded by the medical team. Qingchuan gazed enviously, unable to divert his attention. As he absent-mindedly stroked his chin and mused, "Actually, I can be quite impressive when I take action. Jinger, would you like to see?" Emotionless stepped forward, blocking Qingchuan's view. With a cold and authoritative gaze, she locked her eyes onto his. Exuding the formidable presence of a former judge, it is considered sexual harassment for a man with a girlfriend to flirt with other women, and such behavior should be subject to legal repercussions. This falls under Article 42 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, which prescribes detention for up to 5 days or fines of up to 500 yuan. In more severe cases, it could lead to detention of 5 to 10 days, along with fines. Furthermore, should the flirtation amount to indecency, insult, or even rape, the relevant provisions of the criminal law should apply, and criminal liability must be pursued. Qingchuan was taken aback by emotionless, overwhelming authority, shivering involuntarily as he recalled the imposing figure beneath the national emblem from his previous life. He straightened himself, clasped his hands tightly against his pants seams, and stood resolute, his gaze steady and sincere. "I promise to fulfill my duties." "Wait, no. I've crossed over. I am now a formidable second-tier telekinetic master. What do I have to fear?" Emotionless flashed a gentle smile. "Have you served in the military or faced legal troubles?" Qingchuan, attempting to cover up, brushed off non-existent dust from his pants. "I am upright, open-hearted, sunny, innocent, respectful of the elderly, loving toward the young, peaceful, development-oriented, fair, just, democratic, and free. These are my unwavering life views and values." Emotionless smirked slightly. "You seem well-rehearsed. Continue." Qingchuan chuckled awkwardly. The child trembled with trepidation. This was far more daunting than a teacher's authority. The watch in his hand seemed to freeze for several seconds. The Rubik's Cube in midair ceased its rotation, and the shadows of those present flickered and vanished. The golden mech fell silent, devoid of its usual mechanical clatter. Time, space, telekinesis, shadows, and gold. These 5 peak extraordinary abilities came to a halt, a testament to the power of the law. The judge's presence was terrifying indeed. Amidst the throng of beauties surrounding the poison overlord, he faintly caught some murmurs, causing him to momentarily pause, his body bristling with goosebumps. As Blaze, who had been happily chatting with a young girl, felt his heart race, he quickly led the poison overlord and the medical team towards his sister, hoping to extricate his brother-in-law from the predicament. Blaze, it's not that I'm weak, it's just that my abilities are limited. Blaze stood before Qingchuan, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. He introduced the beauties of the medical team, as if showcasing his most treasured possessions. Brother-in-law, you must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts, Blaze said earnestly. Though the medical team is filled with stunning women, you already have my sister and must not be distracted. First, Blaze pointed to a woman clad in a flowing green gown, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her eyes exuding tranquility and wisdom. This is Lin Wanner from the medical team. She possesses wood-based extraordinary abilities. Her healing powers are immense, with a mere wave of her hand. She can mend wounds and alleviate suffering, Blaze introduced. Lin Wanner smiled gently at Qingchuan, her smile radiating warmth and brilliance akin to the sun of spring. Subsequently, Lihuo pointed towards a woman clad in a blue skirt, her eyes as clear as water, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. This is Lanyu, a wielder of water-based abilities. Her powers not only facilitate the healing of burns and dehydration, but also conjure formidable walls and columns of water during combat, thus providing protection for her comrades. Lihuo continued with her introduction. Lanyu bestowed a friendly smile upon Qingchuan, her gaze imbued with warmth and trust. In addition to Lin Wanner and Lanyu, the medical team comprised 8 other remarkable women, each endowed with distinct abilities and skills. Some excelled in healing, others in defense, while few were adept at offense. Each of them was an elite carefully selected by the medical team to maximize their efficacy in this mission. Qingchuan gazed at the 10 enchanting women before him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. As he reached out to shake hands with them, he was abruptly intercepted by Lihuo's sister, Wuqing. Qingchuan, do not be hasty in extending your hand, she cautioned, her eyes filled with warning, though a smile graced her lips. Allow me to introduce them instead. Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. This woman was not benevolent. He reluctantly nodded and resumed his seat, quietly listening as Lihuo continued her introductions. Lihuo introduced the other 8 women, each possessing unique abilities and skills. Some were gentle and amiable, others exuded a bold and valiant spirit, while a few were lively and cheerful. In Lihuo's words, they took on the stature of heroes, striving tirelessly for the future of humanity. By the time Lihuo concluded her introduction with the last of the women, Qingchuan found himself utterly captivated by them. He inhaled deeply, casting a cautious glance at Wuqing, and remarked with heartfelt admiration, "Your medical team is truly remarkable. With you all, we shall undoubtedly triumph over every adversity." Wuqing, looking past Qingchuan, conveyed on behalf of the leader of the star team, "I extend greetings from my boyfriend, Qingchuan, to each of you. Sister Lin not only possesses innate beauty, but also wields wood-based abilities that invigorate us like a gentle spring breeze, bringing forth endless healing and hope. Sister Lanyu embodies elegance, akin to the clear spring of a mountain creek, refreshing the spirit. Her water-based powers are as profound as the ocean's tides, capable of providing an unending supply of life-giving water for her comrades and transforming into an impenetrable wall of defense on the battlefield. As for you 8 sisters, each of you shines in your own right. Each one is a gem within the medical team. Some sisters are exceptionally wise, like brilliant stars lighting our path forward. Others are fearless and valiant, akin to a phoenix rising from the flames, illuminating the way for others. Yet others are gentle and considerate, like a delicate spring breeze soothing our weary souls. Every sister is an indispensable part of the medical team. My boyfriend, Qingchuan, has been in awe of your combat prowess witnessed earlier. Thus, he has entrusted me to convey our greetings from the star team. He hopes that in the days to come, he may stand shoulder to shoulder with you, facing all challenges and trials together." Wuqing's words were warm and sincere, her gaze filled with respect and gratitude for each of the remarkable women. Upon hearing her sentiments, warmth surged within the hearts of the 10 women. Lin Vania, who had initially reached towards Qingchuan, subtly grasped Wuqing's hand, tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes as she said, "Sister Wuqing, thank you for your recognition, assistance, and encouragement." Special thanks to Brother Lihuo and Brother Dubon for their timely aid. Lan Yu smiled and added, "Thank you, Qingchuan, and to Sister Wuqing and the Star Team for your support. Brother Lihuo and Brother Dubon are truly the kindest individuals I have ever encountered." The other 8 women echoed their gratitude, their voices melodious and enchanting, captivating Qingchuan's heart. As he beheld the 10 extraordinary women before him, a wave of warmth enveloped him. He understood that although he appeared solitary, he was far from alone. He was surrounded by such a remarkable group of allies and comrades, and he would undoubtedly fight alongside them, facing the challenges of the future together. Chapter 53. Team Battle Against Level 2 Ice Zombies. On a summer noon, the sun shone like a stern commander, mercilessly commanding every inch of land to succumb to its sweltering heat. "Brother Jean Rue, shall we confront those Level 2 zombies?" The Star Team readily agreed. Qingchuan led all members of the Star Team into battle against the horde of Level 2 ice zombies. Qingchuan, a telekinetic and time manipulator. Alongside Kongxing, a spatial manipulator, Jean Rue, a metal manipulator, and an Ying, a shadow manipulator, as well as the legendary trio of Dao, Fa, and Zhan, and Fenghua, a young man known as the Internet Addiction Boy with an alliance system, prepared to face the Level 2 Ice Mage zombies. The medical team of enchanting women observed the battle. The Star Team prepared to combat the ice magic. In the depths of the ruins of the Wisdom Harbor community, the ultimate showdown between the Star Team and the zombies was about to unfold. Qingchuan, a leader endowed with multiple identities as a telekinetic and time manipulator, stood at the forefront of the battlefield, his gaze piercing. Beside him stood his fellow team members, including the spatial manipulator Kongxing, the metal manipulator Jean Rue, the shadow manipulator and Ying, and the legendary trio of Dao, Fa, and Zhan. Additionally, an extraordinary presence, Fenghua, a young man known for his internet addiction, whose alliance system abilities might prove pivotal in this confrontation. Among the zombies, the Level 2 ice zombie loomed like a frozen monarch, its gaze frigid and seemingly capable of piercing through all defenses. Each step it took was accompanied by the crystallization of frost, as if this battlefield were its frozen throne. Qingchuan took a deep breath, subtly activating his telekinetic abilities. The surrounding zombies appeared momentarily frozen in time. An invisible telekinetic needle, propelled by a single thought, struck in an instant. The Level 1 zombies contorted, performing erratic dance movements, then abruptly fell still, inexplicably lifeless, their bodies unmarred by any visible wounds. Most peculiar, Dubon raised his Wuji staff, unleashing a flurry of fire talismans that soared through the sky, as if shaking the very souls of the onlookers. The battlefield was awash with soul fire talismans, red and green sparks cascading like a waterfall, beautiful yet deadly. The Level 1 zombies and the Level 2 Ice Mage zombies below were adorned in a festive display of red and green. Meanwhile, Kongxing navigated through the throng of zombies, his spatial abilities allowing him to maneuver effortlessly, each appearance accompanied by a distortion of space, as portals opened and closed, whisking away one zombie after another. The Time Manipulator unleashed his abilities, with the second hand of the Time disc emerging, like a traveler through time, strolling along the River of Ages. It lightly brushed against each fleeting head, sensing the rhythm and cadence of life. The heads of the zombies fell like leaves in a gentle breeze, taking with them the vibrancy of life, yet leaving behind decayed bodies, reminiscent of a melodious verse. Within the metallic exoskeleton, Jean Rue wielded his telekinetic powers, brandishing his metal weapon with a devastating flourish, conjuring a relentless gale of metal. One by one, the zombies' heads fell as if shaken from a ripe apple tree, thudding to the ground in a cacophony. An Ying lurked within every shadow, executing each attack with precision and lethality. As the decayed heads of the red and green zombies collapsed, punctured by small round holes, Wuqing raised her staff, descending like a celestial deity, summoning a tremendous bolt of lightning that struck the ground, sending arcs of electricity crackling across the battlefield with a thunderous roar. The zombies fell like withered grass swept down by a chilling wind. Jean Rue beheld a multitude of zombies shrieking in agony as they tumbled into the tempest of lightning, which rapidly encroached upon his feet. Being of the lightning element, it was inherently the nemesis of the metallic kind. As Jean Rue struggled to maintain his footing, he felt the merciless power of the colossal lightning spell drawing closer, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Inside the mecha, Jean Rue frantically shouted, "Damn it, this is ruthless. Mother, I'm about to die. Help me." I pray for the ruthless to activate team mode. He noticed arcs of lightning crawling over his mecha. He had not perished, but his legs were utterly immobilized, devoid of sensation. Was it the electric shock? Ah, fortunately, it was merely fear, not electricity. His lower body felt slightly damp. Surely, it was just perspiration from exhaustion. It seemed imperative to modify the mecha next time to include drainage, dehumidification, and ventilation features. Thus it was decided. Amidst the throngs of legendary fire warriors, the zombies appeared inconspicuous, occasionally revealing a flash of crimson light to assert their presence. Fenghua had since lost track of his grand sword. Today, the internet-addicted youth wielded Rise, the powerful mage from League of Legends. Rise possessed formidable output and control capabilities. The introduction and sequence of his skills are as follows. Skill Introduction. League of Legends System. Rise Skills. Passive Skill. Arcane Mastery. Rise's additional mana enhances the damage of other skills, and spell power increases his mana. This implies that maintaining high mana during combat is crucial for maximizing damage output. Q Skill Overload. The passive skills W and E reset the cooldown of Q and granted a stack of rune charge, with a maximum of 2 stacks. Activating Q deals magic damage to the first enemy struck. To maximize damage, it is advisable to intertwine other skills when using Q, such as W, Q, E, Q, thus achieving peak combo damage. Skill Rune Prison. This control skill ensnares enemies for 0.75 seconds. If an enemy is hit by E during confinement, the control duration extends to 2 seconds. The combination of E and W is Rise's most potent combo, effectively controlling enemies while inflicting substantial damage. Skill Spellflux. This skill amplifies the damage dealt by Overload and spreads it to nearby enemies affected by Flux. Rise's signature combo is EQ, first using E to clear minions, then casting Q during its flight to maximize magic damage. Additionally, combining Rune Prison, W, can extend the imprisonment duration to 2 seconds, forming a lethal EW combo. Our skill, Desperate Power. This small area teleportation skill tests the user's awareness and judgment. It can be utilized for tower pushing, dragon stealing, pursuing enemies, or escaping. Notably, simultaneously activating R and Zonia's Hourglass allows for a flawless escape, severely perplexing foes. Combo Introduction. QWE Combo. Technique. First use Q, then during its flight. Employ to gain a speed boost and immediately reclaim the Mystic Arrow. Follow with W to enhance the next skill's damage. Suitable for quickly eliminating single targets. EQW Combo. Technique. Begin with E to gain a shield and spell power, then promptly press Q. During Q's flight, activate W to increase the subsequent skill's damage. Suitable for ambushing or fleeing in team fights, providing sustained damage output. QRWE Combo. Technique. Start with Q to inflict damage and slow the target. Then use R to enter a void state, enhancing movement speed and spell bonus. Subsequently, utilize W and E while moving to increase mobility and inflict further damage. Suitable for swiftly dispatching enemies or ensuring personal safety. By mastering Rise's skills and combo techniques, you will wield unparalleled magical prowess on the battlefield. Remember that Rise's passive skill, Arcane Mastery, Q skill, Overload, W skill, Rune Prison, E skill, Spell Flux, and R skill, Desperate Power, are all your instruments for achieving victory. Chapter 54. Rise. Mysterious blue runes swirled around Fenghua's form, radiating an aura of mystique and formidable magical power. Each rune I gather is a testament to our survival for another day. Jean Rouet, unable to hear clearly, inquired, "What did you say?" "I walk alone. Companions are merely burdens." Jean Rouet retorted, "Hey, do you even want to play the mecha anymore? Am I a burden? Am I not handsome enough? Is the mecha no longer enjoyable? If I sound rude, it's because the world awaits my salvation. Brother Jean Rouet has no time to entertain you. You little brat. Just wait until the battle concludes." Fenghua remained ensconced in his own world, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He executed a seamless set of military punches. Rise's combos were indeed remarkable. Q flashed, E pursued, enemies had nowhere to flee. W imprisoned like an iron cage, R traversed vast distances, leaving foes in despair. QE unleashed explosive damage. ER blinked like a phantom. W provided shelter. Foes could not anticipate, and R returned to the battlefield for another combo. A multitude of zombies fell to the reaping of rune magic. However, the formidable second-tier ice zombies were not to be underestimated. Concealed in the shadows, they wielded their frigid staffs, launching an ice spell directly at Qingchuan. With a mere thought, Qingchuan conjured an invisible barrier, instantly neutralizing the icy assault. Yet, the zombie horde intensified their onslaught. Frost and chilling winds intertwined, threatening to encase the entire battlefield in ice. The female members of the medical team anxiously observed the fray. Although they could not directly engage in combat, each attack quickened their heartbeats. They wished to rush forward to heal their injured comrades, yet found none in need of assistance. Lin Wanner's wood-based abilities could mend wounds, but were of no use in the current situation. Blue Rain's water abilities dispelled the chill. But witnessing the vast disparity in strength between the Star Team and their own, there was no need to dissipate the cold. The battle raged fiercely. Members of the Star Team relentlessly launched attacks, yet the horde of zombies seemed inexhaustible. Qingchuan furrowed his brow, aware that this could not continue. He needed to discover the weakness of the second-tier ice zombie to defeat it decisively. Just then, Qingchuan suddenly shouted, "I found it," with a swipe of his finger. A chorus of zombie shrieks erupted as if in alarm. The remote-casting second-tier ice zombie revealed a look of terror. Suddenly, a black circular portal appeared silently beneath the second-tier ice zombie, which emitted a piercing wail as it flailed and fell into the void. That was Qingchuan's spatial portal, which vanished in an instant. With the disappearance of the second-tier magic zombie, the surrounding mass of first-tier zombies lost their command. Bewildered as they sensed the immense fluctuations of psychic energy, magic, time, space, and telekinesis. They howled, flailed, crawled, screamed, and then launched into a panicked retreat. Qingchuan exclaimed, "Have first-tier zombies evolved to be this intelligent? They actually know how to escape? This could complicate future encounters with zombies." Level 1 zombie. I am a zombie, not a fool. My desire is to evolve, not to perish. Without our leader's courage, who can distinguish the soft persimmons from the iron lumps? We can still discern. Farewell, run swiftly, quick, or the crystal core will vanish. Qingchuan's psychic abilities sensed the thoughts of a level 1 zombie amidst the horde. A local? Is this what the Star Team calls a level 2 magical zombie? Is this it? A local zombie scurried back to a building that served as a lair for zombies, boasting to others. Let me tell you, you've never encountered that team. They are exceedingly bizarre. Not to mention, there's a time manipulator among them. A true marvel, a gateway to greatness. Guess what? That space manipulator, with a mere flick of a finger, effortlessly pinpointed our level 2 magical zombie, our leader. And just like that, our formidable ice mage zombie was no more. If we wish to thrive and indulge in meat, heed my arrangements. In agreement, the surrounding zombies nodded, acknowledging the local cunning nature, the local zombies. The true overlords of this territory. It's no wonder they thrive, adorned with crystal core necklaces. What do we lack? Truly, it ignites the envy of zombies, tempting us to indulge. Due to the vast scale of the Star Team's battle, the combat was fierce and prolonged. From the heights of the Wisdom Harbor complex, various teams observed and learned from afar. A member of the real estate team, a soil manipulator, remarked, "The Star Team is impressive. I would boldly declare them the strongest in Blue Star. This is what teamwork should look like. Our collective efforts feel like childish play in comparison." "I refuse to allow such self-deprecation," interjected a voice. "Our team possesses metal manipulators. Why hasn't a formidable mech warrior emerged?" "Nothing but talk." Qingchuan stroked his stubble. "In this round of combat, the Star Team has reaped considerable rewards. I wonder if they have plans to invest in post-apocalyptic real estate. I've already conceived a catchy slogan. Star Team Realty provides you with a safe and warm home amidst the dangers of the apocalypse." The banking team and the medical team struggled in battle, nearly facing annihilation. If not for the Star Team's assistance, those 10 beauties would have surely perished. The banking team leader, Mayu, speculated, "I wonder if Qingchuan of the Star Team is as charming as he is reputed. Our team also boasts many beautiful members. Perhaps we could send a few to attract some crystal core deposits?" No. We should focus on investments. Let us name it Star Finance. The slogan, "Life is tough in the apocalypse. Do you yearn to awaken your powers? Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you aspire to achieve greatness? Are you troubled by the pursuit of crystal cores? Star Finance will give your dreams wings." "Perfect." From the prison team, one member proposed, "The Star Team is quite prosperous. Should we not consider a heist? I believe robbery lacks finesse. We must devise a scheme." The Poison King, pondering Qingchuan's ice abilities, mused, "First, we should tarnish the Star Team's reputation, then lure that juvenile ice manipulator. Qingchuan will undoubtedly seek to restore his name by rescuing that young one. We must strategize carefully." The leader of the prison team, a bald man with a blood-red tattoo, contemplated, "This is a long-term endeavor. We must bide our time, observing closely." Qingchuan, always vigilant, is a master of space and time. In the absence of the 3 great leaders, we must capture that miner and the ruthless manipulator and bring them back. "Just waiting for your command, boss." In an inconspicuous corner of the prison team, a well-dressed man thought, I must change teams. This ragtag bunch will inevitably fall to Qingchuan. The worth of the three powerful manipulators is beyond their comprehension. Who could I sell these individuals to? Qingchuan? He may not appreciate the gesture. After all, a psychic can sense one's true intentions. I have my own misdeeds to hide. I must choose wisely. Who has the wealth, the generosity, and the connections? A safe bridge is necessary, without repercussions. I must contemplate this carefully. Chapter 55, The Medical Team. Li Aoyan's fire manipulation team observed the striking figure in the distance. Where did Qingchuan find such fortunate team members? A time manipulator, a space manipulator, and that legendary mage with unparalleled lightning spells. How I wish we could recruit them. An eagle-eyed observer with visual abilities remarked, Qingchuan possesses psychic powers that enable him to discern hearts. Finding good allies is not a challenge. However, the sustainability of the star team hinges on Qingchuan's management skills. I perceive Qingchuan as a mere small-town nouveau riche. He may not have the experience of a leader. And this team might soon disband, opined Zhang Quanglan, a soil manipulator. We should also recruit some manipulators and focus our energies on our growth and management, enhancing our powers rather than poaching others. Li Aoyan, the fire manipulator, retorted, if we don't recruit, others will. It's better we act first than let others take advantage. Eagle Eye, allow me to strategize. Let us plan wisely. From a smelting team, one remarked, look at that woman, so impressive. With a single mighty thunderbolt, she brings down arcs of electricity. Who would dare marry her? Truly, a fierce tigress, exuding pride and indifference. Anyone who marries her would endure daily emotional turmoil. That legendary mage, she must be over 6 feet tall, robust, and imposing. Her prowess in martial arts must be formidable. I know her. Before the apocalypse, she was a judge. Beautiful, highly educated, and exceptionally capable, she was a global champion in free fighting and even served as a soldier. Reputed to have led the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. After her honorable discharge, she joined the judicial system. With such a powerful family background, she is destined to remain single. At her height, one would need a stool to kiss her. Do tell me more. The makeup transformation team chimed in. A black cat spoke. The star team is quite formidable. They are all eccentric. I initially thought Jean Rouet, the mech warrior, was the strongest, yet he turns out to be the weakest. A large yellow dog added, did you see that child? What is his background? Rouet Z plays exceptionally well. A parrot squawked, he is a gaming aficionado. A champion of the global professional league before the apocalypse, renowned for his prowess in the Hero CPK tournament. Rumor has it he would retire and inherit billions if he didn't secure the championship. The Phantom team observed, have the young ones truly become this powerful? It appears the next generation is rising. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves before it, leaving us washed ashore. Our advantage does not lie in combat. Shirta Ming remarked, the legendary trio are former students of mine. Brother Ming, you have raised 3 exceptional students. Congratulations. I noticed from the first day of your employment that you possessed extraordinary presence and vision. Brother Ming, I have a calligraphy piece with the character Fu that you've long coveted. When will you visit my home? Perhaps I could bring along the old man and the artwork. The assassin team observed, did you see that shadow? The darkness manipulation ability is perfectly suited for assassination. Indeed, I saw it. The leader of the Dark Knight King's assassin team. What is his background? Born into a family of poverty, he showed little inclination for academic pursuits, failing to complete his education and resorted to menial labor in society, ultimately becoming a miner before the apocalypse. Dark Knight King. He possesses the makings of a top-notch assassin. With some training, he could elevate the status of an entire organization. Understood. Lone Wolf. A male light-type ability user. Dark type? An opposing force. This world is growing increasingly fascinating. I proclaim the need for light. Lone Wolf. A male water-type ability user. Observe the recent battle. The water abilities stand no chance against ice abilities. It's utterly debilitating to be countered. Lone Wolf. Yu Yao. A female metal-type ability user. One cannot single-handedly combat a horde of zombies. It results in the loss of numerous opportunities and resources for cultivation. The Starry team, a gathering of ability users, was filled with laughter and joy. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over a horde of zombies, obtaining a wealth of crystal cores. These cores are crystallized energy from within the zombies, representing an essential resource for enhancing the abilities of the users. Each of us exerted tremendous effort during this skirmish. Ruthless stood before the crowd, her voice calm, yet resolute. Thus, I believe the allocation of the crystal cores should reflect our abilities and contributions. Ruthless is right. Fenghua was the first to express support. Qingchuan. Each of us possesses unique strengths and contributions. Distributing the cores based on ability and merit is both fair and reasonable. I concur, Jean Rue, the mech warrior added. Our team operates as a cohesive unit. Each member's role is indispensable. Distributing the cores according to ability and contribution will motivate us to better leverage our strengths and make greater contributions to the team. Shadow, I too support this notion. Other team members echoed their agreement with Ruthless' proposal. Very well, it is settled. Ruthless nodded, her gaze sweeping across each face. Moving forward, we will allocate these cores fairly based on individual abilities and contributions. I hope everyone continues to strive diligently for the future of our team. Ruthless glanced at the medical team's beautiful members. Ah, there's more. The crystal cores from the zombies defeated by the medical team shall be returned to their rightful owners. The medical team erupted in joyful cheers. Lin Wanner, we are immensely grateful that Qingchuan and Sister Ruthless team can assist us in fending off the zombie attacks. Thus, the distribution of crystal cores is unnecessary. Lan Yu, Qingchuan, Sister Ruthless, we will forever remember the debt of gratitude for saving our team. Qingchuan, with righteous fervor, stated, not at all. As the leader of a team, I have always adhered to the noble tradition of being helpful, honest, and ready to assist. We should exchange contact information. Should I ever catch a chill, I will need the aid of all you lovely ladies. Ruthless interrupted Qingchuan, holding Lin Wanner and Lan Yu's hands. Qingchuan is correct. We should indeed exchange contact information. Our starry team boasts formidable combat strength, while your medical team excels in support. Let us establish a friendly mutual assistance agreement. Should you face difficulties in battle, you can reach out to us, and likewise, we will contact you should we encounter injuries or ailments. Together, we shall overcome challenges. Qingchuan exclaimed, ah, right. He glanced at Qingchuan's bronchitis. Kongxing, today's harvest is commendable. Lin Wanner and Lan Yu exchanged amused glances at Qingchuan, both agreeing to heed Sister Ruthless' words. Lin Wanner, Lan Yu, and Ruthless exchanged contact information and received the crystal cores from Ruthless. The medical team and the starry team parted ways to return to their respective gathering places. Chapter 56, Level 2 Ice-Type Crystal Core. After the apocalyptic team battle, sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, illuminating the war-ravaged land. Qingchuan and Ruthless stood amidst the ruins, watching as the medical team departed. Qingchuan, forlorn, gazed at the two beautiful figures within the medical team as they vanished from sight. Lin Wanner, I detect a unique fragrance emanating from Qingchuan. It is quite special. Do you smell it? Lanju, no. What good does that do? Ruthless is on high alert. No chance there. Lin Wanner, innocent and naive, a couple in tune with one another, even they quarrel occasionally. Friendships between men and women are the most unreliable. Perhaps Qingchuan will change girlfriends in a few days. Lan Yu, that's true. Even teeth can bite tongues, haha. There is plenty of time ahead. However, our preparation for today's battle was inadequate. We nearly faced total annihilation, all thanks to the starry team. We must thoroughly review our performance. Lin Wanner, this was our first encounter with a level 2 mage zombie. It is entirely normal to lack combat experience. However, my planning was insufficient, and I will ensure a thorough review. The starry team returned to their temporary base at the swimming pool. Kongxing traced a finger through the air, causing a spatial gate to appear, through which a stiff zombie tumbled out. The form of the level 2 ice-type mage zombie was now revealed to the onlookers. Its corpse exuded a strange, yet tragic beauty. Standing at merely 1.5 meters tall, its delicate form resembled a finely crafted ice sculpture. The skin remained a pallid gray, but under the sun's rays, it emanated a faint blue sheen, akin to an ancient creature encased in ice. The muscle definition had become indistinct, leaving only the skeletal outline faintly visible beneath the skin. This bony state rendered the entire corpse exceedingly fragile, as though it might crumble into dust with the slightest touch. The hair retained its pre-mortem icy white hue, yet it had lost its luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Strands lay scattered around the body like a delicate layer of snow. Its eyes, once a deep blue, now lacked vitality and cunning, appearing hollow and profound, reminiscent of two forgotten ice lakes. The corpse's hands retained the posture of casting cold magic, yet they had stiffened and grown frigid, the finger joints contorted into grotesque angles due to the chill. As sunlight filtered through the gaps between the fingers, one could clearly discern the internal structure, resembling branches encased in ice. The entire body was cloaked in a thin layer of frost, appearing as a small statue abandoned within the snow and ice. Under the sun's gaze, it emanated a subtle chill that sent shivers down the spine. This is the appearance of a level 2 ice-type mage zombie postmortem, though eerie and sorrowful. It remains imbued with an aura of mystery and terror. Qingchuan placed the level 2 ice-type zombie's crystal core upon the table. How shall we divide this crystal core? This core shone like a resplendent ice-blue gemstone. It is not merely a block of ice, but a mysterious substance formed by the convergence of extreme cold and the magical powers of the zombie. In its final moments of existence, all the icy magical energy coalesced here, culminating in this singular crystal core. The core exhibits a profound ice-blue hue, resembling the purest ice of winter and akin to the most enigmatic treasure of the deep sea. It radiates a faint glow, as though harboring boundless magical power. Within the core, two crystalline streams circulate, resembling twin blue rivulets flowing quietly in the depths of the gem. These streams are not static. They move at an extraordinarily slow pace within the core, their intricate and mysterious paths seeming to narrate an ancient magical language. Whenever the icy crystals traverse a certain segment of the core, that particular area of the core sparkles with an even more radiant brilliance, as if infused with a renewed essence of life. This core is not merely a crystallization of the magical powers the zombie possessed in its lifetime. It also serves as a vessel for its soul and consciousness. Upon extraction, one can distinctly sense the formidable energy and profound chill contained within. It resembles a miniature realm of ice magic, encapsulating all the memories, emotions, and arcane knowledge of the zombie. For those who comprehend how to harness this power, this core is undoubtedly an exceedingly precious treasure. It can be utilized to distill magical potions, forge enchanted equipment, or even allow the direct absorption of its magical energy to enhance one's own capabilities. However, for an ordinary person, this core brims with peril and enigma. Under the sun's radiant glow, the ice-blue core emanates a gentle luminescence, as if narrating its past splendor and present silence. It stands as a testament to the existence of a level 2 ice mage zombie, and is the final legacy it has left behind. Qingchuan gazed upon this core and mused. In this apocalyptic world, this core may very well become a treasure for some intrepid soul, or it might continue to slumber beneath these ruins, awaiting the next individual capable of understanding and wielding its power. Qingchuan, I am, by no means, a mere novice. I am indeed the one who can comprehend and utilize it. The unfeeling, frigid visage momentarily faltered. You possess such ability? Qing, you are truly remarkable. Qingchuan, do share your insights. I am eager to hear your boast. Qingchuan, with a sense of pride, recounted the information he had acquired from his system's luminous orb, showcasing his wisdom as the captain while also revealing his knowledge. This would not only enlighten his companions about the arcane abilities, but also attract the admiration and adoration of the opposite sex, achieving his ulterior motives. Yes, that opposite sex being the unfeeling one. A feast of knowledge, better than a banquet. Qingchuan eloquently elaborated. This level 2 ice zombie's core is, without a doubt, one of the most mysterious and precious treasures in this world of desolation. This core is not merely a conglomeration of energy. It embodies the essence of all the magical knowledge and skills the zombie possessed in its previous life. The surface of the core is enveloped in powerful level 2 ice energy, which serves as a tremendous boon for ice-based ability users. For those wielding ice powers, this core resembles an endless source of energy. When they come into contact with the ice energy emanating from the core, they can distinctly feel a resonance with their own ice abilities. This resonance significantly amplifies the strength of ice users, making both their offense and defense far more adept. Unfortunately, our team lacks an ice ability user. Furthermore, the two icy crystal streams within the core encapsulate the two skills of the level 2 ice zombie in life. These icy streams are not mere flows of energy. They represent the most formidable magical skills the zombie possessed during its existence. Frostbite Group Attack. The Frostbite is one of the level 2 ice zombie's most cherished group attack skills. When activated, the air surrounding the zombie instantly crystallizes into countless sharp ice spikes, which shoot forth in all directions like a silver rain. Their shapes vary. Some are slender like needles, while others are robust like spears, yet every one exudes a piercing chill. These ice spikes travel at an incredible speed, capable of penetrating targets in the blink of an eye. Upon contact with a living being or object, they immediately unleash a powerful icy energy that thoroughly freezes the target. Creatures struck by the frost spikes will experience an instant rigidity in their bodies, as if pierced by numerous ice needles simultaneously, inflicting excruciating pain. The group attack effect of the frost spikes is exceedingly pronounced. Once unleashed, the entire battlefield succumbs to an icy grip. Enemies struck not only lose their combat effectiveness, but also gradually succumb to the frigid embrace of death. This method of attack is not only potent, but also possesses a wide range, making it particularly effective against densely packed enemy groups. It seems this ice zombie concealed its trump card during its confrontation with the medical team. In our battle, it had yet to unleash its full power before being captured by Qingchuan's spatial gate, comparable to Lao Jun's treasure gourd. Frost Shield Group Defense. The Frost Shield is another formidable skill of the Level 2 ice zombie, capable of providing a robust defensive barrier for itself and its nearby allies. When activated, the air around the zombie swiftly crystallizes into a thick layer of ice armor, enveloping all within its vicinity. This ice armor glistens with a translucent sheen, shimmering with a soft blue light, appearing both beautiful and indomitable. It not only withstands physical assaults from foes, but also absorbs a certain degree of magical damage. Under the protection of the Frost Shield, whether facing melee or ranged attacks, it becomes exceedingly difficult for enemies to inflict harm upon those sheltered within. Beyond its defensive capabilities, the Frost Shield also possesses a degree of counterattack potential. When enemies strike the shield, the backlash effect of the ice armor inflicts a measure of icy damage upon the attacker themselves. This group shield skill not only enhances the team's defensive capabilities, but also poses an additional threat to adversaries during combat. These two skills create a significant counterbalance against other ability users. For water-based ability users, ice energy can effectively freeze their water streams, rendering them ineffective. For fire-based ability users, the ice energy can directly extinguish their flames, even freezing the users themselves. Additionally, for wood, wind, metal, and lightning ability users, ice energy also exerts varying degrees of influence and restraint. Thus, this core is an exceedingly valuable treasure for any ability user. It not only enhances one's power, but also provides formidable skill support, granting the wielder a distinct advantage in battle, provided they can extract the two skills within the core. Qingchuan observed the adoring gazes of his companions and the exaggeratedly wide eyes of the unfeeling one blinking in astonishment. With a sense of pride, he stated, "The body of the Level 2 ice zombie is indeed an excellent material for crafting equipment, capable of being fashioned into various ice-related gear. These artifacts not only harbor potent ice energy, but also confer unique effects and enhancements to the user." 1. Staff. Crafted meticulously from the bones and shards of the Level 2 ice zombie's core, the staff is covered in a delicate layer of frost, emanating a soft blue glow. The user can channel ice energy through the staff, unleashing powerful ice magic. If the staff's tip is embedded with a small crystal core, it can amplify the potency and effects of ice magic. 2. Ring. The ring, made from the zombie's finger bones and powder core, is adorned with intricate frost patterns. The wearer can sense the ice energy contained within the ring, which enhances their magical attack and defense capabilities. Moreover, the ring increases the wearer's frost resistance, granting them greater ease in battle. 3. Necklace. The necklace, crafted from the zombie's vertebrae and core essence, requires only a translucent crystal core to be embedded to complete it. The wearer can perceive the flow of icy energy through the necklace, an ethereal force that enhances the rate of magical recovery and the critical strike rate of the bearer. This necklace also amplifies the effectiveness of the wearer's frost skills, enabling them to excel in combat. The bracelet, crafted from the wrist bones of zombies intertwined with shards of crystal core, is adorned with slender ice crystals. The bearer can sense the icy energy coursing through the bracelet, which bolsters their attack and movement speed. Furthermore, the bracelet accelerates the release of frost skills, granting the wearer increased agility in battle. The belt, made from the rib bones of zombies and infused with powdered crystal core, is engraved with intricate frost patterns. The wearer feels the icy energy enveloping them through the belt, which enhances their maximum health and mana. Additionally, the belt prolongs the duration and efficacy of frost skills, allowing for greater endurance in combat. These ice-themed armaments, forged from the bodies of second-tier ice zombies, not only possess formidable icy energy and unique enhancements, but also encapsulate the magical knowledge and experience of the zombies from their former lives. For ice-based practitioners, these items are undoubtedly invaluable treasures that aid their survival and combat prowess in the apocalypse. Qingchuan, the bodies and crystal cores of the second-tier ice zombies belong to you. I require 2 tomes on ice skills. Qingchuan, you've made a poor bargain. Qingchuan, one day I'll procure a few void worms, and you'll craft me a complete space set. It's settled then, and I won't pay any transaction fees. I'm broke. Qingchuan, Can I retract my previous statement? Lately, I've been ensnared in the arduous task of crafting equipment, utilizing the manufacturing guides purchased from the System Light Orb to forge ice-based abilities. The Qingchuan team is recuperating in the swimming pool courtyard, some fiddling with watches, others with Rubik's Cubes, some engaging with mechas, while others entertain themselves with their shadows. Some practice their sword techniques to enhance proficiency, while those without mechas gaze enviously at their peers. Qingchuan has been working overtime both day and night. Finally, after 5 days, he completed the task under the watchful gaze of Wuqing. Recently, Wuqing has been in good spirits, her previously cold and stern demeanor softened, radiating with vitality and allure. Wuqing observes that the team members are all in the courtyard, not venturing out. I have communicated with Qingchuan and Qingxing regarding the second-tier zombie and crystal core, which were obtained through the collective efforts of all members, with Qingxing taking the lion's share, while the remaining equipment is distributed among all. After the team battle, 80 of the first-tier crystal cores will be evenly divided, with 20 reserved as communal property for future team development funds. Qingchuan proposed an increase in the safeguard funds. Additionally, let us review the account book. Fenghua, perusing the ledger, remarks, "Sister-in-law, I know you were a judge before. Surely you are impartial." She points an expenditure for crystal core funds, health insurance and pensions. Qingxing, we're done for. With Qingchuan and Wuqing's involvement, no one can escape. We all must serve this couple. Aning, such benefits? I never had this treatment when I was mining. Liawa, brother-in-law is generous. Du Bao, in this apocalypse, having social security is truly remarkable. Our team is setting a precedent. With Qingchuan's suggestion, he surely holds an important place among the many heroes of this blue star. Jean Rue, I never expected you, dear brother, to possess such audacity and vision. Impressive. Wuqing assigns Qingchuan the task of monetizing battle videos on the internet. Chapter 58, Signs of Catastrophe. Qingchuan team has released battle videos on the internet. Jean Rue faces a second-tier parkour zombie. I'm a gold type, observing and learning. Team battles against second-tier ice zombies provide insights into icy zombies' characteristics, preparing for future encounters. The video is shot from a god's eye perspective, enabling a comprehensive view, not merely a first-person perspective. What technology was employed for this? Qingchuan's video showcases a telekinetic master capable of covering the entire area, observing from various angles. What is so extraordinary? I'm a telekinetic too. Telekinetics are quite rare, though how does one's power compare to Qingchuan's? Care to team up? Telekinetic? As far as I know, early telekinetics are rather ineffectual. I once battled one. Utterly useless. Qingchuan is an exception. If this telekinetic had even half of Qingchuan's prowess, they would have garnered fame long ago. I've never heard of this telekinetic's name. Compared to Qingchuan, I am indeed far inferior. However, the average person is no match for me. If you sought to engage me, I would have already slipped away. You couldn't catch me, could you? With the weather growing increasingly warm, do you think we might face a scorching drought disaster? Now that you mention it, I recall it hasn't rained in quite some time. The waters in the stream have all but dried up. We are offering generous salaries to recruit water-type practitioners into the team. What the heck? This is against the code of conduct. High salaries to recruit water-type practitioners into the team. This is an opportunity. Lone Wolf, Hai Tao, a water-type practitioner. If a scorching drought disaster were to arise, would fire-type practitioners experience a significant power boost? As a fire-type, I have sensed my abilities unusually vigorous lately. Battling monsters feels effortless. And I haven't practiced much. The power of my fireball technique is steadily increasing. I'm also a fire-type. I share the sentiment. The springtime of fire-type practitioners has arrived. Oh yeah, call me Fire God Daddy. Daddy will take you all on a flight. Flames of Fire, a fire-type practitioner, address hidden. Do you dare reveal your address? 5 first-tier crystal cores for the address of Fire Flames. 10 crystal cores for the address, and I'll gift you a few Children's Day presents. Let us team up for warmth. Open the door for a water meter check. Open the door to pay the property fees. What the heck? Someone is actually knocking. I'm out of here. At the temporary base of Qingchuan, Jean Rue is engrossed in his beloved mecha, listening to the intricate mechanical sounds emanating from the metallic construct. Before long, it transforms into a striking metallic motorcycle, exuding futuristic sci-fi and mechanical aesthetics. Jean Rue rides the motorcycle, performing various stunts in the courtyard. Fenghua, running alongside the mechanical motorcycle, gazes longingly at Jean Rue's antics. Fenghua, big brother, let me play for just a moment, please. Just 1 minute, I beg you. Jean Rue, every rune I discover is proof that we survived another day. Hand over that rune you found. Let me have a go. Fenghua's face twitches. I can't. That essay line from script. Jean Rouet. Can't produce it? What nonsense. Get lost, little brat. Don't disturb my enjoyment. Liela, just let him play with your motorcycle. Look at that pitiful expression. Jean Rouet mimics Fenghua in a high-pitched voice during the team battle. This little brat said, I work alone. Companions are merely a burden. Liela, serve him right. He turns back to continue practicing his sword techniques. Fenghua, brother Jean Rouet, I was wrong. I was too excited during my first team battle and couldn't control myself. Jean Rouet, if I sound rude, it's because the world awaits my salvation. I heard you could save the world. Let us see you demonstrate. Come on, don't be shy. Do bow cheers, yes. 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 I heard it too. I want to see it. Fenghua, perform for the brothers. Sheik, I want to see too. Kongxing, so do I. Fenghua diligently attended to the needs of her elder brothers, serving tea and pouring water, while also offering massages and back rubs. Under the pleas of her brothers, she extended her apologies to Jean Rouet in various creative forms and made a plethora of promises. At long last, she succeeded in acquiring Jean Rouet's motorcycle. As she rode, the sound of barking echoed, mingling with the gentle murmur of a stream that flowed through the ruins of collapsed buildings. The water on the ground gradually took shape, forming the outline of a figure. From within the debris, the figure of Haitao, the water mage, slowly materialized, gazing into the depths of the ruins. Finally, he had found it. In the heart of the ruins, under the blazing sun, between the remnants of crumbling skyscrapers, a searing ray of sunlight poured down mercilessly. Amidst this desolate and scorching land stood a level 2 fire warrior zombie, seemingly competing with the sun for brilliance. This fiery warrior, engulfed in flames, appeared to have crawled forth from the abyss of hell, embodying the dual powers of destruction and rebirth. Every inch of his skin and each strand of hair seemed consumed by the fire, yet within this inferno, he was reborn. His skin transformed from a mere dark red to a molten hue, shimmering with orange and golden glimmers. This fire not only symbolized his attributes, but also reflected his vitality. With a physique that was extraordinarily imposing, he stood nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles defined as if carved by a master's hand, each bulge seemingly containing immense strength. His shoulders were broad like 2 small mountains, and his chest was robust enough to withstand an army. His powerful legs appeared capable of bearing the weight of the entire world. His face was chiseled with sharp lines, radiating determination and decisiveness. His deep-set eyes seemed to penetrate all, revealing a thirst for battle and disdain for foes. His prominent nose and tightly pressed lips framed a jawline that exuded resilience and coldness. In his hand, he wielded a massive bone knife, over 2 meters in length, with a thick blade that gleamed with a chilling brilliance under the sun. This weapon, forged from the bones of countless zombies, bore remnants of decayed flesh and mottled blood. The knife sparkled ominously, as if capable of cleaving through any obstacle. His grip on the hilt was fierce, with muscles taut, fingers resembling iron clamps, declaring his absolute mastery over combat. His presence was suffused with an aura of intensity and dominance. The fiery essence that radiated from him communicated his formidable strength and indomitable spirit. As he walked, each step seemed to proclaim his existence to the world. Every movement exuded confidence and authority, as if to declare, I am the sovereign of this desolate expanse. His gaze was fixed ahead, seemingly able to see through all pretense and deceit, making others hesitate to meet his eyes. Chapter 59, Level 2 Fire Warrior Zombie. Under the blazing sun, the flames enveloping the fire warrior zombie flared ever more fiercely, as if merging with the sun itself to unleash boundless power. His silhouette appeared even more imposing in the sunlight, akin to a god of war emerging from the flames, impossible to overlook. As the embodiment of the apocalypse, the Level 2 Fire Warrior zombie personified flames, a perfect amalgamation of strength and beauty. His existence represented not just a threat, but also a challenge and inspiration. His might and allure evoked awe, while his coldness and dominance inspired reverence. He was the king of the ruins, a war deity under the sun, an unparalleled force in the dystopian world. Amidst the debris, between the crumbling towers, the Level 2 Fire Warrior zombie shone like the sun, showcasing his unending power and majesty. His presence rendered the wasteland even more desolate and terrifying. Yet, it also offered Haitao, the water manipulator, a deeper understanding and appreciation for the power and beauty inherent in this apocalyptic world. Haitao, the Level 1 water manipulator, with a physique that was tall and well-proportioned. Haitao resembled a masterpiece sculpted by nature itself. Standing approximately 1. 85 meters tall, his weight was perfectly balanced, neither too slender nor overly muscular. His broad shoulders instilled a sense of security, while his firm waist exhibited his exceptional physical capabilities. His skin bore a healthy wheat-like hue, glistening with a hint of vitality. His features were striking and refined, akin to the work of a skilled artist. His long, thick eyebrows arched slightly, hinting at a noble spirit. His eyes were deep and bright, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, exuding a sense of calmness and wisdom. His nose was prominent, and his lips, with their distinct lines, bore a slight upward curve, as if perpetually smiling, offering a warm and inviting presence. His demeanor was composed and confident, as though he could maintain his calm amidst any adversity. The determination in his gaze suggested that he would boldly face any challenge that arose. His movements radiated elegance and poise, as if he held mastery over every aspect of life. Haitao's demeanor was gentle yet restrained, embodying the essence of water's capacity to embrace all. His gaze was tranquil and profound, akin to a lake reflecting the starry sky, revealing a deep understanding of the world around him. His eyes conveyed a rich insight and comprehension, as if he had a grasp on all things. His aura was one of serenity and composure, allowing him to remain steadfast and resolute despite challenges and pressures. His attire was simple yet stylish, consisting of a deep blue uniform befitting a water manipulator. This ensemble was crafted from a unique water-based material, lightweight and breathable, while also offering a degree of protection. Intricate water-themed insignia adorned his uniform, signifying his identity and honor as a water manipulator. Furthermore, he bore a badge made from rare water energy minerals that emitted a subtle glow, symbolizing both his identity and prowess. In addition to his uniform and badge, Haitao favored a slender water-themed necklace around his neck, composed of small, exquisite water energy gemstones. Each gem contained potent water energy. When he harnessed his abilities, these gemstones would emit a gentle luminescence, resonating with the water energy within him and amplifying his combat prowess. As a level 1 water manipulator, Haitao's appearance, features, demeanor, gaze, aura, physique, and attire all reflected his unique charm and strength. His presence transcended that of an ordinary manipulator, embodying a sage filled with wisdom and might. Every detail revealed his profound understanding and mastery over water powers, evoking both awe and anticipation. Amidst the chaos and ruins of the apocalypse, Haitao illuminated the path ahead with his dazzling level 1 water manipulation abilities, standing out among the multitude of manipulators. His powers were not only formidable, but also diverse, with each skill shimmering like radiant light, guiding him onward. Water Arrow, the art of agile transition between single and area attacks. Haitao's inaugural offensive ability is the Water Arrow. This skill possesses the remarkable versatility to execute both precise single-target strikes and widespread area assaults. When Haitao requires an exact hit on a solitary foe, he concentrates the water energy within him, releasing a sharp and swift arrow of water from his fingertips. This arrow traces a beautiful arc through the air, accurately piercing the enemy and inflicting fatal damage. The astonishing speed of the water arrow renders it nearly impossible to evade, while its formidable penetrative power easily breaches the defenses of adversaries. Conversely, when Haitao seeks to unleash a barrage of area attacks, he instantaneously releases his internal reservoir of water energy, creating a torrential downpour of densely concentrated water arrows. Countless projectiles cascade down like a torrential rainstorm, enveloping a vast area and leaving foes with no escape route. This concentrated water arrow assault not only inflicts substantial damage, but also effectively suppresses the enemy's movements, crafting a favorable combat environment for Haitao and his allies. Water blade cutting, the sharpness and swiftness of the pale blue water knife. Haitao's second offensive ability is water blade cutting. Upon activation, he sweeps his arm, condensing the water energy within to form a translucent pale blue water blade. Over 3 meters wide, this blade slices through the air like a bolt of lightning, exuding astonishing speed and power. The razor sharpness of the water blade is breathtaking, capable of effortlessly cleaving through solid barriers and even shattering the defenses of his opponents. Upon striking an enemy, the pale blue luminescence of the blade erupts with tremendous energy, forcefully repelling the adversary and inflicting immense damage. The might and velocity of this skill instill profound pressure and fear in those who face Haitao. Water Tornado, the rampage and destruction of the tempestuous wind demon. Haitao's third offensive ability is the Water Tornado. When this skill is unleashed, He summons the surrounding water elements to form a colossal water vortex. This tornado behaves like a tempestuous wind demon, wreaking havoc in the air and engulfing everything in its vicinity. The range of the water tornado is extensive, and once released, it rapidly expands, drawing enemies into its chaotic embrace. Those ensnared within the tornado are mercilessly torn apart by the powerful rotational forces, suffering devastating consequences. Simultaneously, the water tornado can reflect enemy attacks back, manifesting a formidable counterstrike. The sheer power and breadth of this skill evoke a sense of despair and helplessness in foes confronting Haitao. Chapter 60. Haitao's abilities. Water Curtain Shield, an indomitable wall of defense. In addition to his formidable offensive capabilities, Haitao possesses a defensive skill known as the Water Curtain Shield. When activated, he swiftly channels the surrounding water elements to create an impenetrable water curtain shield. This shield stands as a transparent wall, safeguarding Haitao and his allies within. The defensive strength of the water curtain shield is immense, capable of withstanding enemy assaults and mitigating their force. Furthermore, the shield continuously restores health to Haitao and his companions, ensuring their sustained combat efficacy. The existence of this skill imbues Haitao and his allies with greater composure and confidence in battle. Water Flow Sprint, the art of agile evasion. Haitao's final skill is Water Flow Sprint, an exceptionally practical, evasive technique. When he needs to swiftly relocate or flee from combat, he can transform into a stream of water, darting seamlessly between obstacles at remarkable speed. Water Flow Sprint allows Haitao's form to flow like water, enabling him to effortlessly traverse forests, rivers, and mountains, evading enemy pursuit and attacks. This agile maneuverability equips Haitao to navigate the post-apocalyptic world with ease, swiftly finding pathways out of perilous situations, transforming danger into safety. Haitao's primary water-based abilities render him a formidable warrior in the wasteland. His water arrow can seamlessly transition between single and area attacks, while the sharpness and swiftness of his water blade cutting leave adversaries in awe. The rampage and devastation of his water tornado instill despair and helplessness in foes. Moreover, his water curtain shield and water flow sprint provide him with robust defense and nimble evasion capabilities. The brilliance of these skills illuminates Haitao's path, allowing him to shine resplendently upon the stage of the apocalyptic world. The song of water and fire amidst the scorching ruins. Amidst the ruins of the city, sunlight blazes like an invisible torch, relentlessly scorching the earth. The remnants of skyscrapers stand defiantly under the scorching sun, casting mottled shadows that seem to mourn the elegy of the apocalypse. In this desolate urban landscape, Haitao confronts a level 2 fire element zombie in a life-and-death battle. Haitao, a level 1 water element user, embodies a gentle yet powerful current akin to a deep-sea stream. His skill, Water Arrow, fluidly transitions between single-target and area assaults, resembling a water snake weaving through the battlefield. It can silently fell enemies or instantaneously inundate vast regions. His water blade cutting, akin to a pale blue water knife, is sharp and swift, capable of severing any obstacle in an instant. In stark contrast, his adversary, the level 2 fire element zombie, rages like a tempestuous flame, wreaking havoc amid the ruins. The 2-meter-long fire bone knife in its grasp dances with searing flames, resembling a dragon of fire in its wild frenzy. With skills such as Flame Knife and Flame Shield, it navigates the battlefield with ease, adept at both ranged and close-quarter combat. The clash erupts amidst the ruins, the powers of Haitao and the zombie colliding with a thunderous roar. The confrontation between Water Arrow and Flame Bone Knife resembles a dance of water and fire, both fierce and beautiful. The duel between Water Blade cutting and Flame Knife pits speed against strength. As the pale blue water knife and the blazing fire dragon intertwine in the air, emitting dazzling brilliance. The Water Tornado, Haitao's ultimate skill, manifests as a tempestuous wind demon, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The gale, infused with the strength of water, disperses the flames of the zombie's knife, while the tornado's ferocity prevents the zombie from closing in. Under the onslaught of the water tornado, the zombie's figure sways precariously, as if it could be scattered by the wind at any moment. Yet, the zombie refuses to relent, leveraging the scorching weather to amplify its fire abilities and the inherent suppression of level 2 powers over level 1, launching an even fiercer assault. Its fire bone knife whirls with increasing speed, the flames raining down upon Haitao like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, the flame shield significantly bolsters its defenses, rendering Haitao's attacks less effective. Faced with the zombie's relentless onslaught, Haitao does not falter. He deftly employs his water-based abilities, alternating between water arrow for ranged attacks and water blade cutting for close combat. His figure darts through the ruins, akin to a nimble water snake, evading the zombies' strikes time and again. Ultimately, at a crucial moment, Haitao concentrates all his water energy, unleashing his ultimate skill, the water tornado. The tempestuous wind demon ravages the battlefield, scattering the flames of the zombie's knife. At the heart of the water tornado lies a powerful vortex of swirling water, relentlessly pulling the zombie into its grasp. The zombie struggles valiantly, but to no avail. The strength of the water tornado intensifies, ultimately engulfing the zombie entirely. In a deafening roar, the figures of the zombies were utterly annihilated by the water vortex, transforming into a blazing inferno that blazed fiercely amidst the ruins. Standing atop the debris, Haitao gazed at the dwindling flames of the zombies, his countenance devoid of victorious elation, instead marked by profound exhaustion and gravity. He understood that this triumph in battle did not signify the end of the apocalypse, but merely a fleeting respite. The road ahead remained long and arduous. He must persist for survival and hope. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sun relentlessly scorched the earth. Yet he was aware that as long as he did not surrender, he would undoubtedly discover his own path, emerging from these ruins and advancing toward a luminous future. The intertwining of water and fire unfolded before him. With closed eyes, Haitao replayed the battle against the level 2 fire elemental zombie in his mind, akin to a dance of water and flame. The clash of water arrows against fiery bone blades, the contest of water blades slicing through and fire knives slashing, as well as the confrontation between the water vortex and the fiery shield, were all vividly showcased in this confrontation. Each release of a water arrow resembled a serpent darting forth, swiftly and accurately striking its target. Conversely, every swing of the fiery bone blade was akin to a raging fire dragon, its searing flames seemingly intent on incinerating all in their path. The conflict between the water arrows and the fiery blades resembled a dance of water and fire, both fierce and beautiful. The duel of water blades and fire knives escalated the clash of speed and power to its zenith. The pale blue water blades traced graceful arcs through the air, as if performing a delicate ballet. Each chop of the fire knife bore devastating force, as if cleaving everything asunder. The confrontation between the water vortex and the fiery shield was the most breathtaking spectacle of this battle. The water vortex, like a tempestuous demon, rampaged across the battlefield. Its fierce winds carried the power of flowing water, scattering the fiery blades of the zombies with ease. Although the fiery shield could withstand a portion of the onslaught, it appeared feeble in the face of the water vortex's wrath. The collision of the furious winds of the water vortex and the flames of the fiery shield produced a thunderous roar, as if proclaiming the triumph of water over fire. Chapter 61. The Song of Water and Fire upon the Scorching Ruins. In this intertwining of water and fire, Haitao demonstrated the prowess and wisdom of a level 1 water mage. The victory in this battle was not solely due to his magical strength, but also a testament to his intellect and courage. He maintained his composure under the oppressive force of a level 2 fire elemental zombie, keenly observing and analyzing, skillfully adapting, ultimately identifying the vulnerabilities of his adversary and defeating it. His combat style was both steady and agile, showcasing the unique charm of a water elemental practitioner. Upon the battle's conclusion, Haitao stood amidst the ruins, feeling the sun's heat scorching the earth. He recognized that this battle was merely a minor victory in the grand tapestry of the apocalypse, with a long road still ahead. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as he persisted, continuously advancing and enhancing his strength and wisdom, he would certainly find his own way out of these ruins and stride towards a radiant future. He raised his eyes to the sky, where the sun continued to blaze down upon the land. He was no longer the novice who had just grasped the water element. He had matured into a true water mage. He understood his responsibilities and mission. On the path that lay ahead, he would continue to forge onward for survival, for hope, and for that elusive tomorrow. This intertwining of water and fire was not merely a battle, but a profound journey of growth. Haitao, through his strength and wisdom, proved himself to be a genuine water mage, and he would continue to inscribe his legendary tale along the path that awaited him. Beneath the blazing sun, the fiery zombie warrior finally succumbed. Its form loomed large and terrifying in the crimson sunlight, yet was now powerless to resist. Haitao cleaved open the hardened skull of the level 2 fire elemental zombie with his keen water blade, extracting the crystalline core of the fire warrior zombie. The crystalline core, glistening in the sunlight, radiated an exquisite brilliance. It exhibited a faint crimson hue, as if it contained boundless passion and power within. Approximately 3 centimeters in diameter, the orb emanated a captivating sheen, reminiscent of a meticulously polished ruby. Its shape was flawless, with smooth, rounded edges, a gift bestowed by nature itself. The core's texture was both sturdy and delicate, as if it had undergone countless trials of forging and refinement. When gently touched, one could feel the subtle undulations on its surface, as if narrating the valiant deeds of the fiery zombie warrior. Most astonishingly, within the core, 2 flames flickered and danced with remarkable agility. These flames seemed to be the distilled essence extracted from the soul of the zombie warrior, freely swirling within the core. Performing a voiceless ballet under the sun's rays, these flames appeared even more vibrant and animated, continuously leaping as if showcasing the indomitable spirit and fervor of the fiery zombie warrior. In terms of scent, the core emitted a faint aroma of charred wood intertwined with metallic notes. This fragrance, when combined, formed a distinctive scent that made its origin easily discernible. It served as a unique mark, ensuring that the presence of this zombie warrior would be forever etched in memory. Although the core itself was silent, upon closer listening, one could almost perceive the sound of the 2 flames pulsating within it. They seemed to softly chant an inspiring battle song, motivating the fiery zombie warrior to press onward. This sound, though faint, possessed an irresistible power, allowing one to feel the warrior's unwavering conviction and courage upon hearing it. If one were to liken the crystalline core basking in sunlight to a heart, it would undoubtedly be a pulsating one. The 2 flames were akin to the blood circulating within that heart, perpetually flowing and thriving. This heart, though originating from a zombie warrior, harbored boundless vitality and vigor, seemingly proclaiming the warrior's undying resolve and belief to the world. Simultaneously, the core could also be compared to a miniature sun. Its subtle crimson hue mirrored the sun's radiance, while the dancing flames within resembled the fire that blazes in the heart of the sun. This diminutive sun, though small, brimmed with power and passion, just as the fiery zombie warriors, who, despite existing in darkness, possessed their own light and hope. Haitao stood beneath the scorching sun, clutching the crystal core of a second-tier flame zombie warrior. He was acutely aware that this core harbored formidable power, and if consumed, it would elevate his abilities to unprecedented heights. Yet he also understood the inherent risks associated with such an act. Water and fire are, by nature, sworn adversaries. While Haitao's water-based powers were robust and stable, he knew this did not imply he could effortlessly devour a fire attribute crystal core. The energy contained within the fire core was wild and searing, starkly contrasting with the aqueous energy within him, should he proceed to consume it. The collision of these 2 energies within his body could yield unpredictable and perilous consequences. Furrowing his brow, Haitao deliberated the pros and cons. He recognized that consuming the crystal core could lead to a significant enhancement of his powers, yet it could also plunge him into peril. He feared that his physique might not withstand the tumult of such energy, potentially resulting in self-immolation due to the core's fiery energy. However, he also understood that every powerful ability wielder had grown by continually pushing their limits. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath and placed the crystal core into his mouth. Impossible. I seek to enhance my abilities, not to court death. He thought, aren't there professionals for this? I've heard that Qingchuan can extract fire-based skills from crystal cores. By extension, he could likely decompose the core into smaller particles, thereby dispersing the energy, making it easier to absorb. No, that is not right. What use is absorbing a fire attribute core? I should trade this core with Qingchuan for 3 skill books. I've heard he possesses foundational skill absorption books, which are essential for ability wielders. Chapter 62, Hai and Qing, the Young Hero's Transaction. If given the choice between the skill absorption book and the second-tier flame zombie core, he would undoubtedly select the foundational skill absorption book. Currently, these skill books were in exclusive circulation, available only from Qingchuan, a second-tier telekinesis master. As for the flame zombies, with the vast number of zombies in the Empire, he could easily find them if he paid attention. Given his ability to counter fire attribute zombies, acquiring fire cores would be relatively straightforward. Qingchuan's ability to produce skill books was undoubtedly linked to his telekinetic prowess, and Haitao envied him. It seemed that Qingchuan could thrive in this apocalypse merely by selling skill books. Unlike him, whose powers relied solely on talent and arduous effort, the prospect of possessing a skill absorption book would undoubtedly simplify matters. What was he waiting for? He should seek out Qingchuan to see what he could exchange. With his escape skills, he felt no fear. At the temporary base of the Qingchuan team, the swimming pool, due to a recent successful team battle, each member was busy absorbing crystal cores or honing their abilities to enhance their strength. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed. Kodigting rent, du benutzt. The landlord's cores have all turned into my waste. Where's the rent coming from? Liho retorted. Looking for trouble? Jean Rouet added. Would someone looking for trouble knock so politely? They would have barged in already, and Ing remarked. At that moment, Shi Ku and Kong Xing, two introverted youths, seemed oblivious to the knocking, engrossed in their wristwatches and Rubik's Cubes. Qingchuan's powerful second-tier telekinesis emanated. It's a water mage with considerable strength. Let us extend a courteous welcome. Why are you looking for us? Wu Qing asked. You'll find out once you come in, Qingchuan replied. Feng Hua jogged over to open the door. Hai Tao quickly spotted Qingchuan. I have come unannounced today to discuss something with leader Qingchuan. Please have a seat. Qingchuan invited. As core members of the team, feel free to speak your mind. Wu Qing, noticing Qingchuan's amiable demeanor. Pour tea for both Qingchuan and Hai Tao. Hai Tao produced the second-tier flame zombie warrior's crystal core. I wish to exchange this second-tier core for the skill books in your possession. I know you have the means to extract the energy from this core to create skill books. I seek 3 skill books, the foundational crystal absorption skill book, along with 2 second-tier fire attribute skill books derived from the energy of this core. Qingchuan pondered silently. The exchange seemed quite advantageous. He realized that acquiring 3 skill books would cost him 300 first-tier crystal cores, while the energy within the second-tier fire attribute zombie core was equivalent to that of 20,000 first-tier cores. He would gain not only the second-tier fire attribute core, but also the skills contained within it, and he could replicate the skill books indefinitely. Whether selling the crystal cores or trading for necessary items, it was an excellent deal. Essentially, he would be exchanging 300 cores for a yield of 20,000 cores and 2 fire attribute skill books, a profit of 17,000 cores and 2 skill books. Wow, is this the kind of exorbitant profit that comes with having a system? It's almost as fast as robbery, he thought. Yet, he needed to mask the ease with which he was profiting from Hai Tao. He had to negotiate down, as the saying goes, ask for the sky, and settle for the ground. Our ancestors imparted such wisdom through proverbs, and now was the time to put it into practice. He could not betray the wisdom of his forebears. The system noted the host's intelligence had risen from 60 to 130. The system was pleased, not to point fingers, but Hai Tao, your reasoning is sound. However, do you think extracting the skills from the second-tier flame zombie core comes without cost? Skill books don't materialize out of thin air. They require considerable telekinetic energy to extract, and recovering that energy isn't a trivial matter. As a telekinesis master, the energy cost is far greater than what you, as a water mage, would expend. I can at most exchange 2 skill books. Upon hearing Qingchuan's words, Hai Tao recognized the truth in them. He had gathered some knowledge about telekinesis masters and calculated that initially he had hoped to exchange for 1 book and perhaps add some cores. Now, discovering he could exchange for 2 was a pleasant surprise. Clearly, the second-tier flame zombie core held more value in Qingchuan's eyes than he had anticipated. It seemed he needed to push for a higher asking price. Hai Tao firmly declared, the second-tier flame zombie core was obtained through perilous efforts, as I single-handedly faced the flame zombie, nearly losing my life to its flames. You can see the residual heat from the core. This is a core earned through blood and sweat, and I will not part with it cheaply. I insist on 3 skill books in exchange. Qingchuan paused, taken aback. What did you say? You fought a zombie just now? Where's the body of the flame zombie? Hai Tao also froze, feeling the weight of a million regrets. The body of the flame zombie is valuable? Worth something? Wait. I'll rush back to retrieve it. It's still warm. Kong Xing interjected. Your speed is too slow. Describe its general location. Hai Tao relayed the approximate location. With a gentle twist of the Rubik's Cube, a mysterious blue hexagram appeared beneath Kong Xing's feet, and in an instant he vanished from sight. In less than 5 seconds, a blue hexagram reappeared, and Kong Xing returned, carrying the body of the flame zombie along with its weapon, the fiery bone knife. The body had sustained some damage from being gnawed on by first-tier zombies, but the loss was not severe. Hai Tao Mat Lao, Zhu Li, the 3 great power wielders are worthy of their renown. Your spatial abilities are indeed extraordinary. Just being polite, Kong Xing replied, discarding the second-tier flame zombie onto the ground. Upon seeing the flame zombie still equipped with a weapon, Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with delight. It was another profit. He summoned 10 crystal cores, which Kong Xing's lazily rotating Rubik's Cube eagerly opened its mouth to swallow, and it circled around Qingchuan in excitement. It was indeed a wondrous sight. Gong Xing exclaimed. Brother Qing, you've given me too much. Qingchuan. I am elated. Hi Tao, what value does this second-tier zombie body hold? Qingchuan. The second-tier crystal core, combined with this second-tier fire-type zombie body and weapons, is a fair exchange for 3 skill books. Hai Tao mused, surprised by this unexpected gain. Is this second-tier zombie body truly worth so much? Fearing that Qingchuan might retract his offer, he decisively declared, deal. Qingchuan, being a straightforward individual, promptly secured the second-tier fire zombie crystal core and spent money to exchange for the skill books from the system's light orb. Concerned that Hai Tao might backtrack, he decisively placed the 3 skill books on the table with a satisfying thud. Hai Tao, elated, collected the 3 skill books. Young hero Qing, you are truly generous. Until we meet again, should I have any business, I will seek you out. With that, he transformed into a mist and vanished. Wuqing, how much did you earn? Qingchuan, this is my private fortune. Wuqing, coldly fixing her gaze upon Qingchuan, extended her hand. Hand it over. With a pained expression, Qingchuan reluctantly produced 500 crystal cores and handed them to Wuqing. Wuqing's icy demeanor softened instantly. It's not that I desire your crystal cores. I intend to save them for a stable future wedding. If I am to accompany you, I must have a name to uphold. Upon hearing this, Qingchuan extracted another 500 crystal cores and offered them to Wuqing. That's all I have. Wuqing gazed at the 1,000 crystal cores now in her possession, smiling. Truly. Is that all? Qingchuan discreetly observed Wuqing's expression. Indeed, that is all. Wuqing's eyes sparkled with delight. I knew it, Qing. You are indeed a person of great capability. Turn 1,000 crystal cores so effortlessly and hand them over to me. How commendable of you. It is fortunate that I, having grown up in solitude, orphaned and raising my 2 younger brothers, have found such luck in following you. I feel genuinely fulfilled and blissful. Duba and Liahua internally scoffed, wondering how their sister, with a demeanor as frigid as 36 degrees, could utter such chilling words. Are we not from a prestigious family? Sister, with a mere flick of your tongue, have our parents departed? I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of our living parents. Sister, in our childhood, you made us endure humiliation, and now we weep, as the cold rain beats upon our hearts. The 2 brothers, feeling the weight of Wuqing's frosty gaze, dared not speak. Witnessing the affectionate exchange between Qingchuan and his sister left them feeling despondent. They would be better off seeking out Lin Wanner and Lan Yu for a chat. And so they did. Duba and Liahua headed to the medical team for some diversion. Chapter 63, Restoration. At the medical team's base, the Guaixin Garden Community Health Clinic, 10 lovely ladies welcomed the arrival of Liahua and Duba, who had previously aided their team. Lin Wanner and Lan Yu were deep in discussion, troubled about how to deal with a second-tier wood-type zombie. Upon seeing Liahua and Duba, their faces lit up. Was this not an opportunity presented to them? Lin Wanner exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Yu, warmly greeting, Brother Liahua, Brother Duba, what brings you here today? Duba, with his silver tongue, replied, It's been a few days since we last met. We've missed you dearly and wanted to see if there's anything we can assist with. Liahua, indeed. Lan Yu, catching Lin Wanner's cue, displayed a knowing smile and said, It is our honor to have you both at our medical team. I perceive a hint of melancholy in your eyes. You must be feeling unwell. It is fortunate that our medical team specializes in restoration. Today is a rare opportunity, and I shall arrange a restorative session for you both as a token of gratitude for your past assistance. Please step inside. Upon hearing the word restoration, both Duba and Liehua's eyes brightened as they exchanged glances. Such a delightful prospect. Given Lan Yu's mention of gratitude, it surely would not incur any charges. They were eager for this treatment. Duba, sister, you truly possess remarkable insight. We happen to have some discomfort. We appreciate your assistance. Liehua, thank you, sister. Inside the community health clinic, the atmosphere was refreshingly cool. The summer heat seemed to envelop the apocalyptic city in a vast steamer. Yet within the clinic, tranquility reigned. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled shadows on the white building, adding a touch of warmth and vitality. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the refreshing scent of grass and trees, as if the air itself had become purer. In this cool ambience, 2 petite beauties, Xiaoli and Xiaofang, diligently prepared traditional Chinese medicine wellness services for their special guests, the brothers Liehua and Duba, well known for their aid to the medical team. Though their appearances were rugged, they were filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding traditional Chinese medicine. Xiaowei and Xiaoya were the first to prepare a medicinal oil back massage for the 2 guests. With gentle movements, They evenly applied warm medicinal oil on Liehua and Duba's backs, their hands gliding delicately along either side of the spine, as if caressing a precious work of art. The aroma of the medicinal oil enveloped them, inducing a sense of calm. Liehua and Duba felt their back muscles slowly relaxing, as if a warm current flowed through their bodies. Next came the acupressure massage. Xiao Wei and Xiao Ya, attuned to Liehua and Duba's physiques, accurately located acupoints on their bodies. Their fingertips pressed gently on these points, each application perfectly balanced, neither painful nor ineffective. Liehua and Duba experienced a sensation of soreness radiating from the acupoints, spreading throughout their bodies, eliciting involuntary sighs of satisfaction. The medicinal bath was the final step in the wellness process. Xiao Wei and Xiao Ya guided Liehua and Duba into the bathhouse, where a subtle herbal fragrance permeated the air. The water in the medicinal bath, at an ideal temperature, was infused with specially formulated herbal bath salts, known for their ability to soothe muscles, invigorate blood circulation, and detoxify. One by one, Liehua and Duba stepped into the pool, feeling the water gently caress their bodies. As if all fatigue was whisked away, they closed their eyes, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. After the medicinal bath, they felt rejuvenated and invigorated, as though all weariness and heaviness had been cleansed away, replaced by a newfound vitality and clarity. The brightness in Liehua's eyes shimmered with boundless energy and determination, while Duba took a deep breath, relishing the freshness and serenity in the air, as if the world had been completely renewed. Throughout the entire traditional Chinese medicine wellness experience, Xiao Wei and Xiao Ya maintained a professional demeanor and meticulous service. They not only provided high-quality care through their expertise, but also enveloped the brothers in warmth and attentive care, making them feel the comforts of home. In this traditional Chinese medicine journey, Liehua and Duba emerged with newfound appreciation. They recognized the profound depth and unique allure of traditional Chinese medicine, deepening their understanding and commitment to caring for their bodies, striving for greater harmony in mind and spirit. As brothers from a privileged family, they had not been strangers to quality service before the apocalypse. However, the standard of service and the sensations they experienced this time were unlike anything they had encountered previously. This restoration utilized abilities previously unknown to them. They resolved to return frequently, but the thought of bringing other brothers along never crossed their minds. It was a matter of pure selfishness. Human nature is indeed so despicable and self-serving. Lin Wanner, beaming, inquired, "Are you both satisfied?" Duba, feeling invigorated, replied, "Absolutely satisfied. Should you ever find yourself in need, dear sister, we brothers shall not hesitate to assist," Fiery Hero proclaimed. "Indeed, should anyone dare to bully my sister, let them know that I shall cleave them asunder." Blue Rain, just as fortune would have it, I find myself in a small predicament and require the assistance of my two esteemed brothers. Might I inquire if you are amenable to lending your aid? Poison Tyrant and Fiery Hero, having enjoyed the full breadth of this dragon-like service, could hardly utter a refusal. The thought of such would be a stain upon their brotherhood. What would become of their reputation in the realm of abilities? Fiery Hero, whatever troubles you face, speak to your brother. Rest assured, if it lies within my power, I shall go to great lengths to resolve it beautifully for my sister. Poison Tyrant, my brother speaks wisely. Blue Rain, our team has uncovered the presence of a level 2 water-type zombie within the programmer's community of Code Valley, and we seek to acquire its water crystal nucleus. Lin Wanner, as you both are aware, our team excels in healing, support, and control. However, we lack in offensive and defensive capabilities. While we can manage level 1 zombies, level 2 ones pose a significant challenge, and we fear we may be outmatched. Thus, we humbly request the assistance of both brothers. Fiery Hero, with my brothers by my side, what is there to fear? Third brother, let us confront that level 2 zombie. Poison Tyrant, this is a task we must undertake. Let us go. Blue Rain, I'm immensely grateful to both of you. Once our task is complete, a substantial reward shall await. Lin Wanner, for the exceptional service rendered, I shall personally grant both brothers a lifetime membership for free wellness treatments. Fiery Hero and Poison Tyrant exchanged glances, pondering the notion of high standard, high quality service. For lifetime, free, membership. Fiery Hero, my great blade is already yearning for action. Poison Tyrant, the tyrant reigns supreme, unmatched in the realm. At the programmer's community of Code Valley, the medical team, bolstered by the valiant efforts of Fiery Hero and Poison Tyrant, found their combat prowess significantly enhanced, making the endeavor not only efficient but also enjoyable. Chapter 64. The the programmer's community of Code Valley. Both Fiery Hero and Poison Tyrant noted that the zombies on the highway were far fewer than anticipated. Perhaps they too were indulging in an afternoon slumber, embodying a remarkably healthy lifestyle. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the programmer's community of Code Valley, where the remnants of the apocalyptic sun blazed upon the dilapidated gates. At 2 p.m., the sun blazed like fire, mercilessly showering its rays upon the now-ruined gates of the programmer's community of Code Valley. Sunlight danced amidst the crumbling walls, casting a mosaic of shadows and light upon the dust-laden ground, as if recounting tales of former glory juxtaposed against the current desolation. The once smooth metallic gates, now marred by rust, bore the scars of calamity with twisted shapes and hues reflecting the tragedies endured. The electronic lock had long ceased to function. Its exposed wires swayed in the wind, emitting a faint hiss, as if still attempting to convey some forgotten message. Flanking the gates, the once majestic ginkgo trees now stood as charred trunks with withered branches, their leaves claimed by the devastation of the apocalypse. As the wind swept through, the brittle leaves rustled with a mournful sound, echoing a low lament across the desolate expanse. Stepping through the shattered gates, one was met with a scene of utter ruin. The formerly pristine square lay strewn with debris and wreckage, its tiles shattered and overrun with wild grasses. The cafe that once bustled with life had succumbed to the wreckage, its glass windows shattered, and the remnants of coffee machines and scattered cups bore witness to the warmth and activity that once thrived there. The towering buildings within the community had suffered grievous damage, with cracked walls and collapsed roofs, their remains teetering perilously in the wind. Sunlight filtered through the broken windows, casting a patchy light that evoked images of the diligent programmers who once toiled within, now lost to the chaos of the end times. Amidst the ruins, signs of life occasionally emerged. Resilient weeds bravely sprouted through the cracks in the bricks, infusing the desolate landscape with a hint of greenery. A few stray cats meandered through the debris, their vigilant and profound gazes seemingly in search of sustenance. At the entrance of this desolate site, the once stalwart security guard had vanished, leaving only an empty booth and scattered security equipment behind. These devices, once guardians of safety, had now become mere relics of a bygone era, quietly narrating stories of peace and tranquility amidst the current desolation. On this blistering afternoon, the sight of the ruined gates at the programmer's community of Code Valley resembled a poignant painting, showcasing the remnants of human civilization juxtaposed against the relentless forces of nature. In this wasteland, one could feel the cruelty of the apocalypse and the fragility of life, yet also witness the tenacity of existence and the eternal beauty of nature. Such contrasts compel contemplation of the relationship between humanity and nature, and how to maintain hope and courage in the face of catastrophe. Within this desolation, every brick and tile seemed to whisper its own narrative. The once bustling programmers, with their laughter, dreams, and endeavors, lay silently entombed within the ruins. Now, only the whispers of the wind and the sunlight reverberated throughout the debris, as if recounting the impermanence and transformation of this world. Yet, amidst this seemingly hopeless wasteland, small lives continued to strive for existence. Those resilient weeds, pushing through the bricks, and the stray cats navigating the ruins exemplified the indomitable spirit of life. These small forms of existence seem to convey to humanity that even in the direst of times, life will invariably find a way, always seeking hope. On this sun-drenched afternoon after the apocalypse, the scene at the gates of the programmer's community of Code Valley embodies a tapestry woven with sorrow and hope, despair and vitality. It reveals the harshness of disaster and the fragility of life, while simultaneously showcasing resilience and the power of hope. Such contrasts and disparities profoundly evoke a sense of the preciousness of life, urging us to cherish and respect every being in this world. In the blood-red afternoon sun, the square of the Code Valley community lay strewn with remnants of devastation. The afternoon sun bled crimson, casting its angled rays upon the square, now littered with rubble and decay. The fierce sunlight illuminated the debris and ruins, each shard of stone seemingly stained with the imprint of blood. In one corner of this desolate square, the level 2 water-type zombie began to emerge slowly. Its skin exhibited an unnatural bluish-green hue, with murky, water-like liquid coursing through its form, glimmering ominously in the sunlight, exuding a nauseating stench. Around the level 2 fire-type zombie, the level 1 zombie's eyes had lost their luster, now dull and vacant, yet they continued to move mechanically, as if in search of something. With each gust of wind, the zombies emitted low, guttural moans that reverberated through the empty square, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread. Though their steps were heavy and slow, they seemed to possess an unstoppable force, evoking images of desolation and despair in the post-apocalyptic world. On the opposite side of the square, a few surviving residents or explorers cautiously skirted around the zombies, their eyes betraying deep-seated fear and vigilance. They understood that these zombies, though merely a fragment of the post-apocalyptic world, symbolized death and peril. To fall into their grasp would signify the end of life. On this afternoon, in the blood-red square of the Code Valley community, a delicate equilibrium formed between the Level 2 water-type zombies and the surviving humans. Though the zombies are formidable and perilous, humanity endures in these desolate ruins, relying on intellect and courage. This precarious equilibrium provokes contemplation regarding the future of a post-apocalyptic world and whether mankind can reconstruct a beautiful sanctuary upon this barren land. The first-tier zombies have undergone some alterations. They are no longer as repugnant as when the apocalypse initially commenced, yet they still retain a degree of abhorrence, albeit somewhat diminished. The sun, blood-red and incandescent, casts its relentless rays upon the plaza of the Code Valley community, now a landscape riddled with remnants of destruction. This once bustling enclave, alive with vitality, has been ravaged beyond recognition by the aftermath of cataclysm. Towering edifices lie in ruin, their shattered rebar and contorted metal frameworks resembling the claws of a monstrous beast, reaching toward the ashen sky. The pavement of the plaza is fractured and overrun with weeds, while remnants of sculptures and facilities are encrusted with rust and dust. Amidst this desolation, an eerie aura permeates the air. It emanates from second-tier water mage zombie, a chilling and damp presence, as if even the air could be wrung of moisture. This particular zombie differs from the ordinary. He was once a plumber who, after the onset of the apocalypse, awakened his water-based powers. After inadvertently contracting the zombie virus during battle, he succumbed and transformed into a creature of the undead. Even in death, his powers did not dissipate. Rather, they fused with the instincts of a zombie, culminating in a terrifying new ability. Chapter 65, The Second-Tier Water Mage Zombie. The sun, a sanguine orb, mercilessly bathes the plaza of the Code Valley community, now a haunting ground for the undead. This erstwhile hub of technological prosperity has morphed into a nightmarish realm overrun by zombies. The once majestic buildings stand in tatters, their broken steel and warped metal frameworks akin to the talons of a beast, clawing at the somber heavens. The plaza's pavements lie in ruin, overgrown with wild grasses. The pristine environment are now a distant memory. Abilities of the second-tier water mage zombie. Water arrow, single target attack. When the second-tier water mage zombie prepares to unleash a water arrow for a single target assault, their eyes momentarily transform into depths as profound as a lake, seemingly absorbing all light. Their fingers tremble slightly, coalescing a crystalline and potent stream of water. Under their command, this stream sharpens and concentrates, forming a slender water arrow. With a sudden flourish of their arm, the water arrow is propelled forth like a silver meteor, aimed directly at the heart of its target. Upon impact, the afflicted will instantly feel a tremendous force, akin to being struck by a sledgehammer. The water arrow will pierce their body, leaving a gaping wound, with blood and water mingling, staining the ruins crimson. This attack not only inflicts substantial physical damage, but also severely hampers the target in subsequent confrontations, as the flowing water from the wound incessantly erodes their body, sapping their strength. Water arrow, area attack. Yet, the water arrow serves not merely as an instrument for single-target strikes, but also as a weapon for area assaults. When a second-tier water mage zombie faces multiple foes, they swiftly recalibrate their powers, unleashing a far more terrifying manifestation of the water arrow. The zombie mage amalgamates their water abilities, conjuring a massive sphere of water. This orb spins in the air, drawing in surrounding water elements, steadily enlarging. Once the water sphere reaches a significant size, they simultaneously launch an assault, shattering the sphere into countless water arrows. These arrows cascade like a torrential downpour, engulfing the entire plaza. They streak through the air at astonishing speeds, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Upon striking their targets, they unleash a tremendous force, sending victims reeling. Furthermore, due to the sheer number of arrows, they can simultaneously assault multiple adversaries, causing widespread devastation. This area attack of water arrows not only possesses formidable lethality, but also displays exceptional agility. The zombie mages can, as the battle demands, adjust the number and trajectory of the arrows, leaving their foes with no avenue of escape. Water blade, single target attack. The water blade, The hallmark skill of the second-tier water mage zombie serves as both a singularly lethal offensive tool and a means for terrifying group attacks. When a zombie mage prepares to wield the water blade for a single target strike, they draw a deep breath, as if inhaling the very humidity of the devastated plaza. Subsequently, they clasp their hands together, conjuring a sphere of pale blue water light between their palms. This orb sharpens and focuses, becoming an invisible water blade. With a sudden sweep of their arm, the water blade is unleashed at remarkable speed, aimed directly at the target's vital points. The blade carves an elegant arc through the air, reaching its target in an instant. Upon contact, it releases an immense shockwave, cleaving the target asunder. This method of attack is precise and lethal, capable of penetrating even the sturdiest armor. Water blade, area attack. However, the water blade can also unleash a far more horrifying area attack. When confronted with multiple adversaries, the second-tier water mage zombie modifies their powers to broaden the attack scope. They raise their hands high above their head, palms facing upward, drawing energy from surrounding water sources. As energy accumulates, a pale blue glow envelopes their body. They then swiftly bring their hands down, summoning a colossal curtain of water that descends upon the entire plaza. This curtain appears gentle, yet harbors astonishing strength. Upon striking the ground, it solidifies into a gigantic water blade, sweeping through enemies with the force to devastate entire battalions. As the water blade passes, the ground fractures, creating deep chasms. Those caught in the blade's path suffer grievous injuries, their bodies torn apart, their very souls dissipating within the icy currents. This area attack of water blades not only wields tremendous destructive power, but also boasts a vast coverage area. The zombie mage can, as the battle necessitates, adjust the direction and range of the water blades, ensuring that foes have no refuge, whether in single target or area attacks. The water blade has become the signature skill of the second-tier water mage zombie. With this ability, he wreaks havoc across the post-apocalyptic ruins, emerging as one of the gravest threats to the survivors. In the face of such an adversary, survivors must remain perpetually vigilant and composed to endure in this desolate and brutal world. Lin Wanner. I shall first test the might of this second-tier zombie. Lin Vanya profile. As a wood element wielder in the realm of abilities, she possesses unique skills, allowing her to manipulate the wood elements of nature, crafting formidable offensive and defensive maneuvers. Seed. This is a foundational ability of the wood element wielder Lin Wanner. From her palms, she can sprout vibrant seeds that rapidly take root and blossom into towering trees, providing cover for the wielder or creating obstacles to disorient foes within the dense forest. They may also grow into thorns to assault enemies or delicate grasses to confound them. Thorny spikes. This is an offensive skill of the wood element wielder Lin Wanner. She can summon sharp thorny spikes from the ground or trees, launching them in a sudden assault upon her adversaries. These wooden spikes are not only exceedingly hard, but also imbued with deadly toxins. Once pierced, foes will endure severe harm, succumbing to the venom that renders their bodies rigid and sluggish. Thornbind. This is the control ability of the wood elementalist, Lin Wanner. She can command the surrounding trees and thorns to grow wildly, ensnaring her enemies tightly. This binding not only restricts their movements, but also continuously saps their stamina until they are utterly fatigued and incapable of resistance. Seed healing. This is an auxiliary skill of the wood elementalist. They can unleash potent life force through seeds, healing wounds for themselves or their allies. This healing not only stops bleeding and alleviates pain swiftly, but also promotes the rapid recovery of wounds, allowing the elementalist to endure longer in battle. Thorn cage. This is the defensive skill of Lin Wanner. She can conjure a cage constructed of thorns and trees to surround herself, isolating her adversaries. This cage is not only impregnable, but also absorbs enemy attacks, safeguarding the elementalist from harm. Furthermore, the thorns within the cage can retaliate against foes, ensnaring them in dire straits. Chapter 66, Lin Vanya. Clad in a flowing emerald gown that billows gently in the breeze, she resembles a forest sprite. Her eyes, vibrant and profound, seem to penetrate the mysteries of nature. Her long hair cascades over her shoulders, exuding a subtle woody fragrance that evokes the vitality of the great outdoors. Standing in the square, she gently waved her hands, and the nearby trees appear to respond to her summons, rapidly sprouting sharp, thorny spikes. These spikes glimmered ominously in the sunlight, exuding an aura of lethal sharpness. Almost immediately, she unleashed her thorn bind ability, causing the trees to grow uncontrollably, ensnaring the zombies and enemies in the square. These thorns not only hindered their movements, but also steadily drained their energy. At that moment, A terrifying figure emerged before Lin Wanner. It was a water element zombie mage, clad in tattered robes, with skin that bore a pallid blue hue. Its eyes were hollow and deep, as if capable of consuming all vitality. A powerful torrent of water coalesced in its hands, forming a water arrow that shot toward Lin Wanner. Poison Tyrant, aware of Lin Wanner's mindset and bolstered by the support of Fireblaze, realized she could afford to unleash her full potential to showcase her abilities and refine her combat prowess. Unable to resist, Poison Tyrant sent forth 2 fire talismans, creating a massive protective barrier above Lin Wanner's battlefield, significantly enhancing her magical and physical resistances. Lin Wanner reacted swiftly. Her hands clasped together as green seeds flew from her palms, rapidly taking root and sprouting into towering trees. These mighty trees not only provided her with cover, but also released potent life energy, gradually healing her wounds. Under the assistance of Poison Tyrant's skills, the severe injuries she had feared were reduced to minor wounds. Grateful, she cast a glance at Poison Tyrant, who waved his hand to cast a healing spell. Her minor injuries were completely healed, and Lin Wanner's fighting spirit was instantly rekindled. Simultaneously, her thorny spikes and thorn bind continued to assault the water element zombie mage, attempting to ensnare it. However, the water mage's power was formidable. Its water arrow attacks were both swift and devastating. Despite her utmost efforts to evade, Lin Wanner was ultimately struck by a water arrow, feeling a tremendous force that sent her sprawling several meters away. Thanks to the enhancement from Poison Tyrant's auxiliary skills, she emerged unscathed. Undeterred, Lin Wanner quickly regained her composure, preparing to unleash her most potent ability, the Thorn Cage. She waved her hands, and the surrounding trees grew wildly, forming an indestructible thorn cage that trapped the water element zombie mage within. Yet, before the thorns could strike, the zombie mage let out a chilling laugh, sweeping its arm to summon a curtain of water from above, which instantaneously dispersed the thorn cage. Lin Wanner was taken aback, realizing the considerable gap in strength between her and the water mage, yet she did not falter. At that moment, the water mage unleashed its single target attack skill, Water Blade. It conjured a powerful torrent, forming a massive water blade aimed at Lin Wanner. Despite her strenuous efforts to evade, she was struck by the water blade, feeling an overwhelming impact that sent her flying. Though she landed heavily, her injuries were serious but not fatal. Poison Tyrant's healing magic swiftly mended her wounds, but she refused to surrender. Struggling to her feet, she prepared to continue the fight. However, the water element zombie mage launched another assault, firing a water arrow towards her. Fireblaze, observing from the sidelines, recognized that Lin Wanner's abilities were indeed insufficient against this second-tier zombie and was poised to intervene. Blue Rain, seeing that Lin Wanner was in no mortal danger under Poison Tyrant's powerful support, seized the rare opportunity to hone her combat skills and dashed into the fray. Fireblaze hesitated, retracting his blade. Blue Rain, a name as refreshing and serene as her water abilities, embodied the essence of tranquility. Her appearance mirrored her name, resembling a fairy emerging from the water, ethereal and extraordinary, with long, flowing hair resembling a cascading waterfall, subtly aglow with a hint of blue. It appeared as if water elements danced within her strands. Her eyes, akin to deep, crystalline lakes, radiated resolve and wisdom. Whenever she harnessed her water abilities, her gaze seemed to communicate with the water elements, guiding them to flow according to her will. Her visage was soft and exquisite, her skin as pale as jade, shimmering with a gentle aquatic glow. Her figure, tall and graceful, stood like a proud water lily, elegant yet powerful. She often donned a flowing blue gown, its hem fluttering like ripples in water with each step she took. In battle, Blue Rain's presence was akin to that of a water sprite, agile and nimble. She could effortlessly control the water elements, creating various offensive and supportive techniques. Her existence was akin to a clear spring, infusing her team with boundless vitality and hope. Blue Rain exuded an aura of freshness, tranquility, elegance, and strength, akin to a fairy from the water, wielding her water abilities to protect those around her. Blue Rain, a formidable warrior with powerful water abilities, could adeptly manipulate water elements to create an array of offensive and supportive techniques. Here are her 5 core skills. 1. Water arrow damage. Blue Rain condenses water elements to form sharp water arrows, launching them at her foes. The arrows travel swiftly and possess formidable penetrating power, inflicting significant physical damage upon impact. This skill serves as one of Blue Rain's primary means of attack, effectively suppressing and exhausting enemies from distance. 2. Water ball repulsion. Blue Rain gathers surrounding water elements into a colossal water ball, propelling it towards her enemies. The water ball not only delivers substantial impact, but also generates an explosive effect upon collision, dealing area damage to nearby foes. Additionally, the repulsion effect can disrupt enemy attack rhythms, creating opportunities for her allies to counterattack. 3. Water healing. As a water elementalist, Blue Rain excels in the art of healing. She possesses the ability to manipulate the water element, providing healing to her injured allies. Her hydrotherapy skills not only restore the vitality of her companions, but also enhance their defensive capabilities to a certain extent, bolstering the team's endurance in prolonged battles. Water Shield. Blue Rain can conjure a protective barrier composed of water elements around herself or her teammates. This water shield absorbs damage from enemy attacks, offering additional protection to her allies. The presence of the water shield during combat significantly enhances the team's survivability, creating more opportunities for her companions to unleash their attacks. Water flow manipulation. One of Blue Rain's advanced skills, she can precisely control the flow of water, directing it to move according to her will. This skill can be employed not only to strike at foes, but also to alter the battlefield environment, such as creating rivers or lakes, thereby restricting enemy movements or establishing advantageous conditions for combat. Water flow manipulation showcases Blue Rain's versatility and adaptability as a water element adept, enabling her to maximize her effectiveness in various combat scenarios. Drawing in a deep breath, she swiftly coalesced the surrounding water elements into a massive water sphere. Under her command, the sphere expanded rapidly, emanating a faint blue glow. The water arrows from the zombie mage were repelled upon contact with the sphere, which continued to surge forward, forcefully striking the zombie mage back several meters. Lin Wanner was sent tumbling by the impact, eventually coming to a halt on the ground. She lay there, gasping for breath as she gazed at Blue Rain, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Blue Rain, in a flurry of concern, reached out to assist her in standing. Lin Wanner understood the urgency of not disrupting Blue Rain's battle and decisively withdrew. The skirmish attracted numerous onlookers from various adept teams. Chapter 67. Blue Rain. The zombie mage, clad in tattered robes, shifted his gaze from Lin Wanner to Blue Rain, his expression a twisted semblance of a smile, exuding disdain and mockery. Duba, with concern, supported Lin Wanner, saying, "You are far too headstrong. Why must you be so?" Lin Wanner replied, "When will I ever be as formidable as your sister, ruthless?" Duba mused inwardly, "You cannot possibly compare yourself to anyone else. To pit yourself against that ruthless woman is folly." "Who is ruthless? My sister fights like a beast. My brother and I tremble under her formidable presence. I shall refer to her as the foremost lightning sorceress beneath the 3 titans. In your next life, you wouldn't even stand a chance in the lottery of reincarnation. However," he added, "that being said, Wanner possesses extraordinary talent. Her potential is the strongest I have ever witnessed. Your combat prowess in healing and supporting allies surpasses my sister's tenfold." Lin Wanner responded with delight. "Really? Of course it's true. I swear." Duba thought to himself, "My sister doesn't even possess a single healing skill, pursuing an all-out offensive path. Most mages would at least cultivate a few life-saving or healing skills. She has none, all offense. Which mage is as ruthless as my sister? It's truly beyond comprehension. My words are more genuine than the gold refined by Jean Rouet." On the battlefield, the second-tier water element zombie mage exhibited cold, flowing water patterns across its grayish skin. Water coalesced in its hands, forming a sharp water arrow aimed directly at Blue Rain. With a focused gaze, Blue Rain similarly conjured a water arrow to counter the zombie mage's assault. The 2 arrows collided fiercely in midair, producing a thunderous roar. Water elements scattered in the aftermath, enveloping the area in a fine mist. Seizing the moment, Blue Rain retreated, simultaneously gathering water elements to prepare for her water sphere counterattack. The zombie mage seemed unhurried, calmly observing Blue Rain's movements. As she formed the water sphere, the water in the mage's hand morphed into a sharp water blade, launching a direct attack at Blue Rain. In response, she swiftly maneuvered the water flow, propelling the water sphere towards the zombie mage. The sphere expanded rapidly in flight, carrying immense force that sent the zombie mage reeling several meters away. However, the zombie mage appeared prepared, leveraging the sphere's impact to leap backward while reforming the water blade, ready to initiate a new wave of assault. Recognizing the cunning nature of the zombie mage, Blue Rain felt an instinctive wariness. She understood the necessity of remaining vigilant, realizing that she must exert her utmost to triumph over this formidable adversary. Thus, she promptly gathered water elements to activate her water shield and hydrotherapy skills. The water shield would grant her additional defense, while hydrotherapy would restore her health and resilience. With her defenses and healing prepared, Blue Rain took the initiative to strike. She directed the water flow, unleashing a torrent towards the zombie mage. The collision produced a resounding boom, yet the zombie mage remained unfazed. Once again conjuring the water blade for a fierce individual attack. Blue Rain exerted herself to repel the zombie mage's onslaught, but ultimately succumbed to defeat. The water blade struck her, sending her crashing several meters away. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as she watched the zombie mage approach step by step. Medical personnel gasped in alarm. Liehua positioned himself in front of the second-tier water element zombie. The zombie mage halted, scrutinizing this warrior. Liehua, a legendary warrior, stood resolute, akin to a solitary monument weathered by time, embodying resilience. Grasping a crescent blade, its edge glinted with a chilling light, like the crescent moon in a night sky. Serene and profound, the blade shimmered with an icy radiance, seemingly recounting tales of past glory and honor. Clad in green heavy armor, the intricate patterns on his armor resembled ancient runes, both mysterious and dignified. Each piece of armor was polished to a mirror finish, reflecting the surrounding light and shadows. Reminiscent of a tranquil emerald forest, the armor melded seamlessly with his physique, exuding both grandeur and agility. Draped in a flowing black cloak that billowed in the wind, he appeared as a phantom of the night, both enigmatic and imposing. The cloak's intricate designs resembled an ancient map, chronicling his past journeys and adventures. As he moved, the cloak fluttered, acting as his battle standard, leading him towards the unknown horizon. Every detail of this legendary warrior exuded strength and authority. His very presence evoked awe and reverence. His gaze was steadfast and profound, as if capable of penetrating the depths of the human soul. His posture was erect and agile, seemingly impervious to any storm's onslaught. He resembled a lion on the battlefield, a beacon of hope for warriors, an embodiment of legend. In this tense and fierce battlefield, the sharp gaze of the water element zombie mage fell upon the legendary warrior. He sensed the powerful aura emanating from the warrior, a testament to countless trials of life and death, a distilled essence of steadfastness and courage. Compared to the two women earlier, this warrior was undeniably more unfathomable, instilling a sense of reverence in the water element zombie mage. Aware of the risks involved in confronting this warrior, the zombie mage was reluctant to engage recklessly. He understood that honing his combat skills against such an opponent could easily result in his downfall. Furthermore, the warrior evidently favored one-on-one confrontations, excelling in showcasing his prowess in solitary battles. Thus, the water element zombie mage decisively gestured with his hands, directing the horde of first-tier zombies behind him to charge at Liehua. Though these first-tier zombies lacked strength, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat to Liehua. Seizing the opportunity, the water element zombie mage concealed himself behind the throng of zombies, employing ranged attacks to continually probe Liehua's capabilities. In the midst of this fierce battle, Liehua demonstrated extraordinary courage and intelligence. He deftly evaded the onslaught of zombies while wielding his crescent-shaped blade and clad in emerald heavy armor, relentlessly launching counterattacks. His movements were swift and precise, each swing of his blade severing multiple zombies. Suddenly, a mysterious force enveloped the battlefield. Duba waved his hand gently, and an unusual aura permeated the air. This was his unique secret technique, capable of bestowing formidable enhancement effects upon his allies. Two fire talismans shot forth like shooting stars, accurately landing atop the head of Urge, a warrior. As the talismans crackled in the air, a massive square, yellow-blue barrier materialized above Urge, emblazoned with the characters for defense and magic. This boon from Duba significantly bolstered Urge's defensive capabilities and magical resistance. Under the protection of this barrier, Urge transformed into an indomitable deity of war, seemingly invulnerable on the battlefield. Simultaneously, Duba did not forget the horde of level 1 zombies besieging Urge. He once again waved his hands, releasing an invisible toxin that descended from the sky, enveloping the entire zombie horde. The zombies, once grotesque and repulsive in appearance, were instantaneously tinged with a bizarre array of red and green hues, as if coated in a strange paint. Under the influence of the red toxin, the zombies' defenses plummeted, rendering them exceptionally vulnerable. Meanwhile, the green toxin stealthily eroded their vitality, causing them to gradually lose their combat effectiveness without their awareness. Amidst the chaos and panic induced by this dual toxin assault, the level 1 zombie horde could no longer pose a significant threat to Urge. The healing team, comprising Lin Wan'er, a wood mage, and Lan Yu, a water mage, also rallied to support Li Hua by amplifying his enhancement states. The beautiful team members were commanded to join the fray, assisting Li Hua in attacking the level 1 zombies. Infusing the surrounding air with vibrant life energy. She cast a wood spell, bestowing upon Li Hua a layer of life regeneration, allowing him to endure more damage in battle while swiftly recovering health at crucial moments, thus maintaining his combat stamina. Concurrently, Lan Yu, unwilling to be outdone, waved her hands, causing ripples of water to emanate forth. Utilizing her water spells, she added a layer of magical attack enhancement to Li Hua, greatly augmenting his offensive power, making each strike of his blade potentially lethal. With the enhancements bestowed by the two mages and Duba, Li Hua appeared more formidable than ever. He pondered how long it had been since he felt valued on the battlefield. Reveling in the various enhancements he received, he felt invigorated, ready to fight without the need for potions. He surged into the horde of zombies, each swing of his crescent blade cleaving through more of them, showcasing his astonishing combat prowess. A glint of cunning flashed in Duba's eyes as he witnessed the beautiful healers joining the battle. A smile crept across his lips. He understood that while these healers possessed commendable combat abilities, they were vulnerable in the tumult of battle. To safeguard their safety and ensure the battlefield remained orderly, he resolved to act. With a wave of his hand, Duba unleashed a powerful binding spell. This magic formed colossal luminous pillars on the ground, instantaneously dividing the battlefield into several segments. The level 1 zombies were ensnared by the barriers, unable to advance, while the healers could now engage in combat with a numerical advantage, ensuring their safety during the skirmish. Now is your time to showcase your prowess. Ladies of the healing team, Duba commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, the healers sprang into action, employing their professional skills to swiftly assault the level 1 zombies. The slightly plump healer brandished a 2-meter-high medical tray, fiercely striking the zombies on their heads. The injector healer wielded her medical syringe, unleashing jets of water to repel the zombies. The surgical scissors healer deftly sliced through the zombies' necks, severing heads that rolled to the ground like watermelons in a summer garden. The bandage healer used her white medical bandages to restrain the zombies' movements. The orthopedic drill healer created small openings in the zombies' skulls for treatment, while the orthopedic tweezers healer delicately extracted the crystal cores from those openings. The orthopedic bone-cutting pliers healer performed amputation on the zombies' decaying limbs with robust precision. And the surgical knife healer wielded her long, sharp blade to conduct neck surgeries on the zombies. The 8 beautiful healers exemplified the professionalism, humanitarian spirit, innovative mindset, collaborative spirit, and profound sense of responsibility that doctors should embody when treating their zombie patients. A myriad of spells and skills intertwined, causing the level 1 zombies to topple under their combined assault. Meanwhile, Li Hua was on the lookout for the elusive level 2 water zombie. He knew that defeating this formidable foe was pivotal in turning the tide of battle. Navigating through the zombie horde, his keen eyes scanned every corner. At last, he spotted the level 2 water zombie lurking behind the throng. Li Hua charged forward with wild abandon, akin to a bolt of lightning, driving the level 2 zombie into a corner, stunning it with the force of his impact. The blade in his hand glimmered ominously as he swung it toward the level 2 water zombie. Though powerful, the zombie was forced back several steps under Li Hua's ferocious assault. However, it did not surrender easily. Once the disorientation faded, it wielded its blue skeletal staff, unleashing a torrent of potent water magic in retaliation. Just as Li Hua was poised to deliver a decisive blow to the level 2 water zombie, it did not collapse as anticipated. After recovering from the stun, it brandished its blue skeletal staff, unleashing a wave of formidable water magic. The zombie chanted incantations, and an onslaught of water arrows rained down upon Li Hua like a torrential downpour. Each arrow was sharp and swift, imbued with immense penetrating power, as if capable of piercing through all defenses. Li Hua hurriedly swung his crescent blade to block, but the sheer number of arrows was overwhelming, and he inevitably succumbed to several strikes. Despite the resilience of his armor and the various enhancements he bore, the arrow's potency inflicted sharp pain upon him. Following this, the zombie unleashed a barrage of water blades as a group attack. These water blades, akin to razor-sharp shards, traced silvery arcs in the air as they hurtled towards Li Hua and the other healers. Witnessing this, the healers promptly activated their defensive skills in an attempt to withstand the ferocious assault. Duba observed as fire talismans appeared above the heads of the healers. The massive square barrier of magic descending with yellow and blue luminescence, enhancing the physical and magical defenses of the 8 beautiful healers. However, the water knife's offensive power was exceedingly formidable. Despite their utmost efforts to defend, several team members sustained varying degrees of injury. The heart of the flame warrior sank. He realized that this battle was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he continued to wield his crescent blade and charge towards the second-tier water-type zombie. He understood that he must swiftly vanquish this adversary. Otherwise, the entire medical team would be plunged into grave peril. The toxic overlord also recognized this predicament and ensnared the second-tier water-type zombie with a dual poison of red and green. The soul fire talisman relentlessly assailed the water-type zombie. The latter cast a venomous glare at the toxic overlord, who retorted, "What are you staring at? I'm just a lowly gray. If you're a brother, come me." The toxic overlord felt a surge of irritation, as he had yet to defeat the dogbook. The second-tier water-type zombie, thwarted in its advance towards the toxic overlord by the flame warrior, attempted to unleash a spell but fell short in distance, erupting in fury. "All right, I'll remember that you're called Gray." It could only vent its wrath upon the warrior, launching a fierce assault against the flame warrior. Raging water arrows and knives poured down upon the flame warrior like a torrential storm. After enduring a relentless barrage of setbacks, the second-tier water-type zombie, fueled by anger and fury, focused all its rage upon the flame warrior, resolved to unleash a more devastating attack to express its wrath. The zombie brandished its skeletal staff, channeling its entire reservoir of water magic. The violent water arrows and knives surged forth with the intent of drowning the flame warrior in a deluge. Yet at that moment, the flame warrior stood immovable, akin to a towering mountain. With the enhancements provided by the medical team and the toxic overlord, his defenses and vitality were significantly bolstered. Though the onslaught of furious water arrows and knives came crashing down, they merely left shallow wounds upon him. He furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of pain, but it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Is this the extent of a second-tier water-type mage zombie? The flame warrior's eyes glinted with a cold light. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his full combat prowess. Alternating between the slashing sword technique and the assassination sword technique, the crescent blade carved through the air with lethal precision. Each strike resonated with the force of thunder, rendering the zombie incapable of countering. The rampaging charge skill propelled the flame warrior towards the zombie like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, each collision sending the zombie reeling. The flame sword technique, imbued with raging flames, inflicted searing agony with every slash. The final lion's roar reverberated, causing the zombie's very soul to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Under this frenzied assault, the second-tier water-type zombie's defenses swiftly deteriorated, and its vitality ebbed away. Its body was left riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth, until it finally succumbed to the flame warrior's relentless onslaught and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Observing from the sidelines, the prison team saw the opportune moment to strike. "Now is the time to play the role of the fisherman," they exclaimed, with Flame and Toxic Overlord in there. Do they not fear retaliation from the star team? Our prison team is not weak either, as long as we do not harm the names of Flame and Toxic Overlord. It is unlikely that Qingchuan would dare confront us. Qingchuan, now quite affluent, could bind Flame and Toxic Overlord to extort a hefty sum of crystal cores, securing a comfortable living for quite some time. The beauties of the medical team had long piqued their interest. Capturing them would ensure that the brothers could revel for an extended period. Especially Lin Wanner and Lan Yu, one fresh and lively, the other gracefully serene. Just imagine 2 pristine figures. What are we waiting for? Let us go seize the opportunity. The bald-headed blood butcher, ruthless and merciless, adorned with crimson tattoos, led the charge. The toxic king, heart of the snake's abyss, was equally cruel and extreme, while the spiderweb strategist, a tall, slender man in a suit and glasses, was cunning and sly, forming the third in command. The high-interest loan team, led by the greedy wolf, joined forces with the prison team, believing that seizing the spoils amidst chaos was entirely reasonable. We only want the crystal cores, not the people. The debt collection team, helmed by Iron Fist, also sought to partake in the spoils. Not far away, they witnessed the conflict and recognized their chance as the clam and the snipe contended. They decisively launched an assault on the medical team and the Flame and Toxic Overlord, aiming to strike while the iron was hot, despicably preying upon the vulnerable medical team. Instantly, the battlefield erupted into a flurry of skills and chaos. Meanwhile, the Li Ao Tian team remained unperturbed. The medical team lacks formidable output. Their support is robust. Yet without a powerful offensive team, they will not go far, Li Ao Tian remarked. Eagle Eye, do you believe we can persuade the medical team to join us? Eagle Eye replied, when the medical team has yet to encounter the star team, we have a considerable chance of convincing them to ally with us. However, now is too late. With the star team as a lure, the cost of winning over the medical team is too great. Moreover, the star team has sent Flame and Toxic Overlord to assist the medical team in securing resources, likely aligning with our own objectives. I do not recommend attempting to recruit this medical team. It would be wiser to seek another support team to enhance our chances of success and cost-effectiveness. Zhang Quanlan interjected. As long as one treats others with sincerity, one can always find kindred spirits. Li Ao Tian mused. This matter requires long-term deliberation. But who gave these three ragtag teams the audacity to ambush Flame and Toxic Overlord? Truly brazen. Eagle Eye remarked, a motley crew, ignorant and arrogant. They have yet to face the wrath of Qingchuan. After a few beatings, they will learn. Li Ao Tian, Zhang Quanlan, and Eagle Eye agreed. Yet this also presents an opportunity for us. After Qingchuan teaches them a lesson, it would be ideal to eliminate the leaders of these ragtag teams. We can then extend our kindness and recruit these disbanded factions. I perceive that Qingchuan is an arrogant individual, likely looking down upon this rabble, Zhang Quanlan stated. I observe that the leaders of those factions are not to be underestimated. While defeating them may be manageable, killing them will be another matter, Li Ao Tian cautioned. If Qingchuan looks down on me, then I shan't bother. Eagle Eye added, to achieve great ambitions, one must have talent beneath them. These ragtag individuals can assist us with matters that are beneath our dignity. They used to do this work. They're easy to control. Once our grand designs are realized, the fate of these miscreants will be but a word from you. Li Ao Tian found Eagle Eye's reasoning compelling. Very well, let be so. Zhang Quanlan, though not entirely in agreement with Eagle Eye's ideology, remained silent, as they were childhood friends. Under the influence of Li Ao Tian and Eagle Eye, the four brothers of Wang dipping awakened their abilities, possessing average strength sufficient to handle first-tier zombies. The Wang dipping brothers were acutely aware of their status within Li Ao Tian's team. When discussions arose, their four voices were often absent. Thus, they dared not interject, obediently following their elder brother's directives, embodying the principles of obedience and diligence. Recently, Qingchuan had been crafting equipment from the materials of zombies to enhance combat power. Other members of the Star Team were diligently training to attain the rank of second-tier ability users. The Toxic Overlord and Flame Warrior, upon discovering that they were being ambushed, reacted swiftly. Let me see who dares to challenge me so audaciously, Flame Warrior exclaimed. As soon as he uttered these words, he was engulfed by a torrent of skills. What the hell? Where are your chivalrous ways? Have the courage to duel my brothers and sisters. The Toxic Overlord and the medical team promptly provided the Flame Warrior with enhancement effects. In the face of overwhelming adversaries, replete with diverse skills and stealthy tactics, both the Toxic Overlord and the medical squad found themselves ensnared in a precarious situation. Under the precarious shield of Firestorm and Toxic Overlord, the medical squad teetered on the brink of calamity. Firestorm exclaimed, ouch, that hurts. Who struck with such malice? By my word, you dare to encircle and assault your father. Toxic Overlord retorted, you stubborn fool. I am about to summon reinforcements. In the dazzling group chat, he continued, dear brother-in-law and sister, esteemed brothers, I and the stubborn one are being assaulted. Coordinates at the entrance of Code Valley. Woe is me, crying bitterly. At that moment, the Skywalker, engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with a level 2 Earth zombie, noticed the messages in the group chat. He opened a spatial portal, swiftly enclosing the level 2 Earth zombie within. An opportunity for profit arose. With a flicker of blue six-pointed stars beneath his feet, he returned to the starbase. Chapter 70, Summoning Reinforcements. Emotionless remarked, Skywalker, your arrival is timely. Lead us to Code Valley. Upon observing only emotionless, Qingchuan and Sheik in the courtyard, Skywalker realized they were insufficient in number to mobilize successfully. How many crystal cores could they possibly earn? Skywalker gathered the remaining team members and transported them to the fray at Code Valley, where chaos reigned supreme. Firestorm and Toxic Overlord provided cover for Lin Wanner, Blue Rain, and 8 beautiful doctors as they retreated while resisting the relentless assault. The scorching sun mercilessly seared the earth, distorting the very air itself. In this sweltering afternoon, the square of Code Valley transformed into a chaotic battlefield, once a tranquil haven, now engulfed by an unexpected skirmish. The prison team, S ability users. The loan shark team, S ability users, and the debt collection demolition team, S ability users joined forces, intent on seizing the level 2 water zombie crystal cores left behind by Firestorm, Toxic Overlord, and the medical squad, along with the scattered zombie crystal cores strewn about. In a coordinated ambush, they launched a surprise attack on Firestorm, Toxic Overlord, and the medical squad. The ferocity and suddenness of the conflict caught everyone off guard. Despite their formidable strength, Firestorm and Toxic Overlord were compelled to acknowledge the dire circumstances as they faced an overwhelming number of powerful assailants. The beautiful doctors of the medical squad found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, tasked with healing their wounded comrades while simultaneously fending off the enemy's fierce onslaught, leaving them utterly stretched thin. Yet, in this critical moment, Firestorm and Toxic Overlord refused to yield. They understood that their duty was to protect Lin Wanner, Blue Rain, and the 8 beautiful doctors, and they could not allow any harm to befall them. Thus, they resolved to cover the retreat of their companions, resisting while gradually falling back to buy time for the Star Team's rescue. Firestorm wielded his crescent blade with the force of thunder, compelling the enemy to retreat with each strike. His swordplay, alternating between offensive and stealthy techniques, rendered him unpredictable. Meanwhile, Toxic Overlord brandished his infinite staff, unleashing potent supportive skills that enhanced both defenses and magic resistance, alternating between poison spells and soul fire talismans. He painted the enemies in a dizzying array of red and green, leaving them disoriented and scattered. His magic was precise and lethal, each attack capable of inflicting devastating damage. Under the protection of Firestorm and Toxic Overlord, Lin Wanner, Blue Rain, and the 8 beautiful doctors hastily retreated, closely following their guardians. Utilizing the surrounding structures and Lin Wanner's wood-based ability to summon trees and thorns as cover, they deftly evaded enemy attacks. Blue Rain's mass water concealment bestowed magical defense, physical defense, and healing effects upon all teammates. Simultaneously, they employed their unique abilities to provide long-range support against the foes, alleviating the pressure on Firestorm and Toxic Overlord. However, the sheer number and strength of the enemies began to overwhelm them. Firestorm and Toxic Overlord increasingly felt the strain, their bodies battered by enemy strikes, their garments stained with blood, yet they remained undeterred, resolutely holding their ground. They understood that their mission was to ensure Lin Wanner, Blue Rain, and the 8 beautiful doctors could evacuate safely, and they could not allow them to suffer any harm. In this critical juncture, Lin Wanner, Blue Rain, and the 8 beautiful doctors displayed remarkable courage and ingenuity. Employing their abilities for ranged attacks and support, they helped to alleviate the burden on Firestorm and Toxic Overlord. They continuously provided healing and assistance to their comrades, ensuring everyone maintained their optimal state. Through their collective efforts, the pressure on Firestorm and Toxic Overlord lessened, allowing them to continue their desperate struggle against the enemy. As time passed, Firestorm and Toxic Overlord's injuries worsened, yet they steadfastly held their ground. They recognized that as long as they could delay until the arrival of the Star Team, there remained hope to turn the tide of battle. Thus, they exerted every ounce of strength for the final confrontation. The silent 6-pointed star illuminated as the members of the Star Team arrived. Upon surveying the battlefield, Emotionless declared, "My brother, I am capable, but you are not." Emotionless emitted an intangible aura of cold authority. "No interference. Allow me to unleash my wrath." The Star Team members had never witnessed Emotionless in full combat. They had only seen a pillar of lightning descend from the heavens, which was quite astonishing. Uncertain of what Emotionless in full combat would entail, they were filled with anticipation. Emotionless, a legendary mage renowned for her icy demeanor and unique aura, possessed features so exquisite they seemed sculpted from ice and snow. Her eyes, deep and bright, sparkled with wisdom and decisiveness, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. Her countenance, sharp and striking, exuded an austere beauty. The high bridge of her nose perfectly complemented her frosty visage, enhancing her noble appearance. Her lips, a vivid red, bore distinct lines, resembling a flawless piece of art. Her gaze was like a profound lake, tranquil yet enigmatic, as if it could pierce through the depths of the human heart. Sharp-eyed, she seemed capable of seeing through all illusions and confronting reality head-on. Her expression conveyed a chilling authority, reminiscent of an unattainable ice mountain, instilling both reverence and trepidation. Her visage was akin to that of a celestial being from the lunar palace, exuding an air of cold nobility devoid of earthly warmth. Her unique and elegant demeanor resembled a blooming red rose, both striking and aloof. The subtle pink of her lips, slightly upturned, conveyed an air of disdain towards all. Her presence was like a distinctive landscape, captivating all eyes wherever she roamed. With a proud and noble nose, her features radiated a sense of heroism. Her skin, smooth and delicate as snow, emanated a cold yet alluring sheen. Beautiful and motionless, donned a fiery red robe, resembling a burning flame, both passionate and resplendent. Her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her waist, glossy as ink, seemingly imbued with boundless magical power. The intricate patterns embroidered on her robe were filled with artistic flair, each stroke radiating elegance. The hem of her garment swayed gently with her movements, as if performing a silent dance. Her black hair flowed gracefully, each strand like a dark sprite, dancing to an inaudible melody with her every motion. The wind tousled her hair, akin to a black banner, showcasing her independence and resilience. Each strand of hair seemed to harbor a magical essence, gently swaying with her movements, akin to dark sprites engaged in a delicate dance. Her figure was tall and proportionate, reminiscent of a stately bamboo, embodying both grace and resilience. Her hairstyle was simple yet elegant, accentuating the contours of her neck while underscoring her nobility and icy allure. She donned a gown of fiery red, resembling a phoenix amidst flames, exuding intensity and brilliance. In her grasp, she held a soul-devouring staff that radiated a shadowy luminescence, as if it consumed the very life force surrounding her. Chapter 71. Ruthlessness. The ethereal gown blazed like fire, standing in stark contrast to her frosty visage, rendering her even more enigmatic and untouchable. As she activated her magical shield, a formidable surge of arcane power enveloped her. With the soul-devouring staff in hand, she became an unparalleled spectacle amidst the throng. Her demeanor was both chilling and majestic, evoking a sense of awe. The magical shield resembled a transparent halo, shrouding her in an aura of mystery and invulnerability. Each movement she made was imbued with strength and elegance, as if she were performing a silent ballet. In an instant, she had traversed into the crowd, her presence imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression upon all. The once scorching sun dimmed abruptly, as if devoured by her very existence. Ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by thunder and lightning, transforming the sweltering summer day into an eerie chill. The sky, initially unbearable with heat, felt as though it was pierced by countless blades of sunlight. Yet, upon the arrival of the beautiful and ruthless figure, the entire environment seemed to change hue. This transformation not only showcased her formidable magical prowess, but also highlighted her frigid and commanding presence. As she activated her magical barrier, an invisible ripple seemed to resonate through the air. The gathering storm clouds roared to life, and the oppressive heat of summer was replaced with a chilling gloom. The ripples shimmered with an enigmatic glow, enveloping her in a mystique that rendered her even more untouchable. This pervasive coldness sent shivers down the spine, as if the very world was swayed by her presence. Her movements were graceful and swift, each step akin to a silent dance. In a heartbeat, she had merged with the throng, her expression impassive as she surveyed the masses before her, her gaze betraying an air of unassailable pride. Hellfire surged from within her, akin to a rampaging beast unleashed upon the crowd. With a mere flick of her wrist, the soul-devouring staff unleashed torrents of hellfire that echoed with thunderous roars, instilling terror in the hearts of all. The tempest of magic she wielded was relentless, casting forth lightning strikes, fireballs, and blinding flashes that ravaged the crowd with devastating force. Each spell struck as if it were a cataclysmic power, inciting panic as people screamed and fled, desperately attempting to evade the annihilating onslaught. The chaotic magic wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in its wake. Walls of fire surged through the masses, flames roaring as if intent on devouring everything in sight. In swift succession, she unleashed a barrage of spells, each as ferocious as the last. With a sweep of her staff, a deluge of infernal fire descended like meteors, mercilessly obliterating her enemies. Each spell was a manifestation of cataclysmic force, wreaking devastation upon the throng, rendering the landscape a scene of utter chaos. The firestorm spread relentlessly, consuming all flammable matter in its path. Meteoric fire rained down in a frenzied assault, each falling star akin to a miniature nuclear explosion, obliterating foes within the crowd. Under her merciless assault, the adversaries resembled leaves caught in a tempest, unable to withstand the relentless barrage of magic. Their bodies flailed helplessly through the air, blood staining the square with crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and the metallic tang of blood, evoking a chilling dread. In the midst of this devastation, the beautiful and ruthless figure maintained her icy and dignified countenance. As the final meteor descended, the once vibrant square had been reduced to a charred wasteland, rendered unrecognizable by her fury. Gazes of awe and fear flickered among the onlookers, paralyzed by her overwhelming might. The remnants of her adversaries lay scattered, none surviving the catastrophic onslaught. The beautiful and ruthless woman stood as the focal point of the devastation, each of her movements captivating the hearts of the spectators. She retracted the soul-devouring staff, casting a cold glance over the smoldering ruins. Her eyes betrayed not a hint of emotion, as though she had anticipated every moment of this destruction. As the final firestorm settled, the square transformed into a desolate expanse of ash. The skies gradually regained their tranquility, clouds dispersing as sunlight once again bathed the earth. The enemies had been utterly vanquished, not a single soul remaining. The ruthless figure surveyed the charred remnants, her expression as impassive as ever, as if this outcome had been foreseen. She turned to depart, leaving behind a solitary and chilling silhouette. With no flicker of emotion in her gaze, it was as though she had expected this conclusion all along. Her form gradually faded into the sunlight, reminiscent of a specter returning to the mysterious and terrifying realm of the underworld. As calm returned to the skies and sunlight poured back over the land, the aftermath of the event left the onlookers in profound shock and reverence for the beautiful and ruthless figure. Yet, the bloodshed and horror inscribed upon the ruins would forever linger in the hearts of those who witnessed it. Her visage, aura, and unparalleled power became the stuff of legend. Atale recounted in tones. The beautiful and ruthless woman departed, leaving behind an indelible impression of solitude and coldness. Her regal and imposing countenance, coupled with her unique presence, commanded both awe and respect, deterring any approach. As her silhouette vanished into the sunlight, it seemed she returned once more to the enigmatic and fearsome depths of the underworld. Her fiery red gown and flowing black hair became emblematic of her identity, instantly recognizable to all. Her departure did not erase the astonishment and reverence that lingered in the square. In the annals of her legendary saga, the scenes of her cataclysmic magical onslaught became a topic of fervent discussion among those who witnessed her might. As the people gazed in the direction of her departure, their hearts brimmed with reverence and curiosity for the legendary sorceress. Her name echoed through the mouths of many, transforming into an everlasting legend. They marveled at her immense power and wisdom, while simultaneously feeling a deep respect for her icy, majestic visage and her unique aura. The beautiful yet indifferent figure became an eternal icon of a legendary mage in their hearts, her story destined to be forever etched in their memories. Her cold, regal countenance, distinctive charm, and the fiery crimson robes she donned became an indelible part of their collective consciousness. In her absence, the remnants of the battlefield morphed into an everlasting shadow in their minds. Every gesture, every glance she cast was imbued with strength and grace, rendering her presence impossible to ignore. She seemed to embody a singular spectacle, captivating attention whether on a scorching summer day or a frigid winter night. Her prowess and beauty coalesced, solidifying her status as an eternal legendary sorceress in the hearts of the people. Whenever the scorching summer day and the chillingly dignified sorceress were mentioned, they recalled the cataclysmic magical assault and the square stained crimson with blood. Chapter 72, A Tale to Tell. The unrelenting departure. The surrounding pressure lifted. In the plaza of the Code Valley community, no trace of the undead remained. Only a carpet of crystalline cores shimmering softly under the feeble sunlight. These cores were crystallizations of energy from the fallen, varying in size and shape, some as translucent as jade, others as profound as the night sky. Scattered across the plaza, they appeared to be the sole remnants of the fierce battle that had transpired. The surrounding team, reputedly the most numerous and powerful group, led by the real estate mogul Qingchuan, as they bid farewell to the departed figure. Beads of sweat trickled down their brows. They scrutinized the fiery and toxic duo within the crowd, etching their appearances vividly into their memories. They instructed their subordinates to keep a distance from the Qingchuan team, particularly from the fiery brothers. Reflecting on the sorceress's visage, one felt an uncanny familiarity that eluded recollection. The team led by Li Outyin remained stunned, struggling to regain their composure. Li Outyin had always believed that his team and the Qingchuan team were of similar strength. But now it was evident that they were on entirely different levels. I perceive a resemblance between the demeanor and appearance of the sorceress and an elder I once knew. He mused. Eagle Eye, though aware, hesitated to voice his thoughts. I also find her strikingly familiar. Zhang Quanlan remarked. Today has indeed broadened my horizons. What level of supernatural ability is this? Her strength is utterly extraordinary. I have no objections to the crown of the first lightning mage of the apocalypse resting upon her head. The various teams, once harboring ambitions of gaining advantage, hastily reconsidered and withdrew, resolved to enhance their own combat capabilities. The medical team was equally taken aback by the sorceress and promptly began collecting the abundant crystalline cores scattered across the ground. The Qingchuan team stood still. Qingchuan murmured to himself, I've struck gold. How did I not realize before how captivating she is? Time. Magic traverses the river of time, weaving vibrant tapestries that ensnare the soul. The cube in Kongxing's hand remained motionless. Magic blossomed in the spatial realm, akin to resplendent stars illuminating the endless darkness. Space is an infinite void, while magic ignites the flames that illuminate the path toward truth. Fenghua exclaimed, Sister Wuqing is simply magnificent. My idol. Jean Rue added, I sense that Sister Wuqing has unleashed her wrath. She could easily strike me down with a single lightning bolt. I must temper my words from now on. Shadow remarked, I too must tread carefully. Sister Wuqing's thunderous might would toy with my metallic powers. Li Hua stated, Now do you understand why we fear my sister so much? Duba sighed, Brother-in-law, has it been easy for me all these years? The members of the Qingchuan team consoled the fiery brothers, acknowledging their struggles. Upon returning to the Qingchuan base, with Wuqing absent, the network message in the legendary system space indicated some matters at hand. During this time spent with the Qingchuan team, Shadow gained a clearer understanding of their formidable strength, now thoroughly impressed by their capabilities. The leader, Qingchuan, was the foremost second-level telekinesis master, equipped with a system. Wuqing held the title of the first lightning mage of the apocalypse, complemented by a legendary system. Time, inherently a transcendent ability, rendered the presence of a system largely inconsequential. Similarly, Kongxing's spatial abilities were rumored to allow for the opening of new worlds in the later stages of their power, even if this world were to perish. Those wielding spatial powers could thrive. Fenghua, a seemingly innocuous gaming enthusiast, was a wind attribute wielder and the possessor of a League of Legends system. Though he seldom utilized his wind abilities, Duba and Li Hua had a sister and brother-in-law who could comfortably bask in their victories. Did their inherent combat prowess truly matter? Jean Rue, a metallic ability user and mecha warrior, and Shadow, were ironically the weakest in the group. In this team, the bright side consisted of Qingchuan, Wuqing, and Fenghua, 3 system bearers. The dog of the group, felt incredibly fortunate, reflecting on the darkness and filth at the onset of the apocalypse. Now, every supernatural team that crossed paths with me referred to me as Brother Shadow. I recalled a verse from a Tang Dynasty poem by Meng Jiao after the examination. The past dirt is unworthy of boasting. Today, in exuberance, thoughts wander endlessly. The spring breeze brings forth a swift steed. In one day, I behold the blossoms of Chang'an in their entirety. Qingchuan distributed the crafted fire and water attribute equipment among the team members. I find little utility in this equipment. It bears no relation to my cultivation system. Time interjected. Qingchuan replied, Take it, sell it, or give it away as you please. As the elder brother of the team, it is my duty to create benefits for us all. How you utilize it is your affair. I simply know that you all follow me, your elder brother. We cannot allow ourselves to starve without equipment for battle. I must ensure you have the means to thrive, both financially and in terms of gear, to maintain a sense of comfort. Kongxing remarked, In this world, things are rarely as they ought to be. You worry too much, elder brother. Fenghua chimed in, Thank you. Brother Qingchuan, you're the most handsome man in the world. The medical team, under Lin Wanner and Lan Yu's suggestion, reached an agreement with Wuqing and Qingchuan to join the Qingchuan team, forming a medical subgroup. Naturally, they were entitled to a substantial share of the spoils and crystalline cores. This aligned with Lin Wanner and Lan Yu's plan to seek a powerful ally and bolster their combat capabilities, inching closer to Qingchuan to explore potential emotional avenues. As their strength paled in comparison to Wuqing's. Observing the increasingly sweltering weather, Qingchuan, as a formidable second-level telekinesis master, sensed an impending calamity of extreme heat. He assigned tasks to his teammates to gather materials and crystalline cores to construct a mobile fortress for the apocalypse, stockpiling energy to prepare for the forthcoming supernatural world. Newly emerged, high-energy spiritual food, plants, seeds, fruits, and grains would be essential in facing the imminent extreme heat disaster. Qingchuan spent 100,000 crystalline cores from the system space to purchase the blueprints for the mobile fortress designed to withstand the impending apocalyptic heat, entrusting its construction to his capable younger brother, the metallic ability user Jean Rouet. Jean Rouet serves as the chief engineer responsible for constructing the mobile fortress of the apocalypse, endowed with the authority to mobilize the entire Qingchuan team to assist in its construction. Furrowing his brow, Jean Rouet exclaimed, "Qingchuan, my esteemed brother, to entrust me with such a monumental task is truly overwhelming. I have never undertaken such an endeavor before, and I feel somewhat lacking in confidence." Qingchuan replied, "Compared to your prowess in mecha, this mobile fortress surely lacks the technical complexity, does it not?" Jing Hui quoted. "There exists a considerable difference between grand projects and smaller undertakings." Qingchuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Allow me to share a captivating story with you." Upon hearing that Qingchuan had a compelling tale, the members of the Qingchuan team eagerly gathered around, bringing along chairs and preparing refreshments, including beer, sunflower seeds, peanuts, cola, Sprite, and popcorn. Chapter 73. The Origin of Jean Rouet. Qingchuan's magnetic voice unfolded the narrative. Jean Rouet, the legendary assassin before the apocalypse. Throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, certain names blaze through the night sky like meteors, brief yet resplendent. Jean Rouet is one such name, a legendary assassin who stirred the waters of a dark world before the end times. Known by the moniker Golden Blade, his true name is Jean Shahan. Standing at 1.8 meters, he blended into the crowd, yet his deep-set eyes seemed capable of piercing the abyss of the human soul. From a young age, he exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for learning, particularly excelling in the realms of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. At the age of 16, he gained admission to the prestigious Yanhuang Institute of Physics, garnering attention as a prodigious talent in the field. Yet, during his time at the institute, Jean Shahan remained unsatisfied with mere textbook knowledge. He became enamored with the study of exoskeleton armor, aspiring to alter the dynamics of the battlefield and usher in a new era of combat. Unfortunately, his research was maliciously leaked by envious classmates. Capitalists, scenting profit, descended upon him, eager to claim his technology for themselves. As a result, Jean Shahan's family suffered persecution. Faced with familial strife and the onslaught of capitalist oppression, Jean Shahan reluctantly abandoned his studies and chose a radically different path. Utilizing his hacking skills and innate talents, he joined an underground assassin organization within the dark web, ultimately becoming a premier assassin. Over the years within the organization, he endured countless life and death trials. Through rigorous training, he honed his abilities and gradually evolved into a competent assassin, employing his intellect and bravery. He orchestrated a globally resonant plan to ensnare financial tycoons responsible for his family's suffering. In this operation, he transformed into Golden Blade, employing his exceptional skills and ruthless methods to eliminate over 200 financiers who had played a role, directly or indirectly, in the persecution of his family. He showcased previously unseen high-tech equipment during these missions, igniting endless speculation regarding his capabilities and background. Following the success of the fishing net plan, Jean Shahan opted not to remain entrenched in the world of assassins. Instead, he chose to live among the masses, securing an ordinary job at a slaughterhouse. By day, he was a humble slaughter worker, while by night, he continued his research and innovations. Though his life appeared mundane, his fervent pursuit of knowledge and technology never waned. During his time at the slaughterhouse, Jean Shahan maintained his high standards. He utilized his spare time to delve deeper into the study of exoskeleton armor and other advanced technologies. After the apocalypse, he formed a brotherly bond with Qingchuan. Isn't this story captivating? Should I address you as Jean Shahan or Golden Blade? Upon hearing his esteemed brother divulge his past so openly, Jean Rouet decided to drop the pretense. Exuding an aura befitting a technological powerhouse, Jean Rouet declared, "Since my esteemed brother is already aware, I shall no longer feign ignorance. This task of constructing a mobile fortress is but a trifle. I shall ensure the satisfaction of all my brothers." Qingchuan responded, "Then it is settled. Shall we celebrate with a drink today?" Jean Rouet replied, "Indeed." The teammates witnessed an unexpected side of Jean Rouet, realizing that he was not merely a brainless mecha warrior, but rather a technological genius in disguise. They decided that Jean Rouet must treat them, for while the treasures in the space warehouse were abundant, they were not inexpensive. They had long coveted the fine wines stored within, and they were determined to ensure Jean Rouet would spend generously today. How we have suffered in silence. The anomalies of Blue Star, the struggle before the scorching catastrophe. Blue Star, once a gentle and tranquil planet, now resembled a restless fireball. Its energies amassed quietly in undisclosed depths until, one fateful day, an unprecedented eruption occurred. This explosion was akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, unleashing flames and power that left the world in awe. Humanity, as the dominators of this planet, faced unparalleled trials amidst this upheaval. Some individuals appeared to be the chosen ones of Blue Star, awakening diverse supernatural abilities. Some could manipulate flames, igniting fierce fires with a mere gesture, while others commanded water, conjuring towering waves with a flick of the wrist. These supernatural beings resembled deities from myth, possessing powers that transcended ordinary limits. However, fate is ever impartial. While bestowing powers upon some, it mercilessly stripped away the mundane existence of others. Those unable to adapt to the shock of the energy eruption suffered a tragic transformation into zombies. Once familiar faces became hollow-eyed and decaying figures, aimlessly wandering the streets in search of flesh to consume. In a brief span, humanity adapted to the global anomalies. The powered individuals emerged as the vanguard against the zombies, utilizing their abilities to protect the vulnerable and establish temporary safe havens. Yet, just as people believed they had encountered the greatest challenge, calamity struck anew. On June 10th, ominous signs of the scorching catastrophe began to manifest. The climate grew increasingly hot, as if the sun and Blue Star were drawing closer. The sun hung in the sky like an enraged fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth. The air became blistering and arid, each breath akin to swallowing flames. This oppressive heat was unbearable. Trees on the streets withered and turned yellow under the relentless sun, and even the tenacious weeds bowed their heads. Rivers and lakes dwindled drastically, with some regions experiencing complete desiccation. The land cracked and desertification intensified, transforming once fertile fields into desolate wastelands. Human life was severely impacted. The apocalyptic outbreak had already disrupted agricultural practices, leading to inevitable crop failures. The extreme weather conditions further exacerbated this, causing crops to suffer from drought and resulting in significant losses or even total failure. Food and water became exceedingly scarce. Both powered individuals and ordinary people sought refuge in the shade, attempting to escape the sweltering heat. Yet even then, they struggled against the suffocating waves of warmth. Many ordinary citizens and powered beings succumbed to heat stroke, with numerous patients unable to receive treatment. Under the influence of Blue Star's intangible energy, they gradually mutated into zombies. At this juncture, humanity realized that even with awakened powers, one could not evade the inevitabilities of life, aging, illness, and death. Microbes and pathogens evolved incessantly, seizing the opportunity for advancement presented by the energy eruption. The afflicted, whether powered or ordinary, found little distinction in the face of heat, drought, and illness. Only a select few possessing water-based abilities remained unaffected by the drought. In such an environment, the menace of the undead has escalated significantly. They remain impervious to the sweltering heat, indifferent to hunger, and utterly oblivious to the notion of fatigue. Their sole instinct is to assail any living creature that stirs. The inhabitants of the various safe zones not only grapple with the relentless onslaught of zombies, but also contend with the extreme fluctuations in climate, rendering life exceedingly arduous. Yet, even amidst this dire predicament, humanity has never relinquished hope. The gifted individuals among them rise to the occasion, wielding their powers to safeguard their comrades and homesteads, while scientists tirelessly endeavor to devise methods and technologies to combat the scourge of extreme heat. History has never lacked instances of mankind rising defiantly against adversity. And this time shall be no different. The aberrations of the blue planet and the searing calamities it has wrought present humanity with unparalleled challenges and trials. Yet they also foster greater unity and resilience. In this battle against fate, humanity shall undoubtedly inscribe its own legendary narrative.